get another 2 boxes of Shimmering Skies and another 100 prize tickets. And all of those tickets can be redeemed at the prize wall here in Las Vegas for some more incredible prizes. We have that beautiful Cinderella playmat, some other promo cards, merch, t-shirts, hats, all of that. And then we have the champion.
Yeah, not only do you get a complete set, a complete foil set of Shimmering Skies, so that includes the enchanted cards as well. You get the bragging rights, but you also get that trophy, which is going to be really, really cool for these players. So no one can take that away from you. You are a champion for life. And you mentioned that prize wall, Rebecca. Let's take a look at some of that stuff. I have a hat and a shirt myself.
I'm jealous, Tannen. I don't have one yet.
I'll see what I can do. I can't, no promises, but I'll see if I can, make that happen. But I wore my hat to one of my locals the other day and got a lot of comments about it. A lot of jealous people like you were saying stuff about it, and it made me feel good. I was like, kind of dusting my shoulder off a little bit, wearing the hat, wearing the shirt. It was pretty cool. That playmat though, I need to get one of those playmats.
The playmats are gorgeous, and all those little sparkles that you see in the art, we've talked about it before, but it glimmers. It really does. The mat is gorgeous. I believe it's 100 prize tickets, if I remember correctly, but it's a beautiful playmat, and if players have a chance to earn that, that's a prized possession for sure.
It's a badge of honor to have one of those. It's I accomplished something. They don't just give these out. You have to earn it.
You do,
which is a really cool thing. Kind of like the prizes that you see with the foil Cinderella, foil Rapunzel. When someone plays one, it kind of gives you you're like, oh, I'm playing against somebody who's earned one of these. I got to step my game up. I got to make sure I play really well and stuff. So love being able to see that out there. And I have a couple copies of these Cinderellas and Rapunzels myself. Absolutely love them.
They're stunning. They really are. And players today who did not make Top Cut, of course, are playing in side events. We have sealed events, draft, more constructed events, and of course, Pack Rush.
Your absolute favorite, right?
I love Pack Rush. It's so fun. And we have the game developers here you can play with. So players are earning prize tickets that they can redeem, and it's going to be a great day for everyone.
One of my favorite things that I've heard about this weekend is I saw some of the developers and some of the people working for Ravensburger running around like crazy and trying to fix a problem. I was like, what's going on? And they're like, we're running out of packs for Pack Rush. We underestimated how popular Pack Rush would be.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
It's a good problem to have.
It really is. I got a chance to talk with the game developers yesterday and some of the folks from Ravensburger, and they're just such a great team, and they are having so much fun playing Pack Rush with the players here.
Yeah, I think that's the coolest part, right? Is they not only are they interacting with the community, but you can see that they're genuinely happy to be here and play a bunch. And every one of your interviews, you were talking to some of the developers and the people that work on the game, and you could tell that they actually really love Disney Lorcana and they want to play it a bunch.
So passionate.
It's great when you're like, hey, what's your favorite thing? And they can't answer because they're like, I love everything.
All of it.
Yeah, I love all of it. Can I just say all of it? Is that an okay answer?
Yes. Well, speaking of all of it, let's take a look at all of the decks that we have seen represented here this weekend in Las Vegas. So that Ruby Sapphire, of course, making a big appearance. I think we knew that these top three, Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, Amethyst Ruby, I refer to them as the big three.
Yeah, the big three. I think it's a great way to put that, Rebecca. This is the day one metagame. So this is about 1,900 players. These are the numbers that we got from them. This was going to be the big three coming in. Like you said, this is where we thought it would be. The question was going to be in what order. Only separating about 2%, so 30 to 40 people, maybe 50 people each. Hard to nail this one down. This is about where I thought it would be. If you asked me a week ago, I would have maybe switched number one and number two. I thought Amber Steel would have been one, with Ruby Sapphire being two. But Ruby Sapphire definitely taking a step up with the fact that it has a pretty decent matchup into Amber Steel. And then if you just want to play hey, I can play into anything. I don't necessarily have to worry about matchup so much. Amethyst Ruby, decent against everything.
Such a consistent deck.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why you continue to see it played, is because players know it has the answers for all the decks out there. And if you can get the right card draw, then you really have a great chance of taking the win home.
Yeah, and I kind of like formats where we have, something that you could target, right? You can go after. You see these three best decks, and that doesn't mean you have to play these three. You see those decks below this. You've got about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more decks. All these well represented besides a few others. And these put in some really good numbers going into day two, converting their players over. And, I'm taking a look at some of the decks that are doing well here in day two, and some of them are not in the big three. And here we go. We're taking a look at day two metagame.
Take a look at day two.
And of course, you still have the big three.
You do, but there's some surprises here. And Amber Steel, although it represented, it was 20% of the field on day one, only 13% here on day two. So not quite the highest conversion there. Yeah,
I think that's one of the storylines going into day two, that Amber Steel maybe underperformed a tiny bit overall. But we have to actually see, what I want to see here is, I think this is a good thing to look at, right? Like how much representation it made into day 2 versus how much it was in day 1. Like how many people converted. Because you want to convert at about the same rate, right? Look, if you're at 22% of the field, you hope 22% of that gets through, because that means you made a good choice. And if there's a outlier, like if one is way higher, which we're seeing that with decks 4, 5, 6, and 7, they're usually way higher than they represent. That means that's a good choice for this weekend. The other part about this is I want to see how well Ember Steel does today. Because here's the thing is, yeah, those 8 players made it in, but what if they are the 8 best Amber Steel players?
Very true.
And then they do really well. And what if we get like 4 of those in the top 8? We'll have to see how that works out as well. So we're getting, we've got the beginning of the story, the middle of the story, and I'm waiting a little bit for the end.
Waiting for how the fairy tales is going to end. The other interesting story, I think, going into day 2 is that Emerald Steel deck, which only represented 6% of the field on day 1. But here we see it overtook Amber Steel, and we're seeing 14% here on day 2. So that's the other interesting thing to me.
I think that's a really great point, and I think one of the biggest things for that is the quality of player playing this deck is very high. I've seen a lot of really good players that gravitated towards this.
Yes, and in fact, we are going to take a look at one of those Emerald Steel decks here in round 1. We have Zack Bivans, who was the top seed going into day 2. He came away with I think it was 603 was his record on the day, and he is going to be facing off with the 64th place player here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to begin having our number 1 seed versus our number 64 seed. And before we get into that, just for one more second, I actually want to make a very special hi, welcome for everybody who's been watching the EU Birmingham broadcast. Welcome to the American Championship. We've got we're going to be doing day 2 here, so we're going to be getting into round 1. So if you stayed up all night with us, maybe grab a pot of coffee, get a snack, maybe take a small nap if you have to, but try to stick with us the entire day. We appreciate you.
So. Or do some jumping jacks to get that energy back, because we have some exciting games.
I might have to do a few of those myself here, but like you said, let's go back to this. We got Zack Bivans, who paced the field here this weekend. If you've heard that name, I believe, I don't have this in front of me, but Zack might have the most wins in challenges across all of the world.
Yeah, he's made day 2 multiple times.
I think almost everyone he's played in, if not everyone. I don't want to shortchange him. Maybe he missed once, but he has made day 2 so many times at these.
He has, and I'm really excited to see this Emerald Steel discard deck. Of course, all the decks are public today. Players had the information last night, so I'm sure all the players, including Zack, was prepping for their day today. They knew what that first round matchup was going to be and a potential second round matchup, and his Emerald Steel discard deck looks really, really fantastic. Yeah,
he's going to be playing against Francisco Havas, who's going to be playing Ruby Amethyst. So, this is one of those. Sorry, go. Yeah, so this is going to be one of those ones where you've played this matchup a bunch. You know what's going on. You've played against this matchup a ton. You're very well prepared. I'm sorry. It looks like it's Ruby Sapphire. I need to correct that. I apologize at home. And this is, like I said, this is one of the more popular decks here. You've played against this matchup a lot, so I expect Zack to have a good cohesive plan going into this and hopefully get it done for him as well. So Zack definitely been one of our better players making it in day 2. He's still looking for a conversion into a golden Mickey, so hopefully one of those is in the cards for him here this weekend.
Absolutely. And like we've said before with the event structure, it is single elimination, so you have to take the win in order to get to the next round. So are you ready to watch some games, Tannen?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, let's get into it. We have Zack Bivans here over on the left, player 1. Of course, we've said before, he was first place going into day 2, facing off with Frisco Foz in the 64th seed.
One of my favorite things about Zack is not only is he a great, talented player, he brings a different deck to practically every event that he plays in.
He does, yes.
And then not only that, he comes to game. When he shows up, he is very willing to play extra rounds to ensure that higher seeding, because he understands how important it is to be on the play here in a best of 3. He gets to choose for at least one of the matches if he gets the 2-0. But if it goes to that game 3, if his opponent pulls one out, then he gets to choose for game 3 as well. So, all right. Looks like they're getting unstarted.
Yep, and Zack, of course, being the higher seed, there is no dice roll here in the top 64. It's based on the higher seed, so Zack is on the play. We did that Diablo where he got to take a look at Frisco's hand, which is such great information for him. Oh, that Hidden Cove. I love the Hidden Cove. This is a really great location. It gives all of your characters +1, both strength and willpower while they are at that location. It's a 6 willpower. You don't gain lore from the location, but really strong and helps protect that Diablo from something like a brawl that might be coming from Frisco's side.
That's a really good point, Rebecca. I think the Hidden Cove is one of the more important cards in Zack Bivans' list in this matchup in particular. Ice Block, it can kind of negate that effect. And then in the future, like you were talking about, there's cards like Brawl and Big Sisu in this matchup that can do a lot of work in combination with each other or without. And Hidden Cove is one of those cards that can kind of mess that up. You know, you can get Diablo to 3 power or 3 strength. You can get some of your other characters a little bit higher, challenge a little bit better, which doesn't happen a ton in this matchup. But again, it helps you avoid some of those really problematic cards, and we've seen a lot of these decks, especially the ones that have been doing well in Ruby Sapphire, that have gone up to 4 copies of Big Sisu, and even playing some of the smaller ones as well. So that's the thing here too. This Cove would allow Diablo, the small Diablo, to stay away from the small Sisu, but we'll have to see. Ice Block Out can kind of mess that up a little bit too.
Yeah, looks like Zack does not have the Shift Diablo yet, but he has used a Let the Storm Rage On there on Tipo that Frisco played last turn.
My absolute favorite music in any Disney movie is Frozen. And I think a lot of people would agree those are some of the best there as well. Let the Storm Rage On. You take your targets when you can in this matchup. You're not going to be able to get a ton of value off of it later. A lot of the characters that Frisco is going to be playing have a ton of willpower, so you won't be able to trade Let the Storm Rage On for there. So Tipo is an okay one as well. You're not really worried about it questing too much. That's not the way this matchup plays out too much. But if Zack does have another play, getting to trade and Let the Storm Rage On and draw an extra card off the Tipo is fine here. The real thing that's going to happen in this matchup a lot is Francisco going to be able to get up to the really high ink totals that he wants to so far and so much in these matchups with cards left in his hand to convert that high ink into an advantage, because Zack's deck so often is going to be attacking Francisco's hand. That is another thing that he has to worry about here, and he has to kind of protect the big plays and make sure one of those happen.
Yes. And here we have a Pete. This is a new card that came out with Shimmering Skies, and I think Steel players everywhere were clapping and standing up and cheering for this card because it's really fantastic. A great body, 3/3, and it has a wonderful ability here that stops your opponent from playing actions through the start of your next turn.
You know what? Speak for yourself on Steel players clapping. Steel's my favorite color, and I love and hate this card. I like when I play it. I hate when my opponent plays it against it.
Yes.
I want to sing my songs.
That's fair.
I play a lot of Amber Steel. I like to sing songs a lot in that deck every single turn if I can. But this helps stop my Naveen. This helps stop my Aerial, and that's not what I want to be doing. So leave me alone. Let me play my stuff, Pete.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a really great card for Zack to have against this Ruby Sapphire deck later in the game. Playing it on turn 6 to stop that Be Prepared from coming down. Or, well, probably not even turn 6 because we have all this ramp going on Frisco's side.
Going into their 7 ink turn.
Going into when they're going to play, yep.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing with Pete is sometimes you just have to play them early because you don't have a character to play. You need to get something in play to start, advancing your board, right? Mm-hmm. You need a character up there to quest to start putting some pressure on Frisco. Otherwise, he gets to do whatever he wants. This is a little bit of a slower start from Zack, but it's still going to be fine. And we wonder, he hasn't been able to attack Frisco's hand just yet. So Frisco's kind of just sitting around doing whatever he wants, getting to draw extra cards off Hiram here. He's actually in a pretty good spot so far, even with Zack having one of his better cards in the Sad Beast, as everybody likes to refer to it.
Sad Beast, yes. Beast Tragic Hero. As I mentioned, Zack does have that Shift Diablo in his deck, which is a really great card draw, but Beast is another card in here for that card draw. It's a card that comes out, and at the beginning of the turn, if you do not have any damage on Beast, you get to draw another card. A Maui making his entrance.
Yeah, Maui, one of the better cards for Frisco in this matchup. It's either going to be able to have very good challenges into Zack Bevan's board, where it's going to challenge multiple times before it's officially taken out of the board, or it's going to take out one of the biggest plays that Zack can have. But I also like this as well. Go ahead and take out the Hidden Cove here, which this makes some of his removal a lot better, right? Like if there's a Cove or there's a Pete there, even with Ice Block, he can't brawl, he can't see through these things down. So this is a play that Frisco is looking forward to the future. He's going to use Maui to take care of this Hidden Cove and make some of his cards better down the line.
And I think that that's really key there, Tannen. A lot of players will look at the board and say, oh, that Pete's exerted. I should take out the Pete because then that stops you from having a character on board. But that could be considered short-sighted, and that in the long run, it's really taking care of that location is going to put you in a better position in the game.
Absolutely, and the threat of Maui going into Pete can sometimes be just as good as actually taking care of the card. We see Zack going ahead and questing anyway because he has to get out to a lower lead to win this matchup. He can't go toe-to-toe with Frisco late in the game, so he needs to get out to a lead early if he can. So he's going to do this anyway, but sometimes the Maui just being there will mean that sometimes you can't quest anyway because Maui is just going to go ahead and challenge your characters and you're not going to like what's going to happen after that.
Yeah, and Ruby Sapphire, we see it again and again. You know, the early game can be a little bit slow, but once they get that inkwell built up, those characters that are coming down are huge and can be really difficult to deal with. So if Zack can get ahead here in the early game, it's going to put him in a better position.
And you can see Francisco really looking to the future here. He just played a Fishbone Quill, activated it to get an extra card into his inkwell. Then he quested with Hiram to get the extra 2 cards, but instead of like getting rid of the 1-drop Ice Block, which is not as powerful as a card as Fishbone Quill, he got rid of the Fishbone Quill instead. We've already got a ton of ink here. We're going to get up to the high ink stuff pretty easily over the next few turns. But you see that Francisco knows that the Ice Block is going to be more valuable as this game goes on.
And then using Maui here to sing.
Whoa.
What?
Blow the whistle. We've had a Pete.
Yes, the Pete. Yep, that Pete. I think players still forget that Pete is there because, there's a lot of cards that have an ability that's just on your turn, but Pete's is through your next turn. So it really is blowing that whistle.
We haven't had too many cards like that in Lorcana so far where the effect stays through the other turn. We've had a few, but this one comes up so much more than all the other ones that I can expect this to be missed quite a bit.
And Maui, of course, only takes 2 damage there because Frisco used Ice Block on Pete, so it was only 2 strength, when he challenged with Maui.
Absolutely, and drawing 2 cards here a turn every turn for Zack. This is really nice that this Beast Tragic Hero has been staying around this long. This is one of his ways to keep up with Frisco late in the game, is the fact that he's going to be drawing so many extra cards because, as we know, Ruby Sapphire, no problem in getting a ton of ink and no problem in drawing a ton of extra cards.
Yeah, that is very true. And we have an Ursula here grabbing a song. So How Far I'll Go is the only song in hand that Frisco has. So that Ursula Deceiver is able to put that into the discard. And Zack also gets some extra information there, seeing what else is in Frisco's hand. He has a Sisu, and 2 Sisus, the little Sisu, and also that big shift Sisu, which is quite a threat.
Yeah, especially with this Ice Block that's in play. It's going to make sure that it takes out multiple characters here. Like, you see that it's going to be able to take, choose. I mean, some of these choices are better than others, but you're going to be able to shrink something with Ice Block and play the Sisu as soon as the next turn. So that getting the information is nice for Zack, but now you can see that he's going to play a little bit differently, possibly. Go ahead and take down this Hiram because he knows that some of these characters aren't long for this world.
He has a Smee in hand as well as we don't talk about Bruno and another Let the Storm Rage on.
It's actually nice for Zack here that he has a Smee. This is another character that, unless you Ice Block it, will not be banished to the Sisu. So just having something left over this turn, because more likely than not, he knows he's getting big Sisu to this turn. So Ice Block, yep, that's the better target. Let's go ahead and target the Beast. Let's play Sisu, and let's wreck this board of Zack.
Yep, so we do lose Ursula and that captain, which is a little unfortunate because, of course, Smee does not take any damage when you have a captain in play, but still a nice character on the board, so really smart on Zack to get that Smee down before Frisco took his turn there.
Yeah, it's smart for him. It's nice that he had something, but what's not nice is this board that's left over. Zack is in a really, really rough spot. You can see Let the Storm Rage on. Doesn't even be able to. It's not even able to finish. Oh, I apologize. He's going to be able to finish off exactly this Maui, but like I was talking about earlier, you have to do so much to make these a little bit better than they normally are in some matchups in this one, and that's rough. And then, you don't talk about Bruno, but there's a card or 2 left over in Frisco's hand, so you're not guaranteed to get it to hit the character that you want it to. So Zack's up against it here. He's in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, and he did draw a giant Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and he has a Captain Hook that's going into the Inkwell, but not a great hand here on Zack's side of the board.
Yeah, he's falling behind quite a bit here, and Frisco is going to be able to just exert his will over the next few turns, and I think I see a Tamatoa getting added to the hand, and that's very good at finishing the game as quickly as possible as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen players go from, it's like 0 to 100 in less than 60 seconds.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what this feels like sometimes with that Tamatoa comes out.
Yeah, you see Frisco's going to go ahead and lure up here with the Sisu as well. For some reason, it actually lures for 3 as well. This card is actually amazing. I'm really glad that people are starting to play 3 and 4 copies of it. I've always thought this card was very, very powerful. This Tamatoa is going to go ahead and grab a Popsicle as well, a card that's going to do many, many things for Frisco. This is going to make sure that he gets to draw an extra card every single turn with his Tamatoa and how it quests, that he could sacrifice it, remove some of the damage even from Maui, so he can get a little extra value here. Though the Tinkerbell is going to take away that play, but that Popsicle is going to help out on some of these other characters as well. And the card's going to keep flowing for Frisco here for the rest of this game as well.
Yeah. Now with that Tamatoa on board and that Sisu, Zach did just play Tinkerbell. But what other options here? What is Zach looking for in this situation?
I don't know if a single card can get him out of this. That's the problem here, Rebecca. You kind of see it on Zach's body language. He's kind of going through emotions. He doesn't want to, concede a game that's possible for him to win, but it's not looking great. I'm thinking about, does another Tinkerbell get you into this? I mean, if Frisco goes down to a small amount of cards in his hand, you could we don't talk about Bruno the Tamatoa, and then hopefully get it out of his hand, and then maybe Frisco Bricks just draws all of the ramp left as Zach draws Tipo, draws Fishbone Quill, and you could maybe win a game from there. But as soon as Frisco draws any card that costs 7 or more for the rest of the game, I think it might be out of reach for Zach from this point.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is that Zach's deck is just really not doing what it was built to do. It is a discard deck. This Tinkerbell is the top end of his characters, but we haven't seen any Prince Johns, any Friar Tucks. He has Lucifer in there, and we just haven't seen the discard part of this deck at play here, and we can see how that's turning out for him.
Absolutely, and that's actually going to create a problem here as the game goes on, and why you see Ruby Sapphire do so well in the late game and some of these other decks not keep up as well. Zach has cards that work well together, right? He has a synergy deck. So if he draws one half of it and not the other half, the cards aren't as powerful as they can be. But when you look at Frisco's deck, all of his cards are just powerful.
Yes.
All of these cards like Tamatoa, Sisu, Hiram, they do very, very powerful things. So his top decks on average are going to be much, much better than Zach's.
Look at that. He has 2, we don't talk about Bruno, and a Sudden Chill in hand. No characters.
All right, so he's able to sing one of these after playing it. So all right, so here we go.
We're gonna play one, maybe sing the other one.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen here is he's gonna see. I think Frisco's either down to 2 or 3 cards. So we're gonna randomly select one here. If he hits the Tamatoa, he's at least in this game. Okay. Oh, so never mind. It's up to 5. I apologize. I thought it was only a few cards.
A Chicha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this is something I think Frisco could be having in the back of his mind, is he knows one of the ways that he loses from here is something like we don't talk about Bruno happens, and he loses key characters. So if I were Frisco, and I think he's doing this situation, you don't just play out everything from your hand just because you can. You might want to keep a card or 2 there, and that not only that does it protect from that, it also could protect from some discard in the future as well of getting a key card out of your hand.
Yeah, so we saw Zack challenge there with Tinkerbell into the Sisu, and then that extra splash damage does 2 damage onto Flaversham. Yeah, Zack is in a tough position here.
So what Zach's doing here is he's clearing up the board as much as he possibly can. Now Frisco's going to have to commit most of his ink to replaying this Tamatoa. Look, it's going to get the popsicle back. He's going to get to do this again. But Zach's trying to set up a spot where the second we don't talk about Bruno has a higher chance of getting this done. The problem is Frisco drew 3 extra cards this turn. Yeah. 1 from the popsicle, 2 from the Hiram. Now he's going to put a card in the ink, play another card from hand, but he's still got, I think, at least 3 cards, now 4 left over his hand. So when that happens, we don't talk about Bruno, you're still looking at what, 20, 25% to possibly get the card. And then not only that, if this Tamatoa ever gets to Quest, I think the game just ends on the spot.
Yeah. What's interesting was Zach's choice of sending. He did have the choice between the Tamatoa or the Sisu, and he challenged with the Tinkerbell to banish the Sisu. What do you think about? Would he have been in a better position if he had chosen opposite there? I
don't really think so. I think the thing is that Tamatoa, I mean, they both cost a ton. You don't want Tamatoa to Quest is the thing. So if you're going to be leaving one around, you want to make him have to take more time to doing these things. I think it's at that point it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah. And I think Zach saw the writing on the wall there and said, "I could see it. That game 1 is yours, Frisco." So yeah, we just really didn't see Zach's deck doing what it was made to do, and Frisco was able to really ramp up, get those big characters out, and take the first win.
Yeah, that game definitely felt one-sided.
It
right?
really did.
Yeah, and I mean, from the start to the finish, the game felt really, really one-sided. So hopefully for Zach, he gets a little bit better of a draw here in game 2, and then into game 3. This is a best of 3, so he's going to have a chance, but he has to win 2 now against Ruby Sapphire. And Frisco played really well. You got to give him a lot of props there. He protected his hand well, played around. We don't talk about Bruno as much as he possibly could in a couple spots. And, I mean, his draw was great. There's not a lot to say about that. So we'll have to see how it works out when he's getting his hand assaulted a little bit more, like you were saying earlier in the game.
Yeah, and I think that the key thing, too, for Zach is going to be the early game, because that Ruby Sapphire deck is really all about ramping up early, getting to those big characters. And if Zach can get ahead early, then he'll be in a much better position.
Absolutely. You hit it right on the head.
Well, let's go into game 2 and see what we can see. All right, so it looks like players are still altering their hands. Zack is got a couple. We don't talk about Bruno's there. I see a Pete.
I think that was a Captain Hook that he put face down, meaning I think he might be keeping that one. I don't know exactly what his mannerisms are when he does name, but I have to believe you don't want to be keeping 3.
Right,
We don't talk about Bruno's here.
Right. There was a Friar Tuck and I think a Beast as well over there.
Yeah, which we saw do a lot of work for Zack in game 1, but not be enough. And yeah, I was about to say, I think this is going to be a 6.
Oh,
a
yeah,
6 back
he's
on
keeping
1.
that one. He's keeping that one.
And look, the altar process early game here, I think it's extremely powerful. I think it's one of the most skill-intensive parts of Lorcana, and it's one of the things that makes the game great, right? Like, you can get rid of these cards you don't need, especially when you know the matchup. And it's a very skill-intensive thing. When you see someone get rid of 6 or 7 cards, I worry.
Right.
Because the one card is going to be important or whatever, but that means that your hand was close to unplayable or untenable.
Yeah.
And you don't know what the next hand is going to look like, so it could be similar in a lot of ways. So I am really worried for Zack here.
Yeah.
Going into this game.
And Frisco only altered 3 cards, so he took 3 new cards, which means he had some things that he knew he wanted to hold on to. So
yeah, it's a little different for him. So the pressure's a little different. Like you were saying, Zack needs to get on the board early, so he has to keep early cards and ink. Frisco just needs to keep ink and ramp.
Yep.
He will eventually top deck a Sisu. He eventually draw a Be Prepared at some point in time. It's going to be impactful. He doesn't have to worry about having those cards in his opening hand.
Yeah, especially with cards like Vision of the Future that are
Of
in
course,
this deck.
yeah.
Digging through, filtering through that deck to look for the answers. We've got a couple hidden coves, a Prince John over here on Zack's side of the board.
So, I was worried for Zack. I am a lot less worried now
Yeah.
after seeing this hand. He's got a lot of options, at least for his first few turns.
He has that Ursula Deceiver and the Captain Hook here on turn 1. I think I also saw a Diablo. So some nice things here for opening.
Yeah, and so Diablo is an interesting one. You can play that one early. You could kind of hold it late if it works into your curve, because you can still shift onto it whenever you want. But when you're trying to get information with that card, sometimes you want to wait as long as possible. And so it lets you know later in the game, hey, like on the next turn I need to play around a Maui, or I need to play around a Be Prepared or something like that. So he could use that as a copy of almost like a Pete later in the game to see what's going to be happening from Frisco. So you don't always have to put it on turn 1.
Yeah, unfortunately no song there for Ursula to take out of Frisco's hand, but I think that's okay. He got some good information there. There are a couple Mauis that Flaversham. We did see the Chicha in Frisco's hand, which I'm sure we'll see played here.
Yeah, and so like there's an interesting thing that could have happened there. We could have played Diablo on 2, maybe played Prince John on 3, and saved Ursula to turn 4 to get a trigger off of her and draw a card. That is interesting because it takes a lot of time, and we've already seen how far I'll go out of Frisco, and maybe getting that early in the game if he doesn't have to Be Prepared. Because the thing is, Frisco's pretty incentivized to get rid of those cards early from his opening hand. He doesn't want to have Be Prepared in his hand because he's probably not going to have it by the time he gets to be able to play it later in the game.
Sure.
Also, it plays around Ursula, but How Far I Go is a card that can do a lot of work early in the game to fixing hands for Frisco, and we've seen this Chicha. That card works really well with that as well. So I like playing the Ursula on 2 there. So this is a long-winded way of saying that.
Yes, yeah, I think I agree with you there, Tannen. And this Chicha is an interesting card, a new one here in Shimmering Skies. Frisco also plays 4 copies of Tipo along with the 4 copies of Chicha that he has. And I know that Sapphire's players are a little split on whether to include Chicha or not. Can you talk a little bit about why Frisco may have chosen to include her?
The card's really powerful, right? Yeah. It's also another play early that you can make. So against the aggro decks, you could have this to kind of challenge something down early. It challenges down a Cinderella, challenges down a Piglet, some cards that can give you a lot of problems early. And then in the games like this, where like you're kind of playing mid-range battles, or in the mirror, getting to draw extra cards every time you put extra ink into your inkwell is so powerful, because that is your #1 game plan. And it's also another card that takes some pressure off of Hiram, because it makes the brawls worse in your opponent's deck. Now you have multiple characters that you want to brawl. And getting the characters sitting around late has been really nice, too, because we've seen people moving away from the songs into the characters for this ramp.
Yes.
It's better against Daisy Duck. It's better against Ursula. We've seen these little deck choice changes come into play that have actually had resounding effects and be very impactful.
Yeah. And Chicha's great. She's actually the first pregnant character featured in a Disney movie. Did you know that?
I did not.
So she's from Emperor's New Groove, for any in the audience who didn't know. And yeah, so there you go.
Today I learned.
Today I learned.
It's a card that I remember when I saw it get previewed, I was like, all right, this card seems powerful. It seems pretty good. We'll see if it makes it in, because that's the hardest part. Is Ruby Sapphire. This is a card that looks like you want for Ruby Sapphire, right? The problem is the deck is so good and so made that it's so tight. It's so hard to fit new cards in, but players have definitely made some exceptions to get this into their deck.
Yeah. So Zack has pulled another Ursula Deceiver, which is interesting. It hasn't been very many turns since he played the last one, and I'm curious. I wonder if he's thinking about playing it if maybe Frisco has another song in hand to try to trigger that Prince John.
I think the play line he's thinking is, do I want to try to do this to draw an extra card if there's a song, or do I want to ink it to make sure that I get enough to be able to play the Beast or this play, which I kind of like. The fact that we've got the Cove in play, everything is at the Cove, and you can see Zack really showing that he cares about this a lot. Playing around Brawl, playing around Big Sisu, making sure, and we see a Brawl in Frisco's hand here. This is pretty good for Zack. This is going to be able to help protect some of his characters and make them better at getting challenged into later in the game as well.
Yeah, that Hidden Cove is such a great location. And I think it's one of the few locations that we actually see a lot of play. You know, you have in Amethyst, there's a couple locations, the library, which is new, and of course the Queen's Castle. But Hidden Cove is one of the locations that has seen a lot of competitive play, and we see how strong it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of like not running out the Beast here because of the fact that there's an ice block in play. You don't want Beast to get Brawl. That's a interaction in a trade that Frisco would be very happy about, and Zack would not be happy about. So I think in here, we're going to get the Brawl out of the hand anyway. I'm sorry. Never mind. It looked like I thought he was going to go for the Brawl here, but that's a higher. I'm going to go ahead and trade it in. So getting the Cove into play first so he can get Beast, put it in the Cove next turn is a good play line to Zack to look forward to.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe putting that Flowerstem out is just really getting that draw engine going here for, you know, Ruby Sapphire, we've talked before. Being able to draw cards and filter through, find the answers that you need is really key for this deck. Yeah,
and the Ice Block, not as impactful on a board that has Hidden Cove, still can do some stuff, still, you know, helps out. Ice Block, a card that looks really innocuous, but has done a lot of work since it's come out. Diablo going to get played and moved over to the Hidden Cove as well.
Love that. So
the Cove is getting crowded.
The Cove is getting crowded. I hope there's enough room in there for everyone. This bird flying in here, bringing Zack some great card draw. And
all right,
yeah.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
So you're at a Cove, and your roommate is Diablo, Captain Hook, Ursula, and Prince John. Who's the first roommate you're voting off the island?
Who are we voting off the island?
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah. I don't know. Prince John, he seems like he's a little too over or egotistical for me.
That was my first guess, but
yeah.
I don't know. Ursula seems like the one that like sings in the shower really loudly and is like just kind of a hard person to be around. She's probably, you know, just singing all the time, and I might just get very tired of that really quick.
Oh, it's what she lives for.
Yeah. Diablo just sits in the corner in his little stoop, and it doesn't bother anybody.
Yeah. And Diablo, of course, for anyone who doesn't know, every time your opponent draws a card, when Diablo is exerted, you also get to draw a card on their turn.
Yeah, I see Frisco going ahead cashing in that Fishbone Cool. Going to go ahead and cash in these cards now. Because if Diablo is exerted into his turn, next turn is still in play, he's not going to want to do that. But I don't know how many of these characters can be left over. Let's see if Frisco wants to go for Be Prepared this turn. He's starting to get a little bit behind on the lore, but it's not untenable at this point. It's 7-1. It's not the end of the world. We're going to draw some extra cards here off this Maui going in, and you just get so much information here. All right.
Here's another popsicle. Draw another card. So he's at 8, I believe.
And be prepared, because we're being prepared. There we go. All right.
There we go. That's unfortunate.
and so this is awesome. This looks like it's kind of fair, right? You played Be Prepared and lost 3 characters, and your opponent lost 4 characters. It's 4 for 4. That's not actually what really happened. There's the Hiram in there and the Chichas, and they drew so many extra cards that Frisco is completely okay with making this trade because I believe he has more than 7 cards in his hand left over here. He's going to repair much better than Zack is. And look, while Zack has the lore lead of 7-3 here, I actually think Frisco is massively in the driver's seat here. And I actually think we might be seeing the 64th seed upset the number 1 seed here in a 2-0.
We will see. I don't think Zack's out of it yet. Hopefully he can. I mean, he did lose that Diablo, which was going to be key here for card draw, like you said. I think he only has 1 card in hand. And with Frisco sitting there with a full hand, really tough.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for him because Frisco gets to do kind of whatever he wants here. He's going to line up his hand really, really well. He's going to start to put threats in play. You know, you get another Hiram here. It's going to draw a couple more cards. And the problem is he's going to have the answers now with this many cards. It's going to be odd for him not to have any answers for any problems that happen in the future.
We have a Grammatala coming down, which can help filter through more cards.
Yeah, this deck is just so consistent, Rebecca. It's when it gets to this point, it feels like an unwinnable spot just because they're seeing so many more cards than you, and you're drawing 1 per turn, and it's a random card off the top of your deck. Well, Frisco is, yeah, he might draw a random card off his deck, but then he's going to draw 2, then he's going to filter a little bit, then he's going to Visions of the Future and just find the exact thing that he needs. So if you're not out ahead, oh, here's the thing, Friar Tuck, I believe Frisco has more cards in his hand.
Yes, I believe he does. So Friar Tuck, when you play this character, the player with the most cards in their hand chooses and discards a card. So there's a little discard for Frisco out of his multiple cards that he has. Which one will he discard?
If I was sitting in Zack's seat, I would have had a little fun with this. I'd be like, card count? You know, who has the most?
Who has the most?
Yeah.
Friar Tuck is one of those cards that is part of that discard package, which we still haven't quite seen kicking off here on Zack's side of the board.
And we see the Grandma Talia go ahead and challenge into the speed as a trade here. And Rebecca, I really like this play for a lot of reasons. I think it's just the safest play you could possibly make in this spot. Frisco's just going to go through the motions here. He gets the Tamatoa, gets the Popsicle back, starts to do the Popsicle thing of drawing extra cards. Hiram's going to make him draw extra cards. Frisco might draw his entire deck this game. He's so far ahead that you're going to see him play as close and as safe as possible to make sure that this game never gets out of hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's not getting out of hand right now for Frisco because he has a full hand. So he's probably feeling very comfortable right now.
Tinkerbell at the top from Zack. That's at least a really good play for him. That's something that can start to really make inroads on Frisco's board. Really, really good at challenging and taking care of multiple characters. The problem is Frisco's not playing that game anymore. And let's see if he's even got an answer to this Tinkerbell. I believe there was a dragon in his hand. It's hard to keep up with all the cards. There's so many.
There's so many.
I think it's a Be Prepared, but I can't tell. That doesn't look like there's a dragon in the hand. Maybe it went to the bottom last turn while he was looking at Grandma Talia.
He is running 4 of those Maleficent Dragon. I've seen at least one go into the Inkwell. But yeah, I don't see. It looks like maybe it is. No, it was that Sisu. No, it is a Be Prepared. There it is. Yeah, there's so many cards over there.
It's so hard to keep up with everything, Frisco. He's got an embarrassment of riches over here.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Prince John would be jealous.
And I know, right? And he's going to be drawing extra cards here, too. So there's a chance that there's still going to be a dragon coming off the top here. So it looks like we're going to have a
challenge into the Hidden Cove there.
Another nice, safe play from Frisco. I like it.
And brawling out vibes, that Friar Tuck. So getting rid of that extra strength.
Oh.
So, and another Tamatoa. Why not have 2 little shiny crabs down there?
Oh, this is getting insurmountable for Zack here. You've got a feel for him, too.
Gosh.
The #1 seed coming into here, and he's going to get bounced this fast from the tournament. Oh, really, really got a feel for him.
Sudden chill, make you discard a card, and then what is he going to do here? Challenge, quest.
And,
Yep.
Yeah.
He's at 13 lore.
Yeah, he sees the writing on the wall, and the only way that he could possibly win is maybe lore up and something weird happens. But this highlights exactly what you were talking about, Rebecca. That's a sudden chill off the top. We needed this way earlier in the game, maybe singing off one of the characters that you've curved out on.
Yeah.
It does not have an effect really on Frisco this late in the game.
No.
All right, so challenge down the Tinkerbell, so there's no characters on the other side. No more boats to be mad at.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And I don't know if Zack even has any cards in hand right now.
Yeah, Rebecca, I hate calling it. I hate calling it early, but I think everything's over with here other than just going through the motions. We're seeing so many items getting played by Frisco here.
And I think and he brought out another Tamatoa, if you just saw that. So we have 3 of those crabs on board. My goodness. And they will each quest for 4 right now because of those 3 items in play. And yeah, he doesn't even need to use Flaversham's ability maybe because he wants to keep those items on the board.
Yeah, but that looks like that's going to be it.
That's going to be it.
We do have an upset here.
Wow.
The 64th seed taking down the #1. You've got to feel a little bit for Zack Bivans, but you've also got to be pretty happy for Frisco Foz.
He played that so well. I mean, that Ruby Sapphire deck, he was finding the cards he need, and he played it the way it was meant to be played. So great job, Frisco. Congratulations.
Yeah, he played really well. I think you hit it right on the head, the nail right on the head there when you were talking about it in game 1. Zack's deck kind of just didn't really... It didn't do him any favors in this matchup, I think is the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, he never quite got the card draw he needed. You know, you have the Diablo, you have the Beast, and he couldn't get them to stay on the board for long, so he couldn't find the cards that he needed to really get that discard engine going. If he had, who knows? Obviously, he did very well yesterday, but today it just wasn't working in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to feel really good if you're Frisco sitting in that seat. You know, you come in, you're playing against one of the best players in the world, you're on the draw, a matchup that can be pretty rough, and kind of easily win it 2-0. So I'd be on cloud 9 after this first round.
I'm sure he is. And Frisco, I know, is talking with Liam. So let's go ahead and take a look at that interview.
Hey, everybody. I'm here with Frisco, who just won his first game in the round of 64, taking down the first seed, Zack Bivans, as the 64th seed. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. I'm pretty happy about it. Can't be mad, all right? No complaints.
Absolutely. So you came in here with Ruby Sapphire, a deck that's been very popular and it's performed very well here. Why this choice coming into this tournament?
For Swiss, I think you have to have a pretty polarizing deck that can try to get a lot of 2-0s. So that's the main way of trying to get a top cut. And this is one deck that I think can either go 0-2 or go 2-0 throughout the day. So that's the main reason why.
That's awesome. And so one thing that you're doing differently than some other Ruby Sapphire decks we've seen is play Chicha.
Yes.
And we saw it to great effect in game 2 with you having 2 of them on board, with the Fishbone Quill drawing you 2 cards every turn with that. Why the choice to run Chicha in this meta?
So primarily against like the mirror match and red purple. So the times that you play those cards, they have to either answer Chicha or they have to hold their answer for Hiram. So when you play the Chicha, it actually plays a lot of pressure on them to either answer that card or they have to save their brawl or whatever for Hiram. So then unless you kind of continue that ramp style while actually not losing the too many cards from your hand.
That's great. So one of the things we know that Emerald Steel is often trying to do is put pressure on your hand and trying to discard you down, and especially when you have cards like Fishbone Quill, which you're using cards from your hand for ink, that's an important strategy for them. But we saw Zack whiff on an Ursula in the early game in round 2. How are you mulliganing in this match, or altering your hand in this match in this particular matchup?
Yeah, so for like when I try to alter, the primary focus is going to be either like Hiram, Tipo, Chicha, or Quill. You need some kind of combination of that. Then obviously Popsicle and you know other various cards. Deck's actually pretty low on songs. There's only 4 songs, so he's going to primarily whiff on that majority of the time, anyways.
That's awesome. And so besides Lorcana, we know this is your 4th challenge, your first top cut, but you're also a big Disney fan. You were telling me Lion King and Aladdin are your favorite films. Why those 2?
Oh my God, I watched them all the time as a kid. You know, I popped them in the VHS, just watching, you know, TV with my brothers, my cousins. It was always a good time.
Oh, that's wonderful. So once again, 64th seed, taking down the first seed in the round of 64. Congratulations, Frisco. Can't wait to see where you go from here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Lumineers. I just have to say again that Ruby Sapphire deck, so powerful, and I think we saw here a reason why it is the #1 represented deck here this weekend.
You know, I was listening to Frisco's interview, and I think he dated himself a little bit there. I do as well when I talk about this. He talked about watching Disney as a kid on VHS.
Yes.
For some of you at home that don't know, is that those are called tapes.
Tapes.
It was a form of media that we used to watch Disney when we were kids.
Yes.
Do you remember the Disney tapes when you were a kid? They were like the bubbly, the cases that they came in. They were like real bubbly and like shiny and stuff.
Yes.
I absolutely like love those, and I miss them, and I want one for a deck box.
There's some people walking around here that have converted them into deck box.
I want to do that.
Really fun. A fun way to repurpose those very old VHSs.
Stop talking about us like that.
All right. Well, let's get into our next game. We have some exciting decks here, some off-meta decks. We have an Amber and Emerald aggro deck facing off with good old Ruby Amethyst. So let's dive in.
Yep, I had the pleasure of calling one of Clara's matches in day 1, and boy, was it impressive.
Well, I'm excited to see it. I was looking at her deck list, and it looks really fun. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Ruby Amethyst, of course, being very consistent. That's why we continue to see it as one of the top decks. So it'll be interesting to see how it faces off with a more aggro deck here. I know that can sometimes be a little bit of a challenge for Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, their answers are going to have to line up well, and then their challenges are going to have to line up well, especially if they're on the back foot, which Clara is on the play where she wants to be. Being 28 seed is going to be pretty good for her. She's going to be able to play a decent bit today, especially with some of the lower seeds winning. One of the cooler things about her deck list, too, all characters.
All characters, yes.
Every single one of them. And I just want to point out, because I've never seen it actually happen in a challenge, she has Chernabog.
Yeah, Chernabog is a really fantastic character. And have you ever seen Chernabog in play? Has it ever been in play against you? Have you ever played against a Chernabog?
No, I haven't. Neither on a challenge or a local. I really want to have. We're back to the booth for just 1 second. We're fixing a technical difficulty to be right back in the game. I haven't actually seen it in play, and I'm rooting so hard that we get to see one here, because this is the deck to do it.
It really is. Clara has, I counted, there are 19 one-drop characters in her deck. So
wow.
Yeah, and every time one of those characters goes into the discard pile, that's one less ink that you have to pay for that Chernabog. So
that's a lot.
It's very possible. She has 2 copies of Chernabog in her deck, so it's quite possible that we might see him make an appearance.
I think that's the most one-drops I've ever heard in a deck before that I've ever heard of, so
19.
that's actually really cool.
Yes.
This deck, we saw her play this yesterday, and if you watched the match or if you didn't get to see it at home, it not only was it impressive, it was decisive. She won her game very handily in these, and not only is she a great player, her deck is really cool. I haven't gotten to see Brent Mukai play, so I think the onus is going to be on him in this matchup to weather the storm, especially with Daisy Duck being the turn 1 play here as we're back into this match. Really, really impactful in this matchup. The fact that this one's hard to take care of.
Yeah, and having Daisy Duck there as your opening play is definitely what Clara wants to see here. Such a difficult card to deal with. That's 1 for willpower. She quests for 2, and any answers that Brent might have at this early in the game. Oh, another Daisy. My goodness.
You can see Brent kind of laughing here because this is the dreaded start for your opponent, is the triple 1-drop.
Yeah.
It's so scary. And we've seen some people with, Steel Song, Amber Steel, playing Daisy Duck. That, in my opinion, is not a Daisy Duck deck.
It's not.
This is a Daisy Duck deck.
This is the Daisy Duck deck. Fun fact about Daisy, when she was first introduced back in 1937, she didn't have a name, or she had a different name, but she wasn't given her name Daisy until 1940.
Yeah, I actually remember that happening. I was there. It was an interesting time. It was nicer to actually see her get a name finally and get Daisy Duck. I'm a big fan of alliteration, so it was nice that actually happened.
Gosh, you're talking about VHSs, but you're a little older than I thought, Tannen.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just making sure everybody at home knows that I am a very old man.
Yes, doing a little bit of damage here on that Daisy Duck. I'm sure we're going to see Churnabox Fullers is another common card, but that Broom discarded to draw a card.
Yep, and Madam Mim on turn 2, the Snake version. This is a pretty impactful one for Brent. It's nice that he can get this one into play as quickly as possible because this is a large character for a 2-drop. You're thinking of Smee, you're thinking of Madam Mim as the biggest 2-drops that we have in the game, and that this one is really impactful. It won't be able to take down a Donald Duck. A Daisy Duck. Look, like you said, her name hadn't come in yet. I wasn't used to it. It won't be able to take it down by itself, but it can start making inroads on some of these characters as quickly as possible.
Sure, and he did do that 1 damage on the other the Daisy with the magic broom, and so if she exerts that Daisy to quest again, she knows that Madam Mim is going to run in and take that Daisy out.
Yeah, nice really heads-up play from Brent here. Go ahead and getting that 1 damage in with the broom and then picking it up. Getting some value off the card before you pick it up. So one of your Madam Mims is the name of the game with this deck. And Brent is up against it already, even with having this good of a start.
Yep.
You've got 2 Daisy Ducks, you've got a Queen in here, you're worried about maybe the shift line. We see a Piglet in Clara's hand as well. All these cards quest for so much that Brent can be so far behind in lore very quickly.
Yeah, she does have a Cloud Kicker in hand, which would be a fun play to bounce that Madam Mim snake back into his hand so that way she could safely quest with those daisies this turn. And she has a Pegasus, which is maybe going into the Inkwell. That's a 5-drop character, so she can't play it anytime soon.
Yeah, it would be a pretty great play. It can't target the snake, right? Because it has 3.
Oh, is it? Yeah,
yeah. I was thinking the same thing as you. I was like, oh, this is a great play, but I think this is one of the reasons why the card has this limitation.
Yep.
You don't want people to get absolutely blown out from these kind of plays, because I think she would have absolutely slammed this play, but instead we're going to see
Piglets.
Yeah. One of my favorite captains.
I have seen at a few of the Disney Lorcana challenges some folks cosplaying as the Piglet, Pirate Piglet, and it's adorable.
I like to go up to them or Hook and just say, oh, Captain, my Captain, a lot and stuff. So another old reference in dating myself there.
Yes. Yeah, well, that shows you again why Madam Mim is powerful on that as a turn 2 play with that 3 strength. Really, really strong.
I'm going to go out and say that if Brent didn't have Snake on turn 2 here, the game might actually be out of reach for him.
Yeah. Now, Piglet is going to be questing for 3 next turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she has 8 lore on board right now. That will put her up at 11 just 3 or 4 turns into the game. There's a brawl. Knew that would be coming.
This is one of the cards I was referencing earlier when I was talking about the answers are going to have to line up well for Brent. He's going to have to draw the right cards. Brawl is one that is very, very impactful here. And also, you're seeing why Clara didn't quest with the Daisy Ducks. Thank you. The Daisy Ducks correctly last turn. I liked this because she didn't want to expose the other one, because this way, when she quested with the Queen, the Snake is incentivized to challenge into this, and then allows your 1/4 to get value against the Snake, and then maximum value for the thing you were so excited about with this Rapunzel.
Sorry, that made me go, ooh, because that was super great move from Clara.
Oh, absolutely.
She challenged into Madam Mim and put that 3 damage onto Daisy, and then immediately dropped a beautiful promo Rapunzel here to heal Daisy Duck and get that card draw. That was a very nice move.
I want to point out that both of these players have played well. Like, Brent has played very well from his spot. I have been unbelievably impressed of how tight Clara plays her matches, and just the little things like questing correctly, not questing with either one of her 1/4s, only questing with a 2/2, so you're incentivized to challenge your 3/3 into this. Now my 1/4 can challenge correctly, and then I get full value off my Rapunzel. Just unbelievable masterclass play from Clara.
Really, really smart moves. There's a fox coming down.
One of the most important things for Brent here was still having that magic broom in hand here into turn 4, which allowed him to play a character and then be able to pick it up to Madame M. Fox. And this is one of the most impactful characters he can have in this matchup, because it's generally going to be able to challenge multiple times. Having Rush, unbelievably big here as well.
Yeah. Gosh, that Rapunzel is just so pretty. I don't know if you know this, but when Tangled was in development, it actually had a different name. It was going to be called Rapunzel Unbraided.
Rapunzel Unbraided. I actually kind of like that.
And then they changed it to Tangled a little later.
Yeah, the one word is just too clean. It's just too simple. Yeah,
it's great.
I love that card too. That card is powerful.
It's gorgeous.
Chernobog showing up on our screen. Maybe Clara drew one this turn.
Yeah,
maybe foreshadowing on what we might see this game with all these characters.
I mean, this deck is interesting because if she's able to get that Chernobog in hand, like I said, each one of those characters that ends up in her discard pile is one less ink that she'll have to pay to put that Chernobog to put the Chernobog into play. And let's see here.
I think it is that Chernobog right in the middle.
Yeah, I think it is. She also has the Queen in there, and a Lilo, another Daisy, I believe, and then that Chernobog is there. Well, that's...
I'm excited.
I was going to say, I'm pretty excited. I hope that we get to see that come down. Brent will not be excited to see Chernobog
Absolutely
come
not.
down. Oh, man.
The card is hard to answer.
It really hard to answer. A 9/9 quest for 3. It's an incredible card, stunning art, and yeah, it's going to be. I mean, if any deck has the answers for it, though, I mean, Brent does have some good answers there with having the Be Prepared to get rid of it. I'm not sure, is he playing the Maleficent Dragon? Usually, you don't see it in this deck. He's not. So
yeah, sometimes you might see like one. Yeah, but no.
He doesn't have any. So.
No, he's going for the sweepers. He's got Sisus and Be Prepared.
We do see that Queen come down on Clara's side.
Yeah, another card that could be pretty impactful in this matchup, since Clara is kind of dictating the terms of engagement in this match, and it has to do a lot with challenging. The Queen can be a card that is very problematic in some spots. The fact that it's going to shrink your opponent's strength and then buff up some of yours. So now some of your 1/4s, like Rapunzel, the Daisy Ducks, can really rumble in the challenges in ways that they could not have in the past.
Yeah. So Brent putting that magic broom in.
Yeah, another really great card for Brent here. He's going to have to really rely on these rush characters. Maui and Madame M. Fox are two of his better answers to the really early game aggression from Clara, because they're going to be able to do this, right? Like, they're going to be able to get on the board, take something out in a challenge, and then still probably be sitting around to challenge something in the future. But now what you're going to see is Clara use this ability that I talked about. So what we're going to do is we're going to shrink Maui, make Daisy Duck big, and look how much value Clara has gotten off of her Daisy Ducks here in this match. And it's not just questing for 2 every turn, really showing an understanding of the game and what's important with, trying to actually keep the board the best possible for her and her aggro deck.
Yeah, and aggro decks, I mean, this is not, I think, what most people think of with a typical aggro deck where you're just putting characters out and turning them sideways to quest. She's really thought through this build. She has some interesting additions here and is able to stay on top of her opponent here and is playing it very well. But I think her deck build just shows some really great thinking on her part, that she's prepared for facing off with these decks that she knows are out there.
I like how you talk about how she's prepared, because you're seeing a Be Prepared at the front of Brent's hand at the exact same time, and he's getting up there. He had 5 ink last turn, going to be getting up to 6 here. So that card is looming ominous here, but Clara already at 9 ink. Going into the turn 7 turn, I think you might see her be a little more loose, depending on how the turn is with questing with some of her cards, because she's going to want to get value as much as she can before the Be Prepared turn. The way Brent plays this turn will actually inform her quite a bit if the card Be Prepared is there or not.
Yeah, and I think also because Clara has that Chernobog in hand, she does not care probably if that Be Prepared gets played, because she knows that then she can immediately turn around and put that Chernobog into play.
That is a really, really good point, Rebecca. The fact that Chernobog being here, it's kind of like her castle play. We talk a lot about like you want to play castles after Be Prepared, you force them to, and this is her big play afterwards.
Yep. Flynn Rider coming down. That's smart. You know, Clara has a lot of small characters, so he might get some value here off of that Flynn Rider, actually.
Absolutely. Madam and Fox go ahead trading into the Queen as well, a character you cannot leave sitting around. This is the best Queen deck I've ever seen. Clara does a very good job of utilizing that character as much as possible.
Yep. We're going to quest here, it looks like.
It looks like the first one. Let's go ahead and resolve that separately. Going to go up to 11. Let's see if the top card is a character. It is not. I mean, it is. I apologize. It is. Yeah.
I love this ability because what's interesting, especially early in the game, the character or the cards that can deal with a card like Daisy Duck are going to be the actions and songs, and so those go on the bottom of your deck, and you're just putting characters into hand. But here later in the game, it's not bad. She's questing with the other Daisy, and he drew, it looks like a Madam M snake off of that one. Wow, okay. And we're sitting here 15-0 here.
That is quite the lead. And I'm wondering how much Clara is willing to deploy here. You know, Be Prepared's got to be on her mind, but there are two characters in play on Brent's side, so there's a little bit of pressure on her to play probably at least one more character from her hand.
Yeah, that's a great question. She decided not to. He is sitting at 6 ink. She was able to quest out here with all the characters on board currently, and she only has 3 cards in hand and nothing in that is able to give her any more card draw, so she might just have wanted to hold on to those. She can answer with the Chernobog, and then she still has some other options.
Yeah, because on board, Brent can remove multiple characters from her, right? Like you could Flynn Rider, challenge into the Daisy. You could take the Merlin into the Lilo, and then only the Daisy Duck is left over. So then Clara wouldn't have a threatening. Well, it's still threatening, but she wouldn't be able to threaten game the next turn as well. So it's a tight rope that Clara has to walk here, and not exposing herself too much to Be Prepared, while also still putting enough pressure on Brent that he has to make a bunch of plays here. There's another Madam Fox in Brent's hand here as well. That is a huge play this turn.
Huge. That would take care of the other Daisy. So he could take care of her entire side of the board without using that Be Prepared.
Yeah, very easy play line here. I mean, Brent's got a lot to consider, but a very easy one here would be to trade the 2/2 into the 1/4 Daisy Duck that has 3 damage on it. You get to keep your Flynn Rider. Then you could bring the Merlin into the Lilo, and then you could pick the Merlin up with the Fox, taking out the last Daisy Duck and drawing an extra card for your efforts here as well. Looks like
friends on the other side, going into the Inkwell there.
Let's see if Brent is going to do that play line. So challenge, okay. Challenge this way is fine too.
Yep, challenging into Daisy. And Brent did get that 3 lore off of Flynn at the start of his turn. Challenging into Lilo, and now probably bringing that Fox down like we were talking about.
Really love this play line from Brent.
Getting that card draw off of that bouncing rabbit.
Yeah, and this is one of the worst case scenarios for Clara. Her whole board is taken care of, but it's not with Be Prepared. So that means that Brent is going to have characters left over and still have initiative in this game and tempo instead of her. So this is, she was expecting a Be Prepared turn, but this is showing why that I think Madam M. Fox is like probably a top 5, top 10 powerful card in the history of Lorcana. And you can see why here this turn.
All right, I'm going to cheer for it. Chernobog. Chernobog.
I'm hoping for it too.
Do you think that's going to be coming down?
It's pretty cheap right now, right?
It is. I think she has 8 at least characters in her Inkwell.
Yep, the follow-up behind that, I think we have the 5-drop Pegasus, and I can't tell. The last card,
Pegasus
a Queen.
And the little Queen.
Yeah.
Yes. And a Bodyguard Simba going into the Inkwell. Oh, yep. She's counting. She's counting.
If I was Brent, I would not like seeing that.
There it is. And that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, 8 characters. So that only cost her 2 ink to play this giant behemoth Chernobog, 9/9 strength, quest for 3, and her entire discard then gets shuffled back into her deck. An incredible card. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out with Chernobog on the board here.
Yeah, Brent's good for him last turn finding a line that didn't involve using Be Prepared, because now he gets to actually have the Be Prepared left over. And
good point.
Yeah, he's going to have an answer to the Chernobog now.
Yeah.
Also, there's a couple. I was say, does he have a? I don't think he has a way to take care of the queen because he has a Lady Tremaine in his hand. That's also a really good answer here. But the problem is that queen is sitting there.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's going to start his turn off. Can he do both Lady Tremaine and Brawl? I don't know if he has enough ink. Because
does he have Brawl in hand?
Well, the thing is, if he has enough ink to do that, you should probably start your turn off of singing friends from the other side to see if you can draw Brawl.
Yeah. You can also quest with Shutterbug's followers and choose to banish that to draw another card too.
Another great point.
Giving him more options.
Yeah, I think that's what Brent's considering here. You have to consider things of how do I want to sequence my turn? If I'm going to draw extra cards, I want to do that first. I want to get all the information that I can get. And then what are my possible top decks, the draws that I can make this turn that change the way in which I want to play this turn,
Yeah. It's tough because for Brent, he's thinking, okay, I do have this Be Prepared here, which would take care of that Chernobog, but then this board that he's worked so hard to build up, it gets rid of all his characters.
It would encompass his entire hand. Well, all right, he's just going to be prepared here.
He's going to do it.
Yep.
Oh, questing out.
Yep.
I think he goes up to 8.
He's going to draw the bog.
Chernobog.
So he's going to do this. So that's the thing here. And look, I don't think this is a bad play by Brent, but if you're going to make this play, you should start your turn out by questing a Chernobog's followers and drawing the card.
Card. See what you get.
Yes.
Yep. See what you get.
Absolutely. It's a small thing. It's not going to matter here, but it could in other spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was going to be able to draw Brawl and use Brawl and I think he was maybe 1 ink short of that.
Yeah.
But let's say it was a turn after this where you had enough ink to possibly do that. I would really have liked to have seen that out of Brent. But no, very good play from Brent there.
Well, clean board on both sides here. Clara obviously in the better position here, leading 15-3 and bringing down a 3-drop Clarabelle, which is a fun card. So this one, if you have less cards than your opponent, you get to draw a card. So nice little play there.
Dub's going to get her an extra card for her.
Yeah. And a Pegasus. I love little Pegasus.
This one having evasive is pretty important. You don't really want to use a Brawl on that, but sometimes you have to. You don't want to lose a Lady Tremaine on that or a Madam on that, but you kind of have to sometimes. You don't really have evasive ways to challenge this out of Brent's deck. And Claire's at 15. This is starting to get to a scary amount. You haven't seen her whole deck. You don't know if she has any of the ways like Baloo or anything to make it to where I'm going to get this lore no matter what. Mm-hmm. Kind of stuff. So you want to keep her at the lowest total possible for me. So Lady Tremaine's going to get played.
Lady Tremaine, I wonder. I know she has the Shift Pegasus in hand. So, but interesting choice. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I would keep the evasive Pegasus, honestly, for this matchup myself.
I would, especially having that shift there.
Yeah, and I mean, you can still just play the big Pegasus to have 2 different characters as well. This one also having evasive is pretty good.
Lady Tremaine, those ladies in chairs. Brent is also running Medusa. I know there's a lot of players out there who...
Speaking of.
Just draw one?
Yep.
Amazing. Some players are split. They have a couple Lady Tremaines, a couple Medusas, or 3 and 1. Some only use Medusa. I still really like Lady Tremaine.
I like both.
Yeah, I think they're both fantastic.
I've been playing a version without Lady Tremaine lately, and I have found myself missing it.
Missing her, yeah.
At times,
Cinderella does not miss her, but Ganon does.
I'm sure. I miss my ladies in chairs.
All right, we have a little Lilo coming down, and that's it.
I give Brent props here. A lot of really good plays out of him to stymie this early aggression that's come out of Claire. He's not out of the woods yet. There's 16 lore on the other side. Don't forget Lilo quests for 2, and that's an evasive character on the other side that also quests for 1. So possibly 3 lore that Brent might not have an answer for right now. He does have that Madame Medusa, so he could pick off, what do you want to pick off here? Do you want to pick off the evasive threat, or do you want to stop 2 lore from Lilo?
Yeah. Gosh, yeah, that's a tough... And Pegasus being the evasive, I don't think that Brent has many other answers besides Madame Medusa to answer an evasive card. I do understand the choice there. Yeah, it's that or Brawl, but I do understand wanting to get that 2 lore off the board when she's sitting there at 16. You don't want that character sitting there.
I think that's the correct choice just because it's going to buy you multiple extra turns.
More turns, yeah. And every turn counts.
Absolutely. You see he's got a bunch of rabbits in his hand already too, so any amount of extra turns he gets, he's going to be getting to see a lot of extra cards. Find a copy of Brawl, find another Lady Tremaine, find another Madame Medusa. And this is what makes Ruby Amethyst so good, is that when he gets to this point, it starts to really take over the game with card advantage and just really powerful characters. Speaking of card advantage and powerful cards.
Yeah, Queen's Castle, that location. I mentioned it earlier that this is one of the most popular locations that we see. Queen's Castle, 7 willpower, and you gain 2 lore at the start of your turn.
All right.
There we can see that evasive, that shift Pegasus come down.
So I actually like shifting it here because that immediately means that you get 2 quests for 2, which puts you to 18, which means your next quest goes to 20. Yep. Now the pressure is back on Brent. Can you find a card that deals with Pegasus? If you don't, the game is over.
And Brawl won't do it here because that's 2. He has 3 strength, and Brawl only takes care of 2. Madame Medusa.
Madame Medusa, Lady Tremaine.
Lady Tremaine.
Do we have enough ink? I think we have enough ink to rabbit into one of these as well because I don't think he has an answer in his hand right now.
Let's see.
I'm pretty sure he had a rabbit in his hand
He
earlier.
had, I think he had at least 2.
Yeah, he drew a goat for the turn. Okay, so rabbit, draw a card. Oh, it was red, but no, it's a Sisu.
Sisu.
I think that's actually going to be, because he's going to be able to play another rabbit, but then he doesn't have enough ink anymore.
He
you see him, you see him making that calculation right now.
This might be game for Claire here. Brent not having the right answers. He used up the Be, he had Be Prepared, he had Lady Tremaine, he had Madame Medusa, and he used them when he needed, but he just doesn't have another one to deal with this evasive Pegasus here that's about to win Claire the game if he can't find something.
I'll say, Brent, you got to play the rabbit before you draw.
Yep.
Oh, I wonder if he drew the answer. The way he was looking, it looked like he might have drew the answer, but doesn't have enough ink.
It's a Sisu.
It's another Sisu. Okay.
It's a Sisu. I don't think he has.
Yeah, there's nothing left over for 2 ink.
He's shaking his head.
Yep. Like, are we going to a game 2? He's double checking. I don't blame him.
No, yeah, you want to, everything's on the line.
Yeah.
You want to check, is there any other line that I could play? And Brent said, nope, the game is yours. Clara takes game 1 with her Emerald Amber aggro build. I wouldn't, it is aggro, but it's not.
Yep. No, I think it is. I think it is
an aggro build.
With this many 1-drops, I think you could definitely clarify it as an actual aggro deck.
Yeah.
And I think it all came down to the turn 1 and the turn 2. And you saw the look of, like, the Ushka look on Brent's face. Yeah, there was 3 1-drops in the first 2 turns. And anytime anyone does that in this game, you are very, very far behind in your match, and you need to find answers. You need to find them quickly. I loved how Brent played the mid game. There's that turn where you get to hold back the Be Prepared, which allowed him to answer the Chernobog, which would have been a massive play and a massive problem for his deck. So I think Brent played really, really well. I think Clara played really well. I've been unbelievably impressed with both these players, but her early start was just too much.
Yeah, they both played the way that they should have. It's just that Claire was able to find those cards to get ahead so far that Brent just had no chance to catch up.
Absolutely.
Well, let's go into game 2 and
see
if Brent can get a win here. Again, this is best of 3, so Brent is not out yet. If he could take the second game and then again game 3, he will move on. And if Clara wins here in game 2, then she will be moving on to top 32.
Yep. 1 game away from moving on. You kind of feel it. Hope the nerves aren't setting in for some of these players. It's something we don't talk about a lot, but there's a lot of the line here today. We talked a lot about the mental fortitude that it takes to get through day 1 in 9 rounds.
9 rounds is a lot.
A lot of that happens today, but in different ways. Not only are you tired, not only have you been playing all day long, now you're playing for a lot of prizes, you're playing for a lot of glory, and there's a lot going on in your head here. And the easiest way that I can say for people at home, if you ever find yourself in a situation, try to tune it all out.
Right.
It's just another game of Lorcana, like you've been playing with your friends for over a year. Over a year?
Oh yeah, over a year.
For me, a few months. It's so just like you've always been doing.
Yep.
And just keep it there.
Just any other game. Brent taking 6 new cards. Wow.
Only kept the Brawl, a card very impactful in this match. Something you definitely want early.
And Clara is really considering her hand over here. I see a couple queens. I think I do see a daisy maybe.
It depends on her ink and how she wants to.
There's a daisy. There's that 3-drop Clarabelle. She's taking 3.
Yeah, it depends on her ink and how she wants to function for the first few turns of the game. You want to be spending all of your ink for the first 3 or 4 turns of the game every time that you can if you're Clara. If she doesn't, it's usually not a good thing for her.
Yeah.
It's usually because her draw hasn't panned out where she didn't draw a card that she needed, or she's having to ink the only inkable cards because she needs to be able to play later into the later turns. But I just always expect her to be using all of her ink every turn of the game for at least the first 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah. She has 14 uninkable cards in her deck.
Yeah, it's a low count. You cannot get caught with that in this deck.
And again, all characters, which I think is fantastic, actually. It helps her deck do what it's meant to do. Just getting those characters out there, questing. And we're off to the races here. Brent starting off with that magic broom.
Yeah, Brent's having a 1-drop is pretty impactful in this matchup. The fact that it's something that can challenge early if he needs it to, or both of them, this and Churnabox followers, can turn into more cards from his deck later, if he plays another character, or like Churnabog, you get to turn it in when you quest. These are big because if his cards aren't lining up correctly, he can get another card deeper in his deck. Also, it allows Madame M's Snake, the card they drew off the top, to be a very good turn 2 play.
I thought I had seen a Daisy, but I obviously didn't because she would have had that in hand for sure. But Pegasus, being evasive, not a bad 1-drop for her to start off with. She also has that Churnabog in hand, which you don't really want sitting there right here at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, you don't want in your opening hand. This is a card that you want to draw on like turn 5 or turn 6 or turn 7 in this matchup, because Brent is going to be doing what he can to control this board. That is going to be one of your bigger plays. So definitely not something that she wants in her opening hand. Piglet off the top, not a bad one here, depending on how many 1-drops she wants to play this turn.
Yeah, I think she only has the Queen as another 1-drop. It's hard to see.
Oh, it's a Blue in the back. I also thought that was a Daisy Duck. Yeah.
Blue and Daisy, they're very easy to get mixed up.
Sure.
A giant bear or a cute little duck. But yeah, not having that Daisy, not having a second 1-drop, like you're saying, that really helped her out last game to have 2 1-drops come down on turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw in the play that was so impactful. Here, you have a 2-drop, which is going to help out a lot. It's not, as I say, if it's Piglet, it's not the best one in the world on 2, but it's still pretty good. Getting the extra quest out is great, but it's a card that gets eaten up pretty well by Madame M Snake that's in play, so you're a little worried about that. You don't want to give away too much value to Brent, especially in the early game, if you can avoid it.
Oh, he has 2 brawls in hand. That's nice for Brent.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I bet he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and he's learned his lesson about these evasive characters. He's like, give me that Pegasus. Also, I think the big Pegasus shifts for 5, correct? So
it's a 5-drop, but it shifts
for 3?
For 4.
All my numbers are incorrect.
3.
Shifts for 3.
Shifts for 3.
So
yes.
that's also a big play here, as we'll say. If it shifts for 3, I don't know why. It's a 5-drop that shifts for 3. So that's a big play, preemptively taking away this play from Clara. If she had that in her hand, it would have been very problematic.
Yeah. That 3-drop air Clarabelle in the Inkwell here.
Yeah, it doesn't really shine in this matchup. That one's going to be ink almost always in this matchup.
There's that Blue that we were talking about. Now, Blue is a bodyguard, and you have the option to bring it in exerted, but Claire not doing that here because she doesn't want to quest with Piglet yet until she can get more characters on the board.
Yeah, really not using the bodyguard effect here on Blue. You would just be giving it up to the Madame M Snake, and while at home, you get 2 lore out of it. That's fine, right? Well, I think we can use it in a better spot. I think we can pick a better spot where we get to quest a Piglet for higher, or we're protecting something else that's more important here, and instead, Blue steps in front, does his job as a bodyguard to protect that more important character, while also still getting that lore, because that lore, it's there.
Yes.
It's never going away. You're getting this 2 lore. It doesn't matter where you get it now as lore 4 or lore 18, 19, or 20.
Sure. Yeah, you want to get the most value out of that Blue,
Absolutely.
which is not just the lore that you get, but it's him being a bodyguard in a situation that needs it.
Yeah, I would be very happy if I were Brent if that Blue had come in to play exerted.
Oh, exerted? Yeah, and then you just take it out with Madame M Snake, say, fine, have your 2 lore, but now you don't have your bodyguard there anymore.
If you think back to game 1, you've seen Clara be really patient in a lot of these spots and make sure that she gets the most value out of her cards and plays really well in these spots, because it's really important for her to do that. She knows that as early as into the mid and late game, her cards are going to start getting outclassed by Brent's. That's where he wants. He wants the game to go as long as possible. His cards are more powerful when he gets up to the top. She does have the trump card in Churnabog, but that's about it. Some of these big shift cards maybe as well can do it, but on rate, when we get to the late game, she might top deck a 1-drop, while Brent draws something like, a snake, a fox, a rabbit, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Brent doing a lot of shuffling with his cards here, picking up Madame M Snake, getting a broom into play, getting the broom to go away to get extra cards here, just making sure that he can play this game as well as possible. This is going a little bit slower. This is kind of what he wants. This is the pace that he wants this game to play at.
Yeah, no, I think Brent is very happy that he didn't see a Daisy or 2 or 3 come out early here. This Ruby Amethyst deck likes to play the long game.
Absolutely. You want to set up boards where you're getting the most out of your snakes out of your goats. You're able to bounce those.
Bounce
and
the rabbits, get that card draw.
Yep.
She does get to draw a card here on Claire's side with that Clarabelle coming down because Brent has more cards in hand than she does.
Yeah, and so you're seeing, again, her start to play the slow game. She's taking her time, drawing some extra cards. Is she going to use Baloo this turn? I believe she will if she wants to quest with the Piglet. And then this starts to get you into the other sub-game of, I'm okay starting to trade now because we're getting higher up in the ink total. I might be able to Chernabog you very quickly from here.
Yep, which is nice. It's kind of like a little bit of insurance, I guess, in a way for Claire.
Yep.
You know, you don't necessarily always want a really high uninkable card in hand early in the game, but she can play the game knowing that she has that Chernabog in hand, and she can make decisions knowing that that is a possibility.
Also, I want to talk about the play from the turn before, being really patient with the balloon. I think it was just the correct play for all the reasons that we talked about. Also, this allows Baloo to lore naturally, so you've got +1 lore off this card that you might not have if you had put into play.
If you just had come in and exerted on,
I just took a note down that we got +1 lore this game off this. If this game comes down to a 1 lore difference, I want to be able to point that out.
That was the Baloo at work. Yes, very good point. Yeah, it's really interesting how different this game is from the last game. Clara just very quickly getting to quest with her characters and rack up that lore. This game, like you were saying, much slower pace here.
Yeah, and I love that you point that out, and I think it's really cool because it showcases the talent of the players, right? It's pretty easy to play a TCG where your turns are all mapped out. It's really easy for you to play the game from there, and it always does the same thing. When players are very talented, like both of these players are, when you see the games get different and you have to start jockeying for position, that's where the talent and the skill level really starts to show and shine.
Yep. We did see that brawl used on Piglet from Brent's side. And
oh, boy.
Oh.
That's some big hooves.
Yep. This is Clarabelle light on her hooves. Tannen, you just made me giggle there. That was funny. I'll give you that one.
I think I broke Rebecca.
Oh, that was too funny. Yeah, Clarabelle, I think Emerald players' favorite new cards from Shimmering Skies. A fantastic card and really going to help Claire here with her card draw, which in this game she's really needing. She wasn't able to. She didn't have a Rapunzel last game. I think that Rapunzel came in key for her, and so Clarabelle coming down for that card draw is going to be really, really helpful.
I'm gonna get you again on this. You talk about how this is everyone's a lot of people's favorite card from the set. This is one of my least favorite cards from the set. Not because of anything with the card, but I keep losing to it.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Emerald lately, but I'm playing against it a lot. And when this card happens, I'm generally losing the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think people at the very start underestimated how powerful this card would be. But any card that can give you more cards is going to be a good card.
I think this is one that had like the biggest glow up from like preview season into playing. Obviously, I love the card. It's a joke for sure. I get angry at cards that I lose to a lot. You know, like anybody, it's a rational response. I think.
I always do. Yep. But Clarabelle definitely can put in a lot of work, and she is running 4 of them, I believe, in her deck. Yes.
And I want to talk about a problem that we're going to run into in this game. Brent has 2 Be Prepareds in his hand. These aren't inkable. He hasn't gotten to the point where he can play them yet, so that's looming large for the fact that this Clarabelle is in play and going to draw a ton of extra cards as this game goes on because of the fact that Brent has cards that he can't really get rid of and deploy out of his hand just yet. And then a lot of his cards replace themselves as well. And, oh, I love this from Clara.
2 piglets coming down.
Get it all out. Let's go.
Give me all the piglets. That is a beautiful board there. Oh.
Yeah, Clara, get all those cards out of your hand. Draw some extras.
Brett only has 5 ink over there. There's no threat of Be Prepared on the next turn. She still knows, even if he does play Be Prepared, I have that Chernabog again. So,
I was just about to say, even if it was into Be Prepared ink, I'd be fine with this. Either you have it or you don't. I'm drawing a bunch of extra cards at the end of this turn, and I have a great regrow from here. I'm going to be able to play Chernabog. I'm going to be able to play other characters. So, would you have the second Be Prepared? Brent does.
He does. Spoiler alert. Yeah. We all know that Brent has 2 Be Prepareds. Claire is probably assuming has to assume that there's one over there and play around it.
Yeah.
But
I usually assume in these spots, I assume there's one until you prove me wrong.
That's the way you have to do it, and I think that's what she's doing here.
Yeah, Lady Germain.
Okay, Lady Germain, and we're getting rid of the evasive little Pegasus, which smart. That was the only. Well, I mean.
No, I think that's just. I think that's the correct play. You have another
She
one.
has another one on board. She
Piglets
has
are questing for more. You don't want to get rid of your...
Clarabelle. No.
Yeah. That would be crazy talk.
Crazy talk. And we have Shift,
Ooh.
Pegasus. Here we go.
All of our characters also get evasive here, which is really big.
Oh, man. And it's just for one turn, but, until the start of her next turn, excuse me. But that makes a huge difference. So now she can quest here. And again, like we've talked about, even if Be Prepared is played, she has that Chernabog.
Is this a quest for 10 this turn as well?
2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Oh,
9,
Ursula,
10.
this is huge. It's going to take one of the Be Prepared out of Brent's hand. She's going to be able to quest up to a ton here.
Wow.
And then Brent's going to have to Be Prepared this board. And then Chernabog's going to follow up on this. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen, Dan. It's going to happen.
I'm so excited.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. Yeah, having that Ursula Deceiver, that Ursula may have won Claire the game.
Yeah, and I think we're at 19 lore here, right? We did 10, right? 3, 3, 2, 2.
Yep.
Draw no draw from Clarabelle here, though. A small victory for Brent.
Small victory for Brent. No, I think this is it for Clara. That was huge. Brent having to Be Prepared in his hand was going to be key in this situation, but her being able to snatch that out has just put her in such a good position here.
Yeah, he's going to quest up to 10. I believe Clara's at 19. Then he's going to wipe the board, and we're going to get to see the huge Chernabog and some other stuff here. And Brent does not have an answer.
Oh, that Madam Fox not enough.
And it's important that she plays a second character if she can, too. That helps cut down some outs. Later, Tremaine will no longer be an out from this spot as well.
Yep. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. She's gonna be able to play Chernabog for free, Tannen, because each of those characters that have been shifted on count as a single. Each card counts as a character in her discard, so she's gonna be able to play a Chernabog for free. Also put down another character or two. I don't know that Brent has any hope, and he doesn't. Let's watch his face here when this Chernabog comes down. He knows it's time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then here it is. Oh my goodness.
Everything's a little bit better when it's free.
You know, Claire.
Food always tastes a little bit better when it's free.
Absolutely.
You know?
You saw her do this little happy dance. I'm doing a little happy dance here in the booth as well. Man, and Brent has played as well as he possibly could. He's played well over here on his side of the board. But
absolutely. And Claire, like I was talking about, is going to be able to deploy other characters here. So later Tremaine is no longer out. Brent has to top deck exactly Be Prepared, or this game is over and his tournament ends on the spot.
Yep, this is game 2, so this is make or break here for Brent if Claire cannot take it here. But yeah, she has 5 ink in the inkwell. She can ink something else. She hasn't inked this turn.
Okay, so she's not actually
choosing to pass.
So we've seen a later Tremaine. She may know the list and know that later Tremaine. It's Be Prepared or bust, Brent.
Yep.
Do you have it? Be Prepared or bust. Don't slow roll us. Oh, he's going to slow roll. Oh, I love it.
I love it.
Is this Be Prepared? Oh, my God, it's Be Prepared.
It is. Oh, look. Oh, my gosh. Sorry for the tech team having to deal with our screams into the microphone. Oh, my goodness. Look at one more turn, baby, he said. Oh, Brent getting the card that he needed there. What a top deck. Tannen is over here in shock, everyone. And I think we all are. That was so surprising.
I apologize for everybody at home. I was a little excited.
You know what? Claire, though, I think, she was like, just in case, let me not play out my hand here. I'm going to save these characters just in case something comes down that takes care of this Chernabog. And, man, he gets one more turn, but still probably not enough. Woo! Yes.
It's hot in here, Rebecca. I am sweating watching this match.
We're like the hyenas in the fire over here.
Right. Can we do it again?
Can we do it again? It's Vegas. Let's see what we got.
Oh, it's a Sisu. That's not going to be enough.
That's not enough, but oh my goodness.
You've got to appreciate the showmanship from Brent here. We are in the city of bright lights.
We are, and well played to both players. Brent, oh my goodness. That was a fantastic game. I never thought that at a Disney Lorcana challenge I would see somebody play a Chernabog for free, number one, and then that Be Prepared off the top deck. That was just incredible. incredible.
Rebecca, I love Disney Lorcana. I love calling this. I love having this a job. I am so glad we have a break after this. I need it after that game.
Yes, man, that was fantastic. Congratulations to Claire for moving on to top 32. Well played, Brent. A fantastic game from both players. We're going to go to break, and we'll be back for round 2.
I need to recover. I'll see y'all soon. Hey.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Clara, who just won her first game in the Top Cut in the round of 64, moving on to 32. And Clara, I have to tell you, you caught me completely by surprise yesterday. I was commenting your game, and when you see Amber Emerald as a deck list, you think it's the discard version that we saw win up in Toronto. But then you started playing Daisy Ducks and caught me completely off guard. This was an aggro deck in these colors. Why the choice to bring this into this particular meta?
I wanted to have something that was off meta, that would take everyone by surprise, not leaving anyone the chance to think about it, and challenge what is already in place in terms of meta. We have the 3 big decks right now. I was like, I'm not playing them.
That's fun. Did you come up with this build yourself and test it, or was this something that you adapted from somewhere else?
I adapted it from my own experience and from experience on net decking also, combination both. And I added my own little spices in there. We couldn't see them in the match we just had right now, but it's definitely in there.
That's awesome. I venture to guess that this deck will be a lot more popular now that people have seen it in action on these streams and in this tournament. So one thing I wanted to ask about a couple particular plays. One is in game 1, where you put so much pressure on your opponent that it forced him to constantly have the answers. And there's a moment where you have the Pegasus on board, you have game on board, he's also pushing his lore total, and you turn it over to him, and he had to have the answer. What's that moment like where you're like, I have the game, I think you had nothing else in hand unless my opponent draws into what he needs. What's that like?
It was the same situation happened in game 1 and in game 2, but in game 1 I had Chernobog, he played Be Prepared, I then played Pegasus and Lilo, and I was at 16. I was baiting him to just do nothing or quest and just shift Pegasus and win, and I was slowly getting there.
That's awesome. One thing I do want to ask too, you were telling me before this how important creativity is for you, for players to think outside the box and not necessarily go with conventional wisdom. Why is that important to you as a TCG player?
Because we always need to reinvent what is there to not be bored with the game. We need to bring creativity to the table so other people can get inspired. So it's not just the same old thing. Yeah.
I love that. Well, I tell you what, I certainly wasn't bored watching your matches both yesterday and today, and I'm excited to see what you do in the round of 32. So thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas. Yesterday, we had over 1,800 players playing through 9 rounds of Swiss to get to today, and only 64 have made it through. You guys just watched some pretty awesome, pretty exciting top 64 matches, and Brendan, you and I are here to take over top 32. How are you feeling?
Fantastic, and this is fresh off the back of Birmingham ending as well, with Ruby Sapphire taking first place. A absolute nail biter of a match. It was super close against Emerald Amethyst. I was able to watch the whole thing myself. And I have to ask myself the question, are we going to see the same story play out here in Vegas? Ruby Sapphire, one of our most represented decks, one of our highest converting decks to day two, and definitely the deck to beat as we head into the final rounds of this tournament.
I agree. We should go ahead and take a look at how the day two is shaping up in regards to the metadata in the deck list. So we're going to go over to a slide there, and we can see that, like you said, Ruby Sapphire doing very well. In day one, it only represented, I say only, represented 22% of the field. But we can see here in day two, it's 27%. Over a fourth of the top 64 players are playing Ruby Sapphire. That might cause some trouble for some of these other decks that we see here.
Yep. If we look at this metagame breakdown, we should talk about winners and losers, right? So I would say Ruby Sapphire, definitely a winner. Most played deck, and I think for a lot of people showing up to this tournament, expected most played deck as well. So that means people were targeting it, they were expecting it, they had game plans for it, and despite all of that, it comes out as the highest converting and the most represented deck in day two. I think that's a huge win for Ruby Sapphire. On the contrary, we see Amber Steel, a deck that was very hyped going into this tournament, a deck that people were expecting to face, not really get the same kind of conversion. So I think probably the biggest loser in our day one to day two sort of conversion. And then I think another big winner here has got to be Emerald Steel. Emerald Steel really not represented on day one, but in the hands of some very powerful players, which we're actually going to see in our first match here, taking it to be the third most represented deck in day two. Just incredible.
Yeah, Emerald Steel specifically over doubled the representation between day one. Only 6% of the field on day one, now 14% on day two. And I couldn't agree more. Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire were two of the decks that I heard people talk about most, the decks to beat. So I'm eager to see how this breaks out. With that being said, we should move into the brackets. First, we have the Cinderella bracket, and we're going to get a look at what the players are playing here. Like we said, I'm looking out specifically for some Ruby Sapphire matches to see who they're pairing up against. I think that's going to have to be the deck that you need to beat going into these rounds to make it into top 16, where we have the invites, or top 8, where you have the Mickey as well. So starting with Jonathan and Colby, we have a Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst matchup within Bryant and Kendall, both playing Amethyst, but one playing Emerald and the other playing Ruby. What do we think of these matchups?
So I think that the Ruby Amethyst matchup into Emerald Amethyst in particular is not Ruby Amethyst's favorite. It hasn't been traditionally, and I think it's actually gotten a bit worse. That being said, Kendall's topped almost every single tournament he's gone to, as well as these like 1K, 2Ks that happen every single week, and just a big grinder on the scene right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't think that's going to be a great one. What about this Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst matchup? How does that normally pair for Ruby Amethyst?
So that is traditionally a very bad matchup for Ruby Amethyst. Sapphire Steel has definitely dropped in representation from the previous metagame. I mean, it was one of the more popular decks, and sort of Ruby Sapphire has kind of edged it out as the go-to deck when you talk about these ramp decks, these ramp control decks. That being said, I mean, Ruby Amethyst, that's probably one of the last things you want to see, unless things have changed in set 5. Honestly, it's not a matchup I have a lot of experience in set 5. I just can't imagine it got a lot better for Ruby Amethyst.
Well, speaking of matchups where there's a lot of ramping involved, our next two rounds, we have Chris and Clara. Both are, one of them on Ruby Sapphire, the other on Emerald Amethyst. We have quite a few interesting Emerald Amethyst decks coming around. The more typical version of Amber, that I've seen is one focusing on songs, Under the Sea, sort of the discard song package, but we've seen a couple aggressive versions of the deck come out that's sort of not leaning into that at all. You guys just watched a very fun match with Rebecca and Tannen casting one of those. But we also have Yi and Christian here. We have a very typical Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire match, and I know that's not one that Ruby Sapphire is particularly interested in playing against because of the aggression that Ruby Amethyst can bring.
Yeah, it's definitely not one of your best matches, but I feel like the tides have kind of turned a bit in Ruby Sapphire's favor. So it used to be very Ruby Sapphire favored, and I feel like recently it's, the edges have started to get a bit, they're a bit closer, right? This matchup is not nearly as bad as it used to be. As a Ruby Sapphire player, if you brought that deck to this tournament, you knew that there was going to be a lot of Ruby Amethyst players showing up, and you absolutely have a game plan for that, and part of your 60-card deck is tailored to beat these Ruby Amethyst decks.
All right, so with that, I think we should move on to the Maleficent bracket, which is next. We've got Morgan and Joseph here in the first round, Amethyst, Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire. Another one where Amethyst Emerald can get pretty fast if you don't slow them down a little bit with Ruby Sapphire. So I keep saying that for these Ruby Sapphire decks, but they've made it this far having to play into some of these decks. So they definitely have agency, and there are certain there's certain Ruby Sapphire decks that are even teched more towards the aggressive matchup. So maybe these are the Ruby Sapphire decks that we see.
So that's actually the story of Ruby Sapphire over the past 3 sets. Ruby Sapphire initially this sort of ramp hyper control deck, and as we've gotten set after set, what Ruby Sapphire has gotten in terms of tools is been able to shore up its aggressive matchups, and that's why it is sort of seen as the best deck in the format right now, because it still has that top-end power. It still is probably the best control deck in the game, but it also was able to find cards to have answers to these more aggressive decks, and it's really sort of smoothed this matchup spread over a diverse metagame.
And next we have Ian and Alex, both a steel matchup, one of them playing Emerald, the other playing Amber. I personally, having played Amber Steel, know that the Emerald Steel matchup is not good for you with both Ursula and Pete. That can really put a stop to your deck if you're playing the Songs version of the deck. But of course, we've seen very many variations of Amber Steel. So maybe it's not that version, but if it is, I think Alex is going to have a tough time. Regardless, Steel is going to move on to the Octo Finals on that bracket.
Yeah, well, speaking of bad matchups, we see Oliver versus Daniel here in the form of Amber Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire, which is this is absolutely what you're hoping not to run into. This is your worst matchup, I think, in the entire room, because this Amethyst Amber deck is hyper aggressive. I haven't seen the specific list Oliver is running, but this combination is just deadly for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough one for Daniel to move past. But moving on, we also have Taylor and Dale both playing Emerald Steel, so that is going to guarantee an Emerald Steel in the Octo Finals. That feels like a matchup that would be difficult to play and to watch, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, surely there was, it was expected you were going to get some of these mirrors. This is a mirror that is of an older metagame. This used to be probably the most popular matchup that was happening at any given time at a tournament, at a DLC. But the steel Emerald list has fallen a bit in popularity since the Bucky changes and just as the metagame has evolved. Nevertheless, yeah, I mean, I can pretty much guarantee that an Emerald Steel will come out on top here.
All right, well, with that, we can move on to the Rapunzel bracket, the third bracket in this series. We've got Kenny and Kevin both playing Amber, one of them playing Steel, the other playing Emerald. Two pretty interesting decks. Like I mentioned, there's been a couple different Amber Emerald decks running around, so hard to tell if this is the Song version or if it is a more aggressive version. And then same thing with the Amber Steel, honestly. This could kind of go anyway, but no matter what, Amber is going to make it into the Octo Finals on that side.
Yep, absolutely.
Next, we have Scott and Scott playing, one of them playing Emerald Amethyst, the other playing Amber Steel. So Scott is certainly going to move on, at least one of them, into the Octo Finals. How do we feel about this matchup?
Well, going from the Emerald Steel mirror to the Scott mirror, the tension's definitely going to be tight. I think it's a tough matchup for the Emerald Amethyst player. I mean, these Amber Steels, they're just packed full of removal. They're taking pretty much all of your threats off the board, and we've seen kind of how powerful this Amber Steel list can be on the play.
That could be very tough for Scott here. Next, we're going to move on to Chris and Milton, one playing Emerald Steel, Milton playing Emerald Amethyst as well. Sort of an Emerald mirror match here. I assume there's going to be some discard packages. I imagine sort of similar to the Amber Steel matchup. Emerald Amethyst might struggle into the Emerald Steel matchup just because of the songs that are available, that removal package, not to mention some of the discard available to them as well.
Yeah, your more aggressive low to the ground list, and these steel decks are just packed full of removal, and they're usually more efficient kind of trading on board because of that.
After that, we've got Santiago and Ben, two of the decks that we've heard the most about this weekend, Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel. I think Ruby Sapphire definitely has the advantage in this matchup. It has historically. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Any thoughts on that, Brendan?
I don't think there's much contention there, right? And it's even shown in the metagame data, Ruby Sapphire being the most played decks, Amber Steel being one of the most played decks as well, but also one of the most hyped decks, and Ruby Sapphire really kind of edging out Amber Steel as we head into day two, and I think that this is it is likely to go the same way.
So with our final bracket, moving on to the Elsa bracket, we have got Muhammad and Zan, the match that we are going to show you in just a second. We've got Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. I think historically, Emerald Steel struggled a little bit into this Ruby Sapphire list in a similar way that Amber Steel has struggled. You just have sort of this mid-range list that if you can't win fast enough and you let Ruby Sapphire ramp and really grab any version of their card draws, specifically through Hiram, it can be a little bit difficult for Emerald Steel to deal with. How do we feel about this?
So, as the Emerald Steel player, you have tools, but I do think that Ruby Sapphire is significantly favored. I was actually playing this matchup this morning before the day started. I was playing it with Hal, just getting some reps in, and I do think that the matchup is significantly Ruby Sapphire favored. Ruby Sapphire just has all the tools to deal with what Emerald Steel has to offer here, and especially as we get into that mid to late game, and I'm talking even in 5-6 ink, which happens pretty quick. That's like a turn 3, turn 4 ramp for Ruby Sapphire. Like the things that start to come down in the form of Medusa, the big Sisus, like they're just so tough to deal with. Of course, Pete is a great card, is going to blank some of those Be Prepared, but you see these Ruby Sapphire lists really cutting back on the Be Prepared and actually leaning more into the Sisus and the Ice Blocks to actually deal with some of these threats. And I think that has made this a pretty tough matchup for Emerald Steel.
Couldn't agree more. Next, we've got Nathan and Dennis both playing Emerald Amethyst. Not a particularly popular deck, or one that we heard a lot about going into this tournament, but one that has done pretty well. And so there's definitely going to be an Emerald Amethyst list in the Octo Finals. Difficult to really say how the mirror match is going to go, because that's just sort of how mirrors work. But do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, this is one of the decks that made it to the finals of Birmingham. It's clearly very powerful, and it's clearly sort of not on the radar of all the players that showed up to these Disney Lorcana challenges, both in Birmingham and in Vegas, because we had almost identical metagames, and we're seeing this list, this color combination, this ink combination in particular, overperform. So, yeah, I mean, I think both these players are very happy to make it into day 2 as an Emerald Amethyst player, and very likely to do well.
Speaking of mirror matches, we have a Ruby Sapphire mirror match right after that with Philip and Jonathan as well. That one can be a bit of a grind, but I find really interesting, especially with the new cards that Ruby Sapphire got, like Cusco and Hideaway. You can't just throw your dimes down and start gaining lore before your opponent does. It isn't as safe as it was before. It can make for a pretty interesting mirror match.
Yeah, there could be quite a disparity between the list that the players are on, and one list could be much more tech for the mirror than the other. And it's hard to, when you have a deck, especially in Lorcana, it's hard to insulate against everything. You have to make choices on what you think is going to show up for the day.
After that, finally, we have Justin and Franklin on Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Amethyst. Moving into the first round, one of them is going to move on to the Octo Finals. So what do we think about this matchup? Yeah,
I think that, so the Ruby Sapphire versus the Amber Emerald here. I think this Ruby Sapphire is most likely favored against it. This Emerald Amber deck, while it is fast, like some of these discard packages, they're not as powerful against Ruby Sapphire that has access to so much card draw. Of course, we have seen things in Emerald like the additions of the Prince Johns back into the list that can't stop some of that card draw, and the Diablo as well can be a threat, but these Ruby Sapphire lists are for the most part insulated against it. They're ready for that kind of thing. Let's say Prince John is probably one of the more troublesome cards, although I don't even know if they play it in the Amber list.
I'm not entirely sure either, but with that, we have gone through the metadata for day 2. You have all seen the brackets going into day 2 as well. So Twitch chat, let us know what you think is going to win the day 2. But with that, as we mentioned, we do have a match coming up with Zan and Frisco that I'm excited to get in. We talked about the Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire, how Ruby Sapphire is pretty heavily favored into that matchup. But Zan has topped 2 DLCs so far, topped an Atlanta DLC. He's already won an invitation to Continentals. Through that, I think he placed 4th in Atlanta, also topped in Toronto, the most recent North American Disney Lorcana Challenge. So Zan, a top player. If anybody can win against a matchup that they're unfavored in, he's going to be one of them.
Absolutely. I mean, you can listen to me tell you that it's Ruby Sapphire favorite all day, but Zan brought Emerald Steel, knowing that Ruby Sapphire was going to be one of the top 3 most played decks. So brought it for a reason, right? Absolutely has a game plan to that, likely has teched the deck in a way that it can beat Ruby Sapphire. So Zan didn't come to this tournament planning to give up the Ruby Sapphire matchup at all. So I think we're in for a treat with Zan. I think Zan is ready for this.
I think we are too. With that being said, I think we should get right into this top 32 match. One thing to note as well, this is the top 32, so whoever wins this is going to go into top 16, earning their invitation to Nationals. Like we said, Zan has already earned that. We're going to start with Zan going first because he was the higher seed player, this 32nd versus 64th, playing a 1-drop Diablo, getting a good look at what Frisco is running with.
Yeah, always a great start, and it makes you wonder about the follow-up potentially being something like a Shift Diablo. Discarding that action can be very hard to deal with. You see that Frisco does not have the Brawl in hand to potentially answer that. This is also, of course, Zan is on the play for this round, which is very significant as the Emerald Steel player. The plate versus draw disparity I find to be quite big because of how effective Ruby Sapphire can utilize its ramp cards when it's on the play, right? Your 1-jump ahead is not able to get Ursula when you're on the play, but when you're on the draw, one of your best ramp cards can actually get taken away from you from the Emerald Steel player.
Yes, and with that, we have Frisco, pretty standard Sapphire Ruby opening with a turn 1 Popsicle. Might be relevant in this matchup because Emerald Steel is typically discard heavy. We know that Zan's list is leaning into the discard package as well. We see that Ursula being inked right now. That extra card in hand could be useful. We see a Morph coming down. Very excited to see that. And we're going to go ahead and shift a Diablo. See if Zan is going to sing or just quest with it this turn. It looks like we're going to quest for 1. Now that Diablo's exerted, every time that Frisco draws a card on his turn, Zan gets to draw a card as well. I think this is going to be a really important thing for Zan in this matchup specifically, being able to keep your hand full of cards, because we know that Ruby Sapphire runs so much removal, especially once they get past these early stages of the game where they ramp very quickly into their big characters like Sisu, Medusa, even cards like Be Prepared, although less likely to see because we're playing Emerald and Steel. You have to be able to build your board back up once Frisco is able to remove it. So hopefully keeping this Diablo in play with this Chicha coming down too, a draw card for Ruby Sapphire, this Diablo might do some work.
Yeah, and we know that Frisco doesn't have the answer to the Diablo. So when you see this Morph come down, if you've seen Zan play on stream so far this weekend, this is part of like the Zan Emerald Steel spice in the deck list. You know, we do have the 4 Morphs. We also have the 4 Prince Johns. The Prince Johns, I think, really help as well into the Ruby Sapphire matchup. So you have the sort of double threat of the Diablo, which is on board right now, and then of course the Prince John. So just so much ability to have card draw on the Emerald Steel list here. We do see does have a Sudden Chill and a Beast in hand.
I think we're looking at that Beast Tragic Hero to potentially shift onto this Morph. It is a shift 3 character, another draw card for Zan basically. When Beast is in play and when he's not damaged, then you get to draw an extra card at the start of your turn. If he is damaged, then he gains an extra 4 strength for the turn. So it looks like we are going to shift this Tragic Beast into play, and then we're going to sing Sudden Chill with Diablo, forcing Frisco to discard a card, which could be important. I mean, these Ruby Sapphire decks like to ramp early in the early game. We didn't see a typical Tipo 2-drop that would put a card out of your hand into the Inkwell. I'm not sure if there's a Fishbone Quill in Frisco's hand either, but sometimes these ramp options, you have to put cards out of your hand, so any extra card that you have in your hand is a valuable resource.
Yeah, I just don't even know how Frisco deals with this board right now with the Diablo shifted plus the Beast shifting onto that Morph. It's like, what do you even draw to get out of this? Are you looking for something? I mean, of course you want to find the Brawl as soon as possible, but has access to the Hero and Flaversham, but is going to have to be triggering that Diablo when drawing those cards to dig for the answers for this Beast and the Diablo that are sitting on board right now. It's just such a tough spot. Just a fantastic opener here for Zan.
And we even see here where Fishbone Quill is used and an ink for turn being used triggers that Chicha, drawing an extra card for when a second ink is put into the Inkwell. But of course, every time that Frisco draws, Zan gets to draw as well because of the Diablo. But I think at this point, you just kind of have to let Zan draw those cards. I think right now, Frisco's out is going to be just getting to 7 or 8 ink as fast as you can so that you can start using those heavy removal spells, I believe, or actions, excuse me. I think we saw a big Sisu in Frisco's hand, but even with that Sisu, you'd need an ice block to reduce the strength of the Tragic Beast in order to banish everything on Zan's side of the board. This early tempo that Zan is presenting with the Diablo and the Beast, just drawing card after card, we've got some interesting things here.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you needed like Brawl into Ramp into Medusa, but I mean, as the Prince John hits the field here, and now we see a Sudden Chill, it's just Zan has so much card draw. We talk about Sapphire being the best card draw ink color in the game, but look at this Emerald deck right now. It is drawing so many cards. Just Frisco's in such a tough spot.
Good
There's a
grief.
double Sudden Chill as well.
That's 3 Sudden Chills so far out of Zan. Only 2 with the Prince John, but still drawing 2 cards off that Prince John, being able to sing those Sudden Chills with the Diablo and the Beast here. Like you said, just creating tons of card advantage on Zan's side. Frisco left with only 2 cards in hand, one of them being a Hiram, the other a Medusa. Medusa can help get rid of this Diablo or Tragic Beast. But of course, I feel like you don't want to ink the Hiram here either, because you need a way to find the cards that are going to get you back into this game.
Yeah, so critically at 4 ink as well, so could potentially get that Medusa down to stop the Beast. But yeah, we'll have to see what Frisco does. It feels like he's being attacked on every single angle right now.
Frisco has the opportunity to ink this Maleficent Dragon and ink the Hiram, one of them with the Fishbone Quill, the other with a normal turn to play that mana Medusa, like we mentioned earlier. Also an option to play the Hiram, banish a Popsicle.
Yeah. So
Draw some cards.
if we extrapolate this out a bit too, so if you actually ink 2 cards, play the Medusa here, get rid of the Beast, you're looking at a board that is Diablo, Prince John, and you start to think about what are my outs to that board state, plus a few other characters being deployed. Maybe a Be Prepared. But if you double ink now up to 6, you have and you're drawing, you're only getting the 1 card a turn. You won't have the ink for Be Prepared when you draw it. So a really tough spot here for Frisco. So we're actually going to go ahead and play that Faversham. Zan's going to get a double trigger on Diablo, draw 2 cards as well.
See more discard cards in Zan's hand as well. A Hypnotize, maybe 2 in there. So if this Prince John stays around, these cards won't be long for this world in Frisco's hand. Especially having to go ahead and inking something for the turn. Not something else inked with the Fishbone Quill. Drawing a card off the Chicha, that's going to be another Diablo trigger for Zan. Zan having a ginormous hand to work with here. Even if we do find the answers that we need, like a Be Prepared, a Sisu, even these Medusas and Mauis aren't terrible if we're going to sing any songs. Zan should just be able to redeploy a bunch of characters he has in hand.
I feel like Zan has, it almost looks like 8 to 10 cards in hand right now, something like 9. It's absolutely crazy. That being said, we are getting into the later stages of the game. Zan is only at 3 lore. You know, Frisco is getting it the higher ink counts. Frisco definitely has better top deck equity than Zan as we get into this mid to late game. But if Frisco can't do anything to disrupt the draw engine of Zan, I think he's just going to get outvalued throughout this game.
And taking a second to think about next couple plays, how he wants to approach this. Start with an Ursula to check on Frisco's hand, see what we're working with. He's going to see the 2 Mauis and the Madame Medusa. Maybe if it's worth forcing Frisco to discard any of those cards this turn or continue to play to the board.
You have to remember that every time he does make Frisco discard, it does allow Zan to draw an additional card as well because of that Prince John. There's that Hypnotize. Hypnotize also has the additional text of drawing a card itself. So going to be 2 card draws here for Zan.
One off of Prince John, one off of the Hypnotized card itself.
Zan sitting there just with a full grip right now.
A stack of cards for sure.
Like we're going to sing, we're going to
Okay.
say, we're not going to talk about Bruno. We're going to send Faversham back to the hand.
We're not going to talk about Faversham, hopefully.
Yeah, it's going to be a random discard. You actually really want to hit that Medusa here, I think.
Probably.
That would be devastating.
I don't think you mind so much if you're drawing more cards with Hiram. Of course, Frisco would have to replay this Hiram for 4 ink. You don't want to be spending 4 ink yet, especially with only 6 in the discard. They're going to roll for the random. We're going to see the Maui go out.
Which was one of the inkables, but I think that's probably the best one to get hit right here. I mean, as the Beast is tapped, though, you might have actually considered running that Maui into the Beast as well.
Going to go ahead and quest with both the Prince John and the Diablo. Start working on our lore total, gaining a 3, going up to 6.
I'm thinking Medusa is one of our better plays because it can 2-for-1 onto the board as well as challenge because of that 4-4 stat line.
So one thing to note too is Chicha does have support. So if we see the Medusa being played this next turn, are we going to choose the Diablo since it has evasive, potentially giving ourselves the option to challenge into Beast and banish it in 1 turn if we quest with Chicha, giving Madame Medusa the extra strength so that it can trade in 1 turn? Or are we just going to choose the Tragic Beast instead?
So it's tough. I kind of feel like we choose the Diablo. I mean, if Zan was actually worried about the Beast getting challenged, I don't think he would exert it again. But I think Zan is just going to have so many cards in hand that he doesn't matter. He's just not going to care if you trade with it.
Yeah, I mean, as Zan is flipping through his cards, we see 2 Diablos and another Beast in hand already. So if those get removed anyway, Zan just has a full grip of cards to redeploy whatever he needs to. There's also a hidden cove in there.
Which is very relevant because if you don't hit the Diablo here, that hidden cove would come down and actually stop future Medusas and future Sisus from being able to hit this Diablo, which is very relevant. Blanking all your brawls as well.
Definitely removes a lot of options that Ruby has to deal with a board like this.
So your only way to deal with that Diablo would be just another Medusa if we get that cove into play. As we get up to the 8 ink, it does feel like, you know, that plus some of these ice blocks might be our way out of that game. Of course, the Be Prepared off the top is probably what you're looking for at this stage. I feel like that's just a very a very normal thing to be saying for any Ruby Sapphire players. They fall super far behind, but to these Emerald players is waiting for that top deck Be Prepared. But of course, we have the addition of Pete into this metagame, which does blank some of those.
I was about to say, we haven't even seen a Pete at all. Also, noticeably, that Frisco's only playing 2 Be Prepared, so might have a difficult time finding them. We mentioned earlier how these Ruby Sapphire players are leaning a little bit more into the Sisu package over the Be Prepared for these reasons. Zan has the opportunity to play Pete, also Ursula Deceiver to potentially snipe a Be Prepared out of Frisco's hand if he does find one.
And then a double trigger on Diablo again. Zan drawing 2 additional cards. Frisco realizing that he just needs more cards in hand, needs more options in order to find his way out of this sticky situation he's currently on board. Just find a Tamatoa and a Be Prepared.
And a Be Prepared in the hand. They ink 2 cards here. Draw a card off the Chicha, finding a lucky dime.
Zan was something like 10 to 12 cards in hand. I wonder
I've
if
lost count at this
yeah,
point.
I'm trying to figure. He does have the Pete in hand. Actually, I have seen it. So, if Zan is able to sniff out this Be Prepared, can stop it with the Pete.
Use a trade with the Chicha and Prince John. Sure that Zan can't draw any extra cards off of discarding this turn. Unless he has another Prince John, which you very well might with that stack.
Yeah, Zan looks like he has a draft deck in his hand right now.
Looks like he picked up somebody's discard and is just filtering through it right now. But nope, that is in fact the amount of cards in his hand. Plenty of options. And I mean, that being said, even if Frisco does get this Be Prepared off this turn,
Zan is just going to refill. You're right.
Zan just has plenty of threats to play after.
It is absolutely not a game-winning play for Frisco. It's a game-surviving play. And even off the back of that, Frisco's going to need to string some things together because Zan just has so much card advantage right now.
You see Zan pulling the Hidden Cove and Pete to the front of his hand. This is an interesting thing, too. Zan has so many cards in hand that there's might be a little bit of decision fatigue just trying to go through all of the different lines that you could potentially play, all of these options available to you. Needing a second. That's why these top day 2 matches are untimed.
There's the Pete. Does sniff out the Be Prepared.
No actions for Frisco on his next turn. No Be Prepared. No How Far I'll Go if we find that. Ways to filter through the hand or Vision of the Future to find game-saving cards that you may need.
There is that Cove. It looks like coming down. Going to move both characters to that.
Cove and, the Diablo and the Beast, meaning that Beast is no longer a target for Madame Medusa, and if we do find something like a big Sisu eventually, Diablo's not going to be banished with that either. Turns off the Brawls as well that we could potentially find. Of course, can't play that with Pete having been played last turn. Going to Let the Storm Rage on onto Hiram.
Has the additional follow-up removal spell here. Is going to remove the Hiram.
Really important play there, just to make sure that Frisco doesn't have a way to get back into this game a little bit deeper into his deck. I mean, we're looking at Frisco's next turn. Really can't filter through his deck at all. The Hiram's gone. If he finds a Hiram, he could potentially play it and banish the Fishbone Quill, but can't play Vision of the Future. Can't play How Far I'll Go.
Look like Lucky Dime plus a small 3-cost uninkable Sisu. Of course, to Be Prepared, that can't be played in hand.
Only thing that the Sisu could target right now is the Ursula Deceiver. We are going to play the Lucky Dime, or sorry, the Tamatoa, bringing back a Popsicle.
Does ink the 3-cost uninkable Sisu. Plays the Popsicle, draws. It's going to be a trigger for Zan. Zan's going to draw as well.
See just how strong Zan's opening is. The Diablo that we saw in turn 2 and the Beast that we saw in turn 3 are still in play. They've drawn so many cards this game. Every single time that Frisco has been digging through his deck, playing Popsicles, Hirams, getting draws off of Chicha.
Yes.
Zan has been drawing as well.
Zan does have access to 4. We don't talk about Bruno's as well, which would be particularly nice against this Tamatoa, potentially, just to sort of tempo Frisco out of this game. Maybe find another Pete off the back of that. Just Pete into Pete into Pete. Stop those Be Prepared forever coming down and just sort of inch your way to victory here.
I think that's what he's thinking. We see him pull forward the Ursula Deceiver and the Ana just to get a check on what Frisco has in hand.
What an incredible combination of cards. You use the Pete to blank the Be Prepared. On the following turn, you play the Ursula Deceiver, snag it out of hand. It just feels like Zan's firmly in control for this game.
Now Zan knows exactly what he's working with in Frisco's hand. Only the Popsicle and the Lucky Dime available. Plenty of ink to work with Zan, too, for his curve.
What an interesting take on Emerald Steel, Zan, and I know there were some other players on this list have decided to bring to this tournament.
And looking like he wants to sing Strength, banish or deal damage to the Tamatoa. I don't think it's going to banish it, but I believe
Probably has a follow-up here.
Could be playing the Ana potentially. Yeah, playing the Ana, paying the extra 2 ink to banish a damaged character.
Yep.
And now Zan just has a ginormous board. Plenty of good questers on this too, between the Beast, the Ana, Diablo being evasive, of course.
And those are the kind of plays that you can make when you have 15 cards in hand.
You have options for sure. We are going to see Frisco play the Hiram, banishing a Popsicle, drawing 2 cards. Of course, Zan's going to draw 3rd card now for the turn, because that exerted Diablo. It's been there since turn 2. I mean, Zan has gotten so much value out of both the Beast and the Diablo this game. Definitely the MVPs.
Yep, Zan does just likely have this one locked up at this point. An expert display, an example of how you sort of take the role in the matchup. What would traditionally be the more aggressive deck, and while Zan did have an aggressive opening, Zan very much took the more controlling route in the game, took the controlling role in the game, and was able to attrition Frisco out via card advantage through those Diablos, through the Beast. And now we see him. Oh my goodness! You got to have big hands to even hold the amount of cards that Zan is dealing with. Look at that stack.
I want to count, but I can't count at this point.
Yeah, the only game you can play right now is, does Zan have more cards in hand or more cards in deck?
Yeah, and even then, I don't think there's any way for Frisco to extend the game out long enough.
Oh, there's no way, because all those draw triggers are May triggers as well.
Right,
So
right,
Zan
they
would just
all-
simply stop drawing if that ever came to.
Actually, I don't think that the Beast is a May trigger.
You're right. The Beast
need
is
to check.
not, but the Diablo is, as well as.
The Beast is mandatory, but I don't think, regardless of how many cards are in Zan's hand, I don't think we're anywhere close to Zan decking out for this game. I think, counting, he could quest to 19 this turn. Just quested with everything. I'm counting 8 lore on board. And just trying to figure out basically how he keeps himself from losing at this point. We're going to see the Muses being played. I imagine we might see some songs coming after that and potentially bouncing the Hirams back to Frisco's hand. Maybe we're bouncing this Ursula to check for another Be Prepared. Replay the Ursula. Muses, when you play a song, you can bounce a character with 2 strength or less. Be any character, not just opposing character. We are going to see we don't talk about Bruno being sung by the Beast Tragic Hero on one of the Hirams.
Looks like Lucky Dime, Fishbone Quill, Grammatala, and of course the Flowersham in hand. And
Oh,
it
we
is-
do hit the Hiram with the We Don't Talk About Bruno. We're going to bounce the Ursula back into hand, replay the Ursula just to make sure there's no Be Prepareds or anything Frisco's holding on to.
And will we see something like a follow-up Pete here to actually stop a potential top deck Be Prepared? I think is Frisco's only way to actually extend this game out. Not actually win the game, but just to extend it.
Yeah, because even if we top deck a big Sisu here, the only things getting hit are the Ana, the 2 Ursula Deceivers, and the Muses. After that, we still have 2, 3, 4 lore on board.
We do know that Frisco, I believe, only has 1 more copy of Be Prepared in the deck. And does look to be just spreading out the ink. So we'll have to see what he's top decked here. Of course, has the draw of Flowersham to dig even deeper.
Looks
Go
like
ahead and banish that banish that Fishbone Quill. Draw 2 additional cards. Does he find the answer?
12 ink to work with here.
Grammatala dig even deeper.
Trying to find a Be
And there,
Prepared.
no
Yep.
Be Prepared.
Doesn't find the Be Prepared, so Zan looks like is going to take this game 1, which is important. He was on the play that turn. And I think, honestly, I feel like we see a master at work here with this Emerald Steel deck. It's, as we mentioned, it could end up not being a favorable matchup just because of the way that these control decks play into the mid-range decks. But Zan getting that early Diablo, the early Beast, I mean, I can't say that, I have to say those are the MVPs of the game. They drew.
Absolutely, and Zan did pivot and was the control deck in that matchup, which I think it is in line with what you talked about with this an expert pilot, sort of pivoting from the traditional aggressive role, realizing the board state, realizing the matchup, and taking the more controlling role. And we saw him just card advantage through sheer card advantage, just take over that match with giving Frisco almost no way back into it. Even if we had seen the top deck be prepared, it would not have been enough. I mean, Zan just had a full grip, probably over 20 cards in hand. Just an incredible showing. And we mentioned this matchup. We're like, okay, Emerald Steel, unfavorable in the Ruby Sapphire. Zan's build is a little bit different, to be fair. It's a little bit different. And I think he brought it for a reason. He knew that Ruby Sapphire was going to be one of the most played decks at this tournament.
Absolutely. And I do have to say, one thing that I've enjoyed watching Zan pilot this is that balance that we talk about of knowing that the Ruby Sapphire player does have opportunities to come back into the game if you're not careful, planning those Ursula Deceivers, planning the Pete. So with that being said, I'm eager to see how Zan tackles this, being on the draw instead of on the play. We should get into game 2.
Do it. So, like we mentioned, the significant differences on play versus draw, especially as the Ruby Sapphire player here. Your one jump ahead is not going to be able to get Ursula away. Your ramping strategy is going to be a lot more consistent. You're going to hit your Medusas earlier, and this can be particularly important against things like those early beasts, which we saw absolutely take over the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, Zan can get Beast out as early as turn 3 with a Morph if he has it like we saw in the last game, but Frisco can get a Medusa out as early as turn 4 if we get 2 ramp pieces, which isn't too hard in Ruby Sapphire. You have a couple one jump ahead, some T-pos that you could play as well, and then if you find another ramp option, whether that's a Fishbone Quill, How Far I'll Go, another one jump ahead, or a T-po even.
Ooh, we
then
see
you
a
could
full
potentially-
7 here from Frisco as well, so since the full 7 back is going to get a fresh 7 to hand. Very interesting. It's very rare that you see that. So not really where you want to be as you head into game 2 here. One game down against Zan.
I think Zan is sending 6 cards back as well, only keeping 1.
This edition of the Morph has been really interesting. Didn't see it in all of the Emerald Steel lists that showed up, but it really impressed me with its power, especially shifting into that beast, particularly in this Ruby Sapphire matchup. And I think that, yeah, of course, it also has the ability to shift into the Tinkerbell too in some of the other matchups. It's just incredible.
Going to start with Frisco inking a Fishbone Quill, playing a Popsicle, draw a card.
You see Diablos in hand for Zan. Turn 1. So no turn 1 Diablo. Definitely bodes well for Frisco here as we head into turn 2. Does he have the turn 2 ramp? Currently don't see it in hand.
Looking for. I don't think we have it. We do have the Chicha though, so get a Fishbone Quill down on the next turn, then we can start drawing extra cards.
Yeah, Chicha, not a card that made it into all the Ruby Sapphire lists, but can be particularly powerful. I think especially in some of the slower, more grindy matchups, Chicha can really shine.
Especially into a matchup like this one where Zan's going to be targeting Frisco's hand. We see the Sudden Chill being played, forcing Frisco to discard a card. It's going to be important that Frisco finds ways to keep cards in hand.
And this is just such a weaker opening out of Zan, right? Doing just turn 1 nothing, turn 2 just Sudden Chill. Frisco, you gotta start to kind of, smell that maybe Zan doesn't have the opening he was looking for, especially after sending 6 cards back.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good start for Frisco, especially being on the play. He's opened a pretty good opening in regards to playing a Popsicle to draw a card, playing the Chicha, now playing the Fishbone Quill to draw another card when he inks the second card for turn. Zan's hand is sort of flooded with these Diablos, but rather than playing out the Diablo, he knows that Frisco doesn't want Frisco to get any more value out of this Chicha, deciding to simply play the Let the Storm Rage on for 3 ink, banishing the Chicha and drawing a card.
Looks like we do find How Far I'll Go and Tamatoa off of that hero. Ooh, interesting choice on the Fishbone Quill ink here because it does not have the item, so the How Far I'll Go Sing with Heron Flaversham would make sense. Potentially sending the Kuzco back here. Also has 2 Tamatoas, but looks like put the How Far I'll Go down,
Okay.
inking the Kuzco. So just trying to get up to the 8 ink as fast as possible, have the double Tamatoas. The Tamatoa here in Flaversham engine is something we've seen for so long now in Lorcana. It's just the absolute backbone of this Ruby Sapphire, or sorry, just any Sapphire draw package.
I mean,
Has to just run out the Diablo.
I think we're seeing night and day on this matchup right now compared to last game. setting up for that Tamatoa engine, one of the strongest engines in the game, one that I definitely enjoy playing. When you play your Tamatoa, you can get an item back from your discard, usually a popsicle. You can play that popsicle, draw a card, and then when you have Hiram Flaversham in play, you can quest with Hiram Flaversham, banish the popsicle again, and draw another card. On the next turn, if Tamatoa is still around, you can quest with Tamatoa, bring that popsicle back from the discard again, and just continue that engine. It looks like we're going to quest with Hiram, banishing the Fishbone Quill to draw 2 cards.
Did find the 3-cost Sisu as well. So has 3-cost the 3-cost Sisu and an ice block. Yeah, and an ice block. So it has the answer to the Diablo when he wants it, but chooses to use this ink as efficiently as possible and actually run out the Tamatoa here. But this Diablo is not going to be sticking around for too long. We see that Zan has 2 Diablos as backup as well, but as you get into these later turns of those games, Diablo is not quite as good because Frisco here is going to be ramping into those 8-cost Sisus, which could wipe out multiple Diablos getting deployed onto the board. Zan just really stumbling in comparison to game 1 here.
And even when we look at this Tamatoa on board, Tamatoa has been a historically difficult card for Steel decks to deal with. Zan doesn't have too many options. We do have Strength of Raging Fire, but of course you need a lot of characters on board on that. There is an Ana in hand, so if we can find a way to put damage onto this Tamatoa, could potentially play Ana for 5 ink, banishing the Tamatoa when it's damaged. Also, we don't talk about Bruno, but of course, a lot of those aren't in the hand. I only see the Ana right now.
Yeah, that would be pretty tough, right? Because you'd have to use the damage card on the Tamatoa, then you'd have to pay 5 for your Ana. You finally get rid of the Tamatoa, which is, I mean, you're just deploying so many resources, so many cards trying to deal with that Tamatoa. We know that Frisco just has another one backup ready to go.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very difficult trial ahead of Zan to deal with this Tamatoa, then potentially second.
That's if that was available.
Yeah, if you can even do it. I don't even think Zan has any removal actions in his hand currently. See 2 Tamatoas, two Diablos, the Pete, and a Morph and a small Diablo, which we are going to see played. See what we're working with. We'll see that second Tamatoa. Also noticing the ice block in the C2.
Not what you love to see. I think actually here I'd really like to get rid of the Hiram Flaversham, because we just don't want Frisco drawing into this 8-cost uninkable Sisus when it pretty much hits every single card in our hand. Of course, doesn't hit the Pete, but it's a tough spot here for Zan.
Like Zan is going to play another Diablo, Shift Diablo, sort of his insurance against that potential ice block Sisu play that could be coming.
Yep.
To deal 2 damage to this Hiram, setting up an Ana for next turn potentially to banish the Hiram.
Which I think is correct. I think that the Hiram is currently probably the most threatening thing on board, because you know you don't want Frisco digging to those super impactful cards like the 8-cost uninkable Sisu that could just wipe your entire board here. See how Frisco decides to sequence this. Obviously, access to the Tamatoa quest, grabbing back the popsicle, can then quest with the Flaversham, draw 2 additional cards. May want to deal with a Diablo beforehand so that the draw triggers do not draw Zan additional cards.
Certainly don't want to give Zan any extra cards if you don't have to. I think right now Frisco's in a pretty decent spot. We are going to see him play out the ice block, giving Diablo -1 strength so that he can play the Sisu, banishing the Diablo. Now we can start this engine. Playing a popsicle, drawing a card. See if we quest with the Tamatoa first, getting just 1 extra lore with the popsicle there. If we quest with the Hiram first, banishing the popsicle, draw 2 cards. Note that Tamatoa does get an extra lore for every item that is in play. Right now, Tamatoa has 1 extra lore. Could quest for 2.
Ooh, in a brawl, that's not what you want to see as Zan. But it's kind of what you expect. When you have 3 Diablos in hand, you're not deploying them until your opponent's on 8 to 10 ink. Just going to have all the answers, especially when the draw engine is fully assembled on the side of a Ruby Sapphire player with the Tamatoa. We have the multiple popsicles now hitting the yard, recurring those, questing with Flaversham, drawing more cards. Just how do you get out of this as the Emerald Steel player?
It's tough because, I mean, this is where we see why Ruby Sapphire does such a good job into some of these more mid-range Steel matches, because they tend to rely on the songs, right? Being able to use their characters to sing, get value out of those songs to deal with the opposing board. But when Ruby has so many tools available to it to deal with your board, so you don't have any characters to sing with.
Yep, so he's going to run out that Ana here on the Tamatoa after running the 1-cost Diablo into it. But we know that Frisco has another Tamatoa just ready to go.
One interesting thing that Zan could find, I don't think he has it in his hand. We could find a way to play muses and sing a song. We could bounce Asana back to hand, potentially deal with the Hiram or the Tamatoa that should be coming.
Maleficent Dragon and Madame Medusa off the top. It feels like that play, while it would answer our immediate threat on board, would probably just be too slow, and I think that Frisco just has too much wind in the sails at this point.
He was certainly in a favorable spot, to say the least. So many resources in his hand, both to be able to dig through his deck, draw cards, and also just remove anything that Zan tries to play in regards to characters to gain any tempo back.
Yep, and those Tamatoas, that Tamatoa is going to be questing for a lot, and of course, another dime in the deck, just further increase the speed of this clock.
With or without dime, Zan definitely doesn't have much time in this game left. Mentioned Tamatoa gaining an extra lore with the items in play, questing for 4 right now. If we find the dime, potentially play the dime and then immediately gain 5 lore off of that.
Yep, Frisco also sitting at 10 ink as well.
I'm really not sure what Zan can do in this scenario. Are going to see a Pete being played, so no actions from Frisco
Running
on the
out to
next turn.
Decently relevant to stop something like a How Far I'll Go, maybe trying to dig for another Flaversham.
We're getting desperate here too because we're playing and paying for Strength of Raging Fire just to deal 2 damage to the Hiram. Remember, I believe we played another Strength or let Storm Rage on under the Hiram earlier. Or no, I'm sorry, did we challenge it with Diablo? Regardless, we've spent basically 3 cards just getting rid of this Hiram between the initial damage, the strength, and now challenging it with the Ana.
Yep, which is something you can afford to do in game 1 when you're Zan. You have 15 to 20 cards in hand. When you have 3 to 4 and your opponent's winning on board, it is just a play of desperation, but it's one that Zan has to make in the situation.
So Frisco is going to banish a Popsicle just to put it in the discard so that we can quest the Tamatoa, bring it back, replay it to draw a card.
Yep, and there's another Tamatoa coming down. Going to grab that Fishbone Quill out of the yard.
Now with 2 Tamatoas on board, both of them could quest for 4 lore.
And you have to imagine that Frisco could also find an additional item with one of those Talas.
Any extra item that Frisco plays just increases the amount of lore that Frisco could quest for on the next turn. Really, we only need 1 more item.
Exactly. It's just over at that point if Zan's not able to remove one of these Tamatoas off the board.
And could potentially find, we don't talk about Bruno. No, it looks like we're just going to play the Pete and the Diablo. Quest out, so no actions.
Now back over to Frisco. Looking for a way to close out this game. Has multiple ways to dig through the deck. Could also just have the item right there. There it is. It's just the Popsicle. It's going to be able to quest up to 20. We're going to go to game 3.
Game 3 here between Zan and Frisco. I mean, both of those games, I feel like were night and day there. We saw in game 1 where Zan was able to get lots of early pressure with the Diablo and Beast, gain control, like you mentioned, take that control role as a player to keep Frisco from being able to come back. But then Zan getting a slow start on that game 2, and Frisco being able to ramp and get to those answers quickly, getting that Tamatoa and Hiram engine running. I mean, that was tough.
Zan definitely low rolling the hand sculpting phase, where Frisco on the other hand puts 7 back and then rips a fantastic 7. We could look over at Zan, who puts 6 back and has to go turn 2 sudden chill.
Yeah, turn 1
no
Diablo.
Turn 1, just absolute worst case scenario. But we go into game 3 now. Zan's going to be on the play, and we saw how powerful that can be. So let's head down to the feature match and see who can take this one out. A Ruby Sapphire player in the form of Frisco, or Zan on Emerald Steel. Zan, a player that has topped many tournaments at this point, and one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, one of the interesting things to note, just one more time, that they are playing for an invite to Continental. Zan, of course, is not, having already earned his invite. If he makes it through to the round of 16, then that invite will be passed down. But for Frisco, could be his way to earn an invitation to Nationals. Look at these opening hands.
Yeah, particularly interested at this sculpting because we saw it go so well for Frisco in game 2 and so bad for Zan.
I think I just saw Zan keep an Ursula Deceiver and a Prince John.
Yeah, it looks
I didn't see the other.
Looks like he sent 3 back as well. Could have been
Which makes sense, right? We talked about how on the play, when you're Emerald Steel, you can play that Ursula on turn 2, potentially getting rid of a ramp option for Frisco if there's a 1 jump ahead in that hand.
And there is not, but there is.
There's the Tipo.
Did keep a Tipo, and I believe a. See if I can get a look at it. So kept. Looks like he sent 5 back. Kept the Tipo and the Chicha. Actually, I believe those are the 2 cards kept for Frisco here on the draw against Zan.
Fortunately, I don't think Zan found a 1-drop either.
Oh, so Zan potentially doesn't have that 1-drop Diablo. Take a look at the hand to be able to deploy that Ursula and guarantee, am I going to hit a song? Am I not? Not really a turn 2 you want to make is playing at the Ursula and missing.
Yeah, Zan's just going to ink this strength and have to pass, unfortunately.
Speaking of, B-Prep off the top, so it does find a target there.
Good deal of ramp in Frisco's hand, too, between the 2 Tipos and Fishbone.
And there is the Ursula.
Oh,
and it's actually a double be prepared.
But those are the only 2, right?
Those are the only
list.
2 be prepared. And Zan knows that at this phase too. That's really interesting.
Zan really studying Frisco's hand, memorizing it. Of course, there's no note taking here, so Zan's just gonna have to keep track of what Frisco has in hand, what he's playing and inking.
And Brawl off the top here for Frisco. Frisco putting down that Chicha.
Zan does, I believe, have a Prince John and a Sudden Chill in hand.
Combination of Chicha into the Fishbone Quill, just super powerful card advantage engine there.
The Zan playing out this Prince John. Leave? Are we gonna?
No, he's gonna get rid of.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, he's gonna sing. So
sing Sudden Chill, force Frisco to discard a card. He's gonna draw a card off of that with Prince John. Then could potentially have the Prince John next turn to sing that strength or that Let the Storm Rage on, which is what we thought it might be playing to get rid of the Chicha.
I think that's absolutely going to play. Going to want to stop the card advantage engine of the Chicha plus the Fishbone Quill.
Also has another Hypnotize in hand, just another way to force Frisco to discard a card, getting some value off of that Prince John, drawing 2 cards off of the Hypnotize if Prince John stays around, which I don't think there's anything that Frisco can play. Get rid of the Prince John since he does have wards, so can't be chosen by a Brawl or a Sisu, a little Sisu that is.
That reminds me of another Emerald card that used to have ward that used to take over the game.
Little squirrel, little squeaky.
There is absolutely nothing that you can do against these early Prince Johns. Thinking about the discard here for Frisco. And it is going to be a Maui.
Draw Diablo off the top for Zan. Saw how much work Diablo did in game 1.
Brawl in hand for Frisco. The ripe target of Diablo. I think the Brawl is going to get inked here.
Ooh,
I think you have to as well, though. But right, because the Fishbone Quill with the Chicha, you just got to get that engine rolling.
Yeah, just got to get as much ink as you can, so that if you find another Sisu, because we know that the last few prepared is in hand.
And Zan seeing that Brawl inked. Wonder if he feels comfortable potentially deploying the Diablo
playing
now.
The Diablo instead of potentially playing that Hypnotize this turn. Gonna sing Sudden Chill, force Frisco to discard a card first. Draw 2 cards, one off of the, or no, sorry, draw 1 card.
Does he discard the last? Be prepared to stop an Ursula from snagging it out of the hand. Zan will now know that the road is completely clear if this Be Prepared does hit the bin. Other options are Chicha and
Could
Grim
have
Metalla.
potentially inked it with the Fishbone Quill. They had not known it, but that would be a risky play, I think, from Frisco. Probably not worth the payoff of Zan playing an Ursula and missing.
Yeah, Zan definitely ahead, though, on cards, so can afford to miss more at this stage of the game than on turn 2. Like an Ursula.
We do see the Be Prepared being discarded by Frisco.
No board wipes available outside of Sisu. And there we go. We are going to see that play we talked about last turn with Prince John singing Let the Storm Rage On, removing that Chicha, stopping the card advantage engine of this Fishbone Quill Chicha 2-card combination. Now, Zan, this is looking a bit not as crazy as Game 1. Game 1 with the Beast on turn 3 and the Diablo, that was a lot, but still filling a similar role, right? Really sort of stifling and hamstringing Frisco at every point of this game.
Looking at Zan's hand, too, we're starting to pick up some pretty heavy hitters. Beast Tragic Hero, Diablo in hand. Got a Tinkerbell.
Yeah, I almost feel like Frisco needs to rip the Flaversham on the next turn. If he does not, we're actually going to see that Diablo come down and really sort of mitigate against what Flaversham could do to draw Frisco out of this.
Frisco trying to decide if we want to discard the Chicha or the Grammatala. Going with the Chicha, even with the Fishbone Quill in play.
Again, Zan with a full grip.
Also, notably, we do have that one-cost Diablo in hand. Saw Zan utilize that previous games to see what Frisco's working with, as we're going to do here.
See the Grammatala. Does not have access to the Shift Diablo line. Grammatala going to look at 2 cards. Does find
There's
the Flaversham.
the Hiram and the Sisu.
Yep,
Unfortunately,
can't
the
afford to
Sisu
take
has
the
to go to
Sisu.
the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
One less that we're going to see. I believe Frisco only has 3 in deck, so we're down 2 Be Prepareds and a Sisu.
So I think optimal play for Zan on the following turn is actually to find an action, shift that Diablo to stop this. Doesn't know about the Flaversham yet, but the Flaversham was ripped, which was the best card I think Frisco could have gotten in the scenario. But if we're able to shift that Diablo and quest with it, we can really sort of, I don't know, mitigate against Frisco coming back into this game, because we'll be drawing cards when Frisco's drawing cards as well.
Right, when we're thinking about the outs that Frisco has with such a low hand, gotta find some draw cards. So
Yeah.
if we can punish Frisco for that with the Diablo, I absolutely agree.
And Zan knows that. As soon as Zan saw the Tala, he knows that Frisco either needs to, top deck the Flaversham for the turn or find out the Tala. And it's not that unlikely at this stage of the game. So we'll see. Passing over Zan, does he draw the action here in order to be able to shift that Diablo? Off the top it is. Did not
No, it
quite
doesn't
catch it.
look
Looks
like
like
it.
it was a Pete.
Pete, a little less impactful at this point in the game, since we know that all Be Prepareds are in the discard.
And we're going to see something like a Beast here come down. No, it's actually going to be
And Anna forced the
Anna
discard.
force the discard, draw an additional card. Oh, and we still have access. Okay, this is. There we go. There's the shift. He got it off the Anna, right? Finds the Hypnotize, shifts the Diablo Quest, and now that Flaversham's going to be much worse for wear. What a fantastic sequence by Zan, by the way.
Yeah, man.
Knows his outs. Doesn't even know about the Flaversham, but knows the exact outs and what Frisco could draw to get back into this game. And it was only one thing it was here in Flaversham. And digs his way to an action or to shift that Diablo. There's the Flaversham, banishes the Popsicle, draws 2 cards, back over to Zan. Zan's drawing 2 cards.
Frisco's still just putting as much as he can into the Inkwell, knowing that we have to get up to a critical mass of ink so that hopefully we can top deck something. I mean, Big Sisu's really what we're looking for here. Medusa might help mitigate some damage, could potentially banish the Diablo.
All right, so back over to Zan here. It's like a 1-cost Diablo off the top. Pete, Prince John, Ursula Singer, Beast. I believe a Tinkerbell in hand. It's going to be drawing so many cards over the course of this next few turns, as that Diablo will be live.
Like we're going to play a Pete, stop Frisco from playing any actions.
And another Prince John off the back of that.
And now we start the questing. Pushing to 20 lore. Gained a lot of control over this game, especially now that we have this exerted Diablo. We know that Frisco's going to have to look for cards, especially if he needs to continue to ink them with the Fishbone Quill.
Yeah, important with that quest of the Prince John represents a pivot in Zan's game plan to sort of be the beatdown of this matchup, to be the more aggressive deck. Is happy to take the trade here.
Do find that Medusa we talked about earlier, banishing the Diablo so that Hiram can now draw 2 cards without Zan benefiting as well.
Yeah. Probably the best card that Frisco could have drawn here, I assume. Just didn't have access to nothing to play the Sisu. So Medusa coming down, getting rid of that Diablo immediately. And also contesting board with that 4/4 stat line. Kind of feels like Frisco's back into this game potentially.
I know. Yeah, I was about to say we can see just how quickly the tides can turn a little bit, going from Zan being really far ahead to Frisco finding his way back. Still a lot to go, but definitely not over yet. Of course, Zan is still holding on to some powerful cards in his hand. Looking at Beast Tragic Hero, one of them. Another way for Zan to continue to draw cards. Oh,
Is that a
hidden
Cove off the top?
Yes, pulling a Cove off the top. That could be really big here.
So if you play Beast Tragic Hero plus the Cove and there's no Be Prepared left in deck,
You just can't deal with it. You could find an Ice Block and a Medusa, and then you would be able to Medusa the Beast away.
so it needs both Ice Block plus Medusa. Be a particularly hard draw engine to potentially deal with for Frisco here.
Beast moves that Hidden Cove. His 3 strength would go up to 4, which is why you would need the Ice Block to reduce it back down so that Medusa could banish it. Medusa banishing a character with 3 strength or less. Very, very powerful card in Ruby.
Looks like we are going to see that Cove here.
Also
We're
to
gonna-
mention, all these 2 strength characters move to the Cove. Will no longer be banished by Sisu if we do find Big Sisu if we do find that.
Do you believe he moved every single character to the Cove there as well? So yeah, it does have, of course, one thing that the Cove doesn't get enough credit for is it has additional text on it, right? It also gives you more strength.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so able to
+1/+1 essentially. +1 strength, +1 willpower.
trade on this board.
It's reducing Frisco's options. Characters that can challenge or Sig, making favorable trades. Frisco back in a tough spot. You know, we just talked about how could find his way back.
Yeah, that Cove was really a great draw. Only 2 Coves in the deck as well. We've seen it be impactful, I think, multiple times on the weekend. To think about this Ruby Sapphire deck, a lot of the cards do care about the strength and willpower of these characters. And we've seen Cove be in these Emerald Steelers for a while now, but how many has always been a question. It's been a very dynamic card, you know, coming in for specific metagames, but being very impactful when it does come down. There's that Maui.
Maui coming down, banishing the Ana. Enough strength on Maui that the extra willpower doesn't matter.
So going back for the Zan, do you think the Zan is actually going to trade with both characters on board, then play the Beast, attach the Beast to the Hidden Cove? Feels like that would put you in a potentially a pretty good spot.
Kind of what I was wondering. This Beast into Hidden Cove play, like it would be pretty strong on Zan's side, just giving you another character that can draw you a bunch of cards, make sure that you can continue to slowly move towards 20.
Yeah, after you clear the board.
Yep.
And you know that Frisco doesn't really have access to card draw, doesn't have the item developed, likely doesn't have the Flavisham right now. So there's that sudden chill getting rid of the last card in hand, which was a how far ago, I believe. So
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and trade with the Ursula.
Maui and Ursula. Inking a Ursula Deceiver of All
Here's
to
our-
play the Beast.
Yep, here's our Beast. We're actually going to quest here with the Pete.
Don't have enough ink yet to move the Beast to the Cove, I don't believe.
Now, Grandma Tall going to look at 2 cards for Frisco.
I think Frisco is just trying to analyze how he gets back into this game. Every single decision from Frisco here forward is going to have to be perfect if he wants a chance.
Yeah, I really feel like that play by Zan was very interesting with the Pete to actually not trade and go ahead and quest and to sort of make the judgment call that Frisco has to trade into you, right? Because you're at 10 lore, you're the one that's progressing your win condition and is actually not able to, you know, something like the Maui could clear the Cove and it has a lot more impact on the board where the Medusa, as we see here, just has to trade into the Pete's and you get that extra 1 point of lore. That's how you know you're watching a master at work.
I think that's something we're noticing here. Zan checking Frisco's discard pile, moving the Maui up to the top, counting how many there are, how likely it is for that to be found.
After we see the Maui inked as well.
Yep.
So 2 cards drawn here for Zan.
Off of the Beast trigger.
And now you have to wonder, how does Frisco get back into this game with Zan sitting at 10 lore, a Cove, a Beast, multiple cards in hand. So it's going to be another, actually, 6-drop here, potentially in the form of Tinkerbell.
Almost plays Tinkerbell instead. Strings. Sings led the Storm Mage on to draw a card before we play this Tinkerbell.
Then we go, we see the Beast move to the Cove. Tamatoa coming down.
Big body.
That's got to be one of the better ones.
Yeah. Won't trade efficiently with Beast, but if we can get rid of this Cove, then it will. Also, notably, the Tamatoa can't banish the Cove in its own either.
Now you wonder, with Zan with so many cards in hand, is Zan going to have access to something that can remove the Tamatoa? Maybe we don't talk about Bruno. Maybe one of those plays where he does damage to the Tamatoa and then gets rid of it with the Ana. Because he does have enough cards in hand to take some of those 2-for-1s. Hypnotize is going to get rid of this Popsicle. Which, of course, Tamatoa can get back when it quests, but
Another card draw for Zan, looking at his options before we commit to anything.
like we are going to quest here, so up to 14. Now, do we have a way to deal with this Tamatoa?
One thing that Zan has done beautifully the past couple turns is drawing those cards before he commits to any decision.
That's one of my favorite things about watching some of these high-level players is that sequencing, especially when it comes to having more information rather than less when you make decisions. It is just objectively correct in a lot of these scenarios, and that's how these players have practiced a lot, is when they have that tight play.
Play a Morph, 2 ink. Move the Morph to the Cove and the Tinkerbell to the Cove. Just give him that little bit of a stat boost. +1 strength, +1 willpower. Takes them out of some of the Ruby removal range.
So Zan just forcing the question here, then now sitting at 14 lore. First, we're going to have that single draw, going to be able to quest this Tamatoa, get back to Popsicle, play the Popsicle, draw an additional card. Will he find it out? We know he does not have access to things like Be Prepared, and a 8-cost Sisu, not going to be super impactful on this board.
We're at a point now where if Zan has a Beast or a Tinkerbell in hand, he can shift that onto the Morph next turn and quest for game. Would be 6 lore, has 5 on board currently.
Oh, back over to Zan here, so we're going to see if
he has the shift,
that
finish
prediction,
this game out.
Yeah. I think most likely we do see 3 here. Yep, and it's going to be a Beast, and then we're going to go up to 20 lore, and Zan does take the game.
Wow.
Emerald Steel taking down Ruby Sapphire. We talked about it being a bad matchup, but with Zan's list, it didn't look too bad. Zan really looking dominant on the play in both of those matches.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like his list is catered a bit towards the Ruby Sapphire, especially going on the play, being able to force that discard before the Ruby Sapphire player is able to sort of gain back control with the early ramp and the stabilization. So, I mean, we talked about how great of a player Zan is before, having topped 2 challenges before. Now in the top 16 here in Vegas, top 4 in Atlanta, might be another great run from Zan here.
And brings an innovative build of Emerald Steel to the tournament. Not one of our top 3 represented decks. So very impressive run here so far.
Yeah, very excited to hear from Zan. Liam does have an interview with him, so we're going to push through there and see what Zan has to say about this.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I am so excited to be here with Zan Syed, somebody we're familiar with at these challenges. Zan, you are part of a very exclusive club. Not only have you qualified here to go to Disneyland to play in the North American Championship, but you're a 2-time qualifier. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels incredible, but I mean, the mission's not over. We got to go to Disneyland and qualify for Disney World.
That's true, and play for that Golden Mickey coming up. That's pretty cool.
I mean, I would love a second Golden Mickey.
Wouldn't we all? I'd love a first Golden Mickey. But so I want to talk about this matchup for a minute, because not only I think are you unfavored going into this matchup, it's a bad matchup for you, but also you're playing against the 64th seed who upset the number 1 seed, Zack Bivans, who was playing an Emerald Steel deck. Yep. So he already went through one very good player with a build very similar to yours. So you're going into this matchup, you're unfavored. What's your mindset going into this?
I mean, my mindset is I got to take advantage of being on the play. I don't have an expectation to win game 2, so I can be a little bit more risky. But we're going to try to create a bunch of plans, like discarding their entire hand, or trying to Diablo on 2, or Beast on 3 using Morph. And so those are my primary strategies. If one of them sticks, I get to win, and if none of them stick, he gets to win.
I mean, you talk about being bold and taking risks. You mulliganed your entire hand, or you altered your entire hand in the first game, looking for something. Is that what enabled you? Like, what were you looking for? What line were you looking for? And is that what enabled you to pull out the win in that game?
When you mulligan 7, it's a shot in the dark. And so the hands, the shape of my hand was so bad that I would take anything over it. And so it was a shot in the dark. If I'd kept one, then I have a plan. But in that, I was just leaving it up to the deck.
Well, it clearly worked out. Game one, you got the Diablo online, went crazy up. Just a quick question: how many cards did you have in your hand at the end of the game?
22, which was more than my remaining deck size.
So you had basically your entire deck in your hand, okay. And then, so game three, you pursued a different strategy and really punished your opponent's hand. You were telling me earlier how sometimes their strategy of using Fishbone Quill and Tipo to get cards out of their hand into their inkwell can come back to haunt them if you manage to get your discard online.
Exactly. So I went Ursula on 2, Prince John on 3, and then went Sudden Chill, Hypnotize, and eventually I was just looking at my opponent's hand, and it was 0 cards, and I had 10.
Yeah, that's fine. I looked away for a moment. I looked back, and he was in top deck mode. So congratulations on your win. I can't wait to see your next match. And you're going to Disneyland twice.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. It's time. I mean, I just want to go to Disney World next.
Well, we look forward. We'll see if that happens at the North American Championship. I think you have a great chance. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Liam, and welcome back to day 2 of Disney Lorcana Challenge Las Vegas. Just heard from Zan taking off the top 32, going into top 16, fighting some tough matchups there against Ruby Sapphire, both in the top 64 and the top 32. One of the things that I love to see from these players is how much they are fans of Disney. You know, Zan being excited to go to Disneyland, and then hopefully going to Disney World for Worlds. So very happy to see that. But we have a very interesting match coming up as well. A very polarizing match here.
Yep.
We have a Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Amethyst match.
Yeah, and we're going to be skipping game 1. Our Ruby Amethyst, our Sapphire, Sapphire. Yeah, Ruby Sapphire player did actually win game 1. But one thing I got to highlight from that interview is you did see Zan's face light up as he mentioned that he had more cards in hand than remaining in his deck. I think that's the goal for any TCG player in one of these tournaments.
That definitely knows that you're ahead, absolutely. But with that being said, I do want to get into this game 2 of this top 32 match, so let's move right into it. Now, very interesting here that Daniel did win game 1. As you mentioned, this is a pretty polarizing match. Olivier playing Amber Amethyst and is absolutely an aggro deck. We're playing 4 Blues, 4 Goats, and 4 Gathering Knowledge, all cards that Blue doesn't exactly gain lore immediately, but sort of puts your opponent in a position where they have to challenge Blue so that he doesn't quest for 2, and then when he's banished, then he gets to gain 2 lore.
And looking at Daniel's list, I think if you looked at a sample size of the Ruby Sapphire decks that showed up to this tournament, I wonder what percentage of them were playing 2 Queen of Hearts. This is like the old school anti-aggro card, anti-1-cost uninkable to quest for 2 card. And Daniel has 2 of them in his list. I haven't seen a single Ruby Sapphire deck, I think, since 2 sets ago that has been including this card. And this card is going to be absolutely critical in this matchup.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's certainly a callback to what Ruby Sapphire used to look like, but I think these are going to be vital in this matchup. One thing that Daniel's list does well is it is teched very heavily for the aggressive matchup. We're playing the small evasive Sisus. They can banish characters with 1 strength or less. Playing those Queen of Hearts. One sequence that I really love from these Ruby Sapphire decks that tech towards these aggro players is if you can hit a ramp card on turn 2, then another ramp card on turn 3 after playing a Sisu. So for instance, a Tipo singing a 1 jump ahead, then you can actually shift the big Sisu as early as turn 4, which can be detrimental to these hyper-aggressive players.
Evan Olivier leading with that 1-cost Maleficent is going to be questing for 2. See if he has the double 1-drop to follow it up on turn 2 here with Popsicle. Standard opening from Daniel. Going to go ahead and draw that card. See a Tamatoa off the top. I do see another Maleficent in hand potentially here for Olivier, as well as a Broom.
Magic Broom. The double 1-drops on turn 2. Definitely not what you want to see with Daniel. Also, Olivier has 2 Blue Bodyguards that he can potentially follow this up with on the next turn.
Blue Bodyguard's such a tough card for Ruby Sapphire to deal with.
Yeah, that high willpower. Having 3 willpower, of course, not any strength, so it won't deal any damage back, but these characters that Ruby Sapphire plays early just don't have the strength that they need to banish Blue.
Yep, your Tipo can no longer get rid of these 2 Maleficents, which actually makes this matchup so much harder. And we're going to see a Blue, I think, come down immediately here, and this is just the disaster start If you're on Daniel's side, if you're on Olivier's side, I don't think it gets much better than this. Maybe that broom could have been another Maleficent, but all the way up to 7 lore.
Yeah, we definitely can't be very greedy when having an opening like this. We do have access to a couple small Sisus in hand, though. 3 of them, it looks like.
Yeah,
we can
double
play.
Sisu. Yeah, so it actually does deal with that blue.
Banishes the Baloo. Olivier will gain 2 lore immediately when Baloo is banished. Now the Tipo can challenge and banish one of these Maleficents.
Yeah. That little Sisu actually extremely critical here, getting rid of that blue, clearing the way for the Tipo. And Tipo being a 1-2 is just so good at dealing with these 1-drops.
Noticeably as well, we have 2 more of those Sisus in hand, while Olivier does have another Baloo. So if we see the Baloo come down again, Daniel will just have another answer to it. Okay, instead we see the Donald. This is good, but Daniel does have the Ice Block in hand that he can use as well.
If it had been Donald instead of Baloo, I think we would have had a different story. That being said, already up at 13 lore, I think maybe the story's already written. But yeah, Donald Duck, like you mentioned, does have access to the Ice Block here as well as another Sisu. Going to target that Donald. And here we go. There's that Sisu getting rid of that, and Tipo putting in work here.
Putting in work. I've never seen Tipo banish so many characters.
This is the Tipo beats right now.
Sisu just questing for 1. Of course, can't trade very well with this Magic Broom. Daniel getting, we do have the Sisu in hand to shift potentially. Can't shift it next turn. We'd have to find a way to ramp in ink, which I don't think is available to us. No inkable cards in hand for Daniel.
You see that 2 lore gathering knowledge card, 2 cost uninkable. Another Baloo.
Another Baloo.
Yep, so this is representing, so we know in hand. Sitting at 14 lore, we knew it can get up to 18.
Too.
Okay, that's it, right? That
should basically be it.
I think that's it.
The Baloo has to be banished, or else you're going to gain extra lore when it's banished. That's going to gain 2 lore. We have the Gathering Knowledge in hand. Gain 2 lore immediately. Now we're up to 18, and then we can just play a goat. And then at that point, it's game. Daniel definitely can't win before then.
I don't think he can. I think you are right, though. I think that Daniel's in a really tough spot. Go ahead and ink that befuddle. Likely going to deploy the goat there.
Yeah.
So up to 17. And we know that Gathering Knowledge is in hand.
Yeah, so all we need is a quest from the goat, or even if the goat's banished, we're going to gain a lore.
This is why you bring a deck like Amber, Amethyst to one of these tournaments to sort of farm these Ruby Sapphire players. And you actually run into a Ruby Sapphire player that is more tech to beat you than probably 99% of the field. Nevertheless, the matchup is still so tough for Ruby Sapphire. Double diamond hand, by the way, for Daniel.
I mean, we can see just how powerful these Amber Amethyst decks are on the play. Getting that extra advantage of going first, getting to quest with your characters first, being 1 ink ahead than your opponent.
That is
quest with the goat, play the Gathering Knowledge.
To Olivier.
Oh, man, and there it is, Olivier going to game 3. Interesting thing here, Amber Amethyst was a roughly, I think, 5% of the meta share for day 1. Bumped up a little bit to 6% in day 2, performing pretty well into this Ruby Sapphire heavy metagame here this weekend for Vegas.
Yeah, definitely the last thing you want to see as a Ruby Sapphire player. I think all you can hope for is to get some good draws on the play, because on the draw versus that deck, that is a tall order. I think that's going to be closer to the 90-10s in favor of them. But on the play, while it is still a bad matchup, and Ruby Sapphire I think is still a dog, you have a chance, and we know that because Daniel won game 1.
Yeah, we saw Daniel win game 1, or we know that Daniel won game 1 on the play. Daniel's going to be on the play for this one in game 3, so let's see if he can take this one home, or if Olivier is going to run away with it. I should have said if he's going to go the distance. This is a Disney card game. What am I doing here?
Is that a reference?
It is a reference to Hercules. Have you not seen Hercules, Brendan?
I'm joking.
Getting me fired up behind the booth here.
All right, so we head into the hand sculpting phase. Saw how powerful that 3-cost Sisu can be for Daniel, and Daniel having access to 3 in the list. Interested to see if he finds one of those Queen Hearts as well, but the Tipo beats, those are nothing to sort of sneeze at. People just so strong against these 1/1s.
Yeah, and I think being strong against these 1/1s, also just having something that can ramp you closer to some of those bigger cards, board wipes like Be Prepared or Sisu, is vital to this game plan. You have to get there before your opponent's gotten too far. I mean, Olivier's playing 4 Baloos, 4 Goats, and 4 Gathering Knowledges. All cards that we saw put in a ton of work last game.
I see a lot of 1-drops in Olivier's hand, but Again, Daniel on the play. Ice block to start out. Ice block.
I like the ice block play.
Yeah.
We do have the little Sisu in hand, so potentially in the next couple turns, if we need to banish a bodyguard like a Donald. Like we
Yeah,
saw in the
Donald Duck
previous
exactly
game.
gets us around that Donald Duck. That kind of disaster. One jump, Donald Duck. Could be super impactful, this ice block. See T-bow in hand as well.
Maleficent turn 1 for Olivier. Very similar to last game.
I actually think I might see the Donald in the hand for Olivier. Surely going to be a turn 2 T-bow here out of Daniel. Thinking about what does he put down in his hand?
Yeah, trying
Has
to
access to
decide.
the brawl as well.
What do we ink? What are we going to put down with the Tipo?
Now he definitely relevant in a matchup like this too. Yeah,
Down the
I-
Maui.
okay, does put the Maui. He considered the Flourish in there for a bit. And there's our Daisy Duck. Is there going to be a follow-up one drop? There is. It's going to be the Lilo.
Very, very powerful. Turn 2, 6 lore on the board at this point.
The exact scenario we've been talking about since game 2, I think, is about to play out with the Donald Duck going to be deployed as the next bodyguard here. But then the 3-cost Inkable Sisu will be in hand for Daniel. Daniel, with the Ice Block already on board, is going to be able to deal with that. And once again, I think we're going to see the Tipo beats.
And even having the Brawl in play too. You know, we can starting to see how this matchup changes with Daniel being on the play. He can play this Sisu before we see Bodyguard come down, which is exactly what happens. Banishing the Daisy Duck. Of course, having that 4 willpower can be difficult for Daniel to do anything with, but immediately we see Olivier play that blue. I'm sure Daniel's wishing he didn't ink that Brawl the last turn.
Also the Maui, so, got rid of the Maui instead of the Flaversham, but maybe has room. So Olivier's only at 4, so has room to actually go ahead and play that Flaversham
Ooh.
right now.
Do see the big Sisu being
Not-
drawn as well.
Not a line we see a lot. Shift 6 available there on the small Sisu would absolutely wipe this board.
Oh man, glad we got double draws off that Hiram. Another big Sisu on the top of the deck.
We need to top deck.
We need an inkable card,
Not
Brendan.
not hard to find with the Flaversham on board. Don't get me wrong. We're going to be looking at least 3 cards
3
on the
cards
following
next
turn.
Yeah.
So I think Olivier's in a really tough spot here.
Yeah, because you can put as many bodyguards down as you want, but as soon as this Sisu gets shifted, everything's going to be hit. The Donald, the Baloo, Lilo, and Maleficent. You have a Befuddle. You could play. Maybe if we predict it, pick up one of our characters.
5, there we are at a 9.
Ink the Befuddle.
Gonna, deploy another
Baloo.
bodyguard here.
One thing to note, I do see Amethyst Chromacon in Olivier's hand. Play that out and start churning through your deck, just trying to play threat after threat, but with double Sisu.
Double Sisu.
It's gonna be tough to get
Does
back.
find the Inkable on the first try as well.
Yeah, I believe we're gonna see Hiram questing, banishing an ice block. Draw 3 cards for this turn. So
And there we
find a good
go.
ink, shifting the big Sisu, wiping the board.
Up to 13 here, though, for Olivier.
Like we've mentioned, we have plenty of burn actions and characters in the deck. 2 Baloos down. That was 4 lore that was gained just from those Baloos being banished. We have 1 Gathering Knowledge in hand too, I believe. Won't take too many draws of cards like that for Olivier to squeak this game away.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering, okay, so, yeah, already inked for the turn. I was wondering where that Cusco was going there for a sec. But yeah, the Amethyst Chromacon is a way out of this because we know, you can just find those Gathering Knowledges.
2 of those as
Oh.
well. We find a goat. That's one of these characters, one of these cards that can gain us lore immediately.
It's going to be a tough way back into this game. If you're going to ask how we draw it up, I think double Amethyst Chromacon was one of those ways.
I mean, just with the cards in hand, we can essentially gain 4 lore. We can find a way to banish the goat or bounce the goat.
Tough part is Daniel himself is representing a lot of potential lore gain on his side, and actually, he's about to turn the corner and be the aggro deck himself.
Yeah, the Sisu questing for 3 every turn is going to push him very quickly towards 20. I think we're in a race right here.
Matala going to look at the top 2. He's going to see Popsicle and the Fishbone Quill.
Choosing to take the Popsicle, sending the Fishbone Quill to the bottom of the deck. Playing it, draw cards. Another item to hit for Hiram to draw cards later in the game as well. And a Vision of the Future. Love this card.
Looking at the top 5 here.
Do see a dime. Find a way to end the game early. That's what Daniel's going to take. Knows he has to end this game quickly. where Olivier finds those characters and actions that could potentially push him over the edge.
Yeah, it does have a dime, but it's sitting at 7, you know, is likely 2 turns off of that playing dime then activating. So doesn't really represent a win on the next turn. So we have 4, 5, 6. We're sitting at 12. Way to really get 2 lore very quickly. Double Chromacon as well, so we're going up to 14 here with the goat.
Play the goat, gain a lore when it enters play.
Ink for a turn, and we're going to see double 1 drop. There it is.
Yep, kind of forced Daniel to have this. Next turn we could quest for 3. They put us at 16 though.
I think we're going to see that Sisu come down here. Go ahead and
Sorry, could quest for 4.
ink up to 8.
Okay, so if Olivier has 14 here, probably see the big Sisu. Daniel definitely has to answer this because we could quest for 4, go up to 18. We have the Gathering Knowledge in hand to take the game. Daniel can't be greedy here.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think Daniel is going to deploy that Sisu, but I mean, he's definitely thinking about the decision. He's just going to draw first. Talked about that perfect Sisu. And get as much information as possible before you make the decision. 2 cards, small Sisu plus Grammatala. About the ink here, it's going to be the Grammatala. We're flicking over to that big Sisu, and there it is.
There it is, banishing the Broom and the Maleficent. Of course, won't get rid of the Merlin because Sisu only banishes characters at 2 or less strength on the opposing side of the board. We're going to quest for a lot next turn, pushing us up to 18.
3rd Amethyst Chromacon off the top here for Olivier. Going to be able to quest up to 15. Draw a card, another card.
3 Gathering Knowledges, I believe.
And they each cost 2?
Yep. I think we're out of it now. Another 4 Amethyst Chromacons having been drawn.
It is crazy that there wasn't out at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely wasn't out. But it looks like Daniel is going to take that 2-1, moving into the top 16, earning his invite to Continental Championship coming this January.
It's got to feel good to beat, I think, your hardest matchup in the room and then secure that invite for Nationals. So Daniel's got to be feeling good as he heads into the later stages of this tournament. And like I mentioned, while that is Ruby Sapphire's debatably hardest matchup in the room, Daniel's deck got a tech for it. Had a bunch of these small Sisus, had access to the Queen of Hearts, which we didn't see. But those small Sisus with the Tipo beats, that was nothing to seize. Tipo was really putting in work that match.
I mean, that really was the difference, I think. Tipo putting in the work, those small Sisus in the ice blocks, allowing you to stop Olivier from questing very quickly. I mean, we saw just how close he was there, even on the draw, only 1 or 2 turns away, maybe a couple different card draws from taking that away. So congrats to Daniel. We do have an interview with him. We're going to push over to that, and then we're going to move right on to the top 16, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Daniel Holt, who just won his top 32 match, which means you're in the top 16. You know what that means?
Going to Disney.
You're going to Disneyland. That's so. What does it feel like to qualify for the first national or Lorcana Continental Championship?
It's really exciting, especially going into that match unfavored and on the draw, games 1.
Yeah, so let's talk about that because we know that Ruby Sapphire is a deck that's very popular, but it sacrifices a lot of board control in the favor of ramping and getting to its end game. And so in an aggro match like this, I do feel like it's a rough matchup for you. Like, one, did you expect to see a hyper aggro match in the top 32?
I didn't, and honestly, I love that. Like, that's so just out of left field. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So knowing that you were going into this hyper aggro matchup, your most unfavored matchup, how did you, what mindset were you in, and how did you alter your hand going into this game, or going into the first game?
Yeah, I don't have any one-drop characters in my deck. I almost put Flounder in there just for this matchup, but instead I was looking for the Tipo, and I have 2 of Queen of Hearts in there to rush in to get an unsurprising Maleficent, or Daisy Duck can kill or banish in two hits there. So yeah, just trying to rush in with 2 drops.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts is fun. I know you mentioned to me that your opponent saw that in your list and was like, that's spicy, because it's a card we used to see a lot, and it's kind of disappeared, and now you're bringing it back.
So it is mostly for this matchup, but with so many ice blocks, you can catch a Robin Hood off guard and your queen survives. I've gotten Cinderellas yesterday in the day 1 matchups. They just weren't expecting it. Rushed, yeah, because they don't know deck list.
That's true. So it's a great meta call that's paid off here. Unfortunately, we didn't see any of them in the games this time around, but maybe next time. So one thing I do want to mention, you're not just a TCG player and TCG fan, but you're also a big Disney fan.
That's true. I got all the swag on.
I do. I see it. I see not only the Mickey shirt, but you have the Rapunzel lantern there and a bracelet.
Yep, I got the Pandora charm. I'll definitely be getting a popsicle charm after this event.
That's fascinating. And so you know, of course, that not only are you qualified for Disney at this point, but you get that beautiful Rapunzel playmat.
Yes. I was so happy when I got the promo, so now getting the playmat's even better.
So is Rapunzel your favorite character?
She is. Her and Tigger.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. Great games in the top 32. Great meta choices. Can't wait to see how you do in the top 16.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Illumineers, and congratulations to all the players who have now earned their spot for an invite to the Nationals, the championships that are going to be held at Disneyland, and they are almost there to earning their golden Mickey.
Look, I'm so glad you're willing to sing, because I don't want to subject everybody at home to having to listen to that if they ask me to do it. So be very thankful that we got Rebecca in the booth for this as well. But isn't it just such a, you could tell in the interviews, like just, you know, him in particular, you can see it's almost like a weight off of his shoulders. He's like, I get to go to Disneyland. And I think it's so awesome that it's timed right before the biggest match you're about to ever have, because now you're playing for a golden Mickey.
You are, yeah, and let's take a look at where these players are right now. We are now in the top 16, and we have a lot of great matches coming up. So let's take a look at our brackets. So Jonathan Lamb and Brian Zarita there. We have a Sapphire Steel facing off with an Emerald Amethyst. Lots of Emerald Amethyst, which has been really fun to see. I really like that deck. Another of those, the Clara's deck. That's right, the Emerald Amber. And then Christian going against her with that Ruby Amethyst. And moving on to the Maleficent bracket, we have more Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of the breakout decks here this weekend. It's been doing really, really well.
What other interesting things here? We have a Ruby Sapphire, which we expected, some Emerald Steel. We have the Rapunzel bracket. We'll take a look at that. Some more Emerald Amethyst, same old, same old. I think there's no surprises here in what we're seeing. We know we're going to see some Emerald here in the quarterfinals. And then our last bracket is Elsa, which is the games that we're going to take a look at today. And we have Zan facing off with Dennis and Jonathan facing off with Justin. And we have some fun matches here ahead of us going into this top 8, these Mickey matches.
You know, these Mickey matches, lots of pressure, a lot of the line for these players. Let's just go ahead and get started. I think these players are ready to go.
One jump ahead into the game.
Yeah, we were told the players were ready to go. We want to make them wait any longer here. There's a ton of pressure on them. You know, when I look at this matchup, I see Zan versus Dennis. We can talk about what's going on in the cards, but let's talk about it from a higher up perspective.
Sure.
They're playing for a golden Mickey here. Zan has been here before.
He has.
Zan has gone through this before. He has one of these. You know, we saw him do really, really well in Atlanta. I'm wondering that's going to give him a tiny bit of an advantage here in this matchup, that he's been in this position before. He's going to be able to stay calm, cool, collected. We know he will. I'm sure Dennis is up to the challenge, but if you haven't been here before, it's a little bit different than if you can draw on that experience because you've actually done it before.
Sure, you probably feel a little bit more of that pressure on, and I think there's going to be pressure at every level from here on out because not only are they playing for these amazing prizes, but being named a champion, that's a big deal for these players, and that's what they're out here to be, is to be champion.
Absolutely. These players altering their opening hands.
I saw a Clarabelle there in Dennis's hand, along with that Elsa Fifth Spirit, which is a super fun card. Did you know that Elsa had over 420,000 CGI strands of hair in the movie? 15 times more than Rapunzel, if you believe it or not.
That's more hair than I have on my head. I'm actually kind of jealous here. I'm getting up there. I'm starting to lose it a little bit. Maybe I need to get some digital hair enhancements.
Yep. But that Elsa Fifth Spirit is a really fun card, really interesting card. She has Rush, she has Evasive, and it's a great one to see in Dennis's deck.
I love that we have like pop-up video going on with you. Like you're like, something like a cool card pops up. You're like, hey, did you know that she had 420,000 strands of hair digitally enhanced? I'm like, I did not, and that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, you just got a wrinkle in your brain.
Yeah, there we go.
Something new.
Today I learned.
Yes. So Zan, let's see here. Dennis is actually a higher seed, so he's going to be on the play here, putting a library into the inkwell. And that Cursed Merfolk, which we've seen quite a few of those still sticking around even after a few sets. Such a great card.
Yeah, one of the better one-drops in Emerald that we've ever seen, especially when you're trying to be aggressive in some way and just try to get out to one of those early lore leads. This one does a very good job of that while also punishing your opponent for challenging into it. So
yes,
absolutely great way to start the game here, and Zan with no one-drop.
I gotta feel a little bad for Zan here. I know that missing that turn one is just never good.
Yeah, it never feels great, but Zan's an amazing player, probably one of the strongest ones that we have left in this field. So, I do not expect him to give away any kind of games. I think he's going to be fighting really, really hard. In fact, I was watching one of his matches earlier. Zan just exudes confidence. I would be so intimidated if I had to play him in this game.
Gosh, I may be intimidated from a technical level, but he is the nicest guy. He really is.
Oh, I absolutely adore Zan. He and I have been friends for, I think, going on a decade now. And I'm very lucky to call him a friend because not only is he a great person, but he is a very, very, very good TCG player.
Yes.
And he's the kind of person that I can go to and ask for help if I need something. Hey, I need some coaching here. I need some help in this matchup. I don't understand it very well. Can you walk me through it? And he always makes time for me. So great dude.
I want to talk about this hyena over here on Dennis's side of the table. So Bonsai, this is a new card that came out in Shimmering Skies. It's a card that doesn't have any ability. It's simply a 3/2, quest for 2, and nothing else. And talk about the inclusion of this card in the deck.
Well, I think you kind of just hit it right there. It's a 3/2 that quests for 2 for a 2-drop.
Yep.
And this deck was kind of looking for that, a good 2-drop that could challenge well. It has a good stat line being 3/2 for a 2-drop. It challenges well into Flynn Rider and stuff like that. You don't automatically lose to some of their 2-drops when it comes to things like that. It sings songs okay as well in this deck. Like Sir Hiss is an underrated card as well as another 2-drop in this, but it just keeps the curve better in this deck as well. If it was inkable, I think it would be kind of a perfect card.
Yeah, that Sir Hiss is a great card for this particular matchup. Dennis knows that Zan has that Diablo, which is an evasive card, and Sir Hiss is a perfect answer for that Diablo.
I think that's a really good point. It's actually really good in this matchup because of the card Diablo. It can challenge Diablo. Just the threat of challenging it puts a lot of pressure on Zan if he has the card Diablo.
Which he does have in hand. He has the Floodborn Diablo. It's hiding in there behind a couple of Strengths the Raging Fire.
Yeah, really pretty version of it too, right?
Yeah, I think he does. Ursula, Deceiver of All, making her appearance.
Yeah, and just to go back on kind of what we were talking about with Sir Hiss, I love this card. I think it's really unsung hero of these decks because of the fact that it's an evasive 2-drop. It can sing some of the songs along this deck. It does quest well. It trades well in some challenges because it has, 3 strength. And I think this card is kind of underrated. A lot of people think it's just a filler. And I think it's kind of a card that I'm happy when my opponent doesn't have it on too.
Oh, sure. And also, it's inkable. So if you don't need it, depending on the matchup, it goes great in the inkwell.
Yep. Huge fan of Sir Hiss. It's kind of one of those unsung cards that just makes the deck go.
Yeah.
It keeps the deck going. It makes it hum. We've seen a lot of morphs here this weekend. At least I have. I know I have casting. I haven't seen morph get used too well in some of these spots. I'm going to see how much Zan can do it, but I'm a big fan of this card. You know, you and I were talking about this earlier, I think in day 1, that this card going into set 6 looks like it's going to be a possibly a pretty big player with how many shift lines. Cloud Kicker here.
Cloud Kicker.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister. It's a really good card to have here because this is going to buy a lot of tempo for Dennis Wang here, returning Zan's play to his hand here. Zan was setting up something here. He was a little far behind, but with that Ursula, if he was able to sing a song like Let the Storm Rage On,
right, which
something along those lines.
And he has two Let the Storm Rage On in his hand. And yeah, when you can get that Ursula singing, it can be pretty devastating.
Yeah, it was going to be unbelievably good. But for Zan here, this is the best play that he could possibly make here in this turn. And that's going to destroy Dennis's entire side of the board.
That was an excellent play.
Unbelievably well-timed Tinkerbell here. You can see why we were talking about the power of Morph.
Yes, and being able to bring a character in with the shift and be able to either quest or sing or challenge like Zan did here right away is so great. I love the shifting ability in Lorcana. You can see that splash damage with Tinkerbell doing 1 across the board, then able to challenge, and then do an additional 2 damage. Just really devastated Dennis.
Yeah, you've heard me talk about a lot when we talk about Steel Song, that singing can be one of the most powerful things you can do in this game. It allows you to kind of use more ink than your opponent because you're getting to do 2 things at once. Shift is up there in power level. The fact that, you know, you're getting to play a 5 or a 6 drop on turn 3 or 4, and yeah, it sometimes costs you something or a little bit extra, or you have to give up something, but it's always really good when you get to do it.
Absolutely. Oh, there's that Storm Rage on one of them that Zan has in hand, taking care of that rabbit. Dennis does get to draw a card off of that, but we don't have bouncing rabbits now.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. That's exactly why you see Zan prioritize this very highly and make sure that he uses the Strings of Raging Fire to take care of the Merlin rabbit there. One of the ways that he could lose a game like this is if Dennis gets the game to go a little bit longer, and then he gets Merlin to play, starts bouncing Merlin a few times, or gets to challenge well with Crab here. So not only does it protect his Tinkerbell here, it gets off one of the more high-impact cards off the board and doesn't allow Dennis to do anything kind of crazy with it.
Yeah. Now, Dennis is sitting here at 11 lore already, and Zan is at 0. How do you think Zan is feeling being that far behind at this moment in the game?
So obviously he's a little worried, right? Like, you know, there was a huge start from Dennis, but you're going to see Zan not panicking. You know, he had the Tinkerbell when he needed it. I don't think Zan is almost ever going to get worried in a game of Lorcana. He's calm, cool, collected, but I actually think Zan's in a pretty decent spot here. You know, he's got this Ursula finally. If he can get some songs, start going on with this, he's in a really, really good spot. I don't know how much questing this is going to do over the next 2 turns because he's about to lose both of his characters here. Zan's about to start evening this up very, very quickly.
Yeah, that having another Ursula there, or having that Ursula there to sing that song, having let the Storm Rage on, 2 of those in his hand, really set him up well.
There are certain characters in this game.
Oh, look at that shiny Diablo. Sorry.
Yeah, oh, I know, right? I gotta fan myself a little bit. Yeah,
I
am distracted by the shiny object.
Yes.
Yeah, no. I think we both were there.
Yes.
There are certain characters in this game that I talk about that if you get to ready them, you know, if you get to come back to your turn with them still in play, the game drastically changes. Ursula's one of them, Tinkerbell's one of them, Diablo's one of them, because of the effect they have on the game, a sub-game happens. The game now starts to become, Tamatoa, a good example, the game now starts to become about that card instead of just the game as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, that Diablo, super great card, and beautiful, this alternate art enchanted version that we see here. I know that Emerald players are such a fan of Diablo. Maleficent also a fan of Diablo. It was the only thing in the movie she showed any affection for.
Why wouldn't you? Look at that thing.
I would love, yeah.
Bird is definitely the word. Now, nice little play for Dennis over here, too. Even though he's a little far behind, he does get that Pegasus into play, so it's something that can possibly challenge Diablo with an addition to something like Crab, or something, Merlin Crab out of his deck or whatever here. But let's see, I think Zan's not going to play around that. Yeah, I don't think so at all.
No, and if Diablo takes 1 damage...
Also, I don't know if Zan can even, like, it's not like it's dire straits, but can you really afford to kind of play around this? You're going to get the extra card, so you're okay with that.
Right,
you need to start questing. Yeah, you need to start questing. Get the extra card from Diablo as well for Dennis drawing this turn. I like just getting as much questing here as possible because Zan now finally had a turn where Dennis didn't do anything absurd.
No, he just played the couple of 1-drop characters, but yeah, and then Zan able to, like you said, quest, get himself up to 8 to catch up, close that gap.
Yeah, Dennis had all of the really explosive and good turns for the first few turns of the game. Zan finally had the biggest turn of the game with the Tinkerbell, but now he's the one firmly in the driver's seat, and he's going to try to keep that advantage unlike what happened with Dennis earlier in the game. Ooh, this is a good one.
Wow, that's that Elsa 5th Spirit that I was talking about, a new card here in Shimmering Skies. And her other ability, besides having Rush and Evasive, is that when you play the character, you can exert chosen character, which you can see is what Dennis did with the Beast Tragic Hero there, exerting him. So now Dennis has some choices here on what he wants to do.
Yeah, Elsa's a really, really powerful card. That ability is very different than we've seen in a lot of things. You know, being able to exert an opposing character means it's kind of like you can challenge a ready character, is a way to put that in.
Yes,
Anyone
yes.
who's ever done that with a card like, you know, Big Cinderella or anything like that knows how powerful that effect is. And this card kind of does that as well, while also being inkable. Love this 5-drop making it into these purple decks because this one is very powerful.
Now, something interesting I've seen players do is run into a beast, you know, just to put damage on him to stop the player from getting that card draw. And that's what we see Dennis do
Great
here.
call.
Yep.
Great call, Rebecca. The value on Pegasus of getting it, leaving it in play as a questing 1 isn't as high as costing Zan a card.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's, yeah, like you said, having one extra lore in the long run wasn't going to do him any good, but putting damage on that beast is really going to set Dennis up in a better position for the game. A Hypnotize. This is a fun card, I believe, all the way from back in set 1, and it simply, I think, states you have to discard a card, and that's it.
Yep.
Each opponent chooses and discards a card, and you get to draw a card. I was like, I know there's something else on there.
Yeah, love the art on that one as well.
Yes. That's from the Jungle Book.
Oh, one of my favorites as a kid growing up. I still remember summer camp. We would go to the movies every now and then, and they give you a soda and a popcorn, and we'd almost always see a Disney movie. And Jungle Book was one of the ones that we'd go see quite a bit. Fond memories of my youth coming out here. Back in the 60s, this was I think we hadn't even gotten color television yet for you young whippersnappers.
Looks like Zan did decide to challenge into the Cursed Merfolk there, which of course is forcing him to choose and discard a card from his hand. And you can see he put one of the Diablos there into the discard.
Yeah, this is a good spot for that too. You have a card in your hand that's low impact. Look, it could go to your ink, but in play, not a high impact card. So perfectly fine trading this for the Merfolk that's in play.
Yeah, and in Dennis's deck, there's really not anything that Zan has to worry about as far as like huge removal.
Yeah, there's no catch-up. There's not a lot of catch-up mechanics other than Clarabelle, but that doesn't catch up on the board.
Right.
You know, that catches up on cards in your hand.
Yeah, card advantage, but board advantage. Zan is sitting in a really nice position here.
Absolutely.
Kick Cloud Kicker coming in, and he'll be able to kick back one of those cards with 2 strength or less, which he does have a few options here.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you think? Which one do you think here? I
I
think
was
it's
gonna say
probably going to be the
Diablo.
Diablo. Yeah.
Yep.
Zan agrees, like, yeah, that's probably the right one. Because it's not that he was like really thinking about it. You know, he's probably taking the Diablo. He want to take time to make sure he gets the right one, but he's also in a really tough spot.
Yeah.
And so Dennis here is trying to figure out, is there something maybe crazy or weird that I can do? And so Zan is like, yeah, I don't think there's a correct choice because none of them are good.
Yeah, I mean, Ursula, Deceiver of All, could have been a good choice because the threat of more songs being sung. Prince John could have been a good choice because of the card draw that it gives Zan, which we saw a second Prince John come down there, another Hypnotize played, and Zan got to draw 2 cards off of that Prince John. 3 cards off of Prince John.
He gets one off Hypnotize.
One off Hypnotize, that's right.
So that was a draw 3 there. That was really, really powerful.
Yep, and then we are questing here, and Zan going up to 18 on this turn. Okay, so we have Dennis. Just look at, he's shaking his head and calling it game, saying there's no way I can have any answers here. Well played. Zan just really, really in the driver's seat that game.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You know, Dennis came out swinging, had a really, really good start, and then the Cloud Chaser being able to bounce back. Its play was really good, but the fact that we talked about Morph here, being able to put the Tinkerbell out that much sooner, that Tinkerbell is one of the best Tinkerbells I've ever seen.
And that turn, the way it came in, he cleared the whole entire side of the board, and that deck, the Emerald Amethyst deck, really relies on that tempo, keeping things going, keeping characters on the board, and Zan just totally threw a wrench in Brent's plans, or Dennis's plans there.
Yep.
Well, let's jump into game 2 and see what the outcome is going to be here. Zan, of course, taking game 1. If he can win game 2, he will advance, earning himself a golden Mickey. Dennis has to win this next game in order to stay in it.
I love this part of the game. Getting to see high-level players sculpt their opening hands. It's
Sure.
hard to watch both. That's the worst part.
That's the hard. Yeah.
because I want to see it from both sides, but I think that this is one of the most skill-intensive parts of Lorcana, is correctly reshaping your hand at the beginning of the game for your matchups and what cards need to stay and which cards need to go. And there's difference of opinions a lot of times because, like, there's not always a this is correct, right? It's like it matters what you think is going to be important, how you think you're going to play over your next couple turns. I personally like to make sure that I have enough inkables, and then I like to look at like my first, 2 to 3 turns and how it's going to pan out.
I agree.
Unless I'm looking for something very specific, and then I'm more likely to take a lot of cards off the top of my deck.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, the inkable, the first couple turns, and then if there's any key cards in the matchup, I think that's the other thing that these players are looking for, is that if there's a specific card that they know is going to be the right tool for this matchup, they're going to want to look for that in their opening hand. Or a card that can get them there. It looks like Zan is taking, 5 cards? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to tell with his sleeves.
The black sleeves are hard. But Zan took 5 cards. I didn't see how many Dennis took.
I think it took around the same. I was actually watching Zan's.
Yeah, this Emerald Amethyst deck, though, that Dennis is playing, super fun. I think it's a really great deck. And if you can get it rolling and... he never found some of the key cards in this deck. He didn't find his Clarabelle, his big Clarabelle.
I love his chances early in the game. The one thing I want to talk about, though, when it comes to this is I think Zan is pretty well set up in this matchup. The fact that Steel offers a lot of removal, along with Tinkerbell and then the songs, a lot of it's damage-based, so that's why you see it have some problems into the red-blue matchup. This is the matchup where it kind of shines. We've got a lot of 0-1s, 1-1s, 2-2s, and things like that, and these cards really start to get their value. You see like the Hyena, we talked about the card being great, but the fact that it's a 3-2 means that the Storm Rage on can pick it off early and stuff like that. So a lot of these cards for Zan line up super well in this matchup against Dennis's deck.
Yeah. That Ursula Deceiver that Dennis has in hand, though, that's going to be pretty nice, so he can hopefully take one of the song cards that Zan does have in his deck. He has, I believe, 16. He has 16 songs total. We know he has Strength of Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On, like you were just talking about. So hopefully Dennis can hit the jackpot here with us taking a song out of Zan's hand.
Yeah, nice information for Zan as well. Getting to see the hand opening for Dennis here, knowing there are no songs there, so he doesn't have to play the Ursula if he doesn't want to. He can maybe use it for ink along those lines, but he went ahead and put out the Diablo there on turn 1 as well.
That Diablo is so beautiful.
And I love that Zan did this, getting to see the hand. It makes sure that he doesn't get that song snagged out of his hand by the Ursula, so he wouldn't have had a way to put the Diablo into play off the shift right away. Very good, tight play by Zan Syed.
Yes. Bonsai, that Hyena again coming into play.
Oh,
That's a fun card.
Hypnotize off the top here as well. Lots of ways for Zan to interact with Dennis's hand. How does he want to play this out? We'll have to see. Yeah, that Ursula is going to go in the ink since he has the information of that card not being in Dennis's hand. He's going to play with a Morph here. This is actually really scary if you're Dennis. The fact that it was so impactful game 1.
Yep.
I think that's one of the best parts about Morph is what's better, Morph getting to actually shift or the threat of Morph, how it affects the way your opponent plays the game. It's debatable which one can be better. We saw last game that just having Morph was very good.
I agree. And the thing with Morph, too, is that it kind of plays a little bit of the mental game against your opponent because, I mean, these deck lists are public. Dennis knows what Floodborn characters that Zan has that are possible to shift in. And so now Dennis has to think all these different directions on what is coming, and he has to plan for any possible outcome here. He has an Elsa 5th Spirit in hand. He has another Cursed Merfolk. Oh, he has a Fox, which is nice, but of course can't hit that Diablo because of the evasive.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before Dennis can do anything to this Diablo. Looking all the way up to Elsa Spirit here before I can actually get anything done. So this Diablo is going to draw a bunch of cards, and we've already seen Zan has another copy of it in his hand. Either deploy it for 3 next turn, or if he gets an action card and wants to do some other stuff, he could put it on top of Morph as well and immediately exert it.
Yeah. Diablos, if you can't take care of them quickly, can just really run away, give your opponent so many cards and so many answers to anything you might put out.
Is Ursula going to take a look at Zan's hand?
Yep. That's no songs. That's what I was wondering. Yep. So 2 Ursulas and a Diablo on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and depending on what Zan draws here, it's going to really set up what he's going to do for his next turn. It's very likely that he's going to put the second Diablo into play. But if you were to say draw a song here, that might actually change his line, and he will play the Ursula that can sing twice from his hand. And it looks like he didn't, but that's something Dennis would actually need to be like really aware of here too, because if Zan were to change his line here and not play Diablo and played Ursula instead, I would start to worry about what song was drawn for Zan Syed this turn.
Unfortunately for Zan, though, there's no Floodborn characters that he can bring in to shift on that morph. He's really thinking here, taking his time, thinking about all the different lines he could play here. What are your thoughts about what would be best here?
Yeah, I'm thinking he's going to play another Diablo here. I got to see what exactly I was supposed to say. We're going to go ahead and trade into the Hyena. Going to start getting some lore here, draw some extra cards off the Diablo. I was going to say, I think we're going to be playing the second copy of Diablo here, but maybe he wants to make his top decks as good as possible for the rest of the game. And the fact that if he draws a song, he can start to do really, really powerful stuff. So maybe he might go with the Ursula here.
That's a really good point.
And it does look like Zan's going to go with that line.
Sure. Yeah, that's smart thinking there. Like you're saying, making the most of your top deck. Now, Ursula is ready to sing the moment the song comes off the deck.
Yeah, and drawing extra cards, you're more likely to draw a song here than not when you're only drawing 1 card per turn. Really tight play by Zan Syed here as well.
So Dennis has a 1-drop Clarabelle, and then the Lyle Tiberius Rourke, which is a really fantastic card.
I want to talk about the stress that's going on in Dennis's hand here. He is going to go ahead and play the Tiberius Rourke, which I agree with, but the Clarabelle was the last inkable card that he has in his hand, and he really needs this 5-drop to happen next turn. So we'll see if there's an inkable card that comes off the top of Dennis's deck, because that's a problem if he's not able to deal with this Diablo. It might just keep getting to do its thing.
Yeah. Rourke is such an interesting card. This is a character from Atlantis, which is a really fun movie. Have you seen Atlantis?
Not since I was not for a long time.
It's like action adventure,
Sure.
you know. And not only does it give a character reckless, which we see him do on the Diablo, meaning he has to challenge if able, but each time one of your own characters gets banished, your opponent loses a lore. So it can really help close that gap if there's a lore lead on the other side, or as we see in this case, it can keep Zan down there at the bottom while Dennis can keep racking up the lore on his side. Man, putting Reckless on Diablo, how rude.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, let me do my thing. Leave me alone.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, really wanting to stop the card draw there. This is, a really interesting board state here.
Yeah, so Zan's going to have to challenge her because the Reckless is going to go ahead and go into the Merfolk here. Let's see what card he wants to get rid of. And as we'll say, I think Prince John is just the one here. He can still have some service here. It's also just a 3/3, which isn't horrible in this play. There's still a Diablo in hand. It's just a powerful card in general. And getting to get exerted here, nice as well. The cards keep flowing for Zan Syed.
Yeah, and Dennis has just 1 card in hand, and that is it.
Yep. Just very similar to game 1. Dennis out to a very big lore lead, 7-0. Zan hasn't started to lore just yet, but we've seen that it's not exactly the game plan that matters in this matchup.
Yeah, and he did draw a rabbit there on his turn, which is great. Gives him another card. He had to exert all his ink, so he can't play anything else. Choosing to keep all of his characters ready here and pass the turn over to Zan. I didn't see what he drew there off the rabbit. Did you? I
didn't either, but let's talk about what Zan just drew.
Oh, let the storm rage on.
This is a pretty good one. We talked about this over the last couple turns about making your top decks the best possible. This is going to be a very impactful assortment. And so this is really cool. Can you go into negative lore?
No,
I know you can't. I know you
cannot.
But if you were to if you were to banish 2 characters while Tiberius is out, but you're at 0 lore, I can't lose lore I don't have.
I don't have.
So not only does it answer Tiberius, it draws 2 cards here for Zan. So 2 more cards that could possibly be songs going for later as well. Huge draw for Zan there.
Yeah. Really smart. I mean, yeah, the rabbit, if you can get rid of it and banish it, that's great. But really, and then the Ursula, but
Oh, that's huge
the
here
threat
as well.
there, oh,
Unbelievably big. Sudden chill
man.
out of Zan's hand. It's going to get the last card out that is his hand, which was the Elsa, which could have possibly taken care of this Diablo that has been fueling Zan this entire game.
That Elsa really was the only answer that Dennis had for that Diablo.
Another big play here. Strength of a Raging Fire was found and sung off the Diablo, which took out the rabbit. So now the Ursula that's in play is safe on board from anything that Dennis could do here. He needs something like maybe a Fox to take care of this, another Elsa on the top, but now you don't have a 5th ink unless the other card was inkable. This is a really, really tough spot for Dennis.
Yeah, it has a snake.
He does have an Elsa into an
and
inkable.
Another
Oh, wow.
Elsa. Okay, so I'm sure that's going to go into that Diablo there.
Yeah, that was a really, really big sequence of
Really
events for
big.
Dennis there.
He's taking his time thinking here, but it really makes the most sense here to go and into the Diablo. I know he does have the options here to exert a chosen opposing character.
Yeah, maybe he's worried about getting some songs double sung on him here and having a huge problem with that as well.
Yeah.
It's debatable, and he's going to go ahead and take care of the Ursula.
He's taking both Ursula and Elsa both into that Ursula Deceiver of all.
And so with the board that Zan has as well, he's not going to be able to challenge Elsa down this turn without using the Diablo unless something else happens or some damage happens. So Dennis hopefully... So he's taking a risk here. I like this play. This is how you win a game that you're behind. It's like, not how do I lose? How do I win from this spot? So, this is not good.
That was not what Dennis wanted to see.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we saw how instrumental this giant Tinkerbell was last game and doing quite a bit of work here as well.
With the way that Tinkerbell's been going this match, you would think Dennis is a boat.
How so? Because
She's
Tinkerbell's
disappointed.
Yeah,
because she's disappointed.
She's just looking down on
I was making the joke.
boat.
It looks like every teacher I ever had growing up.
This is true.
And Zan, go ahead and trading in Diablo into Elsa here as well. I'm sorry, the Elsa trading into the Diablo as well. Finally gets that off the board, but now Dennis has to deal with the Sir John and this Tinkerbell, and Zan with a full grip behind this as well. Looks like it's going to be a sad beast bind. I don't know if Dennis can get out of this, and you can kind of see the writing is on the wall. You can see it on his face here. He doesn't look like that's going to actually be it.
Oh, Dennis says,
wow.
There's no way I can come back from this. And Zan just getting that Tinkerbell and then dropping down that tragic beast there at the end. That was incredible.
What a resounding victory from Zan Syed here. I absolutely love his deck. I've actually asked him for the deck list. I was like, hey, can I get your list? I want to go ahead and build this when I get home. I need to get a few more sad beasts for myself so I can do that. But yeah, in this matchup, I think that he's in a very good spot. All of his cards either generate card advantage, double sing songs, or interact with his opponent's board.
Yeah, and he plays it so cleanly, and he finds all the lines there. And Dennis played as well as he could, but I feel like Dennis just wasn't getting the cards he needed when he needed them.
Yeah, the cards didn't line up well.
No, that game 2 was rough. Game 1, he had a chance, and then the tables turned, but game 2, he was just a step behind the whole way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, we have another match here for round 2. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it. We have a great matchup, another Amethyst Emerald deck, actually, facing off with a Sapphire Steel deck.
Ooh, I'm excited to see that.
Yes, Sapphire Steel did not have as big of a representation this weekend as we have seen in past sets, but Jonathan Lamb, who's piloting this deck, obviously, he's made it this far to the top 16.
And yeah, if you've made it this far with this deck, this is probably someone who just loves blue steel and has been playing it for a long time, is also very, very talented with the deck. So I expect to see some good play out of the Jonathan Lamb. Not that there won't be good play on the other side, but usually someone, this is like their pet deck. They know all their matchups inside and out.
Yep. And what you give is what you get. So let's see what Jonathan can give us. And Brian on the other side, I'm ready to jump into it. So Jonathan is over here on the left. He came in 4th yesterday in points after day 1 Swiss. And so he will be on the play. Bryant piloting the Amethyst Emerald deck over here, player 2. Getting ready to face off against this Sapphire Steel deck. Here the players are, that nice handshake. I love the camaraderie here in the community. I love to see that.
Rebecca, I love the camaraderie. I love the sportsmanship between the two of them. I'm a fist bump guy. I try to do the closed hand as much as I can.
Yep.
But love the handshakes after the matches beforehand. You know, look, we've all made it here. We've qualified for the championships. We're playing for a Mickey. Let's at least enjoy it. Let's have a good, clean match. Let's have some fun. But I like acknowledging my opponent as well. Like, hey, you've had a great tournament so far. we're both having a ton of fun.
Yep. Now, the Sapphire Steel deck is really similar to the Sapphire Steel decks we've seen in the past, with a few more cards, put in there from Shimmering Skies. You've got Tipo, you got your Popsicles. That Vision of the Future from the Shimmering Skies set is in there. He does play the Aerial Treasure Collector, which is really fun, as well as Tamatoa. Aerial having Ward plus questing for 3, like really, really great deck.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Blue Steel. This is the first deck I ever built.
Is it?
In Lorcana, yeah.
It's a fun one. It's a fun deck to play.
Yeah, Pete showing up here as well, one of the other new cards, making a pretty big impact here this weekend. And I think we've seen a bigger impact in deck building because of Pete than necessarily just Pete in play. Like we've seen it stop a whole new world sometimes.
Yes.
We've seen it stop some stuff, but we've seen people, they're going up to 4 copies of Sisu, they're going up to, high copies of Tipo. You think about a lot of the songs that have been replaced with characters. And yeah, they're still playing a bunch of Be Prepared, but they're conceding the fact that Pete might happen. So I need other ways to do that kind of effect later in the game. So you're seeing Pete have a giant effect, not just on the board, but within deck building, which I think is so cool that we see all these players tackle problematic cards that can really give their decks fits, things like that. And, because it's very possible for you. It's hard to win a tournament before it starts. Like you can put it on the preparation, but you could definitely lose it if you're not prepared for the event.
Very good point. Now, what's interesting about Pete here, a lot of decks will run a full 4 copies. Jonathan only has 3, and I had a competitive player one time who told me, if you want to make sure that you absolutely see 1 or even multiple copies of a card during gameplay, put in 4. And if you just really want to see it and you're okay with only seeing it once, then 3 copies is good enough.
And so that's actually pretty good. I like that we talked about that because Pete isn't necessarily a 3-drop. I know that it costs 3, but you don't have to play on 3. It is inkable, but a lot of the times you're playing it in the specific turn that you want to play it, which is a little bit later in the game as you've gone along.
Yep.
So that means you have more time to find that card and have it be impactful. So if you're always trying to stop Be Prepared, you only need one by like your 5th, 6th, or 7th turn. So you don't necessarily need to have it in your opening hand.
Yep. And that Popsicle coming down on Jonathan's side, that's the opener that Sapphire Steel deck wants to see. And we see a Clarabelle here on Bryant's side. Now, Bryant's deck is really similar to last Emerald Amethyst deck that we saw, really wanting to keep up that tempo and putting a character down each turn and hopefully not getting too disrupted by your opponent.
Yeah, I actually love Clarabelle in this build because it's something that you can play on turn 1 and it's not embarrassing, right? Like you don't have to play this card on 1, but you need some early drops because of your bounce Madam Mim cards. And then this is a card that if you bounce at any point in the game, can actually get you some extra value because when you play it the second time, if you only played it for 1, you can now play it for 3 and destroy an item. And looking across the board, we see an item in play, another item in Jonathan's hand, and there are more items in his deck. So there is a chance that there's going to be a little more value off Clarabelle as this game goes on. And with him questing here, I've got to believe we've got a Madam Mim snake coming in behind here.
Yep, there must be, and there she is.
With the Clarabelle being played on turn 1, I almost always assume my opponent has a way to pick it up either turn 2 or turn 3.
Yeah. Madam Mim, if you ever want to meet her, she often makes appearances at the Oogie Boogie Bash at Disneyland.
That sounds terrifying.
Smee over on the other side, we have 2 on both sides of the board now, a 3/3 character face-off here.
We're also getting another Tinkerbell match here.
Yes.
Another match where Tinkerbell can have some massive impact on the board as well. So definitely looking to get that into play as soon as possible for Jonathan Lamb. Trying to get a peek at the rest of his hand here.
He's got a Cogsworth. He has another Smee. He has that Ariel, which is an uninkable 6-cost character. So not necessarily what you want to have at this point of the game, but she can really close out a game. And Bryant, I don't believe, has any items in his deck. So he does have 1. He runs 1 single Emerald Chromacon. So if Jonathan can get that Ariel out, then she will be questing for 5 each turn because she quests for 3 on her own and then additional 2. But that won't be for a few more turns from here. But that Sapphire deck, as we all know, can ramp up very quickly.
Speaking of ramping up, 2 lore here off of Mr. Smee early for Jonathan. Bryant with a way to challenge it right away, but you're okay with this trade. If you're Jonathan, you actually want to keep the board as clean as possible. I've talked about this a lot. Any of the Madam Mim type decks, one of the easiest ways to beat them is to board control for the first few turns of the game. If you can keep their characters out of play for 1, 2, 3, or 4, it is really hard for them to be as efficient as possible.
That's interesting. He did have a Madam Mim Fox in hand, which I know is such a great card, and he chose to ink it this turn. He played the one-drop Clarabelle again. Like you said, traded out Madam Mim Snake for the Smee. What are your thoughts here about him choosing to ink that Fox? He does. Oh, maybe he does have another one in hand, I think.
So he already had a bunch of. He already had a way to challenge the Smee in play, so he doesn't need Fox to challenge that. Didn't want to trade for the card that way and bring the card back to his hand. Also, he wants to make sure that he gets the ink up into his 4-drops, and I know that he has a lot of ink in his hand, but he has a lot of the cards that he's going to want to be playing in here with Rabbit, and then next turn he could possibly Rabbit, Sing, Friends from the other side, then pick it up to Fox, draw another card, and start just drawing engines. So this is I have a play that I can make this turn that's maybe a little bit more ink efficient, but I can make better plays as the game progresses, Brian is thinking here.
Sure. And since he had another, I didn't see that he had another Fox in his hand, then he didn't have to keep onto it for another moment when he might need it because he had another one ready to go. We have a Vision of the Future going into the Inkwell to bring out a Cogsworth, a fantastic card that gives all your other characters resist +1. And I love a combination of Cogsworth here with Smee because Smee takes that 1 damage at the end of your turn, but because of that resist +1, he doesn't take any damage. So now he can live to see another day.
Cogsworth, one of the more annoying cards to see on the other side of the board if you're playing Lorcana, and the fact that it just makes everything so extra. You have to do so much extra work to get anything done. It's got ward. It's really hard for you to start to challenge correctly. All right, we see that the hand from Jonathan here, not what you want to see if you're Bryant. 2 really big, impressive plays behind here.
Yep.
Nothing snagged by that Ursula.
Yeah, that's always got to feel bad when you play an Ursula and there's no cards there for you to take.
Yeah, I would have rather have done anything else with my ink that turn. And then here we go, Madam Fox getting to go ahead and pick that Rabbit. This is what we talked about the turn before, setting up some more robust turns down the line instead of just one good turn now.
Yeah, and that Madam Mim Fox was actually needed here to get that Smee off the board. So I'm glad he did have a second one in hand because with that resist +1 from Cogsworth, then a Snake would not, or another character with just 3 strength would not have been able to take out Mr. Smee. And that Tinkerbell coming down.
Yeah, and so Brian's in a weird spot here too. Like he's got a lot of cards, he's behind on board, and he's gonna have to start deploying these in a timely manner. I mean, he can definitely take his time, do some of the Rabbit shenanigans that he wants, but he's starting to fall behind on the board. And this is where Blue Steel puts you in a good bit of pressure because there are 2 at least 5-drops in Jonathan's play right now. So if Jonathan ever top deck, say, like a Whole New World or anything here, that's going to be a huge problem for Brian. He's going to lose a lot of cards, and Jonathan's going to get tempo. The first with an Ana here having a really big impact here as well.
Yeah, Ana is a new card from Shimmering Skies. Really interesting ability. When you play her, you can pay 2 ink to choose. This is like pick your own adventure on Ana here.
I love cards like this, by the way, Rebecca. I love having choices. I think it's awesome. You see Clarabelle that we thought earlier in the game. It's a 1-drop. That you could pick up to your stuff, and then later you can pay extra for it to do an extra thing. So this does a very good. This does a very good job of looking like the red-purple deck, where your stuff can be early and late, right? It's very flexible as the game goes on. You can make sure that it fits into your curve correctly, and I like decks like this that give you a lot of agency.
Yep. Oh, okay. Now this is interesting. I took a look at Jonathan's deck list ahead of time, and I was like, oh, how interesting. He's running 1 copy of Merlin's Cottage, and this location is so fascinating to me. It's a 7 willpower location, and each player plays with the top card of their deck face up. So now both players know what card is coming next. What are your thoughts about the inclusion of this card here?
I would need to ask Liam. I'm sorry, Jonathan Lamb about this. I would need to ask him, hey, walk me through this.
What's your thought process here?
Yeah, what's your thought process here? Look, it is inkable. It costs 1. It's a pretty low floor. Jonathan making faces over here. Sorry, I got really distracted by the faces that Jonathan was making. But, Jonathan Lamb is one of the better Blue Steel players in the world. We've seen him do really well with this deck in the past. I'm sure he has a reasoning for it. The extra information is great. Getting to know what to play around a little bit extra is nice. Cards like this tax me a little bit too much. I'm not very good at memorizing a bunch of stuff over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I'm going to lose track. You can't take notes in this game, so that's another thing that could be a problem for me here. But it also gives information to your opponent as well. Don't forget that. So
yeah.
Bryant knows that there's a Haversham coming off the top next turn.
Oh,
Ooh, boy.
now we got this big Ursula coming down.
Well, A Whole New World is no longer a good top deck for Jonathan if he's still playing it in his deck. You know, usually we see A Whole New World in these decks.
He is playing 4 of them,
Okay.
so it's quite possible we could see that. And Ursula, of course, when she's on board, other characters cannot exert their characters to sing. So you could still play a song, but you must use your ink to play it. You cannot have one of your characters sing it.
And let's be real, we really, really want to be doing it that way.
Absolutely.
And yeah, we see a nice attack here from Tinkerbell. Yeah, don't forget the resist one, but this is why I talk about so much about characters having huge impacts and the game starts to become a sub-game around them. It's so hard to quest with a Tinkerbell on the other side of the board.
Yeah, it really is. Now, the other interesting thing, though, about this Ursula, Sea Witch Queen, is that every time that she quests, which she quests for 3, which is wonderful, you can exert a chosen character. So I think that's definitely going to come into play here.
Yeah, it definitely can come into play when Bryant has some other ways to challenge. He can make sure that, say, Hiram, and then when it starts, here we go. We're about to get a big challenge here.
Yes. Wow.
Ursula throwing her weight around here, really, really getting some.
Those tentacles are flying everywhere. And with that 7 willpower, easily is able to banish Tinkerbell and stay on the board here.
So here's our rabbit coming back from earlier as well. Bryant actually doing a very good job of keeping this game really close and really exerting the fact that he's got a lot of extra cards. Was that, I was going to say, is that Tamato into a dime off the top?
Yeah, I believe it was.
So you know all this is coming. So Tamato is going to get back. I was going to say, there's a popsicle from earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And so now Jonathan's starting to move into the late game here.
Seeing that lucky dime has got to have Bryant feeling a little nervous here.
Yeah, so at least he knows it's coming a little bit earlier. So he knows that I need to start maybe turning up the jets here a little bit. He starts getting more aggressive in a spot, maybe finding something to do in one of these places.
Yeah, gosh, and that cogs were still just sitting there, just giving everybody resist as well. So Bryant, looking at that sideboard, looking at that lucky dime sitting on top of Jonathan's deck, what do you think he's thinking here?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I got to be able to see his hand here. He's going to be thinking multiple turns down the line, like, how do I deal with this here? I need to find a way to maybe deal with this Tamato. Well, does he have a way to deal with Tamato? I don't know if he does, but he can at least start to make inroads on this board.
Yeah, Elsa coming down and him choosing to exert the Flaversham here with Elsa's ability. Now him able to challenge into Flaversham to banish him to the discard pile. Elsa, he had to challenge with all 3 of those and to take that Flaversham because of that resist.
Yeah, resist. We talked about this. Cogsworth doing a lot of work here, but I may have been saying a little bit too soon that the blue steel deck was out ahead here. Bryant doing a great job of making this game not just good, but way better for himself.
Yeah, he's really set himself up here, taking board advantage. That Tamatoa sitting there, though, is still a huge threat.
And Poe off the top here as well. Another lucky dime.
Oh, gosh. Well, if Jonathan can get some more items.
Yeah, does Jonathan have enough time? Yeah, that's going to be the big question here. Does he have time to deploy all these things?
Yeah, because, oh, boy. And Bryant is sitting here with just 1 card in hand, and it's a rabbit, it looks like.
That's a good one to have as your last card.
Yeah, I'm sure, we can see Clarabelle up here in the card viewer, and I'm sure that he would rather have something like a Clarabelle to get more cards in hand.
Yeah, that's going to be what he's going to draw next turn, and that could actually be pretty.
Yep.
Yeah, that could actually be pretty good because Jonathan, I don't know if he could deploy all the cards in his hand over the next few turns. He's got multiple lucky dimes because one's going to be coming as well, and it's going to put a lot of tax on his ink because he's got what? Does he have 3 cards or 2 in his hand? I think
he has 2.
Okay, so it won't be as bad as I thought. If he had 3, I thought it was going to be a lot harder for him to clear out his hand over the next turn or 2 and deal with this Clarabelle.
So lucky dime is 7 cost. So if he chooses to play that here, that's really all he can do this turn. And I don't even think that he has. I can't remember if he has any other items to bring back when Tamatoa quests.
There is another popsicle.
Oh, there is one more popsicle. Okay.
But the thing is, you got to think about that. That's going to replace itself as a card. It'll give you 2 cards in your hand. How many cards do you want to give on the Clarabelle? But the thing is also, so that's a hard line for him to walk as well, because if he puts the popsicle into play, the card draw is big, but it gives you an extra Lore off of Tamatoa as well. So lots to consider here.
This is interesting. He just challenged with Cogsworth into.
I think this is a really good play from Jonathan. So this is going to start to expose his Cogsworth, but he's actually made the decision. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to be able to take care of this board if I don't start challenging now.
Yeah.
Plus, we're getting to see the often not used version of Popsicle to heal up one of your characters. This is something I look to do as much as I can because often we kind of forget that there's extra text on Popsicle. You think, oh, it draws a card comes to play. We can do the stuff with Tamatoa, but yeah, here healing up on your characters is huge.
Yeah, and then this Chen Po, I've seen this card being used more often in the steel decks as great bodyguard, 4/7, such a big card to have to deal with.
If I'm remembering correctly, I think Jonathan's known for playing a Chen Po in this deck. I think he's been doing it for a while. If I remember correctly,
Yeah.
I think he was doing it in Texas, if I recall. I think he was doing pretty well there with this deck. I might be getting my DLCs mixed up.
Challenges mixed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chen Po, though, when that guy comes down and just, like you said, he exposed Cogsworth, but then he put Chen Po down there as the bodyguard. So now feeling a little safer.
Yeah, and so 7 is a lot. And I don't think Brian has enough to get through Chen Po and get to the Cogsworth, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to do both.
One card left in Bryant's hand here. I think there's only one left in Jonathan's hand here, so he's going to balance that tightrope of Clarabelle pretty well here.
Yep.
Another Chen Po on the top here as well, and another lucky dime. So if Jonathan can keep this board the way it is, he's actually in a pretty good spot to possibly start pulling ahead.
Yeah, it really does feel, even though, board states feel a little even, it does seem like Jonathan might be a little ahead here.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth here in this game. I'm trying to keep up. There's so much going on. Yeah, we've got bodyguard, we've got resist. Remembering what each one of these characters, what they challenge for, then you have to take the resist into account. Then there's the lucky dimes. You actually have perfect information, which makes it harder, believe it or not, because now we know the cards that are drawn the next turn as well. There's so much going on, and these players are having to do this under the pressure of playing for a Golden Mickey. I do not envy them being in this seat right now.
No.
I'm glad it's not me. I'm glad I'm in this seat, Rebecca, not that one.
Now he has 2 cards in hand. Are they both lucky dimes?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought because he had those both on the top of his deck. Just now questing with Tamatoa, bringing that Popsicle back from the discard, playing it to draw a card. Oof. Oh, a whole new world there on the top of his deck. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, and so this could be really dangerous. He's got a Chen Po in bodyguard mode here again. He might quest the other one, so it's double bodyguarded up to make sure Cogsworth stays healthy. So the resist gets to happen on both the bodyguards. But then if Cogsworth gets to stay around next turn as well, there's a good chance that he's going to be able to play out his hand, sing Whole New World on Cogsworth, and then just go crazy. He draws a couple of items, depending on how these lucky dimes happen. That's the other thing, though. He has 2 lucky dimes in his hand. Does he want to give up both of those? There's so much going on in this game.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
Rebecca, I'm trying to keep up, and it's difficult.
Yeah. So do you think he plays one of those lucky dimes and then sings Whole New World so that he has one in play?
I think there's very likely he's going to play a Whole New World because here's the thing. Bryant just drew a 1-drop Clarabelle.
With a little Pegasus on top behind it.
Yeah, so what's going to happen is Bryant's not going to play this, right? He's going to keep it in his hand to be able to snipe one of the lucky dimes if it comes down. And what Jonathan can do is sing a Whole New World. He'll lose the lucky dimes, but he gets rid of the Clarabelle at least, too. So we'll see what happens over these turns, how these players play it out. There's a lot of sub-games going on. You see the talking and the giggling going on. I'm assuming it's along that line of... Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So the 1-drop Clarabelle, I had forgotten about her ability. When you play this character, you can pay its ink to banish a chosen item, which, so now... So
that's what I'm saying. So the lucky dimes are kind of weird here.
Yeah, what do you do?
Also, I think there's a good grin about the top of the deck the last few turns of Bryant versus Jonathan. Jonathan's have been Chen Po's, Whole New Worlds, lucky dimes, 5, 6, 7 drops. And Bryant's have been Clarabelles and, 1-drops and things like that.
Yeah.
Even though there was a big Clarabelle and a little Clarabelle, he's just like, hey, can your average ink cost go down a little bit, maybe, on these reveals? Maybe even it up just a little bit?
Just a little. He is only running. I just was looking at his deck. Jonathan only has 2 lucky dimes in his whole deck. So
that's a really good point.
That is puts him in a really interesting position because now, so
here's the thing. Bryant is incentivized as well to play these because of his Clarabelle in play. He wants to get some value off this.
He wants to play out his hand and then draw,
It's a hard spot because like he played the Clarabelle, he got the Popsicle. It's going to get back with the Tamatoa. There's not a ton that you can do there with this, but it does get him a couple cards deeper into his deck, which I think he's looking for some specific stuff. Maybe I think some crabs off the top would go a long way here for Bryant and being able to start to clear up some of this board.
Yes. Yeah, especially with these Chen Pos, he needs something to get through those Chen Pos.
Yeah, and you might think, Brian, oh, you have a Clarabelle. If he has a whole new world, then, Clarabelle can help get you out of this. The problem is Jonathan's going to get his 7 cards first with his full ink here. Because all of his characters are able to sing a whole new world here if he wants to do that. But let's see. He still has his lucky dimes like you're talking about. The Clarabelle's no longer in Brian's hand. This might have changed the way that Jonathan plans on playing this out. Now, the lucky dimes, not as good as they are in some of the other spots right now. Only hitting for 2.
Yeah, he really doesn't have a high questing character. If he had one of those aerials out with some items, that would be good. Or if he had a lot more items, so the Tamatoa was questing for more, then the lucky dime becomes a lot more valuable, more than just 10 cents. But right now, not the best.
Also, so there's another thing going on here too. Bryant is at 11 lore with a bunch of characters to play. Jonathan can't just ignore that. Anymore, because Bryant is starting to play a different game. He's like, look, I'm just gonna start luring up. You're gonna have to start challenging, which is happening here. You're gonna have to start challenging, and there we go. Card drawn here.
Yep, and those Chen Pos able really to do a lot of work though, and absorb a lot of damage with that 7 willpower.
Absolutely. We see a goat off the top, or on the top. Sorry, not off the top. On the top rope here for Bryant, and that's the thing that Jonathan has to put in the calculation here too. You can get a lot of extra lore from this, so I got to be careful here as well. So now you might see Jonathan be maybe a little more aggressive at clearing some of this board off. That, or if you're going to possibly change your idea here, maybe you hold New World now. But I'm trying to say, I think Jonathan is trying not to use a whole New World.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is interesting. I would love to be able to hear Jonathan's thoughts.
Yes. What is the internal dialogue going on right now in Jonathan's head, looking at all the lines here?
I'm trying to think of the last time I got to cast a match like this where it's just there's been so much going on.
A lot. And each of these players are just really thinking through and making smart decisions on both sides of the board. So much back and forth.
Yeah, there's so much extra going on too. You have the extra information with the top card going on. So like I said, it actually kind of makes it harder in some spots. These players have perfect information. They know what's coming up next. So the decision tree gets even more complicated. More branches start to come off of it. You have to start thinking differently here. Like, you made a play to start the turn. Now with different cards on the top of the deck, that changes things.
It really does, yeah. Yeah, that Merlin's Cottage is such an interesting addition to this deck, and it really has changed how this game is flowing.
I think I just wouldn't play with it because of the headache that it's giving me and the fact that there's so much going on. I'm having trouble keeping up.
Yeah. And Tamatoa there, also just such a big character to deal with. Gosh, there's just a lot going on. No, he does play the lucky dime here. Okay, so exerting 7 ink. And then
I was about to say, I do actually like the idea of starting to get the lucky dime because I was going to say, and doing this. Get the Popsicle back, use it as ink, start to get 2 lore off of this. And now we're going to start the march up because you can start using the Chen Pos as bodyguard. They're going to be bodyguards here the next few turns. It's going to be hard for them to get through. This Tamatoa, you're not getting through to this. You're not getting through to this Cogsworth anytime soon. So the way Jonathan's going to win this game is lucky dime activations this turn and possibly 2 next turn.
Yeah. So the most lore he can get off of lucky dime is 2 right now. But again, Bryant does have that. Oh no, the Clarabelle is already played, so now he doesn't have anything. Oh gosh.
So Jonathan's trying to do.
He's trying to. In hand.
Okay, so Jonathan knows there's friends from the other side in Bryant's hand. He knows there's a goat on top. What he's doing is he's doing a lot of math here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying what do I need to take care of on your side of the board? Okay, so pulling now to 14 lore on Jonathan's side of the board. Bryant has 4 lore, so that would only get him up to 16 this turn. Definitely giving Jonathan a chance to take it next turn, which I think he could possibly do.
Trying to do a lot of math here. So Ursula on the top. What happens if you draw a bounce, a Madam Mim?
7. So yeah, Jonathan could get 8 lore next board, so that he has the game for sure, unless Bryant takes care of something. And of course, he has to take care of those Chen Pos in order to get to anything else on Jonathan's side of the board.
Yeah, so he's at 12 right now. He can get up to 17. All right, so you can see the sigh of relief from Jonathan there, seeing that second card with Sir Hiss. If it had been a bounce, he might have been able to find a way to cobble it together. So I still think he might have been one short.
Yeah.
But there are some sequences of cards that could have maybe gotten Bryant there. Now Bryant has to worry about, is he going to lose the game on the next turn from Jonathan? There's a good chance that does happen. You're looking at 6 just from Cogsworth alone with the 2 lucky dimes.
Yeah,
which is enough to win.
Yeah, if he plays that second lucky dime next turn and he has the extra ink to, he wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, as
he wouldn't be able to activate both.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point.
But if Tamatoa is still, in play, then he'll have enough.
Then he would be questing for 3.
Yeah. So he has to get through both Chinpos and at least one of Cogsworth or whatever. And Brian says, "Yeah, I can't do enough."
I can't do it.
That gets her. Rebecca, I need a break. I have a headache. I need some Advil. Holy.
Wow. So that Merlin's Cottage really changed the flow of the game. It gave both players a lot of information, but I think it really affected how the game turned out. It's such an interesting addition to that Sapphire Steel deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely gave both players perfect information. It altered their plays quite a bit. And you can see kind of using that to your advantage there. Like, you know what they're going to do the next turn and what it lets you know the range a little bit more. Like, I know he can only do this or get only to this spot. So you saw some of the plays definitely change because of that card. Oh, man. Strange card and a lot of extra stuff going on.
A lot of extra stuff. Yeah. Well, we are actually going to move past game 2 with this match. So game 1 went to Jonathan. Game 2 did end up going to Bryant. And we're going to jump in to game 3 here. So let's get down to it.
Get right to the decider. Yes. See who's going to win that golden Mickey.
Yeah, those golden Mickeys, like we already talked about, both of these players have the invite to the championships at Disneyland. What do you think both of these players are thinking now going into the third match here?
Please let me have a good opener.
Yeah, yes.
Inkable cards, the cards that I could play early in the game. Like, can I get a popsicle into some kind of ramp, into a havas or something like that on one side, and then can I get a 1-drop into possibly a snake, into some other zoo animals that we've got going on?
Zoo animals.
Yeah, bring the whole zoo along with the Madam Mim.
Let's have all Zootopia. Invite all Zootopia to the party. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's like you've said, that altering your opening hand is one of the key things in Lorcana. A lot of strategy involved. So I can't wait to see how this game turns out.
Exactly. Sounds like the players are almost ready. Yep. Sounds like we're going to be going back down. And like you said, we're jumping right into game 3 here. Bryant was able to tie this up.
A lot on the line here. A lot. And also just, I know players at this level, at this competitive level, are striving for excellence, So it's, of course, you want to win every game. You've worked so hard, and so every game matters, at this level. At every level, everyone wants to win. I mean, let's face it.
All right, nice 1-drops for both players here. Let's see, does Jonathan have... He has at least another popsicle here, so it looks like his opener is pretty good here. I think I see a Baboom in there, too. That's a pretty good one to be able to take care of some of the early characters from Bryant, maybe mess up some of the Madam Mim shenanigans that are going on.
Yep, I see a Cogsworth hiding back in there. Fortisphere, which is similar to a popsicle, in which when you play it, it gives you a card.
I think that was a Baboom. I'm not perfectly sure, but we do see a Shmee from him here as well.
Yeah.
Hard to catch some of Jonathan's cards here with a tiny bit of glare.
He does run one Baboom in his deck.
Exactly one, and we might have it. Well, I was talking about maybe kind of breaking up some of the early characters from Bryant to kind of stop some of the Madam Mim shenanigans. That's not happening this game. We've got 3 1-drops from Bryant here.
Oh, there's a Mickey Mouse Detective. Let's see, a Fortisphere, Popsicle, Mickey Mouse Detective, and that Cogsworth. A couple other things. Mickey Detective, I know a lot of Sapphire players are split on should this be in your deck or not. Does one jump ahead better, or other cards?
I'm starting to come around on it. I know
you have opinions.
I know. I'm starting to come around on the character version of these. I like T-Bow a lot more. Don't get me wrong.
T-Bow.
I like T-Bow a lot more.
Is excellent, and he is running just 1 T-Bow in his deck, but 3 of Mickey Mouse Detectives, which is an interesting point.
I would love to hear his reasoning on that. I'm gonna have to go have a little conversation, Jonathan. Like, hey, look, tell me why you're better at this deck than I am. Let me know what's going on.
No, that's fun. So Bryant just drew a Cricky off of Chernobog's followers, which he quested with, and then was able to banish, draw card. He's only running one of this Lucky Cricket, and it's going into the Inkwell. Yeah.
Yep. More 1-drops here for Bryant as well. So not getting to play the board too big for challenge ways, but still a lot of lore in play, but a little worrisome with that Shmi on the other side that's ready to start picking off tons of characters all at once.
Yeah.
So, gotta be looking for, it was a Baboom. That is the one of Baboom in Jonathan's hand here.
I can't quite tell what else Bryant has in his hand.
It did, however, get into the Inkwell here.
Inkwell, yep.
Yeah, because I do think there's a Tinkerbell in Jonathan's hand, so this is something that's going to be able to do a lot of work over the next turn, and then that troublesome Cogsworth here going to be really, really good.
Yeah,
I'm like you. I love the interaction with Shmi.
Yeah, it's so great, and gosh.
No, there is no Tinkerbell here. I thought there was.
Oh, okay, so we had Let It Go in Jonathan's hand, and when that Ursula Deceiver came down, was able to, or forced Jonathan to let it go into the discard pile.
Nice one.
Questing here with Clarabelle and Pegasus. Pegasus, of course, a little safe over there because of that evasive.
And yeah, I love being able to pick up one of the Clarabelles as well here. For Bryant, you saw a lucky dime in the hand. You saw good. Oh, what a top deck here for Jonathan. I think that was a grab
your
his sword.
Swords. Yes, it was, which he could sing here with Cogsworth if he wanted to. Oh my goodness.
And he drew an aerial here too. This might have just sealed a golden Mickey for him.
Oh my goodness.
What a top deck for Jonathan here.
Yeah, that grab your swords. Oh man, and that aerial, such a great card.
Yeah, I'm looking back over to Brian. I see a ton of 1-drops in hand here.
There's not much that Bryant has. Yeah, another Clarabelle, another couple Clarabelles, but I can't even. He has the Ursula, and I think maybe the Ursula Deceiver as well is what it looks like hiding behind that Clarabelle.
Yeah, the problem for Bryant here is he's lost the board, and I don't know if he's able to get back with the cards that he has. He has a big Ursula, but we're not there yet.
I mean, he can't even trade out anything.
There we go. Okay, so he can shift onto it.
Yep, you can shift out Ursula.
Still got the 2 damage on it. You can maybe pick something off.
Yeah, that resist, of course, is making Madam Mim Snake much less effective. She has 3 strength, but both Mickey and Smee have 3 willpower, but with that resist +1, Snake not able to banish one of those characters. Ursula, she does 4 damage, so could maybe run into the Smee here. I don't.
Yeah, I could pick off either one of these. And I think Brian's thinking about that. Which one do I want? Do I want to put more damage onto my Ursula, or do I just want to pick off the Mickey here, only take 1, and then make you have to start challenging into my Ursula if you want to do something along those lines?
Yeah.
So it looks like it goes ahead and a double. Yeah, I was going to say double challenge there. It's going to take care of the Cogsworth, so no more resist.
No more resist. Yep. Oh, and then the Smee, because the resist was taken away, then
Yep, Haverson going to ahead and come in, draw 2 cards, start to refresh Jonathan's hand here. Sorry, that was so fast. I was trying to keep up with everything.
Yeah, didn't quite. Okay. Okay, now we got that resist off. I'm like, they'll figure it out eventually.
Clarabelle off the top, not a bad one for Bryant here. You can start to set that up for next turn as well.
Moving the small Clarabelle over to the library, which the library is a new card here in Shimmering Skies. Super fun. Anytime a character gets banished while at that location, you get to draw a card. So it's more card draw there for Bryant. It's nice because then, if you lose a character, at least you get a card out of it.
You're pretty happy about this ink, too. If you're Bryant, to let it go, just got put into the ink of Jonathan. So hopefully no answer for your Clarabelle here from Jonathan.
He drew an Anna there off the top. Which is not bad.
Yep. I was going to say, I wonder if you remember to get the lore there off the library. He just did.
He did, yep.
Okay. Pretty important. One of the reasons we play the good locations.
Yep, that's why ready, set, go. I always say it at the start of my turn when I play. Ready, set, go.
I never do it that way. I like that. I'm going to seal that.
Yep, just ready, set, and that's when you get your location, lore from your locations.
Yeah, Clarabelle shift here. Last card left over Brian's hand. Does he want to ink it? Is it something that he wants to save for next turn?
It's uninkable. It's an Anna.
I didn't know that.
So, yeah, he can't ink it, but he does have next turn a possibility for a little choose your own adventure.
Oh, absolutely. That one actually might be pretty good here next turn. We'll have to see. Only going to draw 1 card at the end here, but he does still get the chance, if he wants to challenge here.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that, or does he want to lore?
Well, she quests for 2. He is behind a little bit. Jonathan has 9. He's sitting at 6. 5, 6. Let's see here. Flaversham has 6 strength, so wouldn't be able to banish Flaversham.
Right, it does look like he's going to go ahead and opt for the lore
Lore.
instead.
That makes sense.
Big draw here for Jonathan. It looks like that
Wow.
Ariel's going to get a play, get activated on the lucky dime as well. This is going to start getting a ton of lore very
So
quickly for Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan is going to go up to 14 and 16 here, questing with both Flaversham and Mickey Mouse. Of course, he's choosing not to banish Lucky Dime off of Flaversham because he wants to keep it there. And so Ariel will quest for 5 each turn.
Yeah, and did we miss that? Did Jonathan have less cards in his hand than I thought he did? Because I think Bryant either Jonathan had less cards either, or Bryant might have missed the draw at the end of the turn with the Clarabelle as well. And that's actually going to do it because he has no answer with Lucky Dime to Ariel, even though he would have the next turn. But that's going to put Jonathan Lamb into the next round.
Has earned himself a golden Mickey. Congratulations to Jonathan. What a match. Wow, that was fun. That was really fun to watch. Jonathan, such a great player, such an interesting build. And yeah, he really pulled that one out.
Yeah, you get to see the power of Lucky Dime here in this match. And this is what Blue Steel does. It doesn't have as robust of an early game as some of the other decks. It doesn't ramp up as much, but it fights for the board as well as it possibly can early game. If it gets any control of the board, it sings really well, and then it's one of the best Lucky Dime decks in the game. And the fact that you have Ariel, you have Tamato, you have all of these stuff that Lucky Dime can start to change the game drastically, because you go from like 0 lore to like 12 so fast.
So quickly. I think that grab your swords was really key in this last game too. Being able to top deck that off his deck, that really came in key. And then the Ariel to follow it up, just wonderful. So we're gonna go to break, and we're gonna be back with some interviews in your top 8.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas. We're making our way very quickly through day 2. We're into the top 8. All of these players have earned their golden Mickeys. They've earned their invites to Continentals. So I'm excited to see at this point kind of who we're crowning as the winner. We have some brackets to look at. We have some brackets eventually to look at to see where these players are forming. But Brendan, how have you been feeling for the past day?
Yeah, great. I mean, all players have secured their golden Mickeys, which is definitely a big prize, but still the biggest prize on the line, which is to get first place. It is for that glory to be crowned the champion of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, so with that, I think we should go ahead and take a look at the brackets to see where we're at. We do see this Elsa bracket, Zan and Jonathan here at the end. We've been able to commentate some of Zan's matches earlier, facing Ruby Sapphire with Frisco earlier in the day, facing another Ruby Sapphire match here. So
Yeah.
interesting stuff.
Just look at this pathway. It looks like Jonathan has faced mirrors all the way up until Zan here. And Zan has had sort of a myriad of matchups, right? Zan faced a Ruby Sapphire and then into an Emerald Amethyst, and now finally facing another Ruby Sapphire. We know that Zan's list is particularly good against Ruby Sapphire. Still a hard matchup, and Zan talked about in his interview. It's going to be very hard on the draw. But in terms of these Emerald Steel lists, Zan's is more tech than most to beat this Ruby Sapphire deck.
Definitely. And with that being said, Zan and Jonathan both have day 2'd multiple DLCs, so two very good players. We do have some interviews from both players coming up with Liam before this match starts, so I'm eager to see what both of these players are thinking as they're leading into this top 8 match. So I think we should just go ahead and push it over to them, and then we'll get into the match.
Hey everyone, I am joined once again by Zan Side, who just won his top 16 match into the top 8. Zan, good to see you again.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
I feel like it's always good news when you're back up here for an interview, right?
I mean, so far.
So you won a Golden Mickey in Atlanta, and now you're one of very few people to be invited twice to North American Championship. You're now one of even fewer people to win 2 Golden Mickeys. How does that feel?
I think I might be the only one.
You might be the only one. What was the number of your first Mickey?
I actually can't remember that right now.
Well, are you hoping for a particular number in this one?
Yeah, single digits. I mean, I feel like number 1 or number 2 would be appropriate because I've won two Golden Mickeys, and number 1 first to do it, so I'll take that.
That's fair. Number 2 would be appropriate. Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see how you do in the top 8.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm joined here by Jonathan, another Golden Mickey winner. And Jonathan is no stranger to these challenges as well. You finished in the top 64 in Atlanta, and you did better in Dallas, going top 32, and you skipped top 16 here and went straight to top 8. How does that feel?
It feels really good. Like, to go to these challenges and grow and learn and get better, it feels really good.
Do you feel like your experience at those other challenges helped you here?
Yes, because I get to practice against good players, and then if I lose, it's not over. You get to go to the next challenge and get better and win.
So what does it feel like to win a Golden Mickey?
It feels really good to win a Golden Mickey. It's just a topping on the cake, though, because I want to get my invite for Worlds and all that stuff, so it feels good.
Is there a number that you're hoping for?
No, I'm going to really prefer a number. Maybe 25, because 25 is my lucky number.
All right, 25 it is. Well, I hope for 25 for you. Thanks so much, Jonathan, and good luck in the top 8.
It's fun to see both of these players be so excited to earn their invites and their Golden Mickeys moving on into the day. And I really like what Jonathan said. You know, if some of these players didn't make it as far as they wanted to, there's always another challenge to come.
Yeah, and I also definitely agree with Jonathan that the opportunity to play better players is actually one of the best things about making it deep into day 2. I mean, it's just such a great experience, and you get to level up so much as a player once you get into that later rounds of day 2, but also into top 8, because these really are the best players that exist in Disney Lorcana right now.
Definitely the best players here in Las Vegas and across multiple of the challenges, and especially further into day 2 as we get. So with that being said, I want to get into this day 2, watch some of these best players play their matches and perform against each other. Let's get right into it.
All right, so let's talk about the matchup from a high level. Obviously, this is something we've seen. A matchup we've seen Zan navigate already on stream, right? This is Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire, traditionally unfavored for Emerald Steel. But Zan talked about it particularly in his interview. He said on the play, feels relatively comfortable, feels like he has a chance. On the draw, does feel like he has to get pretty lucky, and he's willing to take more risks as a result. But if we're looking at Jonathan's list, Jonathan's list for Ruby Sapphire, it's probably one of the more anti-Ruby Amethyst lists I've seen. So it has 3 Gaston, that's usually to help deal with the Flynn, as well as down here it has access to the Scar to help you deal with locations, as well as 2 Vitalispheres also potentially to help you deal with Queen's Castle. So very tech for Ruby Amethyst. We'll have to see how it plays out against this Emerald Steel list in the form of Zan Saeed.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Zan fight through at least 3 Ruby Sapphire matches from the top 64, so it's definitely a matchup that he's familiar with at this point, and definitely one that he can win. You mentioned how Zan talked about in his interview going first on the play, doesn't feel disadvantaged there, but on the draw, a little bit rougher. Jonathan here being the 25th place player and Zan being the 32nd means Jonathan very likely is going to be on the play for this game 1, so I'm interested to see if Zan can find a way to recover and come out ahead against another Ruby Sapphire deck.
Yeah, being higher seed going into day 2 and consistently being able to be on the play is definitely a big advantage in the current metagame. Especially when you're talking about these ramp decks like Ruby Sapphire. Like Ruby Sapphire on the play versus on the draw can be drastically different, especially against Emerald decks. Emerald decks having these Ursulas that can snag your one jump aheads, but when you're on the play, you're able to sort of dodge that. And we see Vitalosphere come out here first with a monstrous dragon for Jonathan.
Yeah, we saw in previous games for Zan how much being on the play versus the draw really matters just because of being able to get some of those strong characters out. For instance, this one cost Diablo. We're going to get a look at Jonathan's hand. Can potentially shift a future Diablo on the next turn. But of course, because Jonathan is going first, after that, Jonathan could be up to 3 ink, potentially play a Brawl if he had one. There's no Brawl in hand, so I'm sure Dan is happy to see that. Also, don't see any Ice Block Sisus or anything for it as well. Moving on to Jonathan's turn 2.
Yeah, Zan does see that the Shift Diablo line is clear. There is no answer currently for Jonathan. The Tipo deployed, accelerating Jonathan. Whole ink. Now back over to Zan. This is going to be the critical turn 2 for Zan. Are we going to see that Shift Diablo come down? We know that Jonathan does not have an answer currently.
We've seen how much work this Shift Diablo can do. We do see at
He
least
does
2
have it.
copies of it in there. We also have an action that we can discard to shift it as well. Also, that Ursula Deceiver in hand could be played, fishing out some any songs that might have been in Jonathan's hand. We have 2 actions here with Strength of Raging Fire and Let the Storm Rage On. We are going to shift this Diablo, discarding Strength.
Yep, and there is that infamous Shift Diablo line here.
We're
Going
going
to sing Strength of the Raging Fire on Tipo here.
drawing into another. Let the Storm Rage On. Now that this Diablo is exerted, every time Jonathan draws a card, Dan gets to draw a card. So if Jonathan has a Hiram and plays it next turn, banishing this Vitalosphere, Dan's going to start doing what we've seen him do in previous matches, which is sort of benefit off of the power of other decks' card draw.
We've seen this exact opener from Zan, by the way, this Shift Diablo into the Morph, and he draws the Beast. Think of that turn 3 Shift Beast potentially onto Morph. See how powerful that can be on the play. Doesn't currently have it in hand, but it is an option.
Jonathan playing a How Far I'll Go. Like we're going to open with a Tipo and a 1 jump ahead with the 2 cards that he drew, taking the Tipo in hand, putting the 1 jump ahead into Inkwell. Ramping again.
Jonathan up to 5 ink, does have another Grammatala in hand, and of course has that Lucky Dime. Not so good at this point in the game.
Could definitely come to mean something, though, if we get it down a little early. Of course, it's a couple turns too early for that. We do have a Tipo and a Grammatala in hand. I think Jonathan's trying to figure out what we want to play this turn. Play the Tipo, ink one of our cards in hand.
I think we're over at Zan's.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we just passed the turd on that, it looks like. Jonathan ready to zinc.
Another Diablo for Zan here. We're actually going to go ahead and shift it, discarding that Let the Storm Rage On quest with both Diablos. This is going to give Zan 2 triggers as we pass over to Jonathan. Jonathan needs to find an answer to that Diablo immediately.
One good thing about cards like Grammatala in Jonathan's hand is that it's not drawing a card. You actually look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and you choose one to put in your hand, so these Diablos will not get a trigger off of this, but it allows Jonathan to look 2 cards deep, find anything he may need. We see a Popsicle and a Madame Medusa. Grabbing that Madame Medusa definitely going to be an answer to one of these Diablos for the next turn.
Madame Medusa is going to help a lot getting rid of one of those Diablos and progressing you further towards that 8 ink where you can actually deploy the Sisu and take out whatever Diablos are left. If there happens to be, one on the board, as well as the additional one that is in Zan's hand, could also hit that Prince John, which we might see deployed here pretty soon.
Yeah, we do see a Prince John in hand. Anna, Pete, Ursula. See Zan considering inking the Ursula, which he does. Play a Pete, so no actions from Jonathan on this next turn.
Yep, stopping that Be Prepared turn as we go into Jonathan's Ink 7 turn. Stopping Be Prepared as a potential out here, but Jonathan, we do have access to that Madame Medusa.
You find an Inkable with Hideaway as well. Probably not a very useful card in this matchup.
Do you think that finding an Inkable very critical here, though, at this moment, because you want to get up towards that 8 ink so that you can utilize the Sisu as soon as possible, assuming the Zan keeps deploying onto this board. There's a Hypnotize, though. That Hypnotize will probably take that last card in hand. As well as a Cove. Seen how powerful Cove can be against Ruby Sapphire in particular.
Yeah, all of the Ruby cards that banish characters based on strength. We saw the Madame Medusa come down, banishing Diablo. that has 3 strength or less, of course, Diablo would still be susceptible to Madame Medusa if moved to the Cove, but we saw the big Sisu in Jonathan's hand. If we do get a Diablo into the Cove, raising it to a 3/3 rather than a 2/2, Sisu no longer banishes it, and at that point, kind of a dead card on this board state, to be honest with you, not hitting the Pete or the Diablo.
Interested to see how Zan sequences this turn. If we're going to see that final card in Jonathan's hand's discarded, because we know it's a very impactful card at that. Of his last answer to this Diablo currently on board.
Looks like we're going to play the Ana, pay the extra 2 to force Jonathan to discard that card. Of course, it was the big Sisu.
Ana, such a powerful new card from the set. Just so much modality and that additional clauses if you pay the extra 2.
Very powerful discard here too, because without the Hidden Cove for Zan, he inked it this last turn. That big Sisu, if we drew an inkable card, would have banished both the Diablo and the Ana here.
And now this is the story that's unfolded in previous games with Zan as we see him start to pull out as sort of card advantage in controlling S deck with those Diablos deployed, just running more cards than the opponent, which is kind of comical considering that the opponent is on a deck like Ruby Sapphire, a deck that's known for its controlling aspects, known for its board wipe, and more than anything, known for its card draw.
You see the Prince John being played and a Hypnotize right after it, so Jonathan's going to have to discard another big Sisu. Oh my goodness, I believe Jonathan's running 4 big Sisus. That's at least 2 of them down, but Dan's going to draw a card off the Hypnotize and then draw another card off of the Prince John trigger when Jonathan discards that big Sisu. Foil at that. Dan's still figuring out what he wants to do with the rest of his turn, deciding to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, using Diablo on the Grimmatala, banishing it, and then questing with Ana.
Yep, notably quest with the Ana, likely forcing the Madame Medusa trade. No reason for Zan to trade it, as Zan is currently, the aggressor in this matchup. Jonathan likely will trade that Madame Medusa unless he's saying something like a how far I'll go. Here, played, looking at the top 5, gets to pick one. Expensive cards. And a Popsicle, which is going to be the card that's taken.
Grabbing the Popsicle, I think Jonathan at this point is just looking for answers.
Grimmatala is nice. Grimmatala is going to utilize that ink in a very efficient way. We're going to look at the top 2 again, not trigger that Diablo. It does find the Madame Medusa. That is an answer to the Diablo that is on board. Great sequence from Jonathan. Find an answer here.
We are going to trade with the Ana and the Madame Medusa here as we pass over to Zan's turn. And draws has plethora of cards in hand right now from this Diablo. It's been around for quite a few turns. A few Diablos in hand as well. Have that sudden chill that I see could be sung. Get a trigger off the Prince John as well this turn if we wanted to.
Almost certainly is going to be the play for Zan. So while Jonathan did find the opportune card to deal with this Diablo, Zan is almost certainly going to make him discard it. Unfortunately, a sequence of events that Jonathan's getting a bit used to, drawing a great card, and Zan just takes it away.
I love this play from Zan, playing the 1-cost Diablo just to see what card is in Jonathan's hand. We have 2 options here for discard for Zan, both the Sudden Chill, also having a Ursula Deceiver that could potentially get rid of a action card or song card if it was in Jonathan's hand. He sees that it's, of course, the Madame Medusa, not a song card, so we go ahead and play the Sudden Chill, forcing Jonathan to discard it, getting that Prince John trigger to draw another card.
And Zan now extremely far ahead in this game. 3 characters on board, one being one of the most fearsome in Lorcana in the form of Diablo, and 6 cards in hand, while his opponent, Jonathan, has 0, and we have double Prince John.
This is where things start to get pretty scary for Jonathan, I think. We only have 7 ink in our inkwell, so if we draw one of our 4 big Sisus, we know that 2 are already gone. Can't even play it this turn. Definitely don't want any cards in hand. We do find a Brawl, though, to get rid of this Diablo. As a start, of course, Zan is going to have another Diablo in hand that he able to shift onto next turn if we have an action song to discard. We do find the Hypnotize, so...
Yep. You want to punish Jonathan's potential out of maybe finding that here in Flaversham and drawing himself back into this game, acquiring more cards back into this game. We don't talk about Bruno.
Gonna be 2 triggers off of the Prince Johns on board, so we're gonna draw 3 cards with Hypnotize. Or sorry, no, we don't talk about Bruno, so we're only gonna draw 2 cards. We don't talk about Bruno, essentially an inkable Dragonfire at this point when Jonathan has no cards in hand, no randomization to that card being discarded.
There's that Shift Diablo just stopping the potential out of the Huron Flaversham. You can see Jonathan realizes that the lock has been basically assembled at this point. Are we going to see a prepared off the top. I feel like that's kind of the only out. It's actually going to be Tamatoa. I think we only need 7 inks, so we're going to hook it up to the next game.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes. I think that's a big win for Zan, if we're being honest.
On the draw, yeah.
On the draw, that means that he can potentially have 1 game on the play. If he goes into this one with Jonathan, be on the play again, assuming that he lost this match. So, you know, I'm excited to see what happens with Zan here.
Let's get into it. That was a big win for Zan. All right, so into the hand sculpting phase.
The hand sculpting phase here, Jonathan holding his hand on his head, probably not happy with what he's looking at right now, trying to think what he needs to stop Zan from getting this powerful opening, right? I feel like these games where we watch Zan open with turn 1 Diablo, shift Diablo on turn 2.
There it is
And
once
there
again,
it is.
getting a peek at that hand, and we can see there is no answer for the shift Diablo line. Once again, we do have that turn 2 1 jump ahead. Notably so, if Zan does have access to the Ursula, could play that on turn 2, snag that, get rid of... But we're going to go ahead and play it here. I forgot that Jonathan was on the play. That's what happens when you lose game 1.
Yeah, Jonathan being on the play means he can get that out of his hand before an Ursula Deceiver
Very nice.
potentially comes down. Fortunately, Jonathan not having an item, though, there is a Hiram in his hand that won't have an item to discard or to banish to draw extra cards on this next turn, trying to get
There
ahead.
it is. Zan does have
Man.
it again with the shift Diablo.
And the sudden chill right after, forcing Jonathan to discard a card, starting the Diablo so that when Jonathan draws on his next turn, Dan starts the cycle all over again.
And there we go, a morph. We're going to see a turn 3 shift into Beast.
Saw Zan with such a powerful opening in previous matches and how much damage it did to these Ruby Sapphire in general, just providing threat after threat, forcing Jonathan to have the answers that he just doesn't have right now.
Yeah, it looks like Jonathan's looking to ink up towards that Madame Medusa, also playing the item for the Lavishims that are in hand. Really tough spot, actually, for Jonathan. Jonathan having a lot of outs here.
I think Jonathan recognizes that he's going to need to answer some of these cards quickly. With the Fishbone Quill, and the next turn, he can ink 2 cards and get to that Madame Medusa if he needs to. Haven't spotted a Beast Tragic Hero in Zan's hand yet, so I don't know that we're going to see one on this turn 3.
It's actually going to the Tinkerbell in there as a possible ship target, but not coming down this turn. With
Uses
Pete
an
as
Pete.
well. Yeah, Pete as well to potentially sort of stifle something like a Be Prepared that could come down if Jonathan tries to quickly ink up to 7.
It's like we're going to go with Hypnotize, forcing Jonathan to discard another card from hand. Have Zan draw a card as well. Jonathan basically is in a position next turn where he wants to get to 6 to get rid of this Diablo. He's going to have to ink a Hiram and also ink whatever he draws just to play this Madame Medusa in his hand. Draws a How Far I'll Go, an uninkable card.
Is that the play here? Do you ink the Hiram in Fishbone? How far I'll go to play the Madame Medusa, no cards in hand, gets rid of the Diablo. Now you have 6 ink, you have a 4/4, you have an item on board, but no cards in hand. Back over to Zan.
And Zan just draws another Diablo off the top there. Potentially played again on this turn, bringing up the 1-cost Diablo, but Jonathan has no cards in hand, so there wouldn't be anything to see. Also have an action song in hand with Let the Storm Rage on. Potentially shift it on the next turn if we only play the 1-drop Diablo here, but like you mentioned, Jonathan doesn't have any cards in hand, so I think Jonathan recognized how much value this Diablo was creating for Zan, needing to get rid of that threat. At this point, kind of hoping that we can draw into some cards that can help refill his hand so that he can start inking. That would be my biggest concern right now, is only drawing potentially 1 card a turn. Need to get up to that 7 or 8 ink so that you can play Be Prepared or Sisu if it comes around. Also saw a Scar Vicious Cheater last game.
Needs to find another Hiram, I think, with only 2 more left in the deck. It's going to be pretty tough. See Zan go ahead and deploy this Tinkerbell, shifting onto the morph, so 1 damage onto Madame Medusa. Pass back over to Jonathan. Do we find the Hiram? I see it is actually a Ruby card here.
Just
Going to go ahead and ink it. I do think it was a Brawl if I could have. I saw it for about 0.1 of a second, but
fun little thing here that Jonathan does. Inking it with the Fishbone Quill is to not give away any information to Zan on what was drawn. Zan just basically getting a free turn out of this, not wanting to exert the Madame Medusa on Jonathan's side.
What are Zen's considering now? Able to quest with that Tinkerbell. Also, full hands. Looks like we're going to be going up to 6 here for Zan.
Like we're going to
There's
play
the Pete. Yep.
Stop a potential be prepared off of the top, though. Not a great board state to play it. We see a Vitalisphere drawn from Jonathan. It's not what he's looking for.
What he's looking for, but at least it's not something like a one jump ahead. And there we go. We're actually going to banish that Vitalisphere to trade with the Tinkerbell, which I think is correct. Slow Zan down. Actually, all in all, not a bad draw, as Zan was going to, kind of keep questing with that Tinkerbell. Your Madame Medusa was not going to trade well into it. Quest with Pete here, up to 7. There's the Diablo.
Yeah, one thing that we see from Zan and Emerald Steel in general is kind of takes him a second to build a board to start questing aggressively and building up a lore total. Zan's made it all the way to 7 right now, but Pete and Diablo both only quest for 1. So definitely don't want to let him get away with this for too long, but at least it's not, 4 or 5 lore on the side of the board right now.
And Jonathan did not find an answer to the Diablo on the previous turn. Had to just ink once again with the Fishbone Quill. So off the top here, very important turn. Tamatoa, that's pretty nice. At least it can contest the board to an extent. Gets the item back. Gets the Vitalisphere back.
Decides to ink it. Doesn't want to give Zane an opportunity to discard that card. Get a draw off of the Prince John that was just played. At least gets him up to 9 ink.
Yeah,
Can
I mean,
play
this
pretty much anything he needs to off the top.
not the usual use case of Tamatoa. Tamatoa stopping things like Prince John from questing for free. It's very, very nice for what could have come off the top of the deck. It is not the answer he was looking for, but at least it is a answer to slow down Zan a bit here.
That's like you mentioned, slows him down a little bit. You have a Let the Storm Rage on that's going to put some damage onto the Tamatoa. Drawing a card for Zan here. You have access to this Ana. It can be played for 5 ink and could banish this Tamatoa because it's damaged with Ana's ability here.
Yep, and that is what we'll see. We're seeing the power of Ana once again. Your 3-drop getting rid, 5-drop effectively in this, getting rid of a Tamatoa, just a critical piece of this Ruby Sapphire deck. Back over to Jonathan, looks like a Grammatala off the top, which is not bad. It's going to dig you deeper, maybe find an answer.
Ooh, I mean, we do find a Visions. That's not too bad.
Yeah, but Visions is a little slow as Zan is at 12 lore here.
Also, we're getting to a point where Jonathan spent the majority of his ink this turn. Whatever he finds off the top, you really don't want sitting in hand.
He found the Brawl with 3 ink available.
Brawl definitely will take care of the Diablo here. Yeah, we see him take the Brawl and immediately use it on Diablo.
Not nothing, but Zan here is looking to quest for 5. It's going to bring him up to 17.
Drawing an Ursula Deceiver, having some removal in 2, Let the Storm Rage ons. Also, we don't talk about Bruno if Jonathan anything large down on board. Play 1, Let the Storm Rage on to the Grammatala, draw a card.
Yep, cycling those Let the Storm Rage ons. Wonder if he deploys something like a Pete to stop a Be Prepared here because we are threatening so much quest value.
We're going to sing Let the Storm Rage on first, banish this Grammatala, drawing another card, setting ourselves up to quest for 4 this turn, potentially. Still have enough ink to
and
play.
Here's the Pete.
Pete.
So stopping the Be Prepared as an out, going up to 16. Threatening game on the following turn. Back over to Jonathan. Be a big draw step.
I think he needs a Sisu here.
Tipo's not going to be it.
Tipo's not going to do it. And just like that, Zan takes it from Ruby Sapphire.
Both times on the draw as well.
Again, both times on the draw. In a matchup we've talked about before, not usually favored for Emerald Steel, but goodness gracious, Zan's played Ruby Sapphire 3 times on this way up to top 4 at this point, making it past top 8.
Zan did have some incredible draws that game, though. We saw the game where Zan lost on the draw against a Ruby Sapphire previously. We saw how bad his opening hand was, and that when it goes turn 2, sudden chill, didn't have a turn 1. But this time had to shift Diablo pretty much every single time and had great answers and was actually more of a controlling deck than Jonathan was for most of that match. Just had Jonathan on the back foot, was putting Jonathan in top deck mode. So, I mean, you see the power of Emerald Steel, what is traditionally an unfavored matchup, especially on the draw. I mean, Zan just looked dominant.
Diablo strong. Who knew?
Yeah.
So congrats for Zan on that, making his way into top 4. And fun fact, this is his second top 4. I believe he top 4 in Atlanta. So congrats to him. Congrats to both players for their Mickeys and their Continental invites. I know they're happy for that. But we do want to move on to the next bracket for the next match that we have for you today. Looks like we're going to be here at the Cinderella bracket. We have Jonathan and Christian having a Sapphire Steel versus a Ruby Amethyst matchup. Haven't seen very many Sapphire Steels throughout the tournament here, so interested in that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely not. Traditionally a very bad matchup for Ruby Amethyst. You know, Sapphire Steel is a deck that's made its way out of the metagame, which has been definitely probably a good thing for Ruby Amethyst. Not something you'd be expecting to run into in the quarterfinals as Christian. So there was actually only two. It's funny to say, there's actually only 2 Sapphire Steels in day 2, and
Yeah.
one is making it all the way here to the quarterfinals.
All the way to the quarterfinals, could make it even further. Jonathan, this is not his first time in day 2 of a tournament. Actually, in Toronto, Jonathan was also playing Sapphire Steel, so kind of an interesting thing there. Unfortunately, didn't make it to his Continental invite or Golden Mickey, but of course he's made it this far here. But you know, rather than talk about these players, I think we should hear from these players. I think we have an interview from Liam, so I think we should move on to that, see what they have to say and what they're looking forward to in this match.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm here with another Golden Mickey winner. It's Jonathan Lamb, a name that you might be familiar with from previous challenges. Jonathan, I have to check my math here. Your first challenge, you finished 108, pretty good. Next challenge, 67, just outside the top cut. And then in Toronto, 64, first seed going into the finals, and then you lost in round 1. What did that feel like?
It felt okay. I felt that like as long as I improved from the last time, everything's gonna be okay, and I was happy that I did better. So.
Well, you did better every time, and here you really did better. Winning a Golden Mickey, what does winning a Golden Mickey mean to you?
I'm really happy that I was able to, and it means that I can maybe visit my parents and my girlfriend.
That's awesome. Well, I can't wait to see how you do in the top 8. Good luck, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, I'm here with another Golden Mickey winner. It's Christian Pelayo, who just won his top 16 match into the top 8. This is your first Disney Lorcana challenge, and you are walking away with a Golden Mickey. How does that feel?
I feel amazing right now. Yeah, I'm going to get some good sleep tonight.
And I do have to ask, too, I mean, I didn't get to see you earlier in the day. How does it feel to be invited to Disneyland for the North American Championship?
You know, I'm from San Diego, so I'm just a drive away, so I'm super excited. It's not going to be an expensive trip at all, and I'm really excited to play that Continental, yeah.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see you there. You ran Ruby Amethyst this time. Is that your preferred deck?
It is my favorite deck and my first deck, and the one I won my first few set champs with, so I really like that deck.
Perfect. Are you hoping for a particular Golden Mickey number?
Oh, shoot. Maybe 20? That's my girlfriend's birthday number. Yeah.
Number 20. Well, I hope you get it, and I can't wait to see how you do in the top 8. Thank you so much.
I love hearing from these players and their mentality around these Lorcana challenges. We hear from Jonathan and that mentality of like, if I just get better every single time, you know, I'm happy with that. I think that's a real competitor's mindset of just wanting to improve every time. But also, one of the things I love the most about this game in Lorcana is that you can be like Christian, just come in for the first time, and here he is all the way in the top 8, walking away with a Golden Mickey.
Yeah, one consistent theme as we look at all these interviews is just the relief for these players qualifying for that Continental and making it onto that next big tournament. That feels like the first big win of you make your day 2, but getting invited to that next big tournament to stay on what is sort of like this competitive players tour for Lorcana is just such an achievement.
And knowing that they don't have to participate in that last chance qualifier if they want to play in Continentals, potentially making it to Worlds even. Some of the best players in Disney Lorcana, some of the best players here. I'm excited to get into this next match we have between Jonathan and Christian, so let's get down to business.
Yep, so we are coming actually into Game 2. Game 1 was won by Jonathan. So Christian going to be on the play here.
We talked about the blue steel matchup, or the sapphire steel matchup going into the Ruby Amethyst, and how it's not the best matchup for Ruby Amethyst here. We see that with Jonathan having won the first game. You know, I know you are a big Ruby Amethyst aficionado, Brendan. Explain a little bit what makes the matchup a little bit difficult. I know that Whole New World deck specifically can be a bit of a challenge.
It's just Whole New World, a lot of removal, big threats that you can't deal with. So things like Tamatoa. So if you look at their current editions of Ruby Amethyst, they've actually opted to cut a lot of the things that could deal with big threats like Tamatoa, because a lot of these Sapphire decks, it's just, I mean, the theory behind it is like once they get to the Tamatoa, you're already so far behind. They are the better control deck. You're not really trying to go to the late game. So instead of adding things like Lady Tremaine and having a bunch of Beat Preparedness deck, which has also been cut as a result of Pete, you would rather just double down on your Madame Medusa, increase your efficacy into the larger field, and be like, okay, I'm a little bit weak to Tamatoa. This is double worse when doubly worse when you're against something like a Sapphire Steel and like a Ruby Sapphire, because your equity to sort of edge them out as an aggressive deck is much less than when you play against Ruby Sapphire, because Ruby Sapphire doesn't have a lot of early answers to things like Flynn, Sisu, which is your typical aggressive line. Sapphire Steel, on the other hand, has a plethora of answers.
Now, all of that steel removal available to them. See if Christian can find any of that. I don't even think that we have a Flynn Rider for some of that early aggression. We see Christian having played the Chernobog's followers, thinking about playing a snake and bouncing it.
I would have sent Flynn Rider back, I think, as well. I think that there's so much 2 damage removal in this deck. Of course, there's things like Let the Storm Rage On, but there's also this Fire the Cannons. Actually, I think there's no Let the Storm Rage On list. But there's so much 2 damage removal that your Flynn line, it usually gets traded down, right? So your 2-cost inkable trades for a 1-cost uninkable, and then you sort of have this clunky hand that really, usually you would rely on very much against something like a Sapphire ramp deck. But Sapphire Steel, it's just not nearly as good of a game plan.
Yeah, and we don't see any Let the Storm Rage On into the list. But we do see a 1 copy of a Fire the Cannons that Jonathan does have in his opening hand, so would be a punish for that Flynn. But
yeah, and I'm sure Jonathan, seeing the Fire the Cannons against Ruby Amethyst, is like happy to keep that deck. Speaking of one-ups, Jonathan also does have a Merlin's Cottage in the deck. This is a 1-cost inkable location. Says each player plays at the top of their part of the library revealed. That one hit the field.
We have an interesting thing here by Christian. We see him on his turn 3, playing a snake, bouncing his Chernobog followers so that he can ink a Chernobog followers and then play another, building a little bit of a wide board here. Do see, leave a Grab Your Swords in, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, might see.
It is a Grab Your Swords.
Grab
yes.
Your Sword in Jonathan's hand.
Double Grab Your Swords, actually Ariel, Fire the Cannons, and then the last card is a Whole New World. So one of the dances that you have to do as a Ruby Amethyst player when you play into Whole New World decks is, when do I prioritize card draw versus when do I prioritize deploying to board, right? Because you don't want to be doing things like singing Friends on the other, or playing Friends on the other side for 3 ink, drawing more cards, banishing your Chernobog, drawing more cards, all the way up until turn 5, and then your opponent just casts a Whole New World and you just discard everything, right? So usually you want to prioritize having more board presence than card draw in the early game against something like a Whole New World. That being said, Jonathan, I don't think right now has a very good 5-drop to go ahead and deploy and then maybe sing that Whole New World. Whole New World, a card that you always would prefer to be singing rather than actually paying ink for it.
Right, and Christian seeing this, I think, has set up a board state, sort of avoid the other punish that could be a Grab Your Sword with Chernobog's followers, banishing that, drawing a card, choosing not to banish the Broom here when we play the Merlin Rabbit, but drawing a card when Rabbit enters play. One card that I do want to talk about with Jonathan here, we're a turn off from it, but this Ariel, I think it's an interesting choice for this deck. It's one that I've seen some people use instead of Bell. She gains extra lore when you have more items than your opponent. Obviously, Ruby Amethyst usually isn't running very many items, so one might be enough. But we talked about the importance of cards like Lady Tremaine or B-King, Undisputed in these Ruby Amethyst matchups. I think those are going to be some key cards if we ever see this Ariel come down because of her ward ability. And we do see that come down here with the Fishbone Quill, inking a card for turn. Jonathan inking for turn as well.
Well, both Lady Tremaine and B-King have been on the way out in terms of metagame representation into Ruby Amethyst decks. That being said, Christian does have 1 Lady Tremaine in the deck and does have the 2 B-King, so has a list that can actually deal with Sapphire decks better than some of the other Ruby Amethyst lists that might have shown up. That being said, they're drawing a lot of cards, and we know that Ariel might actually be singing a Whole New World on this following turn, especially because there's a Fishbone Quill on the field. So I think we look for that. We're going to be looking out for that as we head back into Jonathan's turn, but a great deployment of the Queen's Castle here. Just the diversity of threats. You have to answer the characters that are on the board if you're Jonathan, but now you have to also deal with this location.
Yeah, I'm looking through Jonathan's deck list. I don't think we have very many great location answers either. It's primarily going to be through characters. I don't think we're playing any Long Game Zeuses to deal with that as well. So definitely putting some pressure on here on Christian's side with this Queen's Castle.
And Jonathan's hand maybe looking a little bit clunky here, finding the one. Okay, double 1-drop item, goes ahead and inks. Yep, gonna play that Lucky Dime. So
Lucky Dime
is so critical. Ruby Amethyst has no way to deal with this item. And then it's going to be threatening so much lore with that Ariel.
Right, this is going to be huge with the Ariel having 5 lore right now, many more items than Christian has, so essentially being able to quest for 5 with Ariel in a turn, also use the Lucky Dime for 10 lore, or just potentially 5 lore a turn until you can finish it out with 20. Christian's going to be looking for an answer, Singing Friends on the other side with Merlin Rabbit.
Yeah,
Do you think we have a Be Prepared in hand?
We were talking about the whole new world line, but honestly, this Ariel sitting on the field with that Lucky Dime threatening 10 lore, I mean, it's just so much, right?
Christian is putting so much on board here, too. I love this second Queen's Castle because we do have this Be Prepared in hand. If we need to play it next turn, we can because we're going to 6 ink for Christian. And one of the things I love about Queen's Castle and the location specifically in this Ruby Amethyst deck is that all characters are banished, but locations aren't. So Christian putting a lot of pressure on lore, going up past 10 at this point.
This almost feels like a race that Jonathan is going to be very hard to win here with double location, generating 4 lore every turn. There is that whole new world. It's going to actually opt to pay ink for it rather than exerting the Ariel. So we do see that Be Prepared discarded from Christian.
Okay.
But Chenpo comes down as a way to stop the Ariel from being challenged.
Yeah, I kind of like this Shinpo coming down. There's a lot of utility that Amethyst specifically has in giving characters extra strength or sometimes being able to bounce characters with Fox, dealing damage to other characters, but Shinpo is going to make it that much more difficult to get to the aerial, gaining the 10 lore, but it looks like
victory for Ruby Amethyst.
Victory for Ruby Amethyst. Victory for Christian here. Unfortunately,
I believe
Jonathan just didn't have what he needed. It was close, though. It was a race.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a race, and I think that I actually saw another dime drawn as well, which would have been particularly interesting.
Yeah,
So.
double dime into Ariel. I mean, that's essentially 15 lore a turn, which you can quest with her. So interesting matchup there. I think Jonathan didn't find all the things he maybe wanted to that early. We didn't see any 5-cost characters come in early to seeing those whole new worlds as fast as maybe he would have liked to, or build up a big presence. Christian did a great job of putting a lot of early pressure on to sort of close the game out before Jonathan could come back. So,
Well, with that, let's head down and go check out Game 3. And so, yeah, we do have Jonathan on the play here. Could be a significant difference, I believe.
Jonathan on the play, of course. Both players having won a previous game here in Game 3. I don't know about you, Brendan, but I love Game 3s. I know players probably don't because you'd rather just 2-0 and go out, but especially this late into the tournament, exciting to see who's going to make it on to the top 4.
Christian heavily in the tank here about how to sculpt this hand. As well as Jonathan looking to potentially keep a, looks like a 6. Has the Paboom. So has the answer to the Flynn, right?
Yep, does have the answer to the Flynn. Also, altering their cards away. We see Christian finding
The Flynn, which I don't think you want to find. Because I would say as the Ruby Amethyst player, you're expecting your opposing Sapphire, the opposing Sapphire Steel player to have an answer to the Flynn line. The Flynn line, while it is just the backbone of Ruby Amethyst's linear aggressive plan, it really lacks in efficacy when you go up against something like Steel, which has just really cheap removal, whether it's Fire the Cannons, which is actually trading up against you, or Baboom, which is just a clear 1-for-1 trade.
Especially knowing that Jonathan is going to be taking the play here. He essentially gets an extra turn, an extra ink to find something to answer a Flynn Rider. It's going to be extra hard for Christian to be as aggressive as he was last game just because of that difference, honestly.
To be fair, Christian here also has access to, Jonathan here also has access to Argus, which does kind of blank the Flynn Rider as well as a 2-drop that's a 4-1. Very good against locations, good against the Queen's Castle, but also will likely stop that Flynn from triggering.
Having trouble seeing if we have a 1-drop for Christian here. He's taking a second to decide.
Does have
I do
Chernobog
see the
followers.
Chernobog there at the back. Taking a little bit of time to figure out what he needs to ink here. I wonder if Christian's trying to decide if it's worth playing the 1-drop in case you do have a removal. If he only has Snake in hand, I don't know if you want to play the Flynn like we've talked about. Are playing the Chernobogs here.
I think it's okay, right? Like if your opponent trades Baboom for Chernobog's followers, that's a pretty decent spot. They traded 2-cost inkable. They potentially didn't play something like a Smee
Yeah, that is you're
Probably.
definitely right about that. The Smee is going to add a little bit of pressure though for Jonathan's side of the board. Questing for 2 is a 2-drop. Also trades very well with a lot of what Amethyst has going on with that 3 strength. Quest with the Smee and has something like a Fox, which we do see in hand, or even a Snake. Going to trade with the Mr. Smee.
The Queen Castle will be the ink for the turn. Going to follow up with that Flynn Rider, which is not really what you want to see as Christian, but no other plays. Questing with the turn box followers, opting to not banish it and draw a card. That Smee is very unlikely to trade with it because it would get rid of the Smee. Smee is more of a questing character.
Yeah, Smee will take a damage if there's no captains in play at the end of the turn and he's exerted. So, of course, you don't want to challenge into the turn box followers, dealing 2 damage to the Smee just for it to banish itself at the end of the turn. You have access to that Baboom in hand. We also have a couple expensive songs. Have a Whole New World, Vision of the Future as well, but probably not playing that this early. Could potentially play something like a Popsicle into the Baboom.
The Popsicle is pretty likely here. I'm not sure if we're going to deploy the Baboom, but maybe just in case to insulate against something like Flynn Rider getting out of control here.
Yeah, because right now Flynn Rider is still turned off. It's just me having more strength than Flynn Rider does. Means that Flynn will not get a trigger on the next turn. Oh, so we are going to trade with the Churnabox followers, and then we're going to use the Popsicle that was already in play to heal Mr. Smee 2 damage, denying Christian the ability to either bounce the Churnabox followers or banish it on the next turn, quest and draw a card.
Yeah, really nice play here from Jonathan.
Jonathan taking a lot of time to figure out what he wants to do next. We do see another Popsicle being played, drawing a card. Going to ink a Vision of the Future.
We're going to see that Baboom.
I think that's what Jonathan's considering right now. He's looking over at the
Wondering about the
Flynn.
follow-up Sisu, I think, right? With so many cards in hand, if there's a follow-up 3-cost Sisu, then we will see a trigger on that Flynn. But also just something you could answer later. Depends about how efficient you want to be with your ink here. And are you planning to use anything else on the planning to use the Baboom on it?
I don't think we have access to anything else to play. I'm trying to get a good look at this hand. Foil cards are pretty, but a little bit difficult to see. I think we had an Aerial, a Whole New World. Well, I think there was a Mickey Detective. I think was drawn. I don't think we had that to play this turn. Drawn from the Popsicle.
So looks like we're back over to Christian here.
Contemplating his next play. 3 ink. Do you remember we had a Fox in hand? Could potentially bounce the Flynn, play a Fox, trade with the Smee if we wanted to. It's going to go to the Inkwell, and that's what we're going to see here. It's the Fox being played. We're not going to challenge the Smee though.
Yeah, I don't think you want to trade your 4/3 with this fee. That being said, it's like it just depends on your role in the matchup, right? Do you think you're gonna get aggroed out by this Sapphire Steel list? Like, how much of a threat is Smee? Is it gonna get healed back up? You know, and I think it's actually likely. I wouldn't be surprised if the Popsicle pops it back up if Jonathan has another item off the back of this, because obviously wants the one Popsicle when the Hiram does eventually come down.
And that would be my concern as Christian right now, especially seeing how quickly the game can change when something like an Aerial enters play. We know Jonathan has in hand. Of course, Christian doesn't. And there we see it here. Being played. Already has the extra lore because of the Popsicle, so Aerial could potentially quest for 5 on the next turn.
Considering the options here, passing back over to Christian. That Aerial looking very threatening as we're sitting at 6 ink. Wondering if that dime is destined to come down once again. Christian pretty much not having any answers to this Aerial for the next 3 turns at least.
Yeah. Only 4 ink in our Inkwell. Can't do anything with 5 against this Aerial because she has wards, so can't be chosen by opposing characters. So no Madame Medusa is going to help us. You see an Elsa come down. She's Evasive Rush. When she is played, you can exert a chosen character. Choosing to exert that Mickey Detective so that we can trade into it with or challenge into it with the Madame M Fox.
There is a Cogsworth giving everything resist. Going to stop that Smee from actually leaving this turn. That resist will cancel out the 1 damage counter.
Not only giving everyone resist, but also being a potential character that we could sing Whole New World with if we don't want to sing Whole New World with Aerial this turn. I believe we do have one of those in hand.
Worth. Christian does have to be prepared. We are still 2 turns away from it, but it is in hand. Has access to Be King Undisputed, but you can see how rough that card can be when your opponent does develop a board, especially a board full of has a 2-drop on it.
And I think this is part of the reason why Jonathan wanted to keep Smee in play, not only because you can trade with him if you need to into a expensive or a difficult character to get rid of, but also, pretty easy target here. If Be King Undisputed gets played, you can just banish your own Smee, keep your expensive, stronger characters in play.
Yeah, Jonathan actually has so many choices right now between keeping the Smee up to insulate against something like a Be King Undisputed or potentially something like a Lady Tremaine. Could also heal the Smee back up with the Popsicle, but then that turns off the Ariel. Like, there's so many choices for Jonathan right now.
One thing to notice is Ariel is sort of stuck. Like, I don't think you want to quest with the Ariel or Exerter if you have to, especially given what Christian is working with on board, Fox especially. But even if we get rid of the Fox this turn, the Elsa and the Rabbit both could challenge into Ariel, banishing her. But it does look like Jonathan's going to go ahead and cash in the 5 lore from the Ariel.
Yeah, just the opportunity cost of trying to clear this Ariel is a lot due to the Cogsworth. Actually, it doesn't exert the Smee. So that Be King Undisputed not looking fantastic right now for Christian. We go into turn 6, same thing for Lady Tremaine, although there is just 1 Lady Tremaine in the deck. The Be King being shuffled to the front for Christian.
Considering what we can do here, it definitely will be some difficult trading because Ariel does have that resist +1 from Cogsworth, so can't just challenge the Fox into it. Would have to use 2 characters. And Elsa being played, exerting the Smee, challenging and banishing that.
Seeing the power of this new Elsa cards made into Ruby Amethyst decks, also particularly good against Diablo.
One things that we're noticing here with Jonathan is, both Ariel and Cogsworth have wards, so these characters like Elsa become a little bit less good. You have to choose a character and can't. Like we are going to trade into the Ariel with the Fox and the Elsa, the other Elsa that was played before. Now we have the Be King to get rid of the Cogsworth, clearing Jonathan's board.
Great sequence from Christian to clear up that board. And now has access to the B prep, get into the later turns of this game in case Jonathan does deploy some big threats onto the board. So it's access to draw, I believe, through that Madam M Snake in hand, but was considering inking it as the other cards in his hand are uninkable.
I mean, you have to weigh the...
Opts to not, right? So opts to prioritize bouncing that Merlin Rabbit on the following turn. And if Jonathan plays a whole new world this turn, it's actually pretty good for you.
Yeah, not too bad. Christian only having 3 cards in hand. We do see Grab Your Swords being played. That's going to banish both of the Elsas, put 2 damage on the Rabbit, but won't clear the Rabbit, so Christian's still able to bounce it with Snake. Doesn't look like there's much more that Jonathan can do this turn. He had to pay for that Grab Your Swords. Pay 5 ink for it, which is quite expensive.
Yeah, no board presence is rough. Told me, well, it's a lot worse. And there we go, bouncing that Merlin Rabbit, drawing another Merlin Rabbit off the top. It's going to be able to ink for this turn. Likely play another Rabbit here. Pulling farther and farther ahead in card advantage. Double Medusa in hand as well.
Now Ruby Amethyst is just doing Ruby Amethyst things. Playing Rabbits, bouncing Rabbits.
Ooh,
is just going to play the whole new world. So a couple of those cards that Christian drew are going to go straight to the discard, including that Be Prepared that we were noticing earlier. But now Jonathan in a position where he has a handful of cards. Of course, he had to pay for the whole new world this last turn again because didn't have any characters to sing. But now does have a fresh set of cards, could help him get back into this game.
Yeah, once again, whole new world, a card that you pretty much always want to sing.
Trying to decide what Jonathan's going to ink for the turn. Looks like it's going to be a Let It Go. They're going to play a Merlin's Cottage, so...
Going to be looking at the top of both decks. A symmetrical effect. Looks like there is another snake on top and a rabbit.
Another rabbit on top of that.
Kind of not what you're looking for here if you're Christian, because you really want to insulate against another whole new world, especially if a 5-drop gets played on the following turn for Jonathan. Looks like Christian just has a ton of card draw in hand.
It's kind of an interesting thing here, this Merlin's Cottage, because it does give you an idea of what Christian is drawing in return. You know, if he draws something that you really don't want him to have, you can potentially whole new world it right out of his hand once he draws it if it isn't played. Jonathan looking through the discard.
Play that Elsa and taps down the Smee. Got to see double 1-drop here, double Broom deployed. Trades with the Smee. So again, 4 characters on board for Christian.
Doing a good job of building a wide board, making it a little bit difficult for Jonathan to answer this. We do have access to cards like Grab Your Sword, but you have Elsa that, it has 5 willpower on her. That's just not going to do it. We do see Tamatoa being played, though.
Tamatoa, a particularly scary card in Sapphire Steel, just much more threatening than Ruby Sapphire, actually, because of the 8 1-cost items that are in Sapphire Steel, as well as Sapphire Steel being able to
Yeah, I mean,
get those
Tamatoa
dimes. And
gains an extra lore for every item that's in place. We already see the 2 popsicles that Jonathan has. Every time Tamatoa quests, you can pull another item out of your discard as well. So definitely gets out of hand really quickly. If Jonathan can find a dime and play it, Sapphire Steel matches can end very abruptly once we get to this stage of the game.
Did you see B prep on top as well? Interesting that, yeah, the Cove triggers that way, so I guess you draw the cards.
Yeah, Christian has to reveal what cards he's drawing because of the Cove.
Yeah, so you draw them one at a time rather than just drawing 2 cards.
I think so. Christian figuring out what he wants to do with his hand, with his new cards. We have 7 ink up, it looks like.
Okay, we're going to sing once again. I think we're looking for an answer to this Tamatoa that's ideally not B-prepping our entire board.
Right, I was about to say, I think we're looking for something like a B-King or Tremaine would be great right now, just to get rid of this Tamatoa.
Fortunately, not a lot in those decks. I mean, more than most Ruby Amethyst players, to be honest, that showed up to this tournament, but still not many copies to find. And you would be surprised how fast something like Sapphire Steel can close out the game when they have a Tamatoa on board. Incredibly fast.
Especially with all of the cheap items that they have. We've got Fortispheres, we've got Popsicles, both drawing cards when they're played. And so all you need to do is combo a couple of those together in your deck. Of course, you see it's just a Mickey Detective on the top of the deck. Not sure if Jonathan has any of those in hand, but for every item that gets played, can potentially be played, it's just another lore that Tamatoa is able to quest with. You see Jonathan is already up at 7 lore. Definitely could get out of hand.
This Sapphire Steel deck at times can resemble something like a combo deck and gain things from anywhere from 10, 15 plus lore in a single turn, almost out of nowhere when it has access to a lot of ink. It's Tamatoa on the board.
We are going to see Christian go a bit wide here.
Does Jonathan have the answer? Does he have access to more grab your swords or more AoE board removal? Or is Jonathan going to transition into being the more aggressive player and race Christian here for the win? We do see the Fishbone Quill come down. That's another item for Tamatoa. Pete being considered to be played.
I think looking through his discard to see if we have any other items. We are going to see a Pete come down, so no actions for Christian on this next turn, which means be prepared in his hand, can't be played.
There's a Cogsworth, so doesn't have access to the dime critically. So we have to wonder if Christian is going to be able to pivot into the more aggressive role of this matchup, sort of take the lead from here. But still,
Christian?
a Tamatoa plus the Pete, stopping the Be Prepared. We do have the Be Prep in hand, by the way. And this Cogsworth. It's tough to deal with. That's very threatening. I mean, you have to wonder, if you're on Christian's side, can Jonathan win the game on the following turn?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the question, especially if we find a dime. There's already three items that are in play. Jonathan, I don't think, is questing with Tamatoa on this turn, but if we do, we'd get past the 10 lore mark, and then after that, all we need is 1 or 2 more items. If one of those items is Lucky Dime, you quest for 5 with Tamatoa, then use the Lucky Dime that turn, gaining 10 lore or more if we can find other items and can end the game very quickly. One thing about these Ruby Amethyst decks is, Christian has a very wide board right now, but everything on his side of the board only has 1 lore. So right now we're only effectively questing for 5. It isn't nothing, but not being able to quest and then play the Be Prepared this turn because of Pete. Are going to play Nelson, exert this Tamatoa, looking to find trades. We're going to banish the Crab in a challenge, giving Maui extra strength to finish off this Tamatoa. Definitely going to delay the game for Jonathan a little bit unless we can find another.
Really becoming clear to me throughout this game, because we haven't really seen it over the weekend, the power of Elsa against these, these Sapphire decks, against these less interactable characters being able to tap them down, just giving you outs. Because previously, prior to Elsa being included in the deck, if Tamatoa sits on the board, it's like you literally only have Be Prepared, or you have the Lady Tremaine or B-Kings in your deck that sometimes don't exist and can also get absorbed by 2-cost characters. So this has been a great addition to the Ruby Amethyst deck. It's given it the reach it needs to stop some of those crazy characters like Tamatoa, which you previously couldn't interact with very much.
Been doing something interesting here too, playing a rabbit to draw a card, banishing both magic brooms to draw 2 cards. Jonathan had the whole new world in hand that we're going to sing with Cogsworth. Both characters drawing 7 cards, just showing them to each other because of this Merlin's Cottage. They just have to reveal basically what they have in hand. We do find the dime and an aerial on Jonathan's side. I don't think we have enough ink to play both and use the dime this turn, but Christian does have a Be Prepared in hand. Didn't see a Pete on Jonathan's hand either.
Yeah, did he ink a Pete this turn as well? Because I know he had double Pete in hand prior. I just didn't catch if the Pete was actually inked as well.
Catch that. One good thing, though, about this Ruby Amethyst matchup is Ruby and Amethyst don't have ways to interact with items very well, so we can at least get this dime down on this turn, and that does open us up to potentially getting ahead.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Jonathan finds something, another Tamatoa or just like an Ariel, he's going to close out this game really quickly. Surely that dime's coming down. We know Christian has no way to interact with it. Almost feels inevitable once a Sapphire player gets that dime down as a Ruby Amethyst player. You know you're going to be in a tough spot.
I think we're working with 13 ink here too, so plenty of ink to both play the dime and still play a few extra cards. Of course, Jonathan knows that Christian has that Be Prepared in hand, so I don't think you want to commit to the board too much at this point, unless you just want to force it out of him.
Trying to figure out how he's going to utilize the ink this turn. I believe that's 9 seconds, at least 7. Like 9 there, so maybe 9 plus activate. Border Sphere started off, draws the Popsicle, reveals the Flaversham, so it's going to give you more draws, it's going to give you more chances to find the Tamatoa or the Ariel. Sapphire Steel, notoriously probably one of the hardest decks to play in Lorcana. Just the decision trees are quite extensive compared to other decks.
Decision trees and figuring out what to do with all of that ink and managing it efficiently can be definitely a difficult task. We're playing so many items here. I bet we wish we had a Tamatoa.
Yeah, but we know that we can put in a lot of work to find it on the following turn and potentially
Good grief.
Yeah, to potentially set up lethal. That's just another item.
Another item.
Look at that. If a Tamatoa hit the board right now, it'd be 1, 2, 3,
7
4.
lore.
Wow.
That would definitely be game.
7 lore plus the activate here. Crush with Pete. Crush with Pete up to 8. Activate dime 10.
Yeah. So an Ariel would do it next turn that we have in hand. That would be exactly 10 lore. I believe we're getting up to 10. If we're starting at 7, Quest with Pete, activate onto the Cogsworth. Could be it.
So Jonathan only has the 1 dime out right now, correct?
Yeah, the 1 dime. Oh yeah, I suppose we'd need
I think
Quest with the Ariel.
I think
but
Tamatoa
definitely does it.
I don't. Is it definitely right? So Tamatoa comes back. I think maybe I'm not sure if there's an item in the yard. It's still really close.
Fishbone Quill on top.
Well, on
3,
top,
4, 5, 6, 7.
we gotta banish one because we're playing a harem for sure, right?
Yeah.
Because that's how
More
we're
than
digging.
likely if we're finding the Tamatoa.
Exactly, because we know we're not getting the Tamatoa off the top.
Christian still having this wide board though. I mean, if Jonathan can't close this game out quickly,
Oh yeah, that's a race.
it's starting to catch up. Christian's starting to catch up.
Feels like Jonathan's likely to find it. Still, if he doesn't, he's not going to be able to deal with the board of Christian here, I don't think.
Yeah, that's the issue. We have 2 Elsas in play. Pretty much everything in play is pretty decent sized willpower. So something like a grab your sword isn't going to do it. We don't see the Tamatoa on top there. It's just Chinpo.
Poe. Luckily starting off with a Hiram here. If we play the Hiram, we banish the item. Tamatoa comes in, recurs the item. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. So that'd just be 9. Maybe
May
I'll
not be able to do it.
I think it's 9 if you find the Tamatoa.
Oh, there is the Tamatoa.
I think it's 9. I think it's 9.
It's so hard
Also,
to see.
like, let's look at this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have Tamatoa plus We have Fishbone Quill, so we can actually play the item. So we can play Tamatoa, recur item, play item, activate the
Do we have
Lucky
the
Die.
ink? I think we should. We have Fishbone Quills available to us.
It's 9, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6, 7, I think is what Jonathan just counted.
7. It's only but we recur the item.
Yeah, and
Then Tamatoa quest for 1. It's 9.
all we need is 9.
We're at 10.
No, all we need is 9 items. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we have 7 items. We'll get 8 items.
If we have Fishbone and Quill in hand, or did we already play that?
Not sure that we have Quill. We wouldn't have the ink for Quill anyway.
Well, we could, if we have items in hand, we could use our Fishbone Quills to get the extra ink.
We can do this, yeah. So we can do the popsicle,
and then we won't have ink for the dime.
and this is one off, right?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8. Sorry, it's just like there's
1, 2,
at the top
3,
of the
4,
board.
5, 6, 7. I mean, the issue here is Christian, I think, only has 7 lore on board, so can't end next turn unless we find something like a goat. Yeah, so we're going to
two off. Yeah, so 2 off.
Up to 18. So at this point, I think Christian
Yeah,
needs to find removal.
so close.
Or a goat. A way to push himself over the edge.
Yep, and they're Christian questing up here. And then
there's the
we've seen
4.
this from
There you
so
must
close.
have-
We talked about that. We talked about Sapphire Steel, how it can look almost like a combo deck. We saw Jonathan go through draw so many cards.
I feel like my brain was working overtime there, trying to find the lines.
Well, the overlay our overlay was like covering the item, so I'm wondering if there's one more item there. I think we still would have been one off, but
yeah, still would have been one off, but very entertaining game. You know, congrats to Christian there on taking it with Ruby Amethyst. Very exciting games. You know, we see how difficult these players, or how hard it is for these players to play their decks perfectly. You have to play them absolutely perfectly, especially when you're playing decks like Sapphire decks in general, but especially Sapphire Steel. So very entertaining. Congrats to both players.
Yeah.
So with that, I think we are going to take a break before we move on to the top 4, right? No, we're going to go into another set of top 8 with Rebecca and Tannen. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Well, Illumineers, we are here with the top 8. Welcome back.
Absolutely. I am so excited to see which of these players are going to be moving forward and getting the best chance at taking home a trophy.
Yeah, and all these players have played so well today, and now they're fighting their way up to top to make their way to being named the champion. Up first, we have Kevin and Chris that we're going to take a look at. Let's go ahead and show the bracket and take a look at their journey a little bit. So Kevin, we'll start with him. He started out facing off with some Amber Steel song and then made his way through an emerald amethyst deck, excuse me. And now he will be facing off with that Emerald Steel deck coming up next.
Yeah, this should be a really awesome match going back and forth. A lot of jockeying for position until someone can really take care of the board, get ahead, and then hopefully stay ahead to win their match.
Yes, and then Chris has also made his way through the bracket, going through an Emerald Amethyst deck and then facing off with a Ruby Sapphire deck, which we know is a really tough deck to beat, but now he's made it here to the quarterfinals. So well done to both of these players. I'm excited to see how this will play out, Tianan, and I know that they both have got to be on cloud 9, earning those golden Mickeys, and Liam has talked with both of them, so let's go ahead and hear how they're feeling.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I am so excited to be here with Kevin Anktel, who just won his top 16 match.
I did. Just made top 8. Couldn't be happier, honestly. Great result for the weekend.
I mean,
three more.
I would say that that's a great result. Now, I heard you talking earlier, and you said, well, actually, I know you finished top 16 in Toronto, and after finishing there, you weren't planning on coming to Vegas, but you said, you know what, let me see if I can go and do just a little bit better and get that golden Mickey. How does it feel to finally be a golden Mickey winner?
It feels great, honestly. It's like hard work paying off, and getting so close in Toronto. Now, like, I had no excuse not to come to Vegas. All my friends was like, now you have to come with us now. I was like, okay, trying to improve on it and probably just have fun with the guys, but I did improve on it, it seems.
You did. All right, twist my arm. I'll go try to win a beautiful card. So in Toronto, though, you played Steel Song. And here you're playing a Lemon Lime discard deck, and Lemon Lime is colloquially what a lot of us refer to as Amber Emerald decks, and this is a Lemon Lime discard deck, but yours, you said, has a little bit of spice in it. What's that spice, and why did you add those cards for this meta?
A couple of different reasons, but the spices mainly comes from the uninkable. Added 1 Naveen, gives you a little bit more, like what I like to call nut draws. So you go like turn 3 John and turn 4 Naveen Bruno. It's just another way to like kind of regain the tempo, because you kind of always lose the tempo. And then the 1 Hannah, just to be able to do things under Pete. People will often do Pete, give themselves 1 card back in the hand, and you go Anna, discard anyway. And then a couple other one-offs, like a BR Guest, and yeah, just like a fun deck with some improvement from set 5.
Well, definite improvement, because here it is in the top 8. So I do want to let you go prepare for your next match, because I know it's a big deal. But before I do, you're going to get a golden Mickey. We know they're 1 of 500, and they're all numbered. What number are you hoping for?
I mean, I'm going to ask for number 1. Like, I have to. Outside of number 1, I would take number 8. It's my lucky number, even if I like don't believe in that. But yeah, number 8, I'd be super happy. And I mean, I'll get the number 1.
All right, well, I hope you get number 8. Anyway, thanks so much for your time. I can't wait to see how you do in the top 8. Hey, Illumineers, welcome back. I'm here with another top 8 finisher. This is Chris. This is your second Lorcana challenge, your first time making the top cut, and dare I say, your first time winning a golden Mickey. How does that feel?
Feels great. I'm so excited to be here. I'm really happy to spend the weekend with my friends, and I couldn't ask for more to get a Mickey. I honestly was here for my invite, but Mickey's nice too.
Yeah. What does winning a golden Mickey mean to you?
It means that I could accomplish some really high goal for me in this card game. I used to play a different card game, and I'm really glad I could make it this far in Lorcana.
All right, so you've won a golden Mickey. Is there a particular number you're hoping for?
The number I'm hoping for is 23. It's my lucky number.
That's awesome. Well, I can't wait to see how you do in the top 8. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Well, congratulations again to both Kevin and Chris for earning those golden Mickeys. It was fun hearing about Kevin's deck and how there's a little bit of spice in there. That Anna, I know you were saying that's such an interesting card.
Yeah, I actually love that card. I think it's really cool. It does a lot of different things. It makes you discard, it can pump up one of your characters, or it can banish a damaged character. A lot of good flexibility there. And talking about Kevin, this is a guy I've actually known for, I think, at least 10 years for now. He and I used to compete against each other in another card game and used to actually test together as well. In fact, the first time I met him in person after we tested together was in Spain, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
We had flown over there to play at a tournament, and he and I kind of hit it off, and we've known each other, ever since. We crossed paths every now and then, and I saw him in Toronto because it's kind of where he lives, and he played and did really well. And then I love that we got to hear the story that he wasn't even going to come here to Vegas. And then I remember teasing him at the end of the tournament, like, well, you gotta go now. And
Yes.
I think he's glad he did.
Yeah, and I love hearing from the players and hearing about their experience, what brought them here, how they're feeling about the day. So thanks, Liam, for bringing all those wonderful player interviews today. Well, I am ready to see which of these two players can go the distance and make it to the semifinals. Are you ready to jump into the game?
Nah, I think I can wait a little bit. Now, obviously, let's get into the game. This is great. I want to see who wins this tournament.
So we have Kevin over here, player 1. He made it to 31st place on day 1, has made his way through to the top 8 here, and he is on that spicy Amber Emerald build.
I love that you brought up the 31st place, because if you look over at Chris, he was in 58th here at the beginning. Can we talk about how the lower seeds have really represented here today?
They really have, yes. And we have players altering their hands here. Kevin has some great stuff in hand that I see.
Yeah, taking a look over here at Chris. He is making it very difficult on me to catch these cards, but I believe we've got a morph and a few other cards that are being kept. So looking to maybe get one of those really, really powerful early draws out here as well.
Yeah, what's interesting is it looked like Kevin had a Bare Necessities in hand, and I think that he kept that. That's a really fantastic card. It's a song that can be sung, and against an Emerald Steel deck like what Chris is playing can be a really useful tool because it allows you to force your opponent to discard, or you choose a card for them to discard that is a non-character card, and that Emerald Steel deck has a lot of options there for him to choose from.
Yeah, lots of good ones to choose from, some removal, some other stuff like that, making sure the right cards get through. Also, the fact that it's a song that only costs 2 means that practically every character in your deck can sing it. So you get some really powerful turns where, you play a 2-drop, then on 3, you're like, sing this song, play a 3-drop, or you could do it later in the game as well. But, a lot of value can be garnered from singing a song off a 2-drop, especially that Sir Hiss that we see in Kevin's opening hand here, too. That can do a lot of stuff in this matchup.
Yep. We also see that You Have Forgotten Me sitting right next to that Prince John, so maybe we'll get a little bit of that discard package going on this side of the board. And he is starting off here, actually putting that Bare Necessities into the Inkwell and just playing a Diablo.
Yeah, I don't mind doing this, putting it into the Inkwell right away. Chris knows that there's stuff like Bare Necessities, that there are Ursula Deceivers in this matchup, so I think he's not going to be keeping a lot of songs in his opening hand. And you see Kevin understanding that Chris understands that as well. He knows that I know that he knows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chris also has a really shiny hand over there. I saw a couple of enchanted cards.
Chris isn't messing around. He likes to express his love of Lorcana through his cards, which I can appreciate. I know you do as well.
Yep, we see a Pete maybe going in the Inkwell. He's deciding here. He's got a nice hand, a Beast, a Pete, that Tinkerbell is finally going into the Inkwell and playing out his own Diablo.
Yeah, so both players are going to be playing with pretty perfect information here, at least for the next turn or two. Obviously, some top decks are going to happen, but the gist of what's going on in these hands is going to be revealed to both of these players.
And I know that you've said it before and our other commentator team, but information is king.
Yeah, it's so important. It does put a lot more extra stress on your brain. I'm not going to lie. Whenever I'm playing Diablo, I'm like, I'm trying to memorize all of your cards here, and I feel like 2 turns in, I'm like, wait, did you have this card? Did I imagine that?
Right, right, yes. What's interesting is I remember hearing a competitive player talking one time about cards like Diablo and that he doesn't like to play them and that he'd rather just do process of elimination. If you know the deck ahead of time, you see what they play, then you kind of do a process of elimination of what you see on board, what's in the discard, instead of trying to memorize cards. And I think that's another way that some players approach it as well.
Yeah, I can identify that as well a ton here. And here we see the process, the power of information here as well. Since that Diablo turn 1 revealed there were no songs in Chris's hand, that means the Ursula could be used as ink, and a Sir Hiss instead is played out on turn 2. Had there been a song for Kevin to snag there out of Chris's hand, you might have seen this game play out very differently.
Very differently. I think you're exactly right. There's some interesting card. We've got a Painting the Roses Red over there in Kevin's hand. Chris trying to decide what he wants to ink here. I mean, inking, so we've talked about how key altering your opening hand is, but also inking is such a key part of this game, choosing what you're going to use as resources and what you're going to play out on the board.
I'm glad that you mentioned exactly those two things. They're the 2 hardest things for me in the game.
Actually, they are, same.
Actually playing the game on the board, I feel like I'm pretty good at that. I've figured this out to at least a good enough degree. Inking, I feel, can sometimes I'll realize 3 turns later I should have inked this
Inked
card.
a different card. Yep.
Same thing with my, opening alterations of my hand. Sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have kept this card in the match, or oh, I should have been looking for this card a little bit harder in some of these matchups. And that's just something you get from a lot of experience, and these players are putting in the time and effort, and that's why you're seeing them here at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that's something for any new players who are watching, which I think, first of all, watching games like this is a really great way to learn and advance your skills as a newer player, but also altering your opening hand and learning, figuring out what you're inking. Those are some 2 key things that you can work on as a new player to really up your skills.
I don't think I could have said it better myself, Rebecca.
Oh, thank you, Tannen.
So polite. All right, the morph on the side for Chris here. This represents something that could be very powerful over the next few turns. You're seeing Kevin kind of take a moment to think about that. I don't think Kevin has any way to interact with it here, but I do think it's something that he would prioritize had he had a way to do this, just because, well, we've seen this multiple times today. We've seen it yesterday. The power of morph is, A, the threat of it.
Yep.
Yeah, so like you might start playing your curve differently because the card morphs out there, but B, when you actually have something like a Robin Hood of Sherwood, something like that, you could shift onto this as early as turn 3. The games can turn on their head. We saw one of the most busted Tinkerbells I've ever seen with a morph earlier today.
Yeah, and he is running 4 Tinkerbells in his deck, and then the Diablo, I think, is the only other Floodborn. I'm not sure. I think he had a Tinkerbell in hand, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Kevin doing there, you can kind of see he does one of my favorite things players do in games like the TCGs. I do this a lot as well. If you ever play a game with me, is he'll talk it out. When he's trying to figure out, he's like, should I quest with this? And he's like, he'll start moving some of the stuff. He's like, all right, if I do this, you do that, and stuff like that. I do this as well. I love when players really plan out their turns and really take the time to get everything right.
Sure.
And both these players,
we did see that.
Amazing players.
Incredible. I mean, they've made it this far. They've earned their golden Mickeys. We know that these 2 players have the skills that it takes to become a champion, and it's just where that skill and luck meet here, creating the space for them to take the opportunity to win these games.
Speed of winning these games, I'm going to harp back on their placements, 31st and 58th. I think it's so impressive that they're here this far into the tournament with that, that much lower seed. We talk about how important it is. And speaking of important, we talk about how important it is to have that morph out early. This is a sad beast this early in the game. And you can see Kevin's reaction. That's not what he wanted to see.
Nope, he is like, oh boy, I didn't want to see that. That's going to be great for Chris, giving him that extra card draw, which, we see again and again. If you can get cards in hand, it just gives you more options.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Kevin can have next turn that can answer this. We're starting to work our way towards Bruno, and now we're seeing the really, really powerful stuff of shifting as well. Now he gets to sing a song along with this as well. So really powerful turn here for Chris.
Now, I want to ask you about his choice here to use Beast to challenge. Beast is often a card that players will leave ready to protect him so he doesn't get damaged, so you get that card draw. What do you think about his choice here?
So it's interesting, right? Like, it does take care of a Sir Hiss, which is really, really good. That card I talk about how it's an unsung hero a lot. The thing is like, questing for Kevin here, are you really that worried about it? Like, yeah, the damage would go on it from Diablo. He would lose the Diablo. If you quest a Sir John into it, or I'm sorry, a Prince John into it, then I think you're actually just okay with that. But it looks like Kevin is okay with that as well. So, okay, never mind. It's just going to be a quest from that. And then I believe we'll see the Diablo.
Oh,
maybe not. I think he's going to go ahead and just take the value here.
So he is singing with Paint the Roses Red, which gives each of the opposing characters -1 strength. And the muses, whenever you play a song, you can return a chosen character with 2 strength or less to their player's hand. So by playing Paint the Roses Red, he was able to bounce back that beast.
Yeah, and this is a really huge play here for Kevin. Very big tempo play. We've seen how good the muses is here, and anytime you can get any value off painting the roses red, I'm a huge fan of it because it also says draw a card on it. So we're going to keep the pressure on by getting more cards and placing tempo into the play as well, because now Chris just lost everything that he's done this game in development.
Yeah, he still does have those cards in hand, so that Morph and Beast are still coming at some point.
They're still there, but the fact that it's a lot of time taken and resources taken. He had to play the Morph, he had to play the Beast. Now you get to take care of both of them, and then it's more time as well for Chris to do this later. So opportunity cost huge here as well. For Chris.
So that Ursula came down, Ursula Deceiver, which is able to take a look at Kevin's deck and discard a song, which Kevin didn't have any. Also, I want to point out that that card is the beautiful D23 promo card that came in the D23 set. Beautiful card, extended art. Nice to see that. So
I actually just picked up one of those for myself yesterday.
Fantastic.
The
Yeah,
whole one?
set. It's,
Oh, yeah.
It's gorgeous. I was so glad to see them make that. The Oswald, fantastic. Really great set.
Going right on my bookshelf at home.
Yeah. The Muse is an interesting card in the Amber Emerald discard deck. You sometimes see that card and sometimes don't. What do you think the thinking process is there for players?
I think it depends on how much you're going into the songs. Like Painting the Roses Red, it pairs really well with that card. Obviously, Under the Sea, any of the cards like that, it pairs really well with those. So if you're doing that, then you're playing the Muses. Sometimes maybe not. I absolutely adore the Muses. I think this card is awesome. I think it's really sweet, the fact that it plays offense and defense really well. Like, we've already seen it, bounce back to Chris's hand, a really imposing character on the other side in that beast. But, I think it was yesterday we saw Muses bounce an aerial about 4 or 5 times a game. The same aerial was played, I think, 6 times in one game.
Oh my goodness, I had not seen that.
It was awesome. So the Muses can do so many things. I love cards that are flexible. We talked about the Ana earlier. I love cards that give you choices. You could do a lot of different things and aren't just one-dimensional.
Absolutely. Okay, so we have Ursula Deceiver here going into Kevin's ink. Well, he has a Kita in hand, as well as what looks like it's a Prince John behind there. And Kita being played, a fantastic card, one that you definitely see in this deck. When you play her, all characters get -3 strength until the start of your next turn. So it's going to be through Chris's turn until Kevin.
Yeah, this is a really powerful play. Usually you want to see this paired with Under the Sea to get all of your opponent's characters, but what you can see Kevin's doing here is using this as a tempo play. This allows him to quest with all of the other characters that he has in play because he's not afraid of anything getting challenged because of the negative power. Yeah, the negative power that's happened on Chris's side. So this is kind of like one of those plays that I get to do this, do whatever I want my turn, and now you can't punish me for this.
Yes, yeah, very protective, which goes along with Kita. Her subname is Protector of Atlantis, and she really does come in and protect all your characters.
Not to mention she's a 2-quest character as well. You don't have too many of that in this deck, so this is something that's going to get the lore count a lot higher as well.
Yeah, we just had a Hypnotize played over on Chris's side, which forced Kevin to discard that Prince John, which was his only card in hand. So Kevin is sitting here with an empty hand.
Absolutely. Chris at least winning on that front. He's the one that's been doing the discard here this turn. He's going to take his last chance of, hey, let me make sure I get a card out of your hand with this Hypnotize. There's a chance that next turn you might not have any. And then I'm going to have that happen, draw an extra card, figure out what I'm going to do the next turn because I'm not challenging this turn. And then you have to be careful about how much you're going to quest this turn, because Kevin can challenge back really well in most of your characters. And then what if he draws another Paint the Roses Red or something along the lines of that? So, yeah, this Kita led Chris to do practically nothing. Oh, is that an Under the Sea?
Oh, I didn't see it. I was looking over on Chris's side of the board, so he chose not to do anything. He didn't quest. He didn't challenge. Because he can't challenge anything. But was that an Under the Sea?
I think it might have been.
Okay.
Kevin doing some math here. I'd be a little worried if I was Chris with all the math that's going on.
He has 6 lore on board. He's sitting at 18 lore right now. That would put him up to 14 if he decides to quest with everything. And Chris sitting back with just 1 lore at the moment. He does have, on Chris's side, he has a Beast. He has that Ana that we've seen before. And then I think also a Pete in hand.
Hey, look at the wry smile on Chris's face. He's like, come on, man, you didn't have any cards in your hand.
Oh, it wasn't Under the Sea.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's actually going to be good enough.
That's game. Chris says, Kevin, congratulations. That game is yours. That Under the Sea there, Kevin had an empty hand, and Chris thought maybe this will buy me some time, 1 more turn maybe, but then top decking that Under the Sea, that was the game for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to see, usually we see Kita with Under the Sea, but we got to see that on the span of 2 turns where Kita was so good, the fact that his opponent, Chris, did nothing. He didn't, he played a card from his hand, but he didn't quest, he didn't challenge because he kind of can't. His characters don't have strength. And he's like, pass back. I guess I'll do nothing. It never feels great to do this game. And then Kevin's like, oh, well, look what I found. I found Under the Sea. And now the game is just over. The game actually ends because you're never coming back from that point.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Chris didn't have any larger characters that would stay on the board. So that's...
Even against the Muses as well. I mean, he was kind of locked out of the game.
He was. Well, let's see if Chris can find some answers in game 2 here. Let's jump right into it. So let's take a look at their opening hands here, see what they're altering. Over on Kevin's side, oh, I see a Naveen. He's only running one, I believe.
Yeah, Naveen, a very powerful character. It's something you don't have to have in Kevin's deck, but I do like the addition of it. I think there's a chance that sometimes in the future we might see it go back out. Maybe people start to play more than one, maybe even two, maybe three, because the effect it has in a game is so powerful when it happens. The problem is that Kevin's not going to want to keep this in his opening hand too often.
It's a 4 cost, and so he won't be able to play it for quite a while, and it's uninkable. And so you don't really want to have it in your opening hand.
I mean, yeah, it depends on your hand too, but the thing is like Kevin and Chris are so inclined in this matchup to kind of hide their songs if they can. You don't really want to keep them in your opener too often if you can avoid it because of the presence of Ursula. You don't really want to run into that. And Chris only keeping one card here, and I think Kevin's going to be doing something very similar.
Yeah, he's keeping 2, it looks like. So it was a Diablo and a Sudden Chill, and he is taking 5.
Yeah, Sudden Chill, one of the ones, I think that one's pretty fine. You can get this one in play pretty fast.
Yeah, it's only a 2 cost song, so...
It's also inkable. Yeah.
Yeah, which that actually, good point, Tannen. He may be simply keeping Sudden Chill in his hand just for the ink to play Diablo on turn 1.
Yeah, I want to make sure. I want to make sure I have an ink on turn 1.
Yes,
Exactly
yes.
right. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. I can't tell if that's a frown or a smiley face. I'm going to say that's a smiley face from Chris here.
I'm going with a smiley face from Chris. Yeah.
After that game, it would be I mean, with that Under the Sea, I might have had a frowny face with that off the top of my opponent's deck in that spot, but
Yeah, such a fun card. I love Under the Sea. It really is a fantastic card, and I love the art on it too.
Oh, yeah, same.
So fun. So Flounder, who you know is from The Little Mermaid, did you know, here's a connection from one movie to another. Flounder from The Little Mermaid appears in Moana when Maui is singing
No way.
You're Welcome. There's a bunch of fish that go across the screen, and Flounder's one of them.
that's so cool.
All right, we're off, and Chris has played a Diablo to take a look here at Kevin's hand. We do have a couple songs in there, as well as a You Have Forgotten Me.
Another one added to the hand here. There was Painted the Roses red as well.
Well, if Chris has an Ursula, he is going to have lots to choose from.
Kind of hard to tell. Chris is really good at shuffling his hand, and there's a lot of shiny stuff going on in there too.
Yes, so many shiny things. So there's that Sudden Chill going into the inkwell like we were talking about.
All right, I think that is an Ursula in his hand. I think it's Diablo, Ursula, Morph, Beast.
It's
is that the 3-drop
It's
Ursula?
the Ursula
Okay.
Deceiver of All, yeah. So not the 2-drop, but yes. And he has passed it back over to Chris.
Well, Chris does have the option here. Let's see. We have the big Diablo. He does have a Sudden Chill to get rid of.
So we're going to shift that Diablo.
Yeah, another reason to keep the Sudden Chill there in your opening hand. It gives you something, like you were saying, to make sure that you can Diablo as quickly as possible.
And then using that 2 ink, he did ink the Ursula Deceiver of All to play a morph out, so a target there for that beast that he has in hand.
And let's talk about how powerful this start is for Chris. You guys start to worry a little bit if you're Kevin. Chris is drawing extra cards off this Diablo that's already in play. There is a morph behind this as well. We already know that there's a sad beast in the hand behind this for Chris, so there's a good card for him to shift onto this. And he just picked up, I think, a copy of Strength of a Raging Fire as well. Chris is in a really good spot here.
Yeah, which is better than the position that Kevin is in right now. He has a lot of songs, and I think he might only have 1 or 2 characters. He has the Muses and Anna, both of which he can't play right now because he doesn't have enough ink for either of them. Anna is 3 cost, and the Muses are 4 cost. All the rest of his cards are songs or actions.
Kevin's going to be coming out of the gates a little bit slow this game, and I'm wondering if what he's trying to decide here. He's probably deciding on between Sudden Chill and the Bare Necessities, which looks like that's going to go into the ink here because he doesn't think he's going to hit anything. But he doesn't know that Chris did draw something he could hit here. But yeah, I was going to say, he's going to have to play something here, and it looks like it's just going to be a Paint the Roses red just to get the card deeper into the deck here.
Yep. Which, sometimes you just need another card. And so...
Great sportsmanship from Kevin there, pointing out, hey, I drew a card while your Diablo is exerted. You get another one here as well.
Yep.
Great sportsmanship from Kevin here.
And Kevin he's banging the table there going, that was not what I wanted. I actually didn't see what he picked up.
Yeah, if you're Chris and this was the play this turn, you've got to be feeling really, really good about it. Look at that smile.
That smile.
That's a laugh of, oh, good, we're probably getting a game 3, or hopefully we're getting a game 3 here. All business as he takes into the third turn here, though.
I do love seeing the players smile and laugh, and you know, they're just having a great time up here. Of course, they want to win, and they are so skilled, and they're concentrating, they're focused, but they're having a good time doing it.
Yeah, it's a little easier when you've already secured the gold Mickey, right? You know, you're like,
That's
look, we're still playing for more prizes, don't get me wrong, and bragging rights, which
Yep.
is the big thing here. You know,
There's that shift beast that we knew was coming. Oh,
yeah, Chris is in such a driver's seat right now. He's going to have a Diablo and a Sad Beast going here, so we're getting a ton of card advantage over the next few turns, not to mention, like you've pointed out here, Kevin's hand leaving a lot to be desired here in the early game.
gonna quest here, I think, with the Diablo. Or sing. We're gonna sing straight through Raging Fire. So
Yeah, just making sure this is a this is a safe enough play. Make sure the Diablo doesn't have anything crazy happen along with the other Diablo on the other side of the board. Nothing can happen there. Plus, you can't shift the Diablo onto this and then maybe sing a song on top of that as well. So just trying to limit the power of which Kevin can have in his next turn.
yeah, I think that Kevin may have drawn another song. I can't be certain, but maybe it was that Diablo that he just drew. We're gonna play out that Anna, so he did have that in hand, and now he has enough ink to play her down. And it looks like did he force Chris to discard? I think that's what he did.
Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, I think he may have done that. Yeah. Oh, you have to pay the 2. Yeah, it doesn't have to.
Oh, he
yeah,
doesn't have the 2.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'll say, I thought I knew that. Yeah.
Yep. No, I forgot about that. You have to pay the 2.
All right, so Diablo's going to go ahead and sing a sudden chill here, get a card out of Kevin's hand, and then a card's going to come into Chris's hand because of the Prince John.
Diablo. Oh, no, the Prince John. Yet. Oh, Prince John. That card has been the bane of my existence in some games.
Really?
Have you ever played a multiplayer game with someone with Prince John down?
No, I haven't, but I will tell you this. If I'm playing a multiplayer game, I'm the person with Prince John in play.
That's the smart
me.
move. That's the smart move.
Yeah. So it looks like we're also going to be able to sing we don't talk about Bruno here as well. Kevin firmly behind in this game. Chris is just kind of having his way this game.
Yeah, Kevin just not able to keep his characters on the board. Oh, and that was, I think, his only other character in hand was the Muses, which he would have been able to bring out next turn. Now he has that Anna still back in his hand that was bounced back, and just songs for days. Ursula would be happy with all those songs. Oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way that Kevin can get out of this, and I'm not sure there is. It would have to be getting some kind of character to stick, and then possibly being able to get the Kita under the sea combo going, but even that's going to be difficult. You're going to need multiple pieces. Okay, well, a Singer for 5 here is pretty good. Ariel at the top was one of the better 3-drops that we could have gotten here at this point. Not only is this going to be a character, this, again, sings for 5 and possibly adds another card, which we see. We don't talk about Bruno. That's a pretty good one here as well. It's going to be able to answer something and make a discard out of Chris's hand, though he has a lot to deal with here, a lot to answer with this here. But this is the start of the clawback from Kevin.
Yeah, like you said, I agree that I think Ariel was probably one of the better cards that he could have picked off the top of his deck.
We'll see how long this Ariel is to be allowed to play in this game.
How long will Ariel be part of Kevin's world?
Yeah, it might not be very high. So, look, all right, we already got 2 damage on it here.
Yep, I saw that Let the Storm Rage on in Chris's hand, and I thought, oh, that is bound for Ariel. Oh, and then using Prince John to sing the other one. He had 2 in his hand, and Ariel not able to stay on board, Tannen.
Yeah, this is a really, really rough spot from Kevin. We knew this was going to happen, that it was going to be a rough game for him from the beginning with how unfortunate his early hand was this game, and it has not come together for him. Not to mention Chris's draw has been pretty good here this game.
Well, yeah, having that
And,
Diablo, you know,
You know what? I want to say something here. We've seen both of these players concede pretty early in these games, and I can appreciate it. These are 2 men that they understand the value of time for us, the people at home, and their opponent, and they're like, you know what? I'm not winning from this spot. Let's just move on to the next game.
Let's just move on. Yep, it's going to game 3, and so let's just get in there and see if we can start off that next game better. Kevin said, let's wipe the slate clean and go into game 3. Well, I'm ready to go into game 3. How about you?
I am as well, and hopefully for Kevin that we get a little bit of a better back and forth game here, so that's so one-sided.
Yes. Yeah. Let's take a look. We'll dive in, see the players altering their opening hands. So they're both drawing here, and yeah, I think Kevin just really didn't get the cards he needed. He had far too.
Look at the face on Chris here.
Chris's face. He's like confused. He's like, what even is this opening hand? Taking 6 over there. Wow.
Oh, that might have been the best reaction to an open hand I've ever seen.
Oh my goodness. It looks like Kevin is going to take 2 on his side of the board.
It looks like
or,
Chris.
Or 5, I mean. He's keeping 2.
It looked like Chris had smelled something rotten.
It did. It really did. Hey, I've had opening hands like that where I say, oh, no, thank you.
In testing the other day, I had a full 7.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
That's not very often, but I was like, yeah, all of these can go.
All. And then you redraw and you get like basically the same hand and you cry a little bit.
I just shuffle up and go to the next game. Love the camaraderie there. Fist bump before this last game. They know that somebody's got to win this one and go home, and somebody else is going to have the end to their tournament. But they can have their head held high out of this one as well. They've had a great run here into the quarterfinals. They've gotten a golden Mickey, and they've gotten their invites.
Yeah, both of these players should feel really good about how this weekend has gone for them. They have both played their hearts out here in Las Vegas and earned those golden Mickeys, earned the invites to Disneyland, but oh, yeah, good luck to both of them. Bare necessities in the Inkwell, and no turn 1 play from Kevin.
Yeah, still hopefully a better hand for him here this game. I'm looking over at Chris's. It looks pretty good from what I can see. The problem is I'm getting blinded by this hand.
It is so shiny. Tamatoa would love that hand.
Oh, absolutely. This is a great hand from Chris. It looks like we're going to have Diablo on one. I believe we have the big shift Diablo behind this as well. So he's right on line to what he wants to do.
We got Diablo, Ursula, Prince John, and then a Cricky, a lucky cricket there, as well as a Sudden Chill and You Have Forgotten Me. So there is that one song there of Sudden Chill. So if he has the Ursula in hand, he could play it and take that out of Kevin's hand. But Kevin, yes, looking much better than last game.
Oh, yeah. This is a much better draw for Kevin here. He's going to be able to go 2, 3, 4 most likely in this game, depending on how he wants to sequence his cards.
Interesting. He drew an Under the Sea there and playing his own Ursula. Wow, so many shiny cards.
Okay,
That's an entire hand of Enchanteds.
All right, so that's Tinkerbell. Actually was one for a moment when he was shuffling through his hand really fast. I was wondering if that was a like Along Came Zeus or something like that. I actually thought this Ursula was going to hit for a moment, but this is a pure miss.
2 Diablos, a Morph.
So this is one of the hands when you see it, you're like, not only did I miss, but that hand's really good.
Oh, man. Yeah, both Ursulas there. Morph. Yeah, Chris has some good stuff.
One of those Ursulas going into the ink here as well, so let's see how Chris wants to play his turn too. A couple of different options. That Morph kind of standing out with how good it was last game. I wonder if that's the way he's going to end up going, but it looks like he's moved that Ursula to the front too. Can't blame him for either one of these plays. You can see he's going to take his time really deciding on which one is whatever. He doesn't want to end up the same way Kevin did, where he plays an Ursula and misses here. So I think that's what's giving him pause. And looks like he's deciding to go with
Morph.
Up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he unfortunately doesn't have an action or song to discard to shift that Diablo onto the Diablo that he played out last turn. So yeah, maybe looking at playing a Morph.
Yeah, and that's something that that needs to be talked about as well with Kevin here. It's such a scripted play for him to have to Ursula on 2 after the Diablo on 1, but because of the fact that if there's only one action card and it's a song after Chris's hand, he can take that and take away the play of the shifting of Diablo from him here.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for Kevin that it didn't work out.
It really, really is.
Chris really in the tank here, trying to figure out what to do here this round.
Okay, we are still waiting on Chris. He's really thinking this through, which at this level, you want to. You want to take the time.
I don't blame him.
Think through every option here. He decides to go with that Ursula.
And yeah, you can see that he actually ends up changing his mind here and goes with the Ursula. And I think part of him is going to be pretty happy because he has multiple targets here. There's an Under the Sea and a Sudden Chill for him to pick off here. And you got to wonder if he's going to take the immediate threat or if he's going to take the threat possibly for later of that Under the Sea, which we saw was so powerful in game 1, was actually just game ending.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, this is, yeah. It's so interesting watching these players. Like we've said before, I wish I could hear the internal dialogue going on in these players' head. There's so many things that they're thinking through, and not just in the short term, but also in the long term of the game.
I feel like the first 2 turns for each player in this game has been longer than one of the entire games in this match. And I don't mean that in any bad way. It's just I think there's been so many decisions to be making here. What do I ink? What do I take with this Ursula? Do I play this Ursula? Do I play this Morph? And you can see it's really weighing on Chris here. And I don't blame him. This is probably one of the most intense spots he's ever been in his career
Yeah.
as a DCG player, and this was a hard choice to make.
Deciding on the sudden chill and leaving that under the sea in hand is what Chris has decided to do here. How do you feel about that?
I can kind of agree with that. You're so far off of the under the sea,
Under the sea.
and there's so many chances for you to find another way to interact with Ursula or to remove some of the characters from Kevin. He could maybe stay ahead of him here and never put him in a situation where he has a chance to do that.
Yeah. Or he might also be thinking, I will get another Ursula in a couple turns and be able to get that under the sea out of his hand before he's able to play it.
Yeah, I want to talk about the time that Chris took to make that decision there. Like you said, I think it's great that he's thinking from that spot. Me as a competitor, when I'm in the situation my opponent is taking that much time, I'm actually pretty cool with it most of the time, especially with the speed at which Chris plays all of his other turns. He's usually very sure of his play, and if you're playing extremely fast, but you need to think a little extra on one of the hard turns, I'm all for it. But one of the biggest reasons, though, I say something like that is I wish and hope that I get the same courtesy when I need the extra time, because I definitely need it, Rebecca.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
You agree that I need the extra time? I appreciate that.
I agree that I also sometimes need the extra time, yes.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Kevin bringing out his own Diablo on the side of the board. He didn't have the shift target, so he paid the 3 ink to play that Diablo down.
Not to mention another thing about that choice, Chris does have a copy of Pete in his hand, so in one of the really important turns, he can kind of give himself an extra turn away from that under the sea and make sure that he can blow the whistle and be like, stop.
Yep, that's
We're not doing it. Point. There we go. For people at home, you can't see. I'm actually being Pete right now.
He looks like Pete in the picture.
I've got my hands out. We're not doing any songs.
It's a very good recreation of the art.
Just need the whistle.
Yes.
Liam,
someone get Dan a whistle, please.
Every time we had this play yesterday, Liam kept trying to whistle, but he was losing his voice, and it was so funny that he was trying so much but could never get it to come through just right.
Goodness. I can whistle,
Bless
but
his heart.
I would be afraid of how it would come into the mic.
Here, you like to give the little tidbits, whatever. Here's a little tidbit. I can't whistle.
You cannot whistle.
I've never been able to whistle.
Oh my goodness. Diablo coming down on Chris's side of the board now. A shiny one, of course. So many shiny cards over here.
Chris's deck is gorgeous, absolutely.
It really is.
It's distracting how good it looks.
You know, I love it. I had the opportunity to, talk with Steve Warner and Ryan Miller yesterday, and we were talking about being immersed in the game. I think it was Ryan was talking about how Lorcana is so immersive, and I think that players who are choosing to play these enchanted cards, the foil cards, the promo cards, it's kind of that is another level of immersion in the world of Lorcana, playing these beautiful cards. So I love to see.
No, absolutely. I'm right there with you. Like these players get to express themselves through their deck. And
absolutely.
I love that they're choosing to do this with some of the alternate versions of these cards, some of the harder to find versions of these cards. It's really cool. It shows it's a real labor of love.
It really is. Like we're questing there with Ursula, and both these players now sitting at 1 lore each.
Yeah, a little bit of a better game than we've had than the earlier ones, where they've been kind of lopsided for a few of the spots here. I think Kevin's a little bit happier with the way this game's going versus that last one for sure.
Definitely. I think he's really happy with that he's not so much on the back foot as he was in the last game.
And I always love watching the matches where both players have Diablo out. It's always like a nice little, do you want a quest of yours? Do you want a quest? Do you want to exert yours? We'll see. And then do I want to trade my Diablo into your Diablo?
Now what's interesting about that, and we see a Prince John coming here, but talking about the Diablos and having one on each side of the board is, it feels to me sometimes like that's where you see the advantage of being on the play.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You're the first one to get the choice, and the other person has to react. That's always a better spot to be in. That's a really good point.
Yeah. And so that does give Kevin a little bit of the advantage here, because he did go first in this game, so he could quest if he wants, and then Chris is the one who has to answer.
You can quest if you want to.
Oh, there you go.
And we'll see you could quest if you want to, Kevin, but you can see he's doing the math right now. You can see he's like, all right, if I quest, then what, you do this, and then, but I get an extra card out of it. So here's the thing. if I know that I quested my Diablo and you're going to trade yours into mine, I'm questing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Like you said, you get the lore, you're going to get an extra card at the start of Chris's turn, and so you've got some value out of it there. And then you also have banished his Diablo in return.
But there's something to be said about keeping a couple characters back here for Kevin as well, because he still has that Under the Sea that we need to be thinking about here in this matchup, because Chris knows it's there. Chris knows about the presence of it. So you want to make sure that you can keep that from being sung together. And it looks like Kevin's just going to say, go. Yeah, he's like, I'm going to keep these characters in play for this Under the Sea.
Interesting.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him here. It was so powerful.
Because the Prince John just came out this turn, and so on his next turn, he can use all 3 characters. He does have enough. Under the Sea is a sing together card. Oh,
and this is
Strength of a Raging Fire. Now he can't sing Under the Sea. I was going to say he had enough to sing this 8-cost song, but that Strength of Raging Fire coming down.
I was going to say, this is where you get punished on multiple levels for this here, too. I don't mind the play from Kevin. It's probably correct. In fact, if he makes it, it usually is correct. He's a much better player than I am. But now that the Diablo gets to sing Strength of Raging Fire, so this exerts the Diablo. You don't have a way to challenge it. You didn't get your lore, and you didn't get your extra card off of this. Now Chris is firmly ahead.
Yeah, that's, oh, gosh, sometimes there is no right and wrong answer either. You just have to make a choice. You have to play to win, and sometimes you just have to make a decision.
Oh, absolutely. And sometimes it can haunt you.
Yes.
You know, I've definitely lost sleep over plays like this in situations where I'm like, oh, I should have just exerted my card.
Yeah.
You know, I should have just played this card. But
you never know.
You take what is the higher percentage play, you do it all the time in the situations, and more likely than not, it's going to work out in your favor.
Yep.
It just really stinks when it doesn't, Rebecca.
Yep. I don't like those stinky plays.
It looks like Chris looking at his opening hand here this game. But
yes, very much so.
yeah, and so Chris definitely showing off that he knows exactly what he needs to do this game. Like we said, there's that Under the Sea that's lurking in Kevin's hand, and you can see that he's going to be doing everything he can to make sure these characters get off the board as soon as possible. Chris, if he draws something like an Ursula Deceiver or something here, there's also the Pete that's going on here. That actually might be able to put him super far ahead here.
Yeah, so he has he just drew another Pete as well.
Wow, did you really draw a second? I think this might be enough to win the game.
Yeah, he drew a second Pete. So
you can see Chris has that in his thoughts here. He knows.
Yep. So he can quest everything. He knows that Undersea can't be played this next turn, and then he could play the Pete on the next turn. Oh my goodness.
He's also going to draw another card here as well. Kevin, did he draw another copy of Under the Sea? I can't tell.
No,
okay, it wasn't.
No.
Thankfully, it wasn't. But
No,
Kevin's
I think
draws.
it was the Bare Necessities that he drew on his turn. He also had that You're Welcome in his hand already.
Yeah, Kevin is in between a rock and
Ooh.
a hard place here.
Rough, very rough.
And he knows that it could be worse the next turn as well. You can see he's kind of in crisis mode here. How do I get out of here? And I think the only way he gets out of this is if he gets to sing Under the Sea and get it into play. But
Chris is taking away that option for him, and Kevin doesn't even know it. I'm going to watch his facial expression here. I think we're going to see the second Pete played here, and I think that might spell the end for Kevin. So that Diablo.
Yeah, you can see the nod, and he's like, "Yep, very, very somber nod."
Yep.
He knew that this was a possibility, and with the Ana getting added from Chris, I believe this is going to put enough lore in for next turn. So we get to lore for what? 1, 2.
It's hard to tell with all the
3,
shiny
4.
cards.
I think is it only 5, but anyway, that would put him up to a 13. Then 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he's going to have enough here.
He is.
So now here it puts Kevin in a hard spot. Not only can he not sing, now he has to start challenging into some of Chris's board. Not only do his characters not challenge well, then he can't sing Under the Sea the next turn. So Kevin is in the squeeze. You can see it on his face here. He's like, all right, how do I get out of this? I don't know if I can. What a draw from Chris here. That second Pete probably putting him on into the next round. And you can see
Kevin.
the extension of the fist there. Kevin gives it up.
Yes.
Wow, what a match between these two.
That second Pete really clinched it there for Chris, being able to stop Under the Sea from coming down. That really was the only answer there that Kevin had, and Chris just said, blowing the whistle.
No songs. No singing.
No songs.
No, it's like Tana when he's casting. No singing. We're not doing it.
Oh, well played to both players. I'm actually surprised with how that turned out. I didn't know. It could have gone either way when we first started, but Chris really able to take it home there.
Yeah, 3 dominant games between the players. Almost not in doubt once we get to a certain turn between the two.
Yeah.
You got to feel a little bit for Kevin with some of his draws here not really working out in games 2 and 3, but he's going to go home with that golden Mickey. You know, he came here, he did what he wanted to do. A few more wins would have been nice, but I think, you know, after a day or two, you'll be happy with the result. It usually takes a day or two to take the sting away.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to be bummed for a little bit. But
Also, Kevin's a real happy guy. He's like, got a super good head on his shoulders. He'll be able to take this in stride.
Good. Well, he accomplished a lot, and congratulations to Chris for moving on. We're actually going to go to a break now, and we're going to be back with the semifinals.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas. We are almost there, going from the quarterfinals here into the semifinals. We did get word that the match between Morgan and Taylor took that 2-0, so Taylor's moving into round 4. Brendan, we're so close. We have a bracket to look at, though, to see how these players made it to here and what decks we can be looking forward to in the semifinals.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at that bracket. All right, looks like we have Zan versus Christian. This is going to be Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. This is a match as old as time, it feels like, at this point. And then our other semifinals, we have Chris versus Taylor, Emerald Steel versus Emerald Steel. Talk about an overperformer for the weekend. This was not, I think this was not even our top 3 represented. I'm not sure where it was in between 3 and 6, but Emerald Steel in the final.
I believe it was in the top 5 decks for the day 1, but I believe it was only 6% of the field day 1, going up to 14% on day 2. You know, you'd think that after the Bucky errata, I don't think people were expecting Emerald Steel to be doing so well, but we have 3 in the semifinals here, which means we are definitely going to get an Emerald Steel in the quarterfinals. And then depending on if Christian can take down Zan or not, we may have an Emerald Steel mirror match here in the finals, or it could be a Ruby Amethyst Emerald Steel final again. I feel like we've seen a couple of those at this point, are definitely leading up to the finals through the various DLCs, so excited to see how this goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get into the match. Let's check out Zan versus Christian here.
Zan versus Christian, these are both players we've seen plenty of throughout the past day. Very familiar with their decks at this point. We've seen Zan dominate some Ruby Sapphire, but we're going to see how well he does into Ruby Amethyst. I believe earlier he had to go through an Amethyst Emerald deck as well, so kind of similar to Ruby Amethyst, not exactly, but some pieces there.
Yeah, Christian's Ruby Amethyst list is pretty interesting, right? So it has the 8/1 drops that replace themselves, but also has 2 Cusco, which can be particularly good in the mirror. Obviously not for the Emerald Steels that he's up to facing to try to win this tournament, but has access to things like 1 Lady Tremaine and 2 Beaking Undisputed, which is not crazy atypical, but it is not normal, right? Those are cards that are making their way out of the metagame. And Not sure if they're going to help too much against Zan, but it's relevant to know that they are in the deck. Other than that, Christian's list, very streamlined, a lot of 4-ofs, and a list I like the look of a lot myself. But going up against Zan, Zan really has, it almost feels like Zan's kind of broken the metagame wide open with this innovative take on Emerald Steel. Like you said, a ink combination that was sort of getting faded after the Bucky errata, and now it's the most dominant deck at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas.
Speaking of Zan, I think we're going to see him alter 6 cards out of his hand. I saw quite a few Pete's. One card that I want to highlight, though, is the Diablo that we've seen him really, really abuse here, drawing a ton of cards, and one that I think is going to be particularly important in this matchup, because looking at Christian's deck list, they're only playing 1 Brawl.
Oh, that is a good spot. I did not notice the 1 of Brawl. That is a great call. You know, I think Zan at this point is just synonymous with turn 1 Diablo, turn 2 Shift Diablo. My opponent does have an answer. And then
Win the game.
Yes, win the game, right? Yeah, just like, oh, I'm playing Emerald Steel, by the way. This is the best control deck in the game. But also that Morph. The Morph has really impressed me, allowing some of those turn 3 Shift Beasts. Like Ruby Amethyst, how do they deal with a turn 3 Shift Beast, especially in the draw? So we got Zan on the play here, of course. But passing over to Christian. Christian, double, be prepared in hand. Do we have an Ursula in hand for Zan to potentially snag one of those out?
Doesn't look like we have an Ursula in hand or a 1-drop Diablo, as we saw. I want to say maybe the only 2-drop is a Sudden Chill here.
Oh, that reminds me of another game we saw between Zan where Zan might have stumbled quite a bit.
Yeah, well, that game was not so great for Zan. We talk about the power of that Diablo opening. We do find a Diablo. It looks like 1 turn late, I believe, but we're going to get a good look at Christian's hand. Zan, of course, is going to be eyeing Be Prepared that we see. Potentially, if we do find an Ursula Deceiver, and then, of course, a bunch of the bounce package that Christian has available with, it looks like a rabbit, fox, and a crab. Of course, the Cusco in there as well.
The Cusco in there, which is not a bad turn 2 here. It's going to help him contest some of this board, but doesn't have the answer to the Shift Diablo that could come down. I know Zan did find the 1-drop Diablo 1 turn 2 late, but still no answer here for Christian. Does have a decent amount of card draw, though, so he can search for it, especially with the delay on Diablo.
I think that's going to be key here for Christian, is trying to get to your maximum ink that you need, right? Like 7 ink. We do have 2 of those Be Prepared in hand, but I think you're going to have to rely on some of that wide removal if Zan's able to build up a board, especially with some of these stronger characters like Beast, even if we get something like the Tinkerbells down, but especially Diablo, knowing that you don't have as many removal options, especially direct removal, like those Brawls. I think instead we are running a couple more Madame Medusas that we're going to have to lean on. So before Zan can build some of this discard package up, I think Christian's going to want to keep a full hand through some of these draw cards. We do see a Prince John being played on turn 3, though. We know we have a couple discard cards in Zan's hand that we'll see probably in the next turn.
Yeah, so the choice to bring 1 Brawl, I think, it's an interesting choice for the metagame. Showing up to the tournament here in Vegas, day 1, I think you predicted the metagame right. Looking at the bottom, sort of 4 through 6 being Emerald decks, not being represented in the top 3, cutting down on that Brawl, opening yourself up to Diablo. Not a bad choice for a metagame call, but as you progress into the later stages of this tournament, you get to the semifinals, you must be thinking, man, I wish I'd packed a few more Brawls.
Yeah, I think he probably is feeling that right now. We are going to pass over to Zan after Christian plays this Merlin Crab, really to just develop a character, not really using that ability of giving a character +3 challenger. But we are going to see the Ursula Deceiver come down. Zan does know that those Be Prepared are in hand. We're going to see one discarded by Christian. That's going to be a draw off of Prince John as well when Be Prepared is banished. But Zan, of course, memorizing Christian's hand so that he knows what he needs to play around before moving on with his turn.
Yeah, Prince John just been a tough character for Ruby Amethyst to deal with ever since it's made its way into these Emerald discard decks. Just because it has Ward, it can't be targeted by Madame Medusa, it can't be targeted by Brawl. And with the cut down of Prepared in some of these decks, I mean, your only outs here to really Be King Undisputed, maybe Lady Tremaine, but that's not going to be reliable against an Emerald Steel deck.
Definitely not going to be reliable. We do see Zan play the Sudden Chill this turn as well. A really strong turn from Zan, honestly, getting 2 cards discarded out of Christian's hand, drawing 2 from those Prince Johns.
Rips the Sudden Chill as well. It has the Hypnotize in hand as well. This is looking very good for Zan. We don't have that explosive Diablo, Shift Diablo line, but it's just going to be farming Christian's hand with these discard spells and drawing tons off the back of it due to Prince John being on the field.
Yeah, if you can get Christian down to no cards in hand before he's able to get up to a decent ink size, I think Zan is going to feel really good about that. But of course, we do see the rabbit being played, which means Christian's going to draw a card when it enters play and then also draw a card that ever leaves play. We are going to see the crab quest here, because there's not really a punish for that right now, I don't think, with the characters on board. Definitely not going to be challenging into those with Prince John or Diablo, I imagine.
Yeah, I find that particularly if you can stifle Ruby Amethyst before inking up to 6, it can be really tough because when you deploy something like a Beast, they no longer have that top deck Madame Medusa remove the Beast out, and they can be put in a really tough spot trying to get up to 6. And of course, you take them off the out of ever top decking Be Prepared because it's really tough to get up to 7 ink sometimes when your opponent is making you discard so much.
See Zan doing that very well here, immediately seeing Sudden Chill on his turn with Ursula to force the 1 discard. We know he has another Hypnotize in hand as well if he wants to get a discard. We're going to see that being played, forcing Christian to discard another card, which means Zan gets to draw a card from the Hypnotize, but then we'll also draw a card when a card is discarded. We do see that second Be Prepared finally being discarded, so that's 2 in the discard already. Christian only sitting on 4 ink with that 5-cost Elsa in hand and 1 inkable card that he has.
2 in the discard, but Christian does have a bit of an atypical Ruby Amethyst list here with the 4 Be Prepared. So, some lists have been cutting back on that. That being said, when it comes to that discard, Christian just has no choice. Christian has to keep the inkable, has to be inking every single turn because you got to give yourself those outs of top decking Madame Medusa and playing it immediately as we progress later into this game. You get stuck on something like 4 or 5 ink, it's just you're pretty much locked out of the game at that point.
One thing that I think is worth noting as well is that Christian's not playing any of the big Sisus. I know that it's less typical to see that in the Ruby Amethyst deck as it's a bit more expensive. You don't have the ramp that comes with Sapphire and Ruby Sapphire deck, but we have seen a couple of those entering play, which means really our only board wipe options are Be Prepared. So although we are running 4 of them, it's basically all that we're going to have options to if Zan builds a wide board, but we do see Christian doing a decent job at removing some of the characters on Zan's side of the board, leaving just the Prince John with this turn, playing that Elsa, tapping some of the cards and banishing them.
Yeah, everything about Christian's Ruby Amethyst deck tells me that he showed up to Vegas saying, I don't think that a Emerald deck is going to be one of the top 3 most played decks, and he was absolutely correct. The problem is that it represents 3 of 4 in the top 4 here.
I mean, I think
there's that beast. There's that beast we talked about, and he only has access to 5 ink, so no longer has the out to drawing Madame Medusa off the top. This is by far the most backbreaking play that a Steel Emerald deck can do to you. Is they make you discard, they lock you at 5, and then they drop the beast, and you have almost no outs.
Yeah, Christian's really stuck in a difficult position here where if he does draw an inkable card, you've got to consider just inking it every turn, essentially not doing anything outside of what you can do with your characters on board. Do see him questing with this Elsa. It is evasive, so you can do that pretty safely here. Not sure what Christian drew off of the top, though. Looks like it was a Chernobog's follower, so we're going to go ahead and play that, deciding not to ink the card. Questing out with, I believe, Cusco and Rabbit, knowing that if those are banished, that he gets to draw extra cards, so...
It likely can ink the Chernobog on the following turn. Kind of ink it, right? Quest with it, banish it, draw a new card. But if Zan has access to something like Let the Storm Range on or some sort of removal, hits that Chernobog, that could be really rough.
Also some interesting scenarios here where if Zan is able to banish any of these characters that allow Christian to draw cards, he's sitting on any other discard cards in his hand, then that can be bad. We do see the Tinkerbell being played. That is going to banish that Chernobog's followers, sort of like you mentioned, getting rid of it.
Pardon me. I said, worst case scenario gets Let the Storm Rage on. By far, much worse than that is a turn 6 Tinkerbell comes down, just so ink efficient, and then gets rid of your ability to potentially banish that Chernobog and find that ink. I mean, Christian is basically not going to answer this beast, and Zan's just going to draw 2 cards every single turn at least.
Can't answer this beast. Also, I love with the Tinkerbell setup. It puts Christian in a position where if he leaves his characters exerted, Tinkerbell is able to challenge those characters, banish them, and then deal 2 damage to other characters, sort of slowing down what Christian is trying to do anyway. We do see Let the Storm Rage on, banishing the Merlin Crab.
So
one card.
Yeah, one of the outs Christian kind of has is, at some point in this game can get the Merlin Rabbit banished, draw an inkable card, and in combination with the card he's drawn for his turn, ink that card and maybe play the Madame Medusa, but that's just not a great position to be in. It's better than nothing, which, if there was no Merlin Rabbit here, would pretty much be completely locked out of the game at this point, and Zan would just pull way too hard and too far ahead in value if he already hasn't.
That is a good point, both with the Cusco and the Rabbit here. If we wanted to, we could challenge into the beast, deal some damage to it. We're not going to banish it, but it will keep the beast from drawing extra cards on Zan's turn and also allow you to draw a card when your character is banished, potentially giving you another ink option, getting you closer to those Medusas or potential Be Prepared.
What's funny is that actually makes the Medusa worse because now you've damaged the beast. Now you no longer really need to hit it with the Medusa. The Medusa can't hit the Tinkerbell. So I feel like Zan has sort of like in a chess-esque kind of way almost checkmated Christian. There's the exact thing.
Yeah, we did find the Medusa and the Inkable, getting rid of the beast. Even though, like you said, it's not going to draw any cards, I think Christian at this point is just trying to gain whatever control back from the board that he can, not letting Zan get too carried away, because we had 6 lore on the board at that point. We are going to see the Tinkerbell banishing the rabbit, dealing 2 damage to the Medusa. Christian's going to draw a card off of that rabbit when it leaves play as well.
And Zan just a full grip of cards in hand, only 1 card for Christian. And there comes down another Prince John, going to make you discard the card, draw 2 cards. Oh, no, it was a Friends on the other side.
That would have been great too. Seeing with Madame Medusa next turn. Draw 2 cards and then help yourself with your Inkwell just a little bit. But of course, seeing the Prince John hypnotize combo is not the first time we've seen that today. Letting Zan draw 2 cards while discarding 1 from Christian.
And if you've played the Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel matchup at any point in Lorcana, you've been in this situation that Christian is, where you're just top decking card after card, hoping that it's something that you can play, hoping it's something that can impact the board. But the problem is, once this Emerald Steel deck gets ahead, you can just stay ahead sometimes.
And we saw Christian there on that turn. He drew a snake. Obviously can't play that because there's no characters on board. It's better in your Inkwell in case you top deck a Be Prepared. You may have to rely on later in this game. We see another Beast coming down, though. Going to be another threat that Christian needs to answer, as Beast is going to draw that extra card every turn when it's undamaged.
Yeah, so Christian has access to just the Madame Medusa here. The Bee King is not going to do it, most likely. A Be Prepared, of course, could come off the top. Looks like he's exerting 4 ink. It's going to be a Queen's Castle. Queen's Castle, historically a great location into Emerald Steel, but on a board state where you're already losing, your opponent's drawing 2 cards a turn, just a play of desperation.
Yeah, not too good of a play here. It does have that 2 lore. Might be able to get away with something moving there, but Zan has so much removal options in regards to the steel actions and songs available to him that I doubt anything that Christian manages to pull and move to the Queen's Castle to potentially draw cards, extra cards on the next turn, probably isn't going to survive very long. You see the Pete being played to prevent a top deck Be Prepared on the next turn, followed up by a Diablo. I mean, we've seen a board state like this so many times today with the Diablo, the Beast, and the Prince John. 3 of the best cards in Zan's deck at drawing cards, allowing him to keep his hand full of cards to either recover from some sort of comeback from Christian, and also being able to put the pressure on and keep answers in his hand.
Yeah, super interesting, actually, as Zan quests with Prince John and runs into the Queen's Castle with the Beast. You know, the Prince John obviously has 1 damage, but it makes me wonder, because Zan did the math that, you know, what sort of strength value is worth running into the Queen's Castle versus what is questing. Like, what is the exact quantitative value is what I'm wondering. It's like, if it was 2, would he have quested with it? Would he run into it? Yeah. And also there's a critical break point on, you know, 7 willpower or something like that. But just a very interesting choice, like a very mathematical choice was actually made there from Zan.
We are going to see Zan banish that Queen's Castle by exerting a Diablo and Pete to challenge it, getting rid of 1 of them after Christian plays a second Queen's Castle. And taking some time to think of what he wants to do. Christian doesn't have any cards in his hand anymore, which means this Prince John, you know, with some of those discard cards in Zan's hand, I think I saw a Hypnotize, and they are a little bit less effective.
Listen, we don't talk about Bruno, which is pretty effective with that. So if Christian does deploy onto this board, you know, we don't talk about Bruno, discard, and then draw off of Prince John, which.
And this is where I think you see the power of how important it is for Zan to set up these cards that allow him to draw extra cards, because you're absolutely right. Like, having the We Don't Talk About Bruno, Christian's probably only drawing 1 card per turn. This card that he plays, like this Merlin Goat, you know, we can play We Don't Talk About Bruno on this Goat, put it back to hand, discard it, and it's going to be gone. Going to draw cards off of the Prince John in that way as well. So,
yep, and soon enough, Zan's just going to turn everything sideways and actually just hit 20 lore here. We're threatening, what, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 right now. We're at 11, bring us up to 17. So I think 1 more turn of board control, maybe get rid of this Queen's Castle, bounce that Goat back to hand, and then Zan's just going to win this game. There's that We Don't Talk About Bruno trigger on the Prince John. Draw for Zan.
Zan just has so many cards in his hand, able to answer everything that Christian's been able to do, or are going to banish the Queen's Castle and then just turn everything sideways, exerting it, going up to 10 lore for Zan. Can't quite win next turn with what we have on board, but like I said, he just has so many resources available to him that there's not much I think Christian can do to start to come back from this game.
Yep, just plays out the morph. So we're definitely looking for a Be Prepared here.
Christian's reaction make me wonder what he's got here.
Ooh, Bee King undisputed. Get rid of that Pete.
Pete's done what Pete was supposed to do already. Least valuable character on the board right now is the morph does allow Dan to shift any of the shift characters there.
concession from Christian there. Yeah, makes sense.
All right, so Zan takes that game 1 against Christian on the play. We know how strong Zan's deck can be on the play going against this. So heard Zan talk about how it might struggle a little bit on the draw. I think Christian's going to be looking early in this game to find cards to keep in his hand so he can stay in it until he can get to that 7-8.
Yeah, to be fair, that was on the draw versus Ruby Sapphire. I think that the Ruby Amethyst matchup is a bit more favored than the Ruby Sapphire matchup is. You still are significantly more favored on the play, but on the draw, I think that Zan is much more live to win against something like Ruby Amethyst than he would be against something like Ruby Sapphire. But with that, let's head back down to the match. Let's check out game 2 between Christian and Zan.
All right, looks like both players have already gone through their altering phase, and Christian's going to start by inking and playing a Magic Broom. Luminary Keeper.
Do we have? Oh, I think I see the Zan
I
special
do see
right
the
here.
1-drop Diablo. We're going to get a good look at Christian's hand here. 2 friends on the other side.
Three friends on the
Three
other-
friends on the other side, and a Beaking.
And a Beaking, Undisputed, and a Flynn Rider. That is a terrible hand.
That's
actually.
a really bad hand
That is-
here.
There is no other way to put that. That is not what you're looking for. Flynn off the top is also not going to help you out.
We already had one. Really didn't need another.
Ooh, and this Shift Diablo is also going to make it even worse for wear when it comes to those friends on the other side. This is a tough spot for Christian.
Are going to see Christian inking the Flynn to play another Flynn, banishing the Broom when Flynn is played just to draw another card.
The Chernobog's Christian's just like, where can I just get a 3-drop or a 4-drop, please? Anything. The Shift Diablo is going to be really nice here.
Definitely have plenty cards in hand to shift the Diablo with the Sudden Chill or the Hypnotize.
And Christian is just absolutely forced into playing one of these friends of the other sides, I think, as we go into this next turn.
We're going to discard the Hypnotize. You shift the Diablo. We're going to sing, let the Storm Rage onto the Flynn, get that off the board, draw a card while doing so, and exerting Diablo. Now, any time that Christian draws cards on his turn, Zane is also going to get to draw cards, and 3 friends on the other side in hand. I mean,
Yeah, you got to run into it. And also, even if there wasn't a Diablo on the board.
Is that a 4th friends on the other side off the top? Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed. Even if there was no Diablo, turn 3 friends on the other side not singing is not a great play out of Ruby Amethyst, but is an absolute disaster when there is a exerted Diablo on the other side. Christian, it must not be feeling like his day as he rips that 4th friends on the other side.
Dan also drew an Ursula Deceiver off of that friends of the other side, so knowing that Christian has all of those in hand, we might see that being played at some point. But we see here the Ursula Deceiver being played. Look at all of these friends, and take your pick. Or might choose the Beaking.
Yeah,
but with the Ursula sitting there, I don't think Beaking has a great target, if we're being honest. Take away the Beaking, though. That means every time Christian is playing friends, you're probably drawing cards with your Diablo. Chooses to discard one of the friends instead.
Yeah, the Beaking's not going to do much with that Ursula on the board. Even though friends on the other side is very advantageous for Zan right now, Christian could top deck a Brawl, get rid of the Diablo, and then the tables could kind of turn on that. I think with that said, Zan looked at that hand and was just... I would have loved to have them mic'd up at that point.
Yeah, seeing what Zan's reaction was when he saw that.
Elsa's pretty good.
Sure.
That's a nice Elsa, by the way. So that Elsa has Rush and Evasive. Turn 5 can come down, actually clear out Diablo, and be used as a future singer for those friends on the other side. So it's probably one of the better cards you could find here, although it won't impact this board state until the following turn.
And unfortunately, Christian just inks and passes on this turn too. I think setting up for this, not really wanting to play cards out of your hand if you don't have to, trying to keep some in hand in case. I mean, that Zan's going to be discarding your hand this turn. I believe we had a Prince Shot in hand and a Sudden Chill potentially. Going to exert 3 to play the Ursula this turn. Yep, Ursula Deceiver of All, able to essentially sing songs twice. And then put that song at the bottom of your deck instead of your discard. Maybe setting up for singing a double Sudden Chill. That strength is pretty great too, being able to double sing that, deal lots of damage. We're going to see the Elsa being played, rushing right into the Diablo, banishing that.
Also really a fantastic draw here, although I think it's going to meet an end via let the Storm Rage on, allowing Zan to draw 2 additional cards, and then we know the backup for Christian's not great. There's a Cove.
No, Christian only has 4 cards in hand right now, too. Could really do some damage this turn if we double sing Sudden Chill, You play Hypnotize, get rid of 3 cards out of that hand.
There we go. Starting it off with the Let the Storm Rage On.
Dealing 4 damage total to Elsa, drawing 2 cards off that Let the Storm Rage On because the song was sung twice. Putting it at the bottom of the deck. Zan with a giant hand once again.
As Zan spoiled for choice, this is a common theme throughout his top 64 run today. Zan just having so many cards in hand.
Bringing the Cove to the front. Looks like it's going to go into the Inkwell, though. We're going to exert 5, it looks like, to play a Tragic Beast.
Gonna do. I mean, we are going into Ink 6, and we do have a Madame Medusa in hand, so luckily Christian does have the answer here.
Does have the answer and has some Inkables to get there. We're going to Ink a Crab, and we see the 6 immediately exerted, banishing that beast. Can't let Zan get any extra cards in hand. He already has plenty.
Another Let the Storm Rage On would just be phenomenal for Zan here, just denying that character that can sing that Friends on the Other Side for Christian, also drawing Zan additional 2 cards. Looks like we have the Prince John coming down. Going to start out with a Sudden Still. It's going to be a double sing, and also that's both cards gone, so there goes that Friends on the Other Side. Trigger, 2 cards drawn from Zan.
And we just see how Zan is benefiting from this Ursula Deceiver, getting that double discard off, gaining even more card draw. Diablo the Beast and the Prince John just all doing work.
Does Zan have another discard here?
He had a Hypnotize in hand, but
the ink.
Are going to ink. Yep.
Hypnotize.
There's the Hypnotize, the last card going out of hand.
No more Friends on the Other Side for Christian this game.
Christian in a tough spot now, all the way up to 6 ink. Slightly better than last game, but we ripped something like a Be Prepared off the top here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be very helpful right now.
And Zan would absolutely be able to smell that. If you draw if you draw a card and don't play it or don't ink it, Zan would know exactly what that is.
Like we are going to challenge the Ursula Deceiver of all. I think that is what happened. I think Christian drew for turn and then challenged and then just passed.
Oh.
Zan has a way to discard it. You know it's coming.
The senses are tingling for Zan here. I think I saw a little smirk out of Christian as he drew that card as well. Knows that that's by far the worst draw here.
Oh, man. Zan trying to think out of what his lines are, what his outs could be, what Christian's outs could be. Sequencing, making sure that he's not making any mistakes, giving himself the best chances to run away with this game.
If Zan has a discard, it does sort of play itself out here. I mean, no matter what was in hand, but it could only really be a Be Prepared. Would want to get that Prince John activation. Just take another card away from your opponents. Looks like we got 3 ink exerted. Gonna let the Storm Rage On, gonna draw a card. Maybe fishing for that discard spell here.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if he has the discard action at all. We
No,
do see the
there it
sudden
is.
chill.
Could that have been off
Might
the
have been
top
off
of the
the
deck?
top, yeah.
Who knows? But it has the Ursula as well, and also knows it's Be Prepared. So do you play the discard and get the additional draw off of Prince John, or do you play the Ursula and snag it out of hand while you know there's a song, an action in hand?
Yeah, I mean,
it's actually pretty funny.
If you know that he has a song in hand, you're developing a little bit on the board, getting it with the Ursula.
Heads up play.
You can always discard.
Look at that.
There it was, to Be Prepared. Dan's going to draw another Let the Storm Rage On top of that. Plenty of cards to choose from here, but only 1 ink remaining. Don't think we've inked for turn yet. Just going to go ahead and quest out with the Deceiver and this Prince John going up to 8 lore.
So what are the best top decks for Christian here?
Oh man, it's tough. We don't have access to friends anymore. Those are already gone. I feel like you need a way to draw a card and ink a card.
Okay. I'm wondering if it was something like Queen's Castle into Maui or Maui into Queen's Castle, like stabilize board a bit, get rid of the Prince John, follow up with the location. All the characters currently on board have 1 strength. But there is, of course, a morph here, so that could be anything at this point.
I don't think the goat's going to be very helpful for Christian here, drawing it off the top.
Yep, we don't talk about Bruno. Going to discard that. Trigger Prince John, another draw from Dan.
Same thing we saw last game. We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Merlin Goat, apparently. Dan inking an Ursula Deceiver here, paying 3 ink. Play another Ursula Deceiver. Questing out for 4, 5 total here.
Yep, into
going
the
all
red
the way
zone.
up to 13. Yep.
Still on 6 ink for Christian. No board wipe available. And there's the laugh.
Yep.
The Chernobog's followers.
If Zan has a shift for this morph to give him 1 extra lore, he can take it this turn. Either a Tinkerbell or a Tragic Beast would do it, I think, are the 2 cards that he's playing in the deck.
There's the Let the Storm Rage on. We're going to go deeper into the deck here.
We're questing out for...
Okay, so we don't have the shift.
All the way up to 19.
There's the Pete.
Pete to stop the potential Be Prepared. I don't think...
The friends. There's no friends either.
Yeah, no friends.
King, I don't know.
Wow, so Zan, I mean, showing the powerhouse of this deck, taking Christian 2-0, going on to the finals.
Absolute masterclass, right? I mean, Christian was just completely locked out of that second game. I love the Ursula. The Ursula play to snag to Be Prepared. Comes off the top. We talked about it. It's like there's only 1 card you wouldn't ink and you wouldn't play. Man, it's just a tough spot.
Very unfortunate.
I've been there as a Ruby Amethyst player against Emerald Steel, and it's doesn't feel great.
No, it doesn't feel great. But fortunately, both of these players, they've already earned their Continental invite. They've got their Golden Mickey. This was just going for bragging rights, essentially, going into the finals. So congrats to both players making it this far for sure.
You know what this means, too? This is an Emerald Steel finals.
That is Emerald Steel finals after this Emerald Steel match.
Yeah. So let's check that bracket again, but looks like we have another, yep, so Emerald Steel Mirror on the other side, which we're going to be doing right now. So an Emerald Steel Finals, I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card for Disney Lorcana Challenge Las Vegas.
I definitely didn't, especially with, this much Emerald Steel, 3 out of the 4 decks. I don't think we've seen an Emerald Steel Mirror, at least you and I haven't, so I'm eager to see what this happens. I was looking at the deck list before the match. They seem pretty similar to the version of Emerald Steel that we've seen today, pretty heavy on discard, so...
Do they both have Morph?
I think they do both.
Okay.
I think they are both playing Morph, so eager to see how this plays out. We talked a lot about this bird today, but I think it's going to come down to the Diablo, the Beast, who can kind of stick that very important draw resource for these decks. So I'm eager to get into these matches. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get right into them.
All right, so down to the table here, we have Taylor versus Chris. We know this is an Emerald Steel Mirror. And looks like we're coming in after the hand manipulation phase, or hand sculpting phase, with the Cove down for Taylor. The turn 1 Diablo for Chris.
Oh, and we're just going to go ahead and shift the Diablo on turn 1. Chris here discarding the Strength. Moving into Taylor's turn 2. I did see an Ursula Deceiver in hand as a potential 2-drop. We are going to see that. Get a look at Chris's hand, see if we have any actions there.
That's how you know that Chris is an expert. Because I was just thinking, I was like, okay, so what's the
what's his payoff? Why do you do that?
Yeah, why does he do it on turn 1? Because he only has 1 action.
That's exactly why. You deny the Ursula Deceiver. Pro players here. That's why. That's why they're in the semifinals, right? So we're going to see this Diablo deal 2 damage to the Hidden Cove. Starting the Diablo now when Taylor draws for turn. Chris is going to get draw, start this Diablo engine. Couple available options for Taylor here. I do see an Ursula Deceiver Ball in hand. There is a Let the Storm Rage on as well. So we do have a way to just pay for it, banish this Diablo, and draw a card.
What do you find are some of the more impactful cards in the Emerald Steel Mirror?
Taylor is going to banish this. Like I said earlier, I think whoever can keep a Diablo, whoever can keep a Beast, or a Prince John, I find sometimes in these mirrors, whoever can sort of discard the opponent's hand down and create the most advantage through your draw engines usually ends up winning, right? If you can stick some of these larger characters, it can be a little bit difficult for your opponent to answer them, especially with low resources. You see Chris playing another Diablo after the last one was banished by Taylor.
Back over to Taylor here in terms of Taylor's turn 4. I'm sure this Ursula Deceiver with some of this removal seems like it could be very strong. We do see the Ursula.
Really like the Ursula Deceiver here too, especially with cards like Strength of a Raging Fire, being able to deal a ton of damage. Some of those larger characters, of course, we're not quite there yet in the game, but
I feel like it's that Let the Storm Rage on that draws you 2 additional cards, potentially removes 2 things for your opponent. That just feels very swingy on an Ursula Deceiver.
Very powerful card in this mirror for sure.
And you just kind of, if Chris deploys another Diablo here as well, it'd be really nice for Taylor being able to double sing
and remove it. Seeing Let the Storm Rage on, deal 2 damage to the Ursula. I think we're trying to find a way to banish it.
Are we just digging for another Let the Storm Rage on or something like that?
Potentially. You have to get rid of it because the value that Ursula creates, singing already is an extremely valuable mechanic.
Okay, that's very nice. So he plays the Pete, so he gives himself another turn to try to find that out, right? because the actions can't be played here.
Right, Taylor can't sing with Ursula this turn because of that Pete coming down.
Yeah, not only gets the additional turn, but gets the additional multiple draws because the Diablo's going to trigger. So very, very, very well played by Chris. I like this.
Back to Taylor too. Got Diablo, also a Tragic Beast in hand. And other than that, I think it's just actions. 2 Strength of Raging Fires. Sure, he was hoping to sing this turn.
All right, so Taylor in the tank here. Pete is just such an interesting card in the mirror. It's like so much more dynamic than it is against something like Ruby Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, where you're pretty much deploying that around that 6-7 turn or after you deployed a big board. But in this sort of like mid-rangey mirror, it's like just kind of gotta smell it when your opponent's trying to queue up for a big removal. Obviously, Ursula, Deceiver of All, is a bit of a tell, but really interesting with this card that was recently made into the deck in the form of Pete. Okay, we're gonna get a look at the hand. Double Tinkerbell, Prince John, Diablo,
and Anna. Lots of enchanted cards. Love to see that. I do agree. The Pete, it really gives you a little bit of agency in the mirror. I think whoever can build a board and keep board control here, definitely ahead.
Yeah, and this Cove is tough to deal with. I mean, Emerald Steel just historically does not do well at removing locations. But I mean, Pete represents a decent chunk, right? Pete's one of your higher strength characters. And of course, we know that Chris has the follow-up on the Tinkerbell.
Does look like we're going to use that Pete and Diablo to banish the Hidden Cove. Reduce all those characters that were there by 1 strength and 1 willpower that they were gaining from the Cove. I do see with those 2 Tinkerbells in hand, we can make it there and deal the final damage to Ursula, but I think we were really looking for another action that we could use to banish that Ursula Deceiver. I think you want to do everything that you can to keep Taylor from singing with that next turn. Right now, Taylor has the option to sing Strength of Raging Fire next turn, basically dealing a ton of damage to whatever Chris plays this turn, including the Diablo. So we see the Beast come down.
Yeah, so the double sing here is going to be really nice to potentially remove that Beast. We have the Diablo triggers is just crazy for Chris, though. So I guess you have to hit the Diablo with one of those triggers as well, because Diablo should generate Chris way too much value.
Yeah, I feel like you do, but even if you're just hitting the Diablo and then
you hit the Beast once, so we stop the draw. I mean,
the draw, I think that's the thing you're most concerned about with the Beast here. Taylor's going to opt to play their own Beast. We still have the option to sing through the Pete. Opted not to play that this turn.
So we are going to see that Strength of the Raging Fire. We'll see if it's going to be target Diablo with one and then target Beast with the other. So we're stopping the card draw engine of Chris here.
Going to put the Beast pretty low as well. We do see that Taylor is running 2 Tinkerbells, Giant Fairies, so if we can find one of those and play that, finish off the Beast potentially.
Back over to Chris. 1 card in hand for Taylor. Like 5 cards for Chris.
Got a couple of decent cards too. We've got 2 Tinkerbell Giant Fairies in there. Another Diablo, I believe. Prince John as well.
Yeah, and Chris's own Tinkerbell is not too bad because it's actually going to stop Taylor's Beast from drawing and get rid of that Ursula Deceiver. So Tinkerbell,
good play here.
Kind of a slam dunk.
Trying to decide what we're going to ink. We are a little bit low on inkables.
Yeah, we are. I don't think we have too many choices. Probably that Ursula.
I think that's what he's thinking of. Yeah. The Ursula Deceiver going into the inkwell. Slam the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, it looks like. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, really nice because we're going to stop Taylor from getting back in this game via card advantage. And now, I mean, Chris is just dominating this board state, right? Has a Beast that can trade with anything, has a Pete that's a 3/3, and then has the 4/5 Tinkerbell, which pretty much says to Taylor, like, you can't really quest, or I'm gonna get so much value off of challenging your characters.
Right, you can't exert anything because Tinkerbell is just gonna make very efficient trades. And banishing a character, dealing 2 damage to another. Like we're considering challenging and banishing the Ursula Deceiver, and we are with the Pete. Removing any board presence, well, not any board presence, but some board presence that Taylor has. Taylor also just really low on cards with that Pete in hand. You can play it next turn, maybe potentially stop Chris from gaining extra value out of songs, but not the strongest play.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this matchup is sort of centered around like jockeying for position and then eventually getting to a board state where you sort of lock the other one out. they can't really. It feels like it's very, very hard for them to come back into it. You develop your own engines via the Diablos or the Beasts, and then you also simultaneously make them discard so much and have so much removal that you disrupt their ability to do that. It's like there's like this back and forth in the beginning, and then you assemble this sort of pseudo lock.
And we are going to see the Ana come down, paying the 5 to just go ahead and banish the Beast that was already damaged. That third ability of hers. Are thinking about singing or questing? I think we're questing with Pete.
Like maybe not exerting the Tinkerbell this turn.
Maybe afraid of a potential Storm Rage on, challenging with the Pete.
I think maybe just likes the threat, sort of like threat of activation, where it's like, hey, you just can't exert anything, or I'm just gonna destroy your board with my Tinkerbell and see the hand. That does not bode well for Taylor.
No, not at all. We've got a. We don't talk about Bruno, Diablo as well. It's Storm Rage on. All great cards for this matchup, I think. The Prince John a little less useful, I think, here. But still, a character with Ward that quests for 2 definitely can help you close out the game eventually. I think Chris is getting closer and closer to that point as well, where you start playing out the board and to a point where you're just questing more than your opponent is, and they don't have the resources to respond.
Well, they really, there's almost a point where they can't get back into the game because not only are you dominating the board and they can't exert characters, but you're also drawing more cards, Beast or Diablo, and that's giving you more cards to make discard cards and also more cards for you to remove their characters off the board. So it's kind of like feast or famine. It's like we're both going back and forth in the early game, and then once one of us pulls ahead, it kind of snowballs.
See the Prince Sean and the Diablo come down for Chris. Starting those engines like you were talking about as soon as this Diablo gets exerted. Definitely getting closer to that lockout position where Chris is just going to have infinitely more resources than Taylor's able to create. I think Taylor had a sudden chill in hand as well, so not an extremely helpful card in this scenario.
Yeah, honestly, a very, very bad card to have, but there's not a lot of cards that are going to bring Taylor back into this game from what I understand.
I don't think so. I mean, something like a Grab Your Swords would be kind of okay right now. Would banish most of everything on Chris's side of the board, but...
Yeah, is Taylor playing Grab Your Swords? And we do see Taylor scoop it up, yeah. So Taylor scoops it up, and I do think that is what happened. I mean, the lock just kind of gets assembled. It's like once you get to the position where you have beaten your opponent on board and beaten them on card advantage, that just snowballs into itself because you're a deck that's full of removal, full of discard, and full of characters that when they get to sit on the board unchallenged, just draw you more and more cards.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Chris was just able to get a handle on that game. Taylor couldn't bring it back, but we do have another game to get into. That was only game 1. Moving on into this semifinal, so I'm excited to see if maybe we can see a different story here, if we're going to see sort of the same thing over again.
Let's do it. All right, so coming into this game, see if players have sculpted their hands quite yet. They have not, so they're both drawing their first original 7.
Thing to note here is that Taylor is likely going to be on the play, so it does have the opportunity to maybe open with one of those stronger openings that we've seen. We saw the 1-drop Diablo that he just put down.
Yeah, so Chris won on the draw, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, because remember he had that turn 1 Diablo, and then they had the Ursula, but he had already discarded the action.
Yeah, because Taylor only had the Hidden Cove there on turn 1, and had the Deceiver after that, so couldn't quite get the opening that Chris did with the turn 1 Diablo shift immediately, then deny the Ursula Deceiver, that missing. Definitely wasn't helpful. Looks like Taylor's going to alter 5 cards.
Emerald Amethyst making it to the finals of the Lorcana Challenge in Birmingham, and we have a all semifinals Emerald Steel and what will be an all finals Emerald Steel in Vegas. I think Emerald have not gotten the respect it deserves.
I definitely don't think so. I mean, Emerald was definitely underrepresented, and well, actually 60% of day 1 was not Emerald at all.
Yeah.
So, less than half of the field was playing Emerald. Definitely not enough respect. I imagine we're going to see it respected a bit more after this weekend. People picking up the deck after it performs well, like usual. But we are starting this match. Taylor going first.
Yep, Taylor on the play again. Looks like we do have the turn 1 Diablo, so we're going to look at the hand. We're going to see what Chris has here. Let the Storm Rage on. We don't talk about Bruno. Morph,
No one
Diablo, double morph. Ursula, Deceiver of all.
No one drop for Chris. We do have the morphs. Yes, we could shift a Diablo on the morph if we really needed to or wanted to, but
So how important do you think the 1-drop is here? Because I was thinking about Diablo, shift Diablo, and while it worked great for Chris, it kind of feels like a play that would be really rough to run into, hey, let the Storm Rage on.
I think that's why the 1-drop Diablo specifically is pretty important. You get a good look at your opponent's hand, see if they have the options for it. Here we see Taylor playing the Ursula Deceiver after knowing that, hey, you have that let the Storm Rage on, I need to get rid of that card, versus if you don't have that 1-drop and you're just kind of playing Diablo into the blind, because it's honestly pretty safe, I would say, to assume that there's some sort of removal for it.
Yeah, for sure. So it seems like a very risky line in the Emerald Steel Mirror. I would actually probably assume that it's more atypical to take that aggressive shift Diablo line, just because you can effectively. It's even worse than getting 3 for 1 because the Let the Storm Rage On draws a card.
Right. We're going to see Chris ink a morph and play a morph. Pass the turn.
That morph potentially opening up some turn 3 shift beasts, things like that.
Taylor knows that Chris didn't have any Floodborn characters, or sorry, Taylor knows that Chris didn't have any Floodborn characters in hand other than the Diablo last he looked. Chris is going to have to find something like that beast, which could be pretty strong here. There's not great answers, I don't think, in these decks outside of things like we don't talk about Bruno, but of course, you don't have to worry about the shift character if you can just banish the morph before it gets shifted on.
Yeah, I think you're worried about the other. I mean, if Chris shifts Diablo here, I mean, it's absolutely. I think it's immediately loses the game, right? Because if he shifts Diablo onto a morph and you play Let the Storm Rage on, I think the game is just over. But there we go. Here's the Ursula Singer. I mean, this card is. I think this card is probably one of the most. We talked about what are the most impactful cards in the mirror. This has got to be it. At least it's got to be one of them because it just demands so much presence on the board. It's hard to move because it has 3 willpower and just the double draw off of Let the Storm Rage on and remove 2 of your characters. Like, how do you come back from
the double draw and just the ability to double sing and clear your opponent's characters, whether that's with a Let the Storm Rage On or a Strength of a Raging Fire? We're seeing Taylor build this sort of wider board, but Ursula Deceiver of all gives Chris an opportunity to sort of gain back some of that board presence that he's lost over the past couple turns with such a slow start. If Chris has any of those removal options in hand, he can get rid of some of the cards on board here.
Well, Chris does have all of those removal options in hand. Unfortunately, it's going to come down potentially a turn too late, depending on what kind of removal Chris has here. So Taylor does have the option, does have the removal that he needs to deal with this Ursula, but won't be able to get it down this turn. There we go. We're passing back over to Chris. Does Chris find the song? I think I see a Let Range On. That could have been in hand before. It's just,
no, it looks like
Pete and it's an Ursula. It's a foil Ursula, so not quite. But I think that Ursula here is probably at the front of Chris's mind, right? Because you want to snag what could be a Let the Storm Rage On. Unfortunately, I think there's both. Right. Actually, Storm Rage On and Strength of the Raging Fire is really what you're scared of here. Storm Rage On is actually okay. Because it doesn't get rid of your Ursula.
Right, doesn't get rid of the Ursula. Also, Taylor doesn't have a way to sing either of those right now, so you'd have to play it for...
Chill. That didn't even occur to me. I don't think I saw the Sudden Chill in hand, but Double Six Sudden Chill is pretty nice.
Force 2 cards out of the hand.
And then we still have the 3 ink available to play
an Ursula. Okay, so we're going with the Diablo route. You know that Taylor has the answers to that, though. But like we said, there's no character to sing that unless we draw into a Diablo. You have to discard one of the actions just to sing the other, though. So
we have to assume that Ursula does come down soon, like maybe before Taylor can actually deploy both those cards. I feel like Chris is in a pretty good position here again. Taylor can also deal with this Ursula Singer by running into it, but I don't think that's the best option.
Using
all right, what's off the top? It's Pete. Okay.
Okay, Pete, not the worst.
Yeah, not the worst when your opponent has an Ursula Singer.
Yeah, keeping the Ursula from singing. Definitely helpful here. Question is, how scared are you of the Diablo? Do you pay the 3 ink to play the Let the Storm Rage On, banishing the Diablo, or do you play the Pete? You're scared of the Ursula, or potentially do the Storm and then challenge the Ursula and banish it.
So you challenge the Ursula, you lose your Diablo, then you have 1 damage counter on it. I mean, maybe. It's actually a really tough decision from Taylor. It looks off to Quest up to 8, has decided to be the aggressor in this matchup. Definitely not going to be singing with this Ursula singer here, but
we do open the option here, playing the Pete, knowing that Chris can't sing with Ursula this turn. Well, never mind. I was going to say we can use Pete to sing one of the strength or let the Storm Rage on this next turn, but Chris responds with his own Pete.
Well, I do think that was the idea, actually. So
Yeah.
Pete being quite a opportune draw here for Chris, because he can leave both those actions in hand, and we know he still has. Do you remember what he inked last turn? Did he ink the Ursula? So
I think he inked the Ursula Deceiver there.
okay, yeah, I was wondering if we're going to see an Ursula Deceiver come down on the following turn and snag one of those actions from Taylor.
Yeah, just a Beast and Prince Sean in hand now.
You're correct. So at 4 ink as well, Chris has the option of, if he does find the ink off the top,
Fortunately,
that Beast.
every card in Taylor's hand is an action this turn, so can't do anything. Inks the strengths and pass. Chris does have the opportunity. If we did find an inkable, we could potentially play the Beast. There's a Pete, though. Pete could be pretty good here, too, knowing that Taylor didn't play anything last turn.
Oh, so you sniff out that Taylor's got all actions in hand. Taylor could also have 5 drops or something like that. It looks like we're going to go ahead and deploy the Beast. So I think that it's not that easy to sort of get the read that Taylor just has actions, because could also just have 5 drops in hand, or Tinkerbells, things like that.
Right. Taylor only could ink up to 4 next turn. So I definitely think that the Beast play is a bit
another
more
action.
Powerful.
Can you imagine
if the Beat had been played?
I mean, yeah. It's still like Chris is so far ahead, it feels like, in this matchup right now. So the Pete's going to go ahead and sing, likely getting rid of that Diablo, draw an additional card. It is not an action, it is a morph.
You'll have plenty of ink to work with here. Could play the morph and the sudden chill this turn if we wanted to. Or I guess the strength. We haven't inked for the turn either.
Is he going to hit the Beast to stop the draw? Is he going to get rid of the Ursula Deceiver? Yeah, has to.
Yeah,
Ursula Singer.
Yeah.
Ursula Singer. Has to be the Ursula Singer. Just threatens way too
much value. Yeah.
Chris finds something like a Let the Storm Rage on. It is really tough spot.
We are reaching a point, though. We see this, another Diablo and a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy in Chris's hand. We saw kind of the power that Tinkerbell had last game, just being able to sit there and say, I dare you to exert any of your characters.
On a board where Taylor has no cards in hand, has a bunch of 1/3s, and you have a morph that's going to get just
obliterated.
Yeah, obliterated.
Yeah, that's exactly what we see. The morph's going to be banished. Everything else is going to take 1 damage. And now Chris just has a character that can very efficiently remove a lot of the characters on Taylor's side of the board if Taylor exerts any of them at this point.
And Chris had sort of made the strategical change earlier in this game to start questing with his characters and progressing those win conditions and try to be the more aggressive player. And then Tinkerbell comes down and just stalwarts that. Like, you just have to stop immediately. And now Taylor has to try to compete on sort of a attrition or card advantage angle, which he just has no chance of doing. So it feels like we're turning the point once again where Chris has assembled a sort of lock on Taylor.
And I don't think Taylor has great options to get rid of this Tinkerbell or the Beast either, to be honest with you. That's one thing that I'm thinking of is, like, strength doesn't do it, especially because we don't have any cards in hand. There is we don't talk about Bruno, but Chris has a couple cards in hand, so it's not even a guarantee getting rid of anything, just putting it back into the hand. And I really don't think you want to let them redeploy anything either.
And a Prince John. Not going to be great here.
No, it does have wards, so it won't be targeted by any removal actions, but I feel like Prince John in this mirror, I suppose Chris has cards in hand, so if Taylor draws a sudden chill or way to discard cards, you can maybe start gaining advantage there, but...
And now Chris has turned the corner as the aggressive player in this matchup. Can Taylor find a discard spell off the top? It's just going to be a Diablo. When he's trying to get a trigger on that Prince John to draw just a card, also make a Chris discard. But Chris is just so far ahead on board at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 8 lore on Chris's side of the board. Next turn, if he quests out, we're all the way up to 15 at that point, and I don't think Taylor has anything in his deck to recover from that with the board presence Chris is showing here.
Back over to Chris. 6 ink available. Diablo. Prince John. Pete with a single damage counter available. Taylor, 0 cards in hand.
You see the morph inked, and we're just going to play out the hand.
And Chris is like, I'm going 90 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to think of anything that Taylor can do here to come back from this. This might just be game.
Yeah, and Chris also has no cards in hand, so does not give Taylor the ability to draw additional cards off of that Prince John.
Was that a one-drop Diablo?
That is a one-drop Diablo.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. So
Yep.
Taylor is not going to get out of this one. Chris is going to move on to our grand finals, facing Zan in another Emerald Steel mirror match.
Yeah, 2-2-0s there. Just incredible matches. I mean, Chris, both times on the draw, like the Emerald Steel matchup is particularly interesting because I really think it does come down to these players, they're jockeying for position, they're trading here and there, and then one player, once they get ahead, it's just like they just start to feast, it starts to snowball because all the cards just feed into each other and it feels like there's nothing the opponent can do.
Right, it doesn't take long. As soon as you set up that lock, you get a Tinkerbell down, you take over some board control, you reduce the cards in hand of your opponent. I mean, there's just not very many cards in these lists to sort of come back from such a advantage, I guess. So definitely some interesting stuff. We saw how strong Ursa the Deceiver is. I'm very eager to see what happens between Zan and Chris. But Brennan, I do have to say, it's been a real pleasure casting with you this weekend. I'm going to be gone for this finals match. Tannen's going to come and join Brennan. So I'm excited to see that and see who wins this.
The Disney Lorcana Challenge in Las Vegas is an Emerald Steel Finals.
So I think Rebecca was going off to polish some golden Mickeys. I'm going to go see if I can sneak a peek at a couple of them. But with that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere for the grand finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Las Vegas. I'm Tanner Grace. I'm joined by Brennan Patrick. Brennan, it's been a good weekend. First time we get to work together. How's it been for you?
Pretty good. Were you thinking Emerald Steel all finals?
Not at all. How about you?
No, I was definitely not. I think the matchup is actually particularly interesting in the mirror. I got to see one just this past round, and I'm excited to see how Zan and Chris navigate it.
You're not the only person excited to see this. We could actually see the viewing area from where we're sitting, and it is chock full. There is not a seat in the house. It is standing room only. There's a lot of people standing around it, and this finals is going to be amazing. Can't wait to get into it. But before we get into this finals, let's see the journey that these competitors took to get here. So if you go ahead and take a look at this, you can see the way the whole top 8 has kind of broken down from the field of 64.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, okay, so first round here, this is our Cinderella bracket, actually, leading into the Sapphire Steel, which was, we only had 2 Sapphire Steels into day 2 and culminating into that Sapphire Steel Ruby Amethyst matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan Lamb really played well all weekend long here. Loved getting to watch some of his games. Claire Sear as well did really well here this weekend. Loved seeing her deck. She did some really cool things as well.
Yeah, Jonathan's game, honestly, is probably my favorite game of the entire weekend. Trying to do the math, like, could he combo out? Could he win from what I think was like 10 lore at that point? Incredible match.
Yeah, if we take a look over here, this is the one of the other brackets we had going on here today to get to these quarterfinals and then to the semifinals, then into the finals as well. And you can see a lot of, I think one of the big stories here is how much Blue-Red got into the day, but then only, I think, one copy made it in the top 8.
Yeah, this actually shows our Maleficent bracket, but this sort of quarterfinals of Emerald Amethyst into Emerald Steel is, again, this is probably something that nobody was expecting going into this tournament. Emerald being not one of the top 3 most played decks, but being probably one of the best converting colors across the entire weekend.
Also, some really great players playing these decks as well. That's another thing to be said there as well, that a lot of the top players are playing these decks. That's why you're seeing these results. You get to look at the Rapunzel bracket here as well. This was highlighted, again, Emerald decks. I think it's the story of the day.
Absolutely the story of the tournament. And as we go into our finals, we're seeing 2 Emerald Steel decks specifically. But you see the diversity of Emerald decks making it consistently into these quarterfinals. Just absolutely crazy here in Las Vegas.
And then
finally our Elsa bracket, which is sort of the player that I know that a lot of people, Zan is definitely a favorite player, somebody that people expect to do well, but how he consistently does well tournament after tournament after tournament and wins matches that he sometimes shouldn't win, right? He talked about Ruby Sapphire being a hard matchup. Ruby Sapphire was the most played deck on the day, yet Zan edges it out and is now in our finals in an all Emerald Steel matchup.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see that. Let's go ahead and break down some of this and take a look at these players in the top 4 and how they got here. And this is where you're seeing the actual finals get set up here that we're going to be getting to in just a few minutes.
Yeah, both semifinals were 2-0s. Very dominant performances by both Zan and Chris going into our finals. Are we going to see a 2-0 or are we going to go to a best of 3 here?
I got to believe that we're going to get a best of 3 out of these guys. I mean, this is going to be so back and forth. I expect a hard-hitting final. I expect a lot of long, complicated games as well.
Yeah, play versus draw is significant, but I watched Chris win 2 games very convincingly, both on the draw in the Emerald Steel mirror. So, I mean, both players are experts. I'm sure they know how to navigate this mirror at this point. So, I'm just excited to get into it.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into it as well. Another thing to talk about that's going to come out of this top 64 bracket, we've seen a lot of the lower seeds do really well here today. So a lot of those people who are like play first truthers, we might be having a little bit of an argument here this weekend.
Well, I'm definitely the play first truther myself.
I am too. Yeah, well, you know what? Enough of us talking about this match. Let's hear what the players have to say going into this final.
Hey, Illuminaires, welcome back. Zan, we meet again.
Yes.
So we're going into the finals. We've talked before about your deck. We've talked before about your matchups. And I mentioned before that Green Steel has done very, very well in this meta. And we're going to have a mirror match here in the finals. Why do you think Emerald Steel was so successful this weekend?
Well, this card is inherently broken. The way you can think about it in this game is every card is a live card. So imagine that you could make your opponent discard for free and get rid of their biggest threat, like Be Prepared or maybe even Tinkerbell, right?
That's true. Now, not all of these Emerald Steel decks are the same. Different players have chosen to tech in different things based on what they expect to see, and there are some differences between your and Chris's deck. Do you know what those differences are?
Yeah, so I'm playing Muses, they are not playing Muses. I'm playing Coves, they're not playing Coves. They're playing all 4 Annas, I'm playing 2 Annas, and they're playing all 4 Tinkerbells, and I'm playing 2 Tinkerbells.
Which one of you do you think is better suited for the mirror match?
I mean, honestly, it's a coin flip. I am on the play. But that's not as much of an advantage as having Shift Diablo on one or Shift Beast or Shift Tinkerbell.
So what is your game plan going into this? How are you changing your alter strategy for the mirror?
I mean, the mirror, we're going to just try to do what the deck does best, and whoever's closer to the perfect draw of Diablo and take care of the other person's threats with songs will win.
All right. Zan, I'm going to let you get ready for the big game. Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. This is the moment you've been waiting for. We're getting ready for the finals. I'm here with Chris, one of the finalists. Chris, how does it feel to be a finalist at a Disney Lorcana Challenge?
Feels amazing. I did not think I'd make it this far. I'm just really glad that all my friends were there to cheer for me. And yeah, I'm excited to play Zan.
I'm excited to see you play, Zan. So let's talk about your deck for a moment. Emerald Steel is a deck that did very well in the tournament. You brought it in here. Why did you make this meta call?
So about a few days ago, we were testing all these different decks that we potentially see, like Red Blue, Steel Song, Hyper Aggro Yellow Purple, Hyper Aggro Green Yellow. We wanted to test something that would go completely in the dark. No one had any practice against, and that would be Emerald Steel discard.
That's I mean, and so it did so well that you had to play a mirror match to get into the finals, and now you get to play another mirror. So we've talked a little about what came before. Let's talk about moving forward. What's your game plan going into this Emerald Steel finals?
So it kind of changes depending on a lot of factors, but just to summarize, what I would do personally is if I can get Ship Diablo on the play, I'm fine. Ursula 2-on-2 is okay, but sometimes going for Morph on 2 is also pretty good because then it threatens a Beast on the next turn or a Tank in 2 turns. And he knows my list plays 4 Tank, I play 4 Beast, so the Morph is much scarier in my list versus his. He's only playing 2 Tank. Yeah, I'm looking forward to what happens.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing it. So 2 outstanding players. Can't wait to see how it goes. Thanks so much for the interview, and maybe I'll talk to you again soon.
Hopefully. All right.
Brendan, I got to ask, after hearing it from the mouths of the players, did anything stand out to you here? You know, we talked about the differences between their decks, what they think is going to be important. Anything really stick out to you, or what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think that the lack of emphasis on play draw really stood out to me. That's one thing that I wasn't aware of when it comes to the mirror. But if you've been watching the stream up until now, I think a lot of things they spoke to are very clear when you're watching an Emerald Steel mirror, which is you kind of jockey for position in the early game, and then once you pull ahead, the thing is like your cards kind of feed into each other. Your advantage tends to snowball because not only are you making your opponent discard, those discards are drawing you more cards. You start to dominate on board. The characters on board draw more cards, Diablo, Beast, and then all the additional cards you're drawing are removal spells that get rid of your opponent's characters. So you make them discard, remove all their stuff, and all your things draw more cards. So it's like, it's really tight in the beginning, and then one player kind of locks the player out. That tends to be my experience. I'm a bit limited. I've only seen a few so far, but extrapolating from what they said, that sounds like that's how the Emerald Steel mirror goes.
I'm expecting a tight game and then a swingy game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, someone's going to very much dominate at one point in time in the game. Enough talking about the match. Enough setting it up. I think the players are ready to go. I think everybody at home watching is ready to go. Let's get this final started.
It all comes down to this. We have Zan versus Chris. Emerald Steel versus Emerald Steel.
Also, if you're at home, you're watching, get comfortable, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. I think we might be here for a little while as well. It sounds like this is going to be a very intricate match between these two. I think this is one of the most, I guess intricate is just the best way to put it. One of the more intricate matches you can get in this game.
Hard to assume there would be any room for mistakes in something like the Emerald Steel mirror. Feels like your opponent would be able to capitalize. Like we talked about, once they turn the corner on that lock, feels like it's almost impossible to come back in. You don't really have these catch-up cards like they exist in Ruby or other in Amethyst. So Amethyst, you could draw more cards, and Ruby you can maybe wipe the board. You can 2-for-1 with some characters. In this matchup, feels like once your opponent starts to get ahead, you've got a short window to come back, and then after that, that window closes. What
are some of the important cards these players are looking for in these hands that they're sculpting at the beginning of the game?
One of the cards I really like in this mirror match, Tannen, is Ursula, Deceiver of All, or Ursula Singer, as we like to call her. Can just generate so much value, can swing the board. So you have things like Let the Storm Rage On, which is, when you play with that Ursula, it's going to draw you 2 additional cards, but also potentially removes 2 things. So there's one line that you're probably really used to seeing from Emerald Steel, right? Diablo, shift Diablo, discard an action. That's great. But that can also be a bit risky in the mirror. While it's still very powerful, and we saw one of our Emerald Steel players utilize it very well in the mirror at one point, that could be one Let the Storm Rage On from getting basically 4-for-1. So it's pretty interesting. But this Ursula Singer in particular, once it hits the field, it just has a dominating presence. But you see, opponents countering with Pete's, stopping you from doing actions, all that kind of stuff. It's actually, the mirror, to be honest, I wouldn't have expected to hear it from my own mouth, but it's fascinating, the Emerald Steel mirror.
Yeah, this is actually one of the ones that I look forward to. I love matches like this where sometimes mirrors might not be the best viewing experience. Sometimes it might not be, but this one is going to be really intricate, it sounds like. So I'm extremely excited about that. Also, when we're talking about altars here, is this one of the matchups where sometimes you want to hide your songs from your opening hand, or is that maybe thinking too deep?
It's tough to say. That's more of a Master Emerald Steel sort of Steel discard player question. That being said, the Ursula that comes down to snacks us all on hand, Ursula Deceiver is a relevant card. But, the turn 1 play, the quintessential turn 1 play of this deck is going to be Diablo. So usually when your opponent is deploying that Ursula, they tend to have information on if you have the song or not. The songs are also so powerful and so important especially to answer an early shift Diablo, that I'm not sure if I could see myself sort of sending away something like Let the Storm Rage On.
Speaking of that quintessential turn 1 play, we have that from Zan. So turn 1 Diablo, which is going to be met by a turn 1 Diablo from Chris as well. We saw 2 in his opener. So both players are going to be playing with practically perfect information here for the first few turns of the game.
Yeah, so I think that early shift Diablo, it probably still is very powerful on this first turn of the game because, like we talk about with the Storm Rage on blowing it out, I guess it kind of doesn't because it can't come down till turn 3, so you still accrue enough value off of the shift Diablo plan. So, yeah, I think it's powerful at the early stage of this game as the opener, which Zan actually spoke about in his interview, rather than later in the game, which in some other matchups is kind of powerful at all stages.
And there's a very good chance we're going to see that happen here. We see the big Diablo in Zan's hand.
With actions, so yeah.
Yeah, with actions. And we saw the Storm Rage on in Chris's hand, so that exact interaction might happen here. Chris,
we also see a Pete, by the way, so what can happen is he can shift the Diablo, and we do get up to that 3 ink for Chris. He can actually play out the Pete just to stop him from doing it from another turn, accruing more value. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. I kind of see the ingredients cooking here for Zan, how he might play out these first few turns.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like a great first couple of turns here for Zan. Looks like he might be in a really, really good spot here. So pass it on back over to him. Let's see if that is the play he's going to make here on turn 2. It's going to be hard, I think, to get away from that.
So Chris, I think, was considering something he did in one of the other games, the Emerald Mirror, because the opponent had Ursula Deceiver, which is actually shifted the Diablo on turn 1 to get rid of the song. So when the Ursula Deceiver came down as a turn 2 play, it couldn't find anything. It was actually a sick play by Chris, but we see the power. Yep, see, this is the power. Let the Storm Rage on. When you're being the player that can first cast that, clear the board, draw the additional card. It's kind of similar to the Amber Steel Mirror, which I'm sure a lot of players have played, where, one player plays the Cinderella, and then you play yours gets removed, and you're like, okay, I can't do anything.
Yeah.
You just get locked out. Oh, a Cove. A Cove for Zan here. Not too many in Zan's list. Just the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what this does? This is another thing we're talking about. Let the Storm Rage on. Not going to be able to take care of this Diablo here as well. So that's a big play here for Zan. We keep being prophetic on some of these plays, and Zan's doing everything he can to keep those away.
I love how what Zan talked about in his interview is exactly what he's executing here. He's like, okay, I want the early shift Diablo. It's even better than being on the play. And then he has all these other cards that can insulate that from actually being cleared in the form of Pete, in the form of Cove, just turning off all of Chris's answers to this Diablo. Seems like a very dominant open here from Zan.
Yep. Back over to Chris. Let's see if he has a way to break away from this dominant opening from Zan. About to play his second ink, and what's he got in store for us behind this? Going to be pretty good. He's already pretty far behind from Zan's great opener. It looks like it's going to be a morph. This is something that can be pretty scary in this matchup if you have a shift target onto it.
Yeah, so going into the third ink, things like Shift Beast, which you heard Zan speak about in the interview as well, but looks like it just has the Shift Diablo in hand, also has the Ursula Deceiver of all, Ursula Singer in hand with Let the Storm Rage On. That could help swing the board back into his favor, because although things are at Cove, Ursula's going to double sing, you're going to double draw, you're going to do damage, you can get that Diablo. I have a feeling that Zan's not going to let that happen.
Yep, Zan go ahead and deploying his own morph here, moving it over to the Cove as well. So both his characters are at the Cove here. Looks like we're waiting just a moment to confirm something. We're going to be back on over to Chris for his third turn. There we go. The lore count is good. Zan has the first lore here in the finals. We're back over to Chris.
All right, so turn 3 for Chris. And we are going to see that Ursula Singer come down. I would not be surprised to see a follow-up Pete by Zan, or some way to sort of stifle that Ursula Singer from being able to double sing something like Let the Storm Rage On. Maybe Zan has something like Ursula Deceiver himself, can snag that out of hand from Chris, make him discard it.
Yeah, Ursula Singer, one of the scariest cards in this game. I think I never love when I have to pass back with that into my opponent. If they ever double sing a song, I feel like the game's going to be out of reach quite a bit once that happens. So we'll see. Does Zan have what it takes to deal with this as well? So back on over to Zan here.
Zan
fourth turn.
Zan also has access to the Muses, which is a 4-turn play. The Muses say, the Muses have wards, a 2/4/4 cost. Says whenever you play a song, you may return chosen character with 2 or less strength to that player's hand. It's just going to tempo out this Ursula potentially. Looks like we don't have the Pete anymore. Might have inked the Pete when I wasn't looking. So that's relevant.
Looks like a morph's going to be going into the ink as well. This is going to be followed up, I believe, by a Sad Beast onto the morph here. Yep, that looks like it's going to be at least 2 copies of the Muses in Zan's hand, and he is questing. It looks like, well, maybe not with the Beast. Zan thinking better of that play. Let's see how he wants to do this.
So that is a 6 willpower Beast.
So he is going to quest with at least the Diablo. You have to believe that's going to be at least what he does this turn. He's got to have just a little bit more. Let's see.
Actually pretty interested to see how Chris resolves this Let the Storm Rage on. If he puts, I think he has to just clear the Diablo, right? Has to double target the Diablo with Let the Storm Rage on. I don't know if he has another kind of removal spell in there. That would be interesting. So actually does have access to...
there's a Strength of the Raging Fire in there.
Strength of a Raging Fire. So I wonder if he could deploy off the back of that and then one hit the Diablo and then also hit the Beast, stopping the draw.
Yeah, that might be something he's a little more interested in. So there's the third character.
Yeah, so there's the third character. Then we're going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, and then we're going to target both here. So that'd be getting rid of the Diablo and then stopping the draw on this Beast.
Yeah, because this Beast will have some damage on it left over. Chris still taking his time here. Maybe thinking better of this play, maybe something different, but it looks like he is going to go with that Strength of the Raging Fire play. It's going to go ahead and banish this Diablo and put a little bit of damage here on this Beast. So negating a draw here from Zan, and if there's any way you can negate extra draws from your opponents, it seems like a pretty good thing to be doing here in this final.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he just turned off Zan's engine with one card. Like, Zan had sort of started to assemble with what we would probably consider to be the lock, and this was sort of the way out of that. Even, like, Strength of the Raging Fire was also critical in terms of the removal spell that Chris had outside of Let the Storm Rage On. Let the Storm Rage On would have drawn 2 additional cards, but he would have had to point them both at the Diablo, I think, and then leave damage off of the Beast, which would have allowed Zan to keep pulling ahead with that card draw.
Yeah, back on over to Zan. A couple extra cards here. Prince John picked up. Hypnotize picked up. Couple of options for him. Still got those 2 copies of the Muses. Looks like he's going to go ahead and challenge into one of those double singing Ursulas with the Beast.
Yep, and that Beast does have that additional text because it has the damage on it. So basically, yeah, +4. I'm just trying to remember. So remember, it pretty much gets rid of anything. That's the shorthand on it. And plays the Muses, which is actually very relevant. So we talked about the Muses earlier, and Zan spoke specifically to the disparity in his list, having the Muses versus Chris's not. We're going to see how that card gets used in this matchup.
Yeah, the Muses, like you said, deployed by Zan. It does join the Beast over at the Cove, but now we're back over to Chris still with one of those singing Ursulas. Does have some songs here. You can maybe target the Beast with one of them, but you can't target the Muses with the other one.
So I think Zan has something like a Sudden Chill or a Hypnotize in hand and might opt to play one of those and then bounce that Deceiver back. That being said, the double sing, Let the Storm Rage On, absolutely, I think, is a start to bringing Chris back into this game.
It looks like it's only going to be once. Oh, second time. Okay. He's got to target. I was going to say, you have to target your own character there, and then the song goes on the bottom of the deck. There we go.
So the Muses have wards. So yeah, targets its own character, draws the additional card.
Yeah, I was wondering if he's maybe thinking about not singing it the second time. But
I figured we were just like hitting a little bit of like a lag. We were considering, you know, what target.
Yeah, it looks like a Prince John's going to join on the side for Chris here.
Well, as there's a Sudden Chill in hand, so we're going to shift that Diablo. We're going to sing that Sudden Chill. Yes, we are.
Yeah, big play from Chris here. He gets an exerted Diablo into play. This is going to get a card out of Zan's hand and an extra card into Chris's here after the Sudden Chill resolves. It seems like jockeying for position, like you were talking about before, and is really big, but card advantage, a big one here in this mirror as well.
Yeah, it's card advantage, it's board presence, it's kind of assembling these engine-esque cards, right? So Diablo is an engine, Beast is an engine, Prince John is an engine. So this is probably one of the longer sort of back and forths I've seen in the Emerald Steel, where it's really actually not clear right now who's pulling ahead.
I'm absolutely loving this. I don't know if you are. I love games like this, back and forth, jockeying for position. Who's going to come out on top of this? This is Lorcana at its purest, in my opinion.
I personally prefer to combo on turn 0, but to each their own.
To each their own, all right. You like the 0 fun games.
0 sum. I wouldn't say 0 fun.
Oh, yeah. You had fun, but you had all of it. Yeah.
All right, so we have Strength of the Raging Fire going to be targeted at that Diablo with just the hand, so the 1 damage, but that will trigger the Muses bounce back.
Wait a minute, Zan. Slow down just a little bit. Looks like he's playing the Prince John after that Strength of a Raging Fire. Maybe a slight misstep from Zan here.
So Strength of a Raging Fire, I don't think triggers anything, right, with the Prince John. It's not a discard, it's just the damage spell. 2, oh, you're right, the 2. Interesting.
Yeah, it would have been a second damage on this Diablo, so this Diablo could have possibly been banished by Zan there. Maybe a slight misstep from a player that's having to play so tight all weekend long.
Now I'm racking my brain because Zan is so much better than me at Emerald
Exactly,
Steel.
right? Anytime I see a player of
surely not.
either one of these qualities do something like that, I'm like, oh, I'm obviously missing something. I think that might have just been a slight misstep by Zan, so let's see if he can recover from that. This Diablo is going to be sticking around a lot longer than it should.
Very interesting. All right, so back over to Chris here. Chris, quite a few cards in hand. Do we know, is Zan no cards in hand at this point?
I think he might have one.
Okay.
Because I think we're actually in Zan's turn, so it looks like he's thinking about possibly singing with one of his characters here. Yeah, it looks like it's a sudden chill, so he'll get an extra card here as well. And we're going to bring it back to the booth because there's going to be a judge call here, and I kind of want to explain what's going to go on here. So the board is complicated, right? There's a Muses and there's a Prince John, and there's a sudden chill that's being played here. Now, what happens is multiple triggers go into the stack here and go into the bag, right? And Zan gets to choose which order they come out. Now, in this game, what's going to happen is sudden chill is going to go in the stack. That entire card has to resolve, right? So the card is going to get discarded from his opponent, and then we're going to have a trigger from each one of the characters on Zan's side. We're going to have Prince John having a draw, and the Muses having a bounce. So the thing is if he draws off the Prince John while there's still an exerted Diablo in play, then the draw happens for both players. But since he could choose the triggers correctly in the way that he wants to, he's going to be able to bounce the exerted Diablo so that there's no draw for his opponent and only for him off of the Muses. And so they're kind of getting that explained the whole way through and making sure everything resolves correctly through this.
Yeah, it tends to be pretty straightforward, to be honest, in Lorcana. Basically, you own all of the triggers that are in the bag. So no matter, the way it often works out is that if you're the active player, it works out in your favor.
Yeah, it's generally, how good can this be for me? Yeah. That's generally how it's going to work. So as soon as that judge calls finish, it sounds like we're all good. We're going to go right back down to the match. So it looks like we have resolved this, or we're finishing resolving this. So you can see Zan kind of pointing this out. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to stack my triggers this way. I'm going to resolve them this way. And the fact that it's about as bad as it can be for you and about as good as it can be for me.
Yeah. And I'm probably one of the most important parts is making sure you actually dictate that correctly and you're very clear about the way you're resolving those triggers, because while it is very forgiving in Lorcana and it does work how you would want it to work, when you're in the finals of a match, you better make sure that you're saying that it's working in the right order.
Especially with, I'm going to say this, we saw possibly a mistake from Zan at turn 2, and I'm not trying to harp on that, but it's easy to get out of your own head when something like that happens. It's easy to think about that for the rest of the game. Oh man, I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I did this. And lose your focus on the game. I don't think that's happening here with Zan. He's a heck of a player with a ton of talent, just like Chris is. And I've got to believe he's zeroed back in on this match.
All right, so here we go into resolving this. But I mean, it's such an interesting position because it feels like Chris. So who do you think is ahead in this game?
I think
so many cards in hand.
So the way I feel about it is whoever's turn it is ahead until they have a bad turn. I think the first person to have a subpar turn, not draw extra cards while interacting with their opponent's characters or their hand, is going to start losing.
All right, so we're going to draw the additional card. It's actually going to be another Prince John. So I was thinking that Zan was actually behind in this game potentially, but a way back into this was could be the double Prince John. Make Chris discard, now getting double draws off of that. Swings back into.
Absolutely. So good turn getting back in this, because one of the ways to look at this too, Zan's on such few cards versus Chris. Chris has practically a full grip here. Zan is practically playing off the top here for the rest of the game. But like you said, it's so important to have those engines. We have the Muses plus double Prince John now set up that any card that triggers these is going to be backbreaking every turn for Chris. He's going to have to just keep rebuilding every time.
Yeah, engine is a really great word for it, isn't it? Because that is really what Zan has assembled, is that if he does find a singular discard spell, or pretty much, I mean, his song is also great, can really affect Chris's board state and his hand and also draw a bunch of additional cards. So while it looks like Chris might be ahead because they're at somewhat board parity, but also Chris has way more cards in hand, due to the engine that Zan has assembled here, Zan has a way back into this game.
All right, so it looks like this Ana is going to come in, buff up the Diablo. Diablo's going to go ahead and take care of that pesky cove that's been going around so far this game. But that is an exerted Diablo as well. Yep. So that's going to be a card draw for Chris as well when we go back over to Zan's side of the board. And then if he gets any draw triggers, he's going to have to make sure he stacks those perfectly yet again.
Like these cascading cascading engines, right? As Zan's engine goes off, Chris also draws cards due to the Diablo. the Exerted Diablo on his side.
All right, so this is gone. They're just kind of physically representing what's going on for everybody at home. The +2 strength, one on the Diablo here, kills the Cove. They want to make sure that everybody sees what's happening here.
Yeah, there is a lot that goes on as soon as Zan plays an action card here.
Yeah, so Zan, this is a big top deck for him. Chris has so many cards in hand. Zan has none. If this card is something that is a discard spell, triggers the Muses, Zan is still in this game. If this is a miss, like say like Small Diablo.
Well, what about
like
a 5 cost? He wouldn't have the ink. You have to leave it in hand. Then Chris would make him discard it. That would be a disaster.
Right.
Well, it'd have to be an uninkable as well because, of course, he's going to slam ink it.
And you're right. There it is. It's a morph. Just goes straight into the ink for Zan. Zan content on doing nothing this turn, developing ink, and passing back over to Chris. Huge miss for Zan here. Chris, got to feel like you're in the driver's seat a little bit after the first player not having a really impactful turn.
Right, so it's up to Chris here. Does have Ursula Singer, it looks like. 2 more ink available.
Does look like a morph coming in here as well. So Ursula, Deceiver of All, and morph added to Chris's side. Nothing to really keep those engines going, but stuff that could possibly be really good later. You shift onto this morph, maybe sing a double song with Ursula. So possibly some scary stuff for Zan his next turn as well.
Yeah, the thing is that every single character on Zan's board has Ward right now. So, like, where are you targeting with these songs with Ursula Deceiver?
That's
Nowhere.
a really good point.
A single grab your swords to do a lot, but also I think Chris has access to some Tinkerbells. You would kind of need 2 Tinkerbells here.
I think Chris has 4 in his list. Remember, Chris has a full 4, while Zan only has 2.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, that's a decent out here.
Zan, what's that card? We know it needs to be really good. You're playing off the top. Your last turn was nothing except for inking a morph. This needs to be a good one. And look, if it's a good one, if it's a discard spell or a removal spell of some kind, most of Chris's board is going away here this turn.
Yeah, which is just absolutely crazy. It's kind of, I've never encountered a board state that was...
Okay, it's a song.
Yep.
Does it let the Storm Rage on? Oh, wow. Okay, so this is going to kill the Diablo and draw an extra card here.
So he's going to trigger...
Yeah. So he's going to draw the extra card here, trigger the Muses. Now, what is the Muses going to bounce? It's going to bounce Prince John or the Anna.
So...
Or the Ursula. Or the Morph. There we go. Bounce the Morph. A card drawn off the top here as well. Could be another song. Could be a discard spell. Could be a removal. It looks like it's another song. Okay, this is about to be a huge turn for Zan.
Could it be a discard? It's a sudden
discard.
Chill.
Oh, man. So this is going to go a card out of Chris's hand, but this represents 2 more cards for Zan, plus another bounce off the Muses.
Why did Zan should have mentioned this in his interview? He was talking about Diablo, Shift Diablo. What about Muse, Double Prince John? All my characters have wards. You can't do anything. None of your spells do anything. And every time I cast a spell, I draw 2 cards and bounce one of your characters. Crazy. I really felt like Zan was falling behind in this game, but there's just nothing that Chris can do to interact with this outside of challenging.
All right, I think I see some of the draw here. That was a Pete, and was the other one a Strength of the Raging Fire or a second copy of Pete?
I didn't catch it.
If this is a Strength of Raging Fire, this might be one of those powerful turns I've ever seen in this game.
Strength of a Raging Fire off the Muses, getting rid of another character and bouncing another character for Chris.
So this looks like it's going to bounce Sana. You can't get the Prince John, obviously, because of Ward.
Yep, cannot get the Prince John.
I might have mentioned that earlier. I apologize if I did.
It's easy to forget that some of these characters have Ward.
There's so many going on.
And
right,
there's a Pete. We
now,
know Ursula
announcing
Singer.
the trigger.
Yeah, and Ursula Singer on the side for Chris. He's going to stonewall any actions. You can see Chris is smiling. He's like, what's going on? Oh, my God.
What just happened?
Yeah.
What just happened?
What? And then he challenges in three turns. 3 turns, we go from what looked like an extremely dominant position for Chris, completely changes in the favor of Zan. I think Zan's fully got Chris locked.
Yeah, I don't want to call it, but...
No, because he has so many cards in hand, there must be an out.
Yeah.
But what's the out?
Yeah, and so you're back to the point where Zan is top decking it. I guess you need Zan to miss. He needs to draw like Small Diablo, Small Diablo, Small Diablo in a row. Just the cards that don't actually... But like 80% of Zan's deck is absurd off the top here. Especially now that you don't have a character with Ward anymore. You don't have a Prince John sitting around. You do have an evasive in Diablo, but that's going to get targeted immediately by any removal spell that comes off the top.
It's a big top deck, but can Zan go from removal spell to removal spell to removal spell? I know one of those was a sudden chill, but Feels like Zan's been ripping pretty well, and that looks like a one-drop Diablo.
Okay. There we go. There's the first step. We talked to Chris. That's good for Chris. Zan drew one of the few blanks in his deck.
So maybe Chris can like try to race Zan from this position, right? Just start deploying characters onto the board, draw your own cards, trigger your own Diablo. But as soon as Zan finds a spell, like we just go back into that almost loop kind of scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is here, though, Zan isn't questing super hard because I don't know if he wants to put his characters into harm's way of getting challenged. So it looks like he's going to quest with the Pete, and I wonder if that's going to be it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to think he's questing with the Prince Johns or the Muses just because of the sort of threat of activation they have when you do find the spell.
Also the threat of that
action.
beast that Chris has in his hand, because that could get shifted onto this morph and immediately take out any one of the characters on your side.
This is one of the I've never seen a board state like this ever.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is one of the best games of Lorcana I've ever seen.
Okay, looks like we're back over to Chris here.
Looks like Diablo's going to go ahead and thing with the Storm Rage on.
Yeah,
take care of
target one of the only things that doesn't have ward on the board.
I guess you could target the Pete, but let's
Yeah.
at least get rid of this Diablo. So maybe I don't know, I was about to say, just get rid of something. It's one of the cards that he can quest with. There we go. We were shifting the beast like we were talking about. Sad Beast into play.
Yeah, so maybe Chris has the opportunity to generate his own card advantage engine via Diablo and Beast, and then draw so many more cards than Zan as Zan bricks on not drawing actions, and then race Zan by just deploying to the board.
Would you think about challenging Beast into Pete here, or is that just a little bit too much? You need to make sure you get that card draw.
I kind of... it's tough to say, actually. You have so many cards in hand.
Yeah. Ana getting deployed again. No extra value, though. It does look like Beast is going to go ahead and sing. We don't talk about Bruno.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's going to be a Yeah, so it goes back to hand, then it's discarded.
Right.
That's probably the best way of dealing with it.
Yep. This keeps the Beast nice and healthy to get that extra card, but removes the Pete from the play. What was the draw from Zan Syed here?
So now the question is, does Zan run one of these Prince Johns or Muses into the Beast? I think surely not. But it is an option that is available.
Yeah, we've seen some players do what they have to do. That's actually one of the best things of getting rid of the small Diablos. You remove something that you're okay just kind of trading into a Beast here to deny a card to Chris. So nice tight play by Chris there. Man, what was that card? I'm on the edge of my seat.
So Zan, I think, also sitting at 5 ink. It's a little hard to tell with the sleeves, but I think he's sitting at 5 right here.
I think it's 5 or it might be it's 6.
Okay, 6 would be perfect because that opens up Tinkerbell.
All right, so this is 5. Is this we don't talk about Bruno as well? Okay, it's an Ana.
Ana paying the extra, right?
Right, and what this can do is it can make Chris discard a card. You draw 2 cards here. So this Ana is going to be a 5-drop that draws 2 cards.
This is, that's exactly what's going to happen, Tana.
Any songs off the top can still be played here, too. This turn might not be over with either. So
This turn is absolutely not over with.
All right, so Prince John getting discarded by Chris here. All right, 2 draws.
And
2 draws as well.
Chill. It's a sudden chill. That's the best that you could have.
All right, so other card draws as well for Chris. Don't forget we got that exerted Diablo. He also picks up a Beast as well.
Okay,
Great play.
Yeah, you're right. The exerted Diablo is non-zero because it is going to draw those cards for Chris.
Well, it's not anymore, though. Because it's going to get bounced by the Muses. Here we go. We can do the whole thing. Everything's going into the bag. Everything's going to the bag, Brendan, here. And we're going to make sure everything comes out of this. So we're going to resolve it this way. Chris, discard a card. Then we're going to put 2 triggers of Prince John and a trigger from Muses on. And we're going to take the trigger from the Muses out of the bag first. Return the Diablo to Chris's hand. And then we're going to draw 2 more cards. And then you're not going to draw cards off this because the Diablo no longer in play, no longer exerted.
I love how the bag is kind of like this thing you encounter every 10th or 20th Lorcana game you play, and it's just like the absolute crux of what's happening in this matchup with these Muse triggers, these Prince John triggers, and Zan just expertly navigating. Oh, and there's a Storm Rage on.
Yeah, we thought we were done. We were not done. This is a sung. Let the Storm Rage on onto the Beast. This is going to deny another card draw to Chris and get another card for Zan here that's also going to bounce the Ana.
So Zan maybe wonder if he's considering not bouncing the Ana.
Yeah. No, I think what's happening here is he's pointing at the Ana with the card, and Chris is like, no, you can't play double. Let the Storm Rage on. He's like, no, I'm just pointing at this.
Triggering the Muses.
Yeah. It's a habit of some players to use the card they're playing to point at the card that they're doing something with. I know I do that as well.
I mean, what does Chris do? Like, how do you get back in this? Do you just need to rip Tinkerbell to Tinkerbell?
I think it's double Tinkerbell. I think it's one of the only ways he gets back in this because your board's just been getting. Was that a Tinkerbell?
Okay,
Oh,
or
never mind. Okay.
yeah, or it's like Worf, Tinkerbell, Zan's exerted something like an Ana. You run the Tinkerbell into the Ana, and that can like hit the Muse after that. So
Yeah, that's pretty true. That's a good play as
still
well.
feels like it's double Tinkerbell back into this game. I mean, even then.
I just feel like Chris is having to rebuild so much every single turn here, and Zan is just exerting his will. All right, we do see a challenge here.
Yeah.
One of the Prince Johns.
Yep.
Finally taken care of.
Which is what we expected with the Beast.
It's going to be Diablo, followed by, I think, a Morph here as well. All right, Chris, very good reload here. Zan with a sad Beast of his own in his hand. One other card. I didn't quite catch it. What's the draw for turn? Zan very good at hiding. Okay, he's got 2 Ursulas. 3 Ursulas in his hand now.
Yeah, so he's got 2 Ursula Singers, 1 Ursula Deceiver, and a Beast Tragic Hero.
All right, so we have to see how Zan wants to play this game, how he wants to play this turn. If he uses the Ursula to look at Chris's hand and is able to snag a song from it, then he at least gets another card draw trigger this turn and can maybe keep going and getting deeper into his deck. So let's see if that's maybe how he wants to start off this turn here.
So what are the other options, though? Just run out a Beast? I mean, I feel like that feels like the best play, right, is to play the Ursula. But I guess Chris cannot have a song, and the risk of missing is just quite high. So that's why he's looking through.
Yeah, I think he's counting songs
through the
right
Banish right now.
Yeah. I think he's counting songs right. What are the odds that one of these, 8 cards in your hand are a song? Pretty high.
Yeah. Really interesting spot. Probably one of the most technical games of Lorcana I've ever seen played.
Easily the most technical game of Lorcana I think I've ever seen, yeah.
Which is funny because I feel like if you're going to get everybody's sentiment on the Emerald Steel mirror prior to this finals, they would have told you that it was not like that.
It does look okay. I apologize.
Song.
That was his ink. He only had 2 cards. I apologize. No song from the hand here. Still a little bit of ink left over. Inkable cards in hand as well.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to go ahead and run out the Beast here.
Game's starting to slow down a little bit here. No more of these crazy turns, but I do like this. We got an Ana challenge into the Beast to take that off the board as well.
Yeah, we got to do something potentially about this Diablos. Keep in mind, just for future, that I think Zan does have access to 7 ink. Could be a little hard to tell with the sleeves, but now we have a good sort of note to make here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep up with that. There's so much going on. This game's been so awesome. Making sure I can try to keep up with everything.
A double Diablo morph on the field here for Chris, and we know Zan has access to 2 Ursula Singers.
All right, so Ana, what's this ability going to be? Discard a card. So Zan discarding his last card. No more double singing Ursula for him in his hand.
Oh, so it did ink one of those Ursulas, and yes, you're right, discarded the last one there.
3 ink left over for Chris. It's exactly enough for him to put this Beast into play if he wants on this morph. Let's see if that's what he wants to do. Does look like he's going to do that. That's going to be probably it for him this turn. He's got leftover Diablo. Does he want to just put this in the ink? Yeah, maybe just protect it from possible discard as well.
Yeah, so does Chris now have no cards in hand?
Yeah, Chris has no cards in hand, but that's going to change here. He's going to draw 2 here from Zan. Looks like 4. Because Zan drew Zan drew a card off of Beast. I don't think that's a May. I think you have to draw a card off Beast.
You do have to draw a card.
Which means we went from 0 to 4 here for Chris. What a back and forth game. All right, Prince John off the top. I think I saw we don't talk about Bruno as well. That can be sung by Beast. He can play the Prince John. Lots of play lines here for Zan.
For what it's worth, just so we have future reference in this game, the draws off of Diablo, those are May triggers.
In case we get all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
The way this game's going, we're going to be here a while.
Yeah, I just feel like I would rather be on the side that has the ward characters rather than not. That seems like the more powerful position, despite Chris having access to Diablo, Beast Tragic Hero, which is like ridiculous, right? Those are some of the most powerful cards in the game. But just the access to ward and just all these triggers hitting, I feel like gives Zan so much agency. And here's that we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, it's be sung off of Beast.
Yep, which is going to be sung, bounce something back, discard, and then the triggers start.
Yeah, and so I wonder if he's going to be targeting Beast here. No, it looks like he's going to target one of the Diablos. And he's going to be able to, okay, I like this.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to remove both the Diablos from play eventually. And if Zan can have some draw triggers here, they're going to be only his. All right, so here we go. Put it in the bag. We've talked about this a few times.
Muses.
Yep.
Send the other one. Yep. Now.
Yep, so the first Diablo goes to hand because of Bruno. Now we're going to fully resolve that.
Yep, so now we have the discard.
All right, we're going to make sure that this is random. Dan misses with the first one. All right.
Okay, so it's going to be right there. What do we hit? Is it the Diablo? No, it's a Let the Storm Rage on.
Okay, Let the Storm Rage on. Not a bad hit there.
And then Muses. Okay, that's a Muses resolve, and now we're going to resolve our draw triggers.
So Zan keeping up in cards here with Chris. Tinkerbell added. And is that another We Don't Talk About Bruno?
That is another We Don't Talk About Bruno.
And he has exactly enough here to be able to put that on the beast. This is going to clear Chris's board yet again and draw more cards for Zan. What is happening?
So we know how this goes, right? We're gonna do the discard here.
This time it's a 7 though. We need a bigger die. We're gonna need a bigger die.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you're going into a random discard.
Zan really shaking it up here.
Maybe 2 die being used here, but then. Okay, so we did have.
Oh, that's the number we can't roll, Zan.
Yeah.
Zan, we can't roll that number, buddy. Come on. There we go.
There we go.
Yep, so I'll take care of that card. It is a
the
morph. Okay. And then, all right, so Muse, bounce Ana. Discard, draw 2.
Yeah. Double draw.
That was a Prince John into a Pete. I think that Pete might be able to seal this, too, if he ever gets to do that. Yeah, one of those Prince Johns came into this turn. So I think you can only quest of one of these. It's been a long turn. It's hard to keep up with everything here. So quest for, was that 4 here for Zan? I think this is the start of the march towards the finish line of getting game 1 under.
Can just tempo him out of the game, right? Yeah. Like, the Muse is very innocuous card in the list. Overperforming in the mirror here. Ridiculously. Like, we talked about assembling the lock, but this is one of the most sort of innovative and creative locks I've ever seen. I just don't know how Chris is back into this game. Chris does have a lot of ink. There is that. Going 6 has the Tinkerbell. We talked about double Tinkerbell as a potential out to all these ward Prince Johns. Looks like we're going to start that off with the 1. Going to also stop the Beast draw, which is relevant. Okay, so we know there's 4 Tinkerbells in the list of Chris as well. Very relevant here as we go into the later part of this game. Because there are no cards like Grab Your Swords. There's no AoE removal like that. Just the Pete and the Prince John. And like you mentioned, Pete potentially being able to sort of lock out this game.
All right, Chris, able to at least get some forward momentum with that turn, getting a little bit of damage on all of Zan's cards. This does slow down one of his draw card engines. Beast no longer drawing an extra card here at the beginning of the turn. Going back over to Zan. He's got that Pete we talked about, that Prince John. Added another copy of Sad Beast here, but we're about to see the power of Pete here over these couple turns. Pete's like, nope, we're not doing anything here. Zan's got the same thing as well to possibly slow down some outs from Chris. It looks like Zan's like, yep, we're going full quest mode here.
We're just going into the red zone here.
Yeah, we are questing.
I was wondering how he's going to navigate it with that Tinkerbell, but yeah, just going up to 17, like how is Chris going to get rid of this board? He's not.
Yeah, Tinkerbell's going to be able to take care of 2 things, but what Zan's going to be able to do, he's going to be able to play a Pete. He's going to be able to back this up with another character as well, which is going to be Beast, which has a ton of willpower. It's going to be hard to remove all of this because just Pete and Beast alone represent enough lore to end the game.
Yeah, just purely tempoed his opponent out and then sort of like did this almost alpha quest up to 17, and now there's no way for Chris to remove enough of this board, most likely. Such an interesting scenario here, but yeah, Chris, as an Emerald Steel player, how do you stop Zan from reaching 20 lore on the following turn?
I don't know if there's a way. I mean, okay. What does a second Tinkerbell do for you? It starts to clear a bunch of the board.
It's just not enough because the Pete's going to stop you from playing any actions as well, though, right?
That's true. Okay, let's think about this. You get a second Tinkerbell. It's going to clear up a ton of the board. You attack into something. Challenge into something that'll remove the Pete. Beast will have a damage on it, so you don't draw a card, and then you can find a way to finish the rest of the thing.
So how do you remove the other Beast? And
right, like how do you deal with this with no actions? Oh,
Really, the Pete here is, I think, stopping a lot of the potential outs.
Yeah, I think we've really seen the power of Pete here this weekend. A lot of people talking about that was going to be one of the breakout cards this weekend. I talked a lot about it in one of my earlier rounds. We were talking about how Pete is so good because not only does it stop stuff in the game, but the way people have built their decks, you can see they've done that with Pete in mind this weekend as well.
Yeah, I mean, Pete's probably one of the standout cards of the tournament, both here in Vegas and in Birmingham. Just an absolutely incredible card, and just one of the most meta-relevant cards to come out of the new set. All right, so Chris is going to do his best. He's going to hit this beast, target the other for 2 damage. All right, play the Ana with the additional cost. Going to get rid of the beast that has the damage counters on it. But how you dealing with the rest of this board, Chris?
Yeah. I don't know if he's got enough. I see the Storm Rage on, but he can't play that because of the Pete.
Yeah, got to remember both those Prince John's quest for 2. Surely the Diablo is going to run into the other, and he's going to scoop it up because that's not going to be able to stop Zan from getting to 20 lore.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be game 1 to Zan, and I'm getting word that we're going to have a little bit of... It's going to take a few minutes for us to get to the next match. Zan has asked for a little bit of a break after the game, and I absolutely cannot blame him. I think I need a little bit of a break. You need a little bit of a break. That amazing back and forth between these two players, and let's kind of break all this down and talk about this for a minute. That was such an amazing game. We saw a really early, great start from Chris, but Zan got to get... He really showed off the power of Ward here in this game, and I don't know if I've ever seen Ward dominate a game of Lorcana like we just saw.
I don't think I've ever seen a player build an engine like that in Lorcana.
That was unreal.
It almost felt like we were playing a different game there for a sec. I mean, seriously, the bag is a concept Lorcana that I encounter once every few games, and it's something that I understand, but never something I've seen manipulated to that state where we're bouncing sort of Chris's entire board. We're drawing cards. We're stopping Diablo from drawing Chris cards, like just perfect sequencing, and just honestly, it looked like we were playing a different game than Lorcana. It kind of shows you what the highest level of this game looks like.
Yeah, Zan definitely showing us. Chris as well, and you can't take anything away from Chris that game as well. I think he played really well. He had to just keep rebuilding his board turn after turn because of that engine that Zan had that you were just saying. And we saw the impact of Pete here as well late in that game. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about coming into this weekend. I know prepping for this, Pete was a card that was on my mind. I was playing a lot of Steel Song in my preparations, playing a lot of the blue-red deck, and he's holding it in certain matchups, when to play it. It's been a really impactful card on the board and in deck building.
Yeah, I think that Pete influenced the deck building of every player that showed up to the tournament today. Almost 2,000 players probably had Pete at the front of their mind when they were building their decks. Every single Steel deck includes Pete. And when you first look at the card, you're like, okay, I can play it on turn 6 and stop at turn 7, be prepared. I can over-deploy on the board and stop something like a big, be prepared. But it has all of these other use cases like we saw in particularly Steel Mirrors, but also something like I can just stop at how far I'll go. I can just, the ramifications of this card are just so encompassing, and that's why you've seen players sort of reduce on actions, reduce on especially these big, high-cost, uninkable songs, because when you get to play against some of the best players in the world, the way they utilize Pete, it's like, my best cards, they don't do anything.
Yeah, they're going to play the Pete in the best spot, right? And for the most part, we've seen decks go up to 4 Sisu now.
Yeah.
And some of these as well, and they've said that. This is a concession to Pete. I put extra Sisus in my deck. I put extra dragons in my deck. I want to make sure that I can interact on when I have this huge ink lead, because that's the worst feeling in the world. You're ramping up to this huge ink lead. They play a couple things. You're like, I'm going to be prepared you next turn, and they just play Pete.
Yeah, you're in the Emerald Steel Mirror, and your opponent plays an Ursula Singer, and usually that would threaten to clear your entire board, and you're just like, okay, Pete, stop you from doing that. Go, play that on my turn. You go to your turn. You can't play actions. You go back to my turn. I play Strength of Raging Fire or something like that. I remove your Ursula Deceiver, and I stop your whole entire game plan.
Yeah, Pete, one of the most impactful cards that maybe, you look at it and you're like, this one's not as, when some people read it, they're like, this is a powerful effect. But it's not like hit you over the head with. It's not like Robin Hood of Sherwood, Sad Beast, where it's like, I'm a big character with a lot of strength, a lot of willpower. I draw extra cards, like something like Diablo.
No card advantage. It's literally just tempo.
It's just a 3/3 for 3 that quests for 1, but the ability so impactful.
An innocuous tempo card, but also it's actually completely meta-contextual. It just happens that the current meta of Lorcana is dominated by actions and songs. We have one of the most popular decks being Steel Song. We also have a bunch of Ruby decks. It's the top 3 most played decks, and we know that Ruby has the most powerful board clear in the game. Also plays, Ruby Amethyst is a top deck, has things like Friends on the Other Side, Beacon Undisputed. There's so many things that Pete hits, and it's because we exist in a metagame that is dominated by actions and songs.
Yeah. We're going to get down to the game here in just a few minutes. The players definitely needed a break after that one. I can completely understand. Let's go a step further with that, Pete. We talk about the metagame quite a bit here this weekend. The big 3 was kind of, all of us expected coming in. The results, though, from this weekend, though, not exactly what I expected. In fact, we could pull up some of the metagame slides here, take another look at them here, because I was a little surprised on what happened. Okay, so this is not as surprising. Day 1, kind of saw this coming.
So you know what is surprising is that this almost looks like there was an error when you look at the metagame in Europe, because it is almost, it is not percentage identical to Europe. It is almost player identical to Europe. I don't know if you saw the metagame breakdown of Europe, but it is almost identical. Like, we had identical players in these brackets with like plus or minuses in the 4th, 5th, and 6th most played deck. It's incredible. Like, the metagame for these Lorcana championships here, they were predictable. Whether you could predict it or not, that's one thing, but they were predictable because we had 2 massive tournaments, almost 2,000 players across 2 continents that almost had the exact same metagame.
And let's go into day 2 and see how it looked as well. And so this right here shows you some of the conversion rate. To me, a little bit looks like Amber Steel might have underperformed a little bit, and that might be a little bit because of that card we just talked about for quite a while, Pete having a pretty big impact.
Could be. It really could be. I think if you want to extrapolate from this metagame, I do think that Ruby Sapphire is also a big winner. Ruby Sapphire did win the Birmingham Lorcana Championship, and also Ruby Sapphire was the most played deck. It was also the expected most played deck, and despite people showing up ready to beat it, tech to beat it, thinking they could beat it, having game plans for it, actively choosing to not play the deck, it reigned supreme. It converted well. It won a challenge in Europe. So Ruby Sapphire, big winner, and it showed that it can stand a metagame that is tech to beat it. But it is not the story of the weekend. The story of the weekend is Emerald decks, and that's not just here in Las Vegas. In the finals of Birmingham, there was an Emerald Amethyst that made that tournament could have been won by Emerald Amethyst. And now, in the semifinals, we have 3 Emerald Steels here in Vegas, and we have a double Emerald Steel finals. Emerald did not get enough respect leading up into this tournament.
I got to agree with you with that. And, coming into Lorcana when I did, people talked about Emerald might have been, maybe the 5th best color in the first couple sets. You weren't getting as much as you needed overall. You weren't seeing some of the results, but starting with, set 3, set 4, set 5, you're starting to get some good Emerald cards, right? We have, Bruno. You don't talk about Bruno. We've got Diablo, some of these cards, and other cards going well with it now. We're seeing it start to seep into all the other decks and really start to shine, especially here this weekend.
Honestly, it was once Emerald got the discard package.
Yep.
Once Emerald got the discard package in the form of the Sudden Chills, the Prince Johns, the Buckies, it developed an identity that overshadows everything else that Emerald does because it is so powerful. And even with Bucky leaving, people faded Emerald Steel. They're like, okay, Emerald Steel is going to be a reasonable deck. We don't have to worry about it anymore. And then you have players like Zan, players like Chris that break the metagame wide open, take it here and show it's still potentially, I don't know how you deny it when it's 3 out of 4 in the semifinals, maybe the best deck in the metagame.
Yeah, so looking at it, watching Zan play this weekend, getting to call some of his matches as well was really great because it's always kind of hard to me to judge purely in a vacuum because I know Zan is one of the best players in the world, right? So he's going to make practically any deck look good. But when Zan chooses a deck, you see this many people choose this kind of off-meta deck and do this well, the results, they speak for themselves. And so I know that I'll always trust Zan. I'll never doubt him again. He's an amazing technical player. And yeah, they put in the time, they put in the effort, and they're getting rewarded for it. We saw a lot of players take this to the top and do really well with it. Zan is 1 game away from being our champion here with it. It's still going to win this tournament one way or the other.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Yeah. So it's great to see this from them because it really shows that what we perceive as being the best isn't always correct until we get down into the mud, right? Until we get into these tournaments and see the games actually play out.
Lorcana is a metagame contextual card game. You can never show up, at least so far, you could never show up to a tournament with what is just the best deck. It is contextual on what other people are bringing because you have to encapsulate answers to everything or what you expect to be the majority in your 60. There is no changing out cards. You need to accurately predict the metagame, and your 60-card list needs to reflect that. Up until now, we have not had a 60-card deck list that is linear enough, that is strong enough, that can, it doesn't care about the rest of the metagame. Even the old school Emerald Steel, they were different in the 55, 56, 57, 58, 59 card. There was differences across the list because players are predicting the metagame and they're bringing tools to help shore up some of those bad matchups or increase some of the matchups that were previously more 50-50.
Speaking of some of that, were you surprised at the results from Amber Steel here this weekend, that they seemed to kind of underperform a little bit?
I actually thought, I thought Amber Steel would do pretty well because the narrative behind Amber Steel persisted despite what people would say is its worst matchup in the metagame, Ruby Sapphire being the most played deck. People knew the Ruby Sapphire was going to be one of the most played decks. It could have been second. Amber Steel could have been the most. But what I'm saying is that people showed up to these tournaments playing Amber Steel knowing that their worst matchup might be the most played deck in the game. So I was like, maybe they know something I don't, right? Maybe they know something I don't. Maybe Pete is really effective against Be Prepared. It's really effective against what the Ruby Sapphire deck is trying to do. They're running a bit more aggressive list. We saw Piglets. We saw these Daisy Ducks. So the deck did get a lot of additions. But ultimately, on the day, it just underperformed.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that, too. That was one of the decks that I thought was one of the best coming into this tournament. I played it in an event last week, did really well with it. I definitely lost to Blue-Red, definitely lost to Ruby Sapphire, and that matchup did not feel good. I know that I'm, not favored in that matchup, but
you can put things in the deck to make it better, and we saw players do that, right? You can make the deck more aggressive. Ruby Sapphire has a hard time dealing with super aggressive decks, but you can also add things like flutes, but flutes have kind of exited the metagame because of Pete. Flutes are hard to use when Pete says if you just randomly can't activate your flutes for a turn, that's a huge opportunity cost loss for a 2-cost uninkable item that you put on the field that does nothing. So, I mean, Pete has completely changed the context of this metagame, and the ramifications of it sort of go through every single deck.
Yeah, so that's kind of how my testing went with it. I was like, I would 100% play this Steel Song deck, and then the one round I lost in my tournament was to Ruby Sapphire, and then I did some testing on the side, played some Ruby Sapphire games, and I just kept feeling like, hey, I'm missing something because I talk a lot to Brendan DeCandio, a player who's very famous for that deck, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, I don't think the matchup's as bad as people do think because of this, and this, and I'm like, you're seeing something I don't see. You know something I don't know. It's not happening that way for me. My Pete's aren't having and I'm wondering what's going on. And look, if you've been wondering what's going on, the players needed a little bit of a break. We're done with that.
Zan has mentally recovered from the break.
I don't think I have yet, by the way.
Yeah, that was definitely the most technical match of Lorcana I've ever seen. I think it will be for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Great ambassador for the game. That one right there. But enough talking about Lorcana. Let's get another game in. We're going into game 2 of the finals here between Zan Syed and Chris Louie. And Chris, up against the wall. He's got to win 2 in a row. If Zan wins, he wins the championship. Let's go down the feature match area. Let's see if we can crown a champion. All right, sorry about that, everybody at home. Hopefully you stuck with us the whole way. We love you if you did. We love you if you didn't, but we're glad to have you back. We are going to be going into the final here. As I said, Zan, 1 game away from getting that trophy. He got so close in Atlanta at the first DLC. He's had a couple decent finishes since, but this is his first real close grip on a championship that he's had in a while.
Yeah, in the finals against the Mirror, where potentially he has the better deck that's suited for the Mirror. I know Zan said there's pluses and minuses of both. Chris having access to more Tinkerbells, but the Muses, that seems like a powerful card in this Mirror. Just Ward in general against Steel is just very, very strong. Well, traditionally, Steel would actually have AO removal in the form of Grab Your Swords, but these decks don't have it. So these Ward characters can be pretty tough to deal with, and we saw the Muses just absolutely take over that previous game.
Big alters by both their players here. Chris taking a 6 here as well, only keeping 1 card from his opening hand. Zan taking a look at this one. I see a lot of pretty good cards in here.
Yeah, I've already seen Zan send back a 7 and rip a Diablo, shift Diablo into shift Beast. So
no big deal. Easy stuff.
I trust in potentially the chosen one here. See what Zan's working with for the altar. And is that a 7?
It does look like that's a 7.
That is a 7 on the send back. Never ideal.
Yeah. So we got a 6 and a 7 from the two players here.
Believe it or not, you'd much rather be on the 6.
Oh, yeah.
7.
Explain that to me.
Well, first of all, there's the fundamental that you'd rather have the 1 good card. But think about the context of a 7. There's not even 1 card that's serviceable on your curve that you would keep.
Yeah. That's not even a guaranteed inkable card, yeah.
There is also the argument that you're trying to find particularly impactful cards so that even if you have a medium card that could do well on your curve or could be used as an inkable, you'd rather dig deeper for the impactful card. but still, 7 is indicative of a very, very bad hand.
And, you know, I'm taking a look at this, and I'm watching these players do this. I've been watching Chris a lot today and Zan, and I've been seeing a lot of really big alters from them. It's making me wonder, maybe I'm under-altering in some of my games.
It's definitely the hardest part of Lorcana is knowing how to correctly alter your hand.
I think it's one of the most skill-intensive, or the most skill-intensive part of the game. That and inking correctly as the game goes on.
Yeah,
is pretty
inking
big
correctly is even interesting because you don't actually get feedback when you do it incorrectly.
Yeah, that one's hard.
Yeah.
You would need somebody like watching you play your entire game, and
Yeah, or you can look at your ink at the end of the game, and if you've not moved it around, you can see sort of the sequence of it, and it makes it a lot easier to audit. But yeah, we do have that Diablo coming out here. We have to wonder if Zan does have the shift Diablo line here. We do see a Let the Storm Rage on in Chris's hand. But we talked about in the previous game why that's not super effective against the early shift Diablo line in particular.
yeah, is Chris hiding a card here?
That I think that's Chris's turn 1 ink.
Okay, it's Chris's turn. I apologize.
Chris on the play. Zan won the game.
I apologize. Zan, turn 1 Diablo here. Back over to Chris. Turn 2 here.
So the shift Diablo, I guess, maybe a little bit weaker on the draw, but I think you can still navigate it to where you shift the Diablo and go ahead and snag that song out in some way or another. Or
It looks like that's just another ink and pass from Chris here.
does have access to shift Diablo and I believe Ursula Deceiver, so can actually play the shift Diablo and grab the Let the Storm Rage on out of Chris's hand.
Really, really good, powerful seeker from Zan here. Let's see if he wants to go for that.
Yeah, we'll see if that is the correct play. That's just one that jumps out to me.
Yeah, we see a morph possibly going into the ink here.
Yeah, which I think is, no real targets for it. We're going to go ahead and play that Ursula. Take a look at the hand, and it's the Let the Storm Rage on. He sees the path is clear for the shift Diablo here. I can only assume that is the follow play from Zan.
Yeah, taking a look, we got double Tinkerbell, a Sad Beast, a Diablo, and an Ana.
All right.
Zan not done here. It's going to be a Sudden Chill discarded. I'm sorry, not a Sudden Chill. It looks like a Hypnotize.
Hypnotize, discarded.
Yep.
Sudden Chill can be sung. Probably that's why he's keeping it. So he has the Ursula Singer, right? It's going to be turn 3 Ursula Singer, maybe follow up with a double. Oh, we're actually...
He's going to go ahead and get the Sudden Chill now, and that's going to go ahead and get this Ana out of Chris's hand.
Yep. I thought he might save for the Ursula Singer, but I think he's just going to go, when the wind's in the sails, he's going to go for it. Got the Pete follow-up, double Pete to sort of stifle any sort of actions that might come off the top. Almost guaranteed to get value out of this Diablo. And to let the Storm Rage off the top is exactly what you want to see.
Be nicer, Zan. These draws these games. Going to go ahead and take care of that Diablo from Chris. Zan's going to get a card for his trouble as well, added to his hand. Hypnotize into the Inkwell. Pete going to go ahead and come and say, nope. No actions for you. Quest up with this Ursula. Back over to Chris.
I hope it is remembered that this is not the first time I've seen Zan send back a 7 and then rip one of the most incredible opening hands I've ever seen.
Zan confirmed lucky.
Yeah, in the finals of a 2,000-player tournament.
No big deal. He's also pretty good.
Yeah. It's a combination to get this far for sure, but Zan, that was an incredible top deck from Zan.
Right, back over to Chris here. Zan drawing an extra card here. Looks like Chris did nothing, so back over to Zan as well.
Back over to Zan. And this game is looking a lot different than the last one. We had a bit of a back and forth in our previous match. Now it looks like Zan's kind of running away with the game, and Zan was also on the draw. I mean, I love that Zan in his interview talked about the play versus draw disparity not being nearly as important in the Emerald Steel Mirror because you have these super impactful lines in the form of Diablo, shift Diablo, play Ursula Deceiver, sing Let the Storm Rage on, remove your board, take your cards. It's just, what is Chris going to do? Turn 5 Beast.
Speaking of what Chris is going to do, it is going to be a
turn 5 Beast.
Play a Beast, but you can see the look on his face. He's not happy with the way that this game is going. That extra card did come to Zan last turn. Draws a card here this turn. Back over to Zan. I got to feel like he's starting to taste it. He's starting to taste this championship. He feels like he's close to getting this trophy.
Chris sends back 6, and I don't think he found what he was looking for. Also, Zan just having...
Is that a Strength of Raging Fire?
That is a Strength of a Raging Fire with 4...
Well, he could
we have
double
an
sing
Ursula Singer, so
it
doesn't matter.
He can't even mess this one up. He's going to be able to double sing Strength of a Raging Fire here. Maybe even follow this up with a Pete so there's no actions possible from Chris. We'll see. He's even got a Sad Beast. Lots of stuff going on here. So double sing this song with Ursula.
The momentum here from Zan is just overwhelming. I don't know how Chris comes back. Just has two-of-a-kind Tinkerbell in hand and a Sad Beast deployed off the back of that.
Absolutely going to quest up here as well. He's up to 7. Draw an extra card here over from Chris. Chris going to go ahead and ink that Strength of Rage Fire. This is the first of 2 Tinkerbells.
And I think we're going to see Zan start to do what he did last game, where he just starts turning everything 90 degrees here.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're questing, and we are questing fast. What is the draw here for Zan? That's a
Hypnotize.
Hypnotize. He can get the last card out of Chris's hand. This might seal it up.
How much are we questing for here? We have 3, 4, 5, 6. We're at 7, so going up to 13.
Question here, do you spend ink on this Hypnotize, or do you use Ursula and maybe draw an extra card? Looks like he's going to go ahead and just use ink, get that last card. That Tinkerbell's gone away, card drawn. That's a second Pete. I don't know if Chris is going to be able to get out of this game.
Double Let the Storm Rage on, draw 2 cards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Huge here. That's 4 damage. Over to the Tinkerbell, 2 draws here. That's a Strength of a Raging Fire off the top. If Zan wants, he could leave Chris with no cards in hand, no characters, quest up.
And that's, I believe that is what he's going to do. Tanny's going to remove the board. And now Chris is in top deck mode. Zan has 5 characters on the board, about to be 6.
And he's under Pete lock.
Oh, it's actually
it's just
a
going to play the
cove.
Cove.
Just
Okay.
move to the Cove.
I got a little too excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to move everything to the Cove. Quest up here. Play around and possibly another Tinkerbell off the top.
I mean, even that, I don't think would do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to do it. I think we may have just crowned our champion here.
The disparity between these 2 games and how they ended up playing out, it's just, they're wildly different.
Absolutely. Chris is going to draw a card here. You can see the look on his face. He doesn't like where he's at. What did he draw? Looks like it's just an Ana.
And Ana can pay the extra.
Right. Take care of a Beast or Diablo. Looks like he's going to go for the Diablo. He's going to pass back.
Still just too much momentum here, I think, for Zan.
Absolutely. We'll see.
Sitting at 11, questing for 5. He's going to go ahead and sink. Let the Storm Rage on again. Draw 2 more cards. Chris, no board, no cards. Zan, full grip. 4 characters on the board.
And Chris is chatting. You got to know he's saying something like, let's move this along. I'm ready to get this over with. Chris drawing what might be his last card here, and that's another Pete here as well. That's going to make it through. Chris can't even play actions this turn. Coming up, it looks like he might be locked, hypnotized into the ink. The last play is going to be a Muses. That has Ward. Pass it over to Chris. Chris draws. It's a first John. That's the handshake. Zan Syed is your champion of the Las Vegas Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Expertly navigated. We saw a super technical matchup to start it out. And as we go into game 2, Zan just has one of the best draws I've ever seen and completely locks Chris out of the game from the start.
Off a full 7.
Yeah, off a full 7. I mean, let's be real. That top deck of Let the Storm Rage on, that was good.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That might have been the moment that sealed Zan's victory here. All these players in the top 8, they're still around. We have a top 8 presentation for the Mickeys, and we're going to go to that in just a second. I think we need to celebrate these guys. All these guys did so well here this weekend. You know, Chris played great to get to the finals. Zan played out of his mind, drew really well, really showed off what it means to be a champion. So without further ado, let's go to that top 8 Mickey presentation.
Guest here who's going to be joining us on the stage.
Yes, it's been an incredible weekend, and one of the things making it extra incredible is that we've been joined by some wonderful members of the Ravensburger team, including the Global Creative Director for Ravensburger, Shane Hartley. Shane and his team are the ones responsible for the look and feel of Lorcana. So we're so glad that you joined us here. Shane, how's it going?
Thank you.
So, before we hand out these beautiful golden Mickeys, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions about them.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
All right, so first off, can you talk really quickly about how the idea for these very special prizes came about?
I think, internally we thought about, well, we wanted that golden, ticket type feel. We wanted that amazing feeling like you were, get to go to the Willy Wonka factory, and so we were like, what better way to have than like a gold Mickey? And from a creative standpoint, we wanted something that felt almost like it was like a piece of gold holding in your hand. And so creatively, I worked with the other Shane. This is another Shane on the team. He is our card frame designer, and him and I worked on the idea around how could we do this idea of like multi-layers of gold and a little bit of rainbow in there, so it looks like a magical gold, not like a standard gold. So
yeah. And they're one of the most incredible cards I've ever seen. Some of the most incredible cards. So I do have to ask a follow-up question, because I understand, speaking of the other Shane, that there's a story that involves both of you about how these cards made it from their place of birth to where they reside now, some of them here. You mind telling us a little bit about that story?
Definitely. So it's super fun and a very fast and crazy trip where we went to the factory where they were being printed. We watched how they were being printed from one press to the next. And at each stage within the printing process, so the first printing of the color onto the foil paper, then the next stage, and then the next stage, we'd sign off on those, and then we'd sign off on the cutting, and then we signed off on each stage. It was very meticulous, and then at the end, they gave us hairnets. And we have pictures of that, and each one of the cards that was produced. So we did produce a few duplicates of every card because we wanted to make sure that each one was the perfect version of each of those serialized cards. And so we would look at each one and compare, and they all were beautiful. And with the gold and the reflection, it was really hard to kind of sometimes discern which one was better than the other. And I always felt bad when I'd say, nope, that one's not as good. And I'm like, but it's still so great, And then those would get destroyed, and then these are the best of the best. So it was a really fun, great experience. I think we went through, I don't know, number of cards, like coming through a number of hours, and my eyes were crossing.
That's awesome. What a wonderful story, and the end result is fantastic.
Yes. And I think we're ready to hand some of those golden Mickeys out. Yes? All right. Well, Shane, you're going to be handing out those golden Mickeys. Liam and I are going to bring these winners up on stage. Let's give them all a hand. And to all the competitors, congratulations to everyone for playing here this weekend. Great job, all. So we are starting with
number 8, Mo Shamblin.
your 7th place player, Kevin Enktel. Oh, sorry.
You haven't pulled them all down here. All right, fine. Number 6, Jonathan Williams.
Coming in 5th place, Jonathan Lamb.
And now, number 4, Taylor Jelka.
In 3rd place, we have Christian Paleo.
Now for number 2 and your runner-up for Disney Lorcana Challenge, Las Vegas, Chris Louie.
All right, Lumineers, we now have your champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge, Las Vegas, Zan Syed. Congratulations, Zan. Congratulations to all the winners. Let's give it up for all of these Lumineers up here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all the competitors. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Thanks to everyone who made this a wonderful event, everybody behind the scenes. And thank you all to everybody watching at home. Las Vegas, you've been outstanding and wonderful. We will see you all in Seattle.
Seattle.
What a great deserving top 8, great group of guys. Couldn't be any better. Every one of them played amazing this weekend. One in particular stood out, though.
Yeah, can't stress how hard it is to make not only top 64, but top 8, and ultimately winning a almost 2,000 player tournament. That is a feat of card gaming.
Yeah, it's a feat of card gaming, like he said. Let's hear it straight from the mouth of Zan Syed. We've got an interview set up with our winner here.
So, Zan Syed, Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. How does that sound to you?
I mean, sounds amazing.
Amazing? That's it? That's all you're going to offer?
I mean, I haven't even processed it yet. I mean, I'm going to be sitting at work tomorrow, and it'll probably hit me then, but not now. Not now.
That's awesome. So one thing I do want to ask about in the finals, your first game was probably one of the longest Lorcana games I have ever seen. Probably close to an hour, I think. What's going through your head in game 1 with everything on the line in a game that feels like it's in a knife's edge? You guys are going back and forth. How are you processing that?
I mean, we just take it one turn at a time, just one turn at a time, and see what the result is at the end of all those turns.
Well, congratulations, Zan. I know how hard you've worked to be here in every Lorcana challenge, but here in particular. So one final question. Now that you have won a Disney Lorcana challenge, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to go to Disneyland.
Of course you are. Well, congratulations again, Zan. Can't wait to run into you again. Head back to the booth for Tannen and Brendan to close out the show. Thank you so much.
What a deserving champion. Yeah. And I want to point out one thing he said there. He's like, what are you going to do next? He's like, I'm going to work.
Well, the I'm going to Disneyland thing, I feel like that's not the last time we're going to hear that one.
Not from Zan, absolutely. And I love the fact that he's just going to, hey, look, I did this thing on the weekend. I won a 2,000-person tournament. I'm going straight into work Monday. Probably going to have to red-eye it here. He's going to be a little tired, but I have to feel it like he's going to be on a high from this tournament and have a lot of extra energy. And hopefully some people at work know that he actually won this tournament here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, winning a almost 2,000 player tournament is unbelievable. Like, it is so incredibly hard. Like, these tournaments are... I can't even imagine it. Just making day 2, I think, is a huge accomplishment. But running it all the way to the finals, not only do you have to be incredibly lucky, but you have to be incredibly good.
Yeah, we saw that from Zan here this weekend. And I've just got to say thank you to a few people here. Brendan, you, obviously, thank you, and the rest of the crew here this weekend, making an easy job for me and everybody at home getting to watch this. Thank you so much for watching. This is why we do this. We absolutely love doing this for you. We had the EU challenge going on this week as well. So for any of you that watched that, and this somehow got through all of it, you're the real hero here this weekend. We had a great crew behind the scenes that never get enough credit because you never get to see them on camera. They're all awesome. PPG for putting on a great show. And, of course, Lorcana for making a great game and putting on a great show here this weekend. Again, thank you very much. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in Seattle.